In the world of launching, myriad races vie for supremacy. Qin Yan acquires a martial arts skill panel, enabling him to earn skill points through diligent effort. These skill points can be utilized to enhance various martial arts techniques, including foundational stances and skills. With the aid of this system panel, Qin Yan successfully gains admission to a prestigious institution. The Xiaoguang cycle technique, deemed unattainable by many, becomes within his reach. Thanks to the system, he enhances his abilities. Despite being told he lacks the aptitude for alchemy, he presses on, utilizing the system to augment his skills. Thus, a legend belonging to Qin Yan is etched into the annals of launching. The prodigies exclaim, before him, I am unworthy of the title of genius. The mentor reflects, his learning pace is astounding. There is little left for me to teach him. The goddess confesses, if Qin Yan desires, I am willing. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Chapter 1. Qin Yan. In the registration area for handsome boys and beautiful girls, March 2025, Wuli, Xia Country, Zhanghai Province, Linhai City, Linhai First High School. Inside the senior teaching building, classrooms are enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the sound of pen nibs scratching against paper. Students are immersed in their studies, sweat trickling down their brows, dampening the corners of their examination papers. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would discover that they are not engaged in the study of mathematics or the sciences. Instead, they are delving into various martial arts theories, such as Essentials of Vitality Enhancement, Chronicles of Martial History, and 3 crucial exams. Everything is intricately linked to the concept of martial arts. At the rear of the teaching building, a gymnasium stands quietly. Spanning 2,000 square meters, it lacks bleachers and tracks. Instead, one wall is ominously adorned with an array of cold weapons, their blades sharp and glimmering, while swords and halberds stand silently. This is the training ground for martial arts students. At this moment, nearly 100 students are standing in the heavenly pillar stance, arms raised high, feet firmly planted. Their training attire is soaked with perspiration, yet none dare to relax. All eyes subtly dart toward the imposing figure at the front of the field. Legs. How many times have I said this? Your power must penetrate and ground itself. Are you stepping on cotton? Coach Gu Feng's serious expression points accusingly at a student's calf. The vitality must flow to the soles of your feet, rooting like tree roots. Start over. Your waist and abdomen are slack. Your strength is not grounded. Your foundations are precarious. He traverses the ranks, his gaze penetrating. No minute mistake escapes his scrutiny until his eyes fixate on a figure at the end of the line. It is a tall youth standing at 6 feet. His features may not be strikingly handsome, yet they are harmoniously proportioned and dignified. His posture is textbook perfect. His arms are steady as rock, his lower body grounded like a mountain. Even his breathing carries a unique rhythm. A trace of satisfaction flickers across Coach Gu Feng's stern face. It has to be Qin Yan. Judging from his stance, he must have reached the 3rd realm of the heavenly pillar stance. That seems about right. Otherwise, Coach Gu wouldn't show a hint of a smile. Yet, it is regrettable. Qin Yan has started his journey too late. His vitality and martial arts skills lag too far behind those in the elite class. Moreover, with only 3 months left until the martial arts college entrance examination, achieving a commendable score will prove daunting. In Xia Country, and indeed across all of launching, there exists but a singular method of talent selection, the martial arts college entrance examination. From their first year of high school, students must practice the foundational heavenly pillar stance, a technique developed by the nation's top martial artists. This stance comprises 5 realms. The higher the level, the more terrifying the efficiency of vitality refinement, making it ideal for establishing a solid foundation. Apart from Qin Yan, none of the other students have attained the 3rd realm. All right, today's training for the heavenly pillar stance concludes here. Take a break. Coach Gu Feng's voice reverberates within the gym. The students exhale in relief, their visages reflecting a sense of liberation as they ease their tired limbs. Coach Gu Feng is the most experienced instructor at Linhai First High School. Not only does he teach the ordinary senior class, but he also coaches the elite class. He is, in fact, a martial artist. His teaching methods are strict. No student dares to slacken their efforts in his presence. As the rest of the students begin to relax, only Qin Yan remains, steadfast in his perfect stance, unmoving. Yinggu, you're too diligent, a boy approaches, panting. Coach Gu has already called for a break. Standing in the stance for 2 hours daily is fundamental. Qin Yan replies with a gentle smile. You should rest, Yuan. I will conclude after another 10 minutes. Yuan, having been in the same class with him since middle school, has grown close to Qin Yan. All right, Yinggu, I will wait for you in the skills area. Yuan departs. Only 9 minutes left. Qin Yan continues to stand tall, sweat trickling down his forehead. 9 minutes later, he gradually concludes his stance, stretching his slightly sore muscles. 2 hours of spear practice in the morning, 2 hours of standing. Today marks the completion of my first 4-hour training session. With focused concentration, Qin Yan directs his gaze within, revealing a panel that only he can perceive, invisible to others. Heavenly Pillar Stance. Third Realm, 87. Vitality, 66 calories. Mentality, 41 Hertz. Spear Technique. First segment, 66. Skill points, 1 point. Note, effort yields rewards. This panel awakened for Qin Yan half a month ago when he elevated his spear technique to the first segment. Initially, he believed it to be akin to the system or golden finger mentioned in the annals of the old civilization. However, after repeated confirmations, he discerned it to be a rudimentary form of a golden finger, as it has never reacted to his commands. Through a series of fortuitous events, Qin Yan came to understand the purpose of this data panel. By practicing martial arts techniques for 4 hours daily, whether through stances, spear play, or boxing, he could earn a skill point. Training for 8 hours would yield 2 points. It was not that he lacked the desire to train diligently. Rather, the physical and mental toll of his practice was substantial, making it challenging to endure prolonged sessions. Nevertheless, in the past half-month, he has made significant progress. His stance has reached the third realm, and his spear technique has improved as well. Regaining his composure, Qin Yan strides toward the skills training area on the opposite side of the gym. Another round of Coach Gu's rigorous training awaits. Yinggu, I am at my wit's end. Yuan laments as he hands Qin Yan a bottle of water. Qin Yan accepts it with a smile. Coach Gu Feng is merely looking out for our best interests. Without him, our martial arts skills would not have advanced so swiftly. Besides, you aspire to enroll in Lin Hai Wu University, do you not? With Coach's guidance, your martial arts skills will surely surpass the admission threshold, won't they? Lin Hai Wu University is the sole martial arts university in Lin Hai City. Although its national ranking may not be high, it remains a genuine institution for martial arts education. It is worth noting that students who gain admission to Wu University are a rare breed. Each year, over 10 million candidates partake in the martial arts college entrance examination, yet fewer than 200,000 manage to step through the university's gates. As the premier high school in the city, Lin Hai First High School boasts over 2,000 students, yet only about 10% successfully secure a place at Wu University each year. The path to Wu University has always been a narrow, solitary bridge. Yinggu, I merely jest. Enduring Coach Gu's training brings a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Yuan quips, his face lighting up. With that in mind, my spear longs for the next challenge. Laughter ripples through the training hall, momentarily easing the tension. Chapter 2. This shot. I cannot match him as the crowd moved towards the dazzling array of weapon racks. Each individual selected their preferred armament. The assortment of weapons was extensive, yet predominantly featured the 3 mainstream types: swords, guns, and halberds. Few students opted for the less conventional weaponry. Qin Yan inhaled deeply, grasping the long spear that belonged to him. Measuring nearly 2 meters in length and weighing approximately 5 kilograms, the cold metal shaft felt both familiar and reassuring in his grip. With a swift motion of his arm, he flicked his wrist, causing the spear to carve a sharp arc through the air. The tip of the spear trembled, emitting a subtle hum. With his current vitality and strength, the weight and length of this spear were perfectly balanced, allowing him to maximize his potential. The martial arts skills were one of the 3 pivotal assessments in the college entrance examination, equally important as one's vitality value. Qin Yan's decision to specialize in spear techniques was made after careful contemplation. The spear is the king of weapons, combining the advantages of length and agility. In combat, it can both suppress opponents from afar and deliver lethal strikes when opportunities arise. The adage "an inch longer, an inch stronger" holds particularly true in open spaces. Before long, Gu Feng strode confidently into the central testing area, wielding an unsharpened combat training knife. His imposing stature, standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, exuded an aura of authority without the need for anger. The previously bustling arena fell silent. All students quickly formed lines, their eyes fixated on the instructor. Next, we will commence the martial arts skill assessment, Gu Feng proclaimed, his gaze sweeping across the assembly like a hawk, his voice steady and powerful. I will conduct evaluations based on the rankings from the last test, from lowest to highest. Remain vigilant. This is not a mere formality, but a test of whether you have become complacent in your practical skills during this period. He activated the electronic tablet in his hand and glanced at the list. Number 97, Xiao Huahua. A student clad in a black training uniform, slightly built, stepped forward. His weapon was rather peculiar, a massive ruler, entirely black and of an ancient design. Xiao Huahua approached the center of the arena, gripping the ruler tightly, his gaze nervously fixed on Gu Feng, who stood 10 meters away. For this assessment, I will suppress my vitality to 80 calories. The standard will reference the college entrance examination. I hope you can at least demonstrate a first-stage intermediate level of skill. Perspiration instantly formed on Xiao Huahua's palms, his heart racing uncontrollably. 80 calories of vitality? That was a full 20 calories more than he possessed. How could he possibly compete? In martial arts confrontations, a 20-calorie disparity in vitality is nearly overwhelming. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me to invite you to strike? Gu Feng's brow furrowed as he barked an order. All right, Xiao Huahua stammered, jolted awake by the reprimand. Gritting his teeth, he propelled himself forward, launching himself towards Gu Feng like an arrow released from a bow. The 10-meter distance was traversed in an instant. His biceps tensed as he swung the heavy black ruler, harnessing his momentum to strike fiercely at Gu Feng. The force of the blow was considerable, accompanied by a whistling sound. However, the burly Gu Feng exhibited remarkable agility. He merely sidestepped casually. The heavy ruler narrowly grazed the edge of his clothing, the gust of wind tugging at his hair. Continue. Gu Feng's voice was low, devoid of any discernible emotion. Xiao Huahua gritted his teeth, utilizing the momentum from his missed attack to pivot and execute horizontal strikes with the ruler, followed by a relentless series of upward and downward chops. He unleashed nearly every technique he had learned. Yet Gu Feng stood like a rock amidst the tempest, his footwork minimal. He would often merely shift slightly, retreat half a step, or advance a mere step forward, evading each attack with the smallest of movements. The training knife remained slung across his back, never once raised. Pathetic. Gu Feng seemed to lose patience. At the moment when the ancient ruler fell, its previous force spent and new power yet to be summoned, he struck. With a flash, he entered Xiao Huahua's inner circle. Simultaneously, the training knife, having appeared in his hand seemingly from nowhere, executed a precise upward flick, lightly striking the body of the ruler. Clang! A sharp sound resonated as Xiao Huahua felt a tremendous yet deft force transfer through the ruler, causing pain to shoot through his grip. Unable to hold on any longer, the black ruler slipped from his grasp, clattering to the polished floor several meters away. Your technique is rigid, relying solely on brute strength. Your transitions are sluggish, revealing multiple flaws. Your method of exertion is incorrect. You dissipated 70% of your strength. Gu Feng offered his harsh critique without mercy. In my view, you are far from meeting the standards of first-stage intermediate. Reflect on this. Next, number 96, Yi Fan. Xiao Huahua, his face flushed with embarrassment, hastily retrieved his ancient ruler, head bowed as he returned to the line. The assessments continued in order of ranking, each student stepping forward to face the evaluation. The process mirrored that of Xiao Huahua. Most students, like him, exerted themselves to the utmost in their attacks against Gu Feng, who, in turn, evaded with remarkable skill, observing their techniques. Ultimately, he would often need only a single strike to deftly disarm them, while incisively pointing out their critical flaws and shortcomings. Many students found their endurance shorter than anticipated, with some failing to force Gu Feng to move even a single step. Number 35, Qin Yan. Upon hearing his name, Qin Yan tightened his grip on the long spear and stepped forward. Instructor Gu, I seek your guidance. He first performed a respectful bow, then his gaze sharpened. Instantly, his demeanor shifted, as if he had merged with the spear in his hands. Without any warning, he lunged forward, his steps erupting with force. In an instant, he covered several meters, the spear becoming a glint of cold light as it thrust towards Gu Feng's midsection with astonishing speed. For the first time, a subtle change flickered across Gu Feng's otherwise impassive face. A glimmer of light passed through his eyes. This explosive power? The speed and angle of the thrust? How swift! Wow! Qin Yan's spear technique appears to have advanced. Is this what Instructor Gu referred to as late bloomers? The surrounding students expressed their astonishment, whispering among themselves. This guy, he's practically a monster, someone murmured. Previously, Qin Yan had always ranked in the lower tier of the class. Yet just half a month ago, he seemed to have suddenly awakened, rapidly enhancing both his spear technique and foundational skills. Instructor Gu remarked that Qin Yan was a late bloomer. In the last assessment, his class ranking had risen to the middle tier. Now, it was evident that his rate of progress showed no signs of slowing. This thrust, I cannot match him. A calm voice emerged from the crowd, causing a ripple of surprise. Many turned in astonishment. The speaker was a stern-faced student, also wielding a long spear, standing with the poise of a pine tree. His name was Wang Ping, a distinguished practitioner of spear techniques within the class, currently ranked 11th in martial arts. His skills in spear techniques had reached the pinnacle of the first stage intermediate level, nearing the first stage advanced. Wang Ping, you cannot be serious. Your spear technique is among the strongest in our class, someone beside him exclaimed incredulously. Wang Ping fixed his gaze intently on Qin Yan's figure in the arena, shaking his head. His tone remained calm, yet a flicker of unnoticeable turmoil danced in his eyes. I do not jest about such matters. Qin Yan's spear technique is indeed superior to mine. He simply could not comprehend the reason behind Qin Yan's astonishing rate of improvement. Chapter 3. Jianghai Wuda in the arena. Gu Feng faced Qin Yan's swift and fierce thrust. He shifted his footing, slightly angling his body, narrowly evading the gun's tip as it grazed his chest. However, it seemed that Qin Yan had anticipated this potential miss. At the very instant the spear's force waned, he sharply let his wrist drop, channeling power from his waist and hips. The spear's trajectory abruptly changed. Utilizing the recoil's momentum, the spear swept horizontally like a whip, targeting Gu Feng's lower body. The transition was fluid and natural, devoid of any stiffness. Gu Feng emitted a soft gasp, clearly taken aback. He deftly pushed off with his toes, gracefully retreating half a step, just in time to evade the fierce sweep. Qin Yan, undeterred by the setback, felt a surge of energy within him. The spear in his grasp seemed to come alive. Thrusting, stabbing, striking, entangling, circling, grabbing, pouncing, pinpointing, and flicking, he effortlessly employed fundamental spear techniques, weaving a relentless offensive that engulfed Gu Feng's form. Yet, Gu Feng's agility was astonishingly superior, allowing him to evade with minimal movement at the most critical moments. The training knife remained casually held in his hand, unblocked. As the prolonged assault yielded no result, Qin Yan's spirits began to sink. Teacher Gu's reaction speed and practical experience far exceeded his expectations. At that moment, Gu Feng, who had been evading, finally launched an attack. Seizing a minuscule opportunity as Qin Yan retracted his spear, the training knife shot forth like lightning. It precisely flicked upward, striking the spear's shaft at the point of pressure, an exemplary technique designed to disarm with finesse. A collective thought flashed through the minds of all the students. Here it comes. Previously, everyone had succumbed to this very move, losing their weapons. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yan's muscles tensed instantaneously. Rather than resisting the clever force, he twisted the spear sharply, simultaneously pressing his wrist downward. The knife's back scraped violently against the spear shaft, producing a resounding noise. The spear trembled violently, and Qin Yan felt an overwhelming force surge through him, numbing his entire arm. Yet, he gritted his teeth, grounding himself firmly, thwarting the spear's trajectory for being dislodged. Although he stumbled momentarily, appearing somewhat disheveled, he ultimately retained his grip on the spear. Gu Feng was genuinely surprised this time. He distinctly sensed that, in their brief clash, Qin Yan not only demonstrated excellent control over his strength, but also exhibited an unparalleled mastery of the spear and instantaneous reflexes that surpassed those of his peers. Very well. A student couldn't help but exclaim. He actually blocked it? Qin Yan is impressive. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Gu Feng's eyes as he remarked, "Not bad, Qin Yan." Just 4 words of praise rendered the entire venue momentarily silent. Teacher Gu actually praised someone? Some students whispered in disbelief. Of course. If you could withstand so many moves under Teacher Gu and block that strike, he would commend you too. Who do you think you're looking down on? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth. Nevertheless, the disparity in martial art skills between the two was ultimately too vast. In the subsequent exchanges, Gu Feng intensified the pressure, increasing his speed and employing more unconventional angles. Eventually, he seized another opportunity. With a deft flick and pull of the training knife, a clanging sound echoed as Qin Yan could no longer maintain his grip, and the spear clattered to the ground. Yet, despite his defeat, Qin Yan held his head high. "Qin Yan, well done," Gu Feng said, observing him with a noticeably softened tone. "Your spear technique should have reached a higher tier by now, correct?" "Indeed, Teacher Gu," Qin Yan replied, steadying his rapid breath with respect. In his mind, he recalled the system panel that only he could see. On that translucent interface, the following was clearly displayed. Spear technique. First stage, 66. Based on his exploration, the mastery thresholds were 130 for the beginner stage, 3160 for the intermediate stage, 6190 for the advanced stage, and above 90 for the pinnacle. His progress of 66 firmly placed him within the first stage of the advanced tier. Excellent. Continue to maintain this momentum, Gu Feng nodded, his tone laced with a subtle expectation. Now, you must strive to elevate your skills further before the college entrance examination. Achieving a score above 80 in martial arts will significantly enhance your chances of being admitted to a prestigious wuda, even if your vitality is somewhat lacking. "I will work hard, Teacher Gu," Qin Yan replied earnestly. Gu Feng refrained from elaborating further, his gaze sweeping over the roster. Next, number 34, Yu Luna. Qin Yan retrieved the spear and returned to the ranks. His friend Zhou Yuan eagerly approached, lightly punching him on the shoulder. "Brother Yan, you're incredible. You're the only one in the class to receive such an honor. Your stance was praised by Teacher Gu, and your martial arts skills were commended too." Qin Yan smiled, wiping the sweat from his brow. "It's nothing special. If you could also persevere and practice for 6 hours every day, Teacher Gu would certainly commend you as well." His continual recognition from Gu Feng was indeed partly due to his astonishing progress. However, more importantly, it was his relentless dedication and hard work that stood out. Once, he had arrived at the school gym before dawn to practice spear techniques, only to be coincidentally spotted by Gu Feng, who also had a habit of early morning workouts. Gu Feng, a retired soldier who had been injured on the battlefield, admired students who were willing to endure hardship and exhibit resilience. 6 hours? Spare me. Zhou Yuan dramatically clutched his head in despair. "I feel like I'm falling apart after practicing 4 hours a day. 6 hours is akin to suicide. Brother Yin, I'm not as tough as you. My goal is simply to get into our Lin Hai Wuda, and I would be grateful for that." Their ordinary class was the second most formidable after the elite class. Last year, 25 students from Class 1 were admitted to Wuda. Zhou Yuan's class ranked around 20th. Qin Yan smiled and remained silent. He understood all too well how arduous it was to maintain 6 hours of high-intensity training daily. Were it not for the system in his mind that transformed his sweat into tangible skill points, allowing him to witness concrete growth in the progress bar with each effort, he too might have struggled to persist in such a monotonous and often painful regimen without seeing immediate results. Many ultimately give up, not because they cannot endure hardship, but because, amid the endless repetition and gradual ascent, they gradually lose faith in the prospect of seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. In the center of the arena, Wang Ping, ranked 11th, also stepped forward. His spear technique was indeed fierce and rapid, yet he ultimately failed to provoke Gu Feng into revealing a second strike. Qin Yan meticulously observed every movement of Wang Ping, comparing it to his own. He concluded that, solely in terms of martial arts skills, he should now rank among the top 10 in the class. Half an hour later, the final student, Lin Yang, who held the first rank in the class, also fell short. Although he lasted the longest, he still failed to graze the hem of Gu Feng's garment. Gu Feng sheathed his blade and stood tall, his gaze sweeping over the silent students, his expression as calm as water. "I am quite disappointed in your performance today." His cold words struck each student like a heavy hammer upon their hearts. With only 3 months remaining until the college entrance examination, how could you hope to be admitted to your desired Wuda with the meager vitality and skill level you have displayed? His gaze first fell upon Lin Yang, who stood at the forefront. "Lin Yang, has your vitality surpassed 80 cards? Has your martial arts skill reached the second stage? With your current level, what makes you believe you can gain admission to Jianghai Wuda?" Lin Yang clenched his fists tightly, biting his lip, refraining from retorting. He knew Gu Feng spoke the truth. As the top-ranked martial arts institution in Jianghai province, Jianghai Wuda's admission criteria were starkly clear from the previous year: a minimum vitality requirement of 80 cards and a martial arts skill assessment score of 80 points. Yet, he had yet to meet either standard. The reprimands of Gu Feng reverberated through the vast arena, each word striking the students' nerves like a whip. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, an invisible sense of oppression mingling with anxiety for the future and shame for their inadequacies. Chapter 4. Cultivating a Warrior, a Daunting Challenge. Qin Yan felt the weight of the moment as well. He possessed the significant advantage of a panel that could accelerate his skill cultivation. In terms of martial arts, he was confident that with relentless practice, he could even aim for a perfect score of 100 before the college entrance examination. However, what about his vital energy? The enhancement of vital energy loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain. While foundational training could indeed expedite the refinement and growth of vital energy, without sufficient resources such as vital energy elixirs, pills, and high-grade medicinal cuisine, even mastering the foundational training to its 4th or 5th level would not yield rapid growth in vital energy. A standard vial of vital energy elixir commanded a staggering price of 2,000 huaxia coins. To swiftly enhance his vital energy essentially meant burning money. Given his modest, even impoverished family circumstances, he could hardly bear such a hefty expense. Observing the students bowing their heads in low spirits, Gu Feng knew the moment was ripe. His intention to instill a sense of reality was not to crush their confidence, but to temper their arrogance and impatience. He was acutely aware of the struggles faced by the students present. Most of the students in the ordinary class came from average backgrounds, unable to amass strength like the privileged students in the elite class who had resources at their disposal. Their only advantage lay in their relentless efforts. "Lift your heads." Gu Feng's voice suddenly rose in intensity. "What does it look like to be so downtrodden? The path of martial arts is akin to rowing against the current. Can you not withstand this pressure?" The students instinctively straightened their backs, refocusing their gazes on their coach. Once he saw that all attention was captured, Gu Feng continued. "The school has just issued a notice to motivate the senior students to prepare wholeheartedly for the college entrance examination in April's monthly test. The school will award scholarships to outstanding students." He deliberately paused, watching as the students raised their heads with renewed excitement in their eyes before he slowly revealed. "The top 50 in the grade will receive a reward of 30,000 huaxia coins." A wave of suppressed gasps rippled through the crowd. 30,000 huaxia coins. For many students, this was a substantial sum, enough to purchase 15 vials of vital energy elixirs. For the top 10, Gu Feng's voice resonated like a bell, silencing all noise. A reward of 50,000 huaxia coins, plus 10 vials of vital energy elixirs. The entire arena erupted into a frenzy. 50,000 cash, plus 10 vials of vital energy elixirs, a total value exceeding 70,000 huaxia coins. This bounty was sufficient to catalyze a student's vital energy and strength into a leap before the entrance examination. Students ranking high in class felt an immediate surge of excitement and fervor, their eyes ablaze with hope. This reward seemed genuinely within their grasp. Even Qin Yan felt his heart racing, blood coursing with newfound vigor. Having reached the 3rd level of his foundational training, his absorption efficiency and utilization of vital energy elixirs far surpassed his peers. If he could secure this reward, especially the abundant resources for the top 10, if he could elevate his foundational training to the 4th or even 5th level, at that point, his absorption of a single vial of vital energy elixir would be comparable to, if not surpass, others absorbing 4 or 5. "I must obtain this." Qin Yan clenched his fists tightly, prepared to dedicate the next month to this pursuit, striving for position in the top 50 or even the top 10. He rapidly calculated in his mind. The last recorded score for the 51st place was 74 vital energy and 73 in martial arts. In a monthly test, with equal weight on vital energy and martial arts, 74 vital energy converted to a score of 74. Thus, the total would be 147. Given the passage of time and the impending examination, competitors would undoubtedly utilize more resources to surge ahead, improving their scores. However, with the support of his system panel, as long as he expended sufficient effort, reaching or even surpassing this level should not be overly challenging. After announcing this momentous news and witnessing the rekindled resolve of the students, Gufeng chose not to elaborate further and simply declared the session dismissed. Students left the gymnasium in groups, animatedly discussing the recently unveiled reward scheme. This rare and generous investment from the school was undoubtedly a timely boon for them. Ordinary class students with generally average family conditions, serving as a crucial support on their journey to martial arts. Alas, this reward is wonderful, but it seems it has nothing to do with us, Zhou Yuan lamented as he walked, sighing. His overall ranking was in the upper tier of the class, making it exceedingly difficult to break into the top 50. Qin Yan patted his friend's shoulder. Success is contingent upon effort. We still have a month to prepare. In Xia country, and indeed across the entire Blue Star, martial artists held an esteemed position and wielded considerable power. Many large enterprises required high-level martial artists to oversee operations. And even smaller businesses needed at least a first-tier martial artist to serve as a safety consultant. Otherwise, they could not survive, unable to obtain the most basic safety production permits. Moreover, formidable martial artists bore the crucial responsibility of resisting the invasion of otherworldly civilizations. Powerful martial artists have always been the objects of admiration and envy among the youth. However, becoming a martial artist is no easy feat. The only path they currently knew to achieve this was through martial arts universities. Therefore, gaining admission to a martial arts university and becoming a martial artist was the shared ambition of senior students across the Blue Star. The two subsequently shared a simple lunch at the school cafeteria. Their trays primarily contained high-protein meats with a smattering of vegetables. The rigorous training of foundational exercises demanded significant physical energy, and these meals barely sufficed to meet their daily basic needs. To progress rapidly, they needed to rely on medicinal cuisine and elixirs, but those were exorbitantly priced, far beyond their means. Overall, direct consumption of vital energy elixirs offered the highest cost-effectiveness. Qin Yan ate voraciously, knowing he would practice marksmanship later that evening. As for foundational training, given his current vital energy levels, 2 hours of practice a day was his limit. This meal cost Qin Yan 50 coins. As a martial artist, he needed to maintain 3 meals a day, or his vital energy would falter. Daily meal expenses alone reached 150 coins, amounting to at least 4,005 huaxia coins per month. This was merely for basic sustenance, without accounting for vital energy elixirs, medicinal cuisine, and other expenses. Otherwise, costs would soar even higher. Martial arts are a costly endeavor. Cultivating a warrior is indeed a formidable challenge. Stepping out of the cafeteria, the two walked side by side toward their classroom. Upon arriving, they pulled out their textbooks and began their cultural studies. Cultural subjects were one of the 3 crucial components of the college entrance examination and could not be overlooked. Due to the limited capacity of the gymnasium, the school staggered the martial arts and cultural class schedules. Class 3-1 practiced martial arts every morning and studied cultural subjects in the afternoon. In comparison to vital energy and martial arts skills, the requirements for cultural subjects in the martial arts college entrance examination were not as stringent. With a perfect score of 100, a mere 60 sufficed. Only the 2 top-tier martial arts universities demanded a minimum of 70. The same applied to monthly tests. Grade rankings were based solely on the total scores of vital energy and martial arts skills, with cultural subjects requiring only a passing grade. Qin Yan opened his textbook and focused intently on his studies. The materials primarily covered the basics of human skeletal structures, meridians, and the internal organs. The training of martial artists essentially involved enhancing oneself, and much of the cultural curriculum revolved around this foundational knowledge. After studying diligently for the afternoon, he once again dined at the cafeteria that evening, spending another 50 huaxia coins. Qin Yan acutely felt the immense cost of martial arts training. I must gain admission to a martial arts university, Only then can I achieve success in martial arts. The university not only served as a pathway to becoming a martial artist, but also enjoyed preferential access to national resources. The more powerful the martial arts university, the greater the resources allocated by the state. Every examinee aspires to gain admission to a prestigious Wude, Jianghai Wude, the foremost institution in Jiangnan province. Stands as the ambition of Qin Yan. Simultaneously, it represents the dream of every student at Linhai No. 1 high school preparing for the Gaokao. However, the number of students who succeed in entering Jianghai Wude is exceedingly scarce. Last year, merely 7 students from Linhai No. 1 high school achieved this feat. Chapter 5, A Warm Home. As evening descends, the gymnasium radiates with bright lights. Numerous students are diligently honing their skills. Some practice standing postures to enhance their vitality, while others refine their martial arts techniques. Qin Yan and Zhou Yuan part ways, each selecting their own training area. Qin Yan retrieves his spear from the weapon rack and begins his practice. He starts with the fundamental spear techniques, thrusts, sweeps, lifts, and jabs, striving for perfection in every movement. The spear dances in his hands, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. As he delves deeper into his practice, he begins executing a complete set of spear techniques. Moving in harmony with the spear's momentum, his steps steady, and his thrusts akin to a dragon in flight. After 2 hours, students gradually begin to depart. Zhou Yuan, drenched in sweat, approaches to bid farewell. Yingu, I'm heading back. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Qin Yan replies, nodding, yet his spear continues to move. Lin Yang. Qin Yan's gaze drifts to another area, where a figure persists in practicing sword techniques. Lin Yang stands at approximately 1.75 meters, slightly shorter than Qin Yan, with an unremarkable appearance. However, at this moment, the long sword in his hand swirls with a fierce energy. The flashing blade emanates a sharp momentum, evidently showcasing his superior proficiency in swordsmanship compared to Qin Yan's spear skills. No wonder he is the top student in class. I still have a considerable distance to cover to reach Lin Yang's level. Qin Yan muses, suppressing distractions and focusing intently on his own spear techniques. As the darkness deepens outside, the number of students in the gymnasium dwindles. Qin Yan, I'm leaving too, Lin Yang announces, sheathing his sword and wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. Be careful on your way, Lin Yang. Qin Yan pauses his movements, smiling in response. They share a class and are among the few who train late into the night. Frequent encounters have fostered a solid friendship over time. Observing Qin Yan's slightly trembling arms and legs from fatigue, yet still maintaining his stance with the spear, Lin Yang feels a profound sense of admiration. He practices for 5 to 6 hours daily and already feels exhausted. Qin Yan, however, often trains even later. This determination makes Lin Yang feel inferior. It is no surprise that Qin Yan progresses so rapidly. He reflects, dragging his weary body away. In an instant, the vast gymnasium is left with only the sound of Qin Yan's spear slicing through the air and his heavy breathing. After persevering for another hour, Qin Yan finally concludes his training. His muscles ache intensely, every cell in his body crying out in fatigue. He carefully returns the spear to the rack and nearly collapses onto a nearby bench to rest. Gazing at the empty gymnasium, despite his extreme exhaustion, a smile gently graces his lips. Another day of diligent cultivation, yielding abundant rewards. Taking advantage of the respite, he once again concentrates his mind and opens the system panel that only he can perceive deep within his consciousness. Qing Tian Ichi Zhuang. Level 3, 87, Vitality, 66 calories mental strength, 41 spear technique. Level 1, 67, skill points. To note, hard work brings rewards. Excellent. I have accumulated 2 skill points, Qin Yan thinks with delight. Moreover, after this period of rigorous training, his proficiency in spear techniques has also increased by 1. A plaisante surprise. Though his body is utterly fatigued, his heart swells with the joy of achievement. Qin Yan focuses his spirit and allocates the 2 newly acquired skill points entirely to his spear technique. Instantly, a familiar warmth surges through his mind, flooding him with insights and techniques regarding spear usage, as if he had undergone rigorous training 1,000 times. He promptly checks the panel again. Spear technique. Level 1, 76. The 2 skill points have enhanced his proficiency by 9, a slight decrease in efficiency compared to the initial stages. Qin Yan contemplates this. He understands that in both skill and foundational training, the deeper one delves, the greater the challenge becomes, requiring more effort and comprehension. This reflects in the skill points, where consumption naturally increases. After resting for a while and regaining some strength, Qin Yan rises and departs from the gymnasium. At this moment, it is already 10 p.m. The sky has darkened to an inky black, and the city has donned its nocturnal attire. The distant skyscrapers flicker with neon lights. A colossal electronic billboard displays current trending news. Late February, the president of the Jianghai Province Martial Arts Association breaks through to the 7th tier. Achieving the status of a master, congratulations. Kyoto Wuda challenges Imo Du Wuda, with Imo Du Wu to suffering a great defeat, among other news, seemingly reminding him of the vastness of the world and his own insignificance in that moment. Qin Yan tightens his collar and quietly walks along the path home. After approximately 20 minutes, he arrives at the entrance of a somewhat aged residential complex, Guanlan Community. The name of the community is quite grand, yet the buildings and facilities within reveal the marks of time, appearing somewhat dilapidated. Welcome home, dear resident, the electronic gate greets mechanically. Qin Yan passes through the facial recognition system and enters the community. As he walks past the central pond, the children's play area, and several green spaces, he notes that although the community is worn, the basic infrastructure remains relatively sound. Before long, Qin Yan halts in front of a building. Unit 2 of Building 3 is his home. At that moment, a pair of warm little hands suddenly reaches from behind to cover his eyes. The delicate skin of the small hand suggests a young age. Little friend, guess who I am? A prize awaits if you guess correctly. A voice, attempting to sound mature, but unable to mask its childishness, calls out. With such rough skin, you must be Grandma Wong from next door, Qin Yan teases, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Get lost, Qin Yan. I think you're the old man from next door. The girl behind him quickly releases her grip and turns to face Qin Yan, puffing up her cheeks indignantly. My hands are so soft. How could they be rough? Have you lost your senses? Qin Yan chuckles, turning to look at his mischievous sister, Qin Shaoxi. At that moment, she stands with her hands on her hips, her small face radiating indignation, her large, bright eyes glaring at Qin Yan as if she were ready to pounce and bite him at any moment. Shaoxi, why did you come down? Qin Yan instinctively reaches out to ruffle her hair. Qin Yan, I've told you 100 times. Don't mess with my hair. It'll stunt my growth. Qin Shaoxi deftly dodges, her high ponytail swaying playfully. Why do you always come back so late? I was bored at home, so I waited for you downstairs. She pouts in response. Hearing this, a warm feeling surges within Qin Yan. He ceases his teasing and naturally takes his sister's hand. All right, let us go home. This time, Qin Shaoxi does not pull away, allowing her brother to lead her. She is playful but not unreasonable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have waited for him downstairs. Using his fingerprint to unlock the door, it clicks open, and the warm glow of the lights and the comforting scent of home envelop him. In the living room, only their mother, Chen Wan, is tidying up. A slightly stained work uniform rests on a nearby chair, evidently freshly changed by their father. Mom, where did Dad go? Qin Yan inquires. Your father just had a little incident at the factory and went back to handle it, Chen Wan replies. Qin Yan nods. His father is an ordinary factory worker, but he endures the most arduous and labor-intensive jobs. His mother, a primary school teacher, enjoys relative job stability, though her income is modest. Since Qin Yan entered high school and began his martial arts training, his father has frequently worked late into the night. Otherwise, the family could hardly bear the expenses associated with Qin Yan's endeavors. His father's job is arduous and exhausting, yet provides a decent monthly income of 9,000 Huaxia coins. His mother, Chen Wan, earns 500 Huaxia coins a month. After covering daily living expenses, the family can save approximately 7,000 Huaxia coins each month. However, this amount does not account for Qin Yan's meal expenses, which amount to 500 Huaxia coins each month. Consequently, the household can only afford to cover the cost of a single bottle of vitality potion each month, a sum that is only feasible due to his parents' frugality. At that moment, the sound of keys turning in the door was heard. Qin Shojing, Qin Yan's father, entered. His hair was slightly graying, his fingers were rough, and remnants of grease lingered beneath his nails. His face bore the marks of profound fatigue, yet upon seeing his wife and children at home, he made an effort to smile. No matter how difficult things were outside, as long as he saw his family safe and happy, everything was worthwhile. Chapter 6. A caring little cotton-padded jacket. Dad, you're back. Sit down quickly. Let me massage your shoulders. Qin Xiaoxi exclaimed, darting towards her father like a joyful little bird, pushing him down onto a chair and skillfully kneading his shoulders with her small hands. Ah, that feels good, Qin Shojing said, squinting his eyes in comfort. Xiaoxi, your skills are improving. Of course, I am Daddy's little cotton-padded jacket. Only you can enjoy this skill in the entire world, Qin Xiaoxi said proudly, lifting her chin. Neither brother nor mom can do it. All right, Qin Shojing chuckled, and the fatigue in his eyes seemed to dissipate considerably. Qin Yan watched this heartwarming scene, feeling warmth in his heart. Although the family lived in poverty, the deep affection and mutual support they shared were invaluable treasures that could not be exchanged for anything else. As their mother took Qin Shojing's dirty work clothes to wash, only the three of them remained in the living room. At this moment, Qin Shojing seemed to recall something, and his expression grew a bit complicated. He turned to Qin Yan and said, Xiao Yan, the college entrance examination is in 3 months. I have limited abilities and cannot help you much. Later, I will ask your mother to transfer you 20,000 Huaxia coins. You must eat and drink well at school. Do not deprive yourself. The demands of training are high, and you must ensure your nutrition is adequate. His tone carried a subtle hint of guilt and self-reproach, lamenting his inability to provide more substantial support for his son's martial arts journey. He recalled the son of the workshop director at the factory, who had enrolled in a prestigious martial arts university last year. It was said that his family provided 5 bottles of vitality potion each month, along with various other expensive medicinal supplements. The expenses of those children each month exceeded what his son would spend in an entire year. Okay, Dad, I will not let you down. I will definitely get into the martial arts university, Qin Yan replied, not rejecting his father's kindness. Even though he was uncertain where this 20,000 Huaxia coins would come from. However, this sum was crucial for him at the moment. The college entrance examination was his top priority. With the support of these 20,000 Huaxia coins, his chances of achieving good results in the upcoming monthly exam would significantly increase. Once he was admitted to the martial arts university and became a martial artist, all his problems would be solved. He could repay even 200,000 Huaxia coins if need be. Xiao Yan, do not feel pressured. It is okay if you do not get into the martial arts university. You can still pursue some liberal arts jobs in the future, his mother, Chen Wan, said as she approached. Seeing her son leave early and return late each day filled her with concern. Qin Yan shook his head. Without the martial arts skill panel, he might have accepted his mother's suggestion. However, he now saw a bright future ahead, not without its challenges but certainly promising. Seeing her son's determination, Chen Wan realized she could not persuade him otherwise. Qin Shojing smiled wearily, whispered a few words to his wife, and then they both retreated to their room to rest. Only Qin Yan and Qin Xiaoxi remained in the living room. Brother, Qin Xiaoxi moved closer, her voice laced with concern. Where did Dad get this money? He wouldn't have agreed to do something particularly dangerous or exhausting at the factory, would he? She was well aware of the family's financial situation. Over the years, in order to support Qin Yan, they had hardly managed to save 20,000 Huaxia coins. In the past, their parents had borrowed money from relatives, but they too needed funds for their own children as college entrance exams. How could they lend money when they were struggling themselves? Only their aunt's family had lent them 10,000 Huaxia coins, and they had yet to remind Qin Shojing to repay it. This kindness had always been remembered by the siblings. Don't overthink it, Qin Yan said, ruffling his sister's hair in a feigned attempt to lighten the mood. Dad has been working at the factory for so many years. He is a senior employee. Perhaps it is a special bonus or overtime pay from the factory. He is such a stable person. How could he take on dangerous work? Yet, as he spoke, he felt a weight in his heart, akin to his sister's unease. He knew a bit about the factory's conditions. Some workshops had extremely high labor intensity and even dealt with harmful substances, which would come with higher compensation. The calluses on his father's hands and the increasing gray in his hair flashed through his mind, reinforcing that his sister's suspicions might indeed hold some truth. Xiaoxi, don't worry, Qin Yan said with utmost seriousness. I promise you, I will definitely get into the martial arts university. At that time, I will ensure that our parents live a good life, and I will earn you plenty of pocket money so you can buy whatever you want. Humph, Qin Yan, you're bragging. I know your grades. Last time you ranked 35th in class. With those results, getting into the martial arts university is still a stretch, she teased. Last time was last time. I've made rapid progress recently. Coach Gu Feng praised me, saying that with hard work, I might even get into a key martial arts university, he replied confidently. With Dad's support, getting into a prestigious university is almost a certainty. You're not lying to me, are you? You can ask around at my school, and you'll know, Qin Yan added. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoxi's eyes lit up, clearly believing her brother's words. She recognized Coach Gu Feng's name. He was a genuine martial artist, known for his strict teaching and keen eye, having trained many students who were accepted into Jianghai Martial Arts University. If he had such high hopes for her brother, then there was certainly a significant chance. Even if he ultimately did not get into a prestigious institution, attending an ordinary martial arts university would still be a tremendous achievement. If you said it, after you get into the martial arts university, you must give me lots of pocket money. No backing out, Qin Yan. We'll pinky swear for 100 years. Qin Yan laughed as he extended his pinky. By the way, Xiaoxi, Qin Yan remembered something. Tomorrow, you could tell our parents the good news about my rapid progress and the hope of getting into the martial arts university. Let them be happy for a bit and relax. He had not had the chance to share this with his father before he went to rest. Okay, you can count on me. Qin Xiaoxi nodded vigorously, as if she were bearing a glorious mission. After chatting with his sister about amusing school stories for a while, the siblings returned to their respective rooms to rest. Meanwhile, in their parents' room, Qin Wan looked at her husband with concern. Qin Yi, have you agreed to take on some special tasks from the workshop director? Those jobs are both exhausting and dangerous. The pay may be high, but your health. I can endure a bit of hardship, Qin Shojing replied, embracing his wife, his voice weary yet resolute. We have already delayed Xiao Yan for too long. As a father, I must strive to help him before the college entrance examination. Chun Wan sighed, her eyes moist, gently tucking the blanket around her husband. Under the light, the calluses on Qin Shojing's hands and the new scars were particularly pronounced. For the sake of those 20,000 Huaxia coins, he had no idea how much sweat and risk he had endured. Chapter 7. The Sky-Raising Qi Pillar Perfect. In Qin Yan's room, he did not retire to bed immediately, but instead approached his desk and opened a drawer. Inside lay a transparent glass vial, quietly cradling a liquid as crimson as blood. It contained a qi and blood potion valued at 2,000 Huaxia coins. His gaze lingered on the potion for a moment before he gently closed the drawer. A little more patience would yield greater absorption efficiency once he broke through to the 4th level of standing meditation. Financial constraints compelled him to meticulously calculate and maximize the efficacy of every resource. After completing this, Qin Yan finally climbed into bed. Sleep is the most effective means to restore physical strength and nourish the spirit. It is said that those powerful warriors can go days and nights without rest. Yet he was far from achieving that. He required at least 6 hours of sleep each day to barely counteract the fatigue brought on by intense training. Lying in bed, Qin Yan soon fell into a deep slumber, gathering strength for the arduous training that awaited him the following day. At 4 o'clock the next morning, the alarm clock rang punctually. Qin Yan opened his eyes instantly and swiftly dressed. As he stepped out of his room and passed by his parents' and sister's rooms, he paused for a moment, casting a deep glance inside, silently reminding himself, I will surely be accepted into Wuda. He then quietly exited the house. Wishing not to disturb his family, he jogged lightly, reaching the school in just 10 minutes. Effortlessly, he opened the gymnasium doors, finding it indeed empty, save for the cold equipment and weapon racks silently illuminated by the lights. Qin Yan was accustomed to this. In the weapons area, he grasped his exclusive spear, flicked his wrist, and began a day of training. His rigorous training regimen comprised 2 hours of spear practice at dawn, 2 hours of standing meditation in the morning, and an additional 4 hours of spear practice or cultural studies in the evening, contingent on his physical stamina. This was the extreme training plan he had devised for himself. Given the limitations of his physical endurance, he adopted an alternating approach, focusing on 8 hours of training one day, followed by 4 hours of maintenance training on the next, emphasizing rest and cultural studies. This cycle ensured progress while preventing physical injuries. By this calculation, he could earn an average of 3 precious skill points every 2 days. With a month until the monthly examination, he wondered to what extent his martial arts skills could elevate by then. Filled with anticipation, Qin Yan wielded his spear with increasing vigor, the sound of it slicing through the air resonating clearly in the vast gymnasium. Day by day, Qin Yan's life transformed into a battle meticulously timed to the minute. Early morning spear practice, breakfast, standing meditation, lunch, a 1-hour nap to recuperate, totaling precisely 6 hours of sleep. Afternoon cultural studies, dinner, followed by more spear practice or cultural studies based on his fatigue level in the evening. Each day left him utterly exhausted, yet immensely fulfilled. Time flew, and before he knew it, a month had passed, bringing the day of the monthly examination closer. In the gymnasium, Qin Yan had just concluded a round of intense practice, wiping the sweat from his brow as he carefully returned his spear to its rack. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind and opened the system panel visible only to himself. Qin Yan Ichi Zhuang. Level 3, 90, Qi and Blood, 67 calories Spirit, 42 Spear Technique. Level 1, 80, Skill Points, 45 points Note. Hard work yields rewards. After a month of training, his various metrics had seen slight improvements. His gaze fixated on the astonishing number behind the skill points, 45. A full 45 points. This represented the culmination of a month's sweat and perseverance. He yearned to see what this month's efforts would yield. Without hesitation, Qin Yan immediately began to invest his skill points into spear technique. As the points were consumed, a cascade of profound insights regarding spear technique flowed into his mind as if he had undergone thousands of trials. On the panel, the proficiency of his spear technique began to soar at an astonishing rate. 84, 88, 91. Before long, it reached the critical threshold of 100. The progress bar paused momentarily. Then the initial designation of Level 1 faded away, replaced by the new designation of Level 2, 1. His spear technique had transcended. Qin Yan promptly ceased the infusion. Glancing at the results, the breakthrough had consumed 8 skill points, leaving him with 37 points remaining. Merely 8 points had elevated his spear skill to the lower tier of Level 2. The formidable effects of the system skill points had once again exceeded his expectations. The lower tier of Level 2 corresponded to a martial arts skill assessment score of 80. This had already met last year's admission standards for Jianghai Wuda. Perhaps Jianghai Wuda is not as daunting as it seems. However, Qin Yan shook his head, reminding himself to remain grounded. His Qi and Blood were still far from meeting the admission criteria for Jianghai Wuda. He attempted to invest another point into spear technique. The progress changed to 3. 1 skill point yielded 2 proficiency. After contemplating, Qin Yan decided to raise the spear technique progress to 21, consuming another 9 skill points. He could not afford to invest further. The improvements over the month had been remarkable, and one cannot afford to be overly ambitious. He resolved to temporarily halt any further enhancements to his martial arts skills. The mid-tier of Level 2 corresponds to a martial arts skill score of 90. His progress of 21 was just 9 points shy of the mid-tier, likely placing him above 86 points. His total score had already surpassed the top 50 in his grade, but still fell short of the top 10. With martial arts skills temporarily capped, he decided to bolster his standing meditation instead. Without delay, Qin Yan allocated all his remaining skill points to Qin Yan Ichi Zhuang. In an instant, the proficiency of his standing meditation began to surge wildly. The barrier of Level 3, 90, was shattered, and he surged directly into Level 4. The momentum of his ascent showing no signs of abating. Once surpassing 90, the growth rate gradually slowed, yet it continued to climb steadily. Under Qin Yan's eager gaze, the progress bar experienced another qualitative leap in a Level 5. Ultimately, when all skill points were exhausted, leaving only a final 1 point, the display for his standing meditation read, Qin Yan Ichi Zhuang. Level 5, Perfection. Level 5, Perfected. Qin Yan nearly erupted with joy. The significance was profound. Achieving the perfected state of standing meditation meant that his ability to refine the Qi and Blood potion would reach a terrifyingly efficient level. The effect of absorbing a single vial of Qi and Blood potion would far surpass that of an ordinary person, equating to the absorption effects of 4 or 5 vials. Chapter 8. The monthly examination approaches. In high spirits, Qin Yan took a brief rest before leaving the gymnasium to return home. His steps were light, as if he had shed an immense burden. Approaching his neighborhood, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Qin Xiao. She also noticed her brother. her large eyes lighting up as she rushed towards him. Qin Yan, seeing his sister waiting for him every night, without fail tugged at the softest corners of Qin Yan's heart, erasing the fatigue of the day in an instant. "Shall she? Let us head home," he said softly, his tone unusually gentle. "Why are you so late today? Did you sneak in extra practice again?" Qin Xiaoxi trotted over, sniffing around him like a little puppy, catching a whiff of his sweat. "Don't forget to shower when we get home." All right. I'll wash up as soon as we get inside." "That's more like it. Hurry up. Mom saved you some supper, if you don't eat it soon. It'll get cold." Qin Xiaoxi bounced ahead, her ponytail swaying playfully in the night breeze. The siblings chatted and laughed as they made their way home together. Once home, Qin Yan quickly washed up, had dinner, and exchanged brief greetings with his parents before retreating to his room, as usual. His family had long since grown accustomed to this. Becoming a martial artist was no easy feat upon entering his room and closing the door. The tranquility on Qin Yan's face was swiftly replaced by exhilaration. He hastily approached the desk, inhaled deeply, and slowly opened the drawer. Inside, 12 bottles of crimson vitality potions were arranged neatly, glimmering enticingly. These were purchased with the 20,000 kwai given by his father for 10 bottles, along with 1 bottle bought this month from his parents' frugal savings, and 1 bottle he had saved from the previous month. All his possessions were contained within. Success or failure hinged upon this moment. Without hesitation, Qin Yan seized a bottle, twisted off the cap, and downed several gulps with his head tilted back. The potion coursed through him, quickly transforming into a searing torrent that exploded within his body. Qin Yan immediately positioned himself at the center of the room, adopting a stance with his arms held aloft and his feet firmly planted. The perfected stance of Qi Tian Yi Qi began to operate instantaneously. A hum resonated as if a certain gate within him had been unlocked, and his vitality surged forth with unprecedented speed, ravenously absorbing the potion's energy. His skin flushed visibly, and wisps of white steam emanated from his pores, causing the room's temperature to rise slightly. The effect was astounding. Qin Yan felt a surge of astonishment within. The perfected stance absorbed energy at a rate several times stronger than his previous 3-layer stance. What once required nearly an hour to absorb was now devoured by his body in less than a quarter of that time. After finishing 1 bottle, Qin Yan could distinctly sense the vitality within him becoming more dynamic and abundant. However, upon checking the system panel, his vitality value remained stagnant at 67 Ka, not yet having achieved a breakthrough. This was to be expected. The enhancement of vitality required accumulation, and if growth were easily attainable, the path of a warrior would not be so arduous. Without any pause, Qin Yan promptly grasped the 2nd bottle of vitality potion and consumed it once more. Another quarter of an hour passed, and upon finishing the 2nd bottle, the numbers on the system panel finally flickered. 68 Ka. Effective. Qin Yan's gaze became intensely fervent as it drifted towards the remaining 10 bottles of vitality potions in the drawer. Tomorrow marks the monthly exam. Whether I can break into the top 10 of my grade and earn that reward depends on you. He reached out, resolutely grasping the remaining potions. It would be a sleepless night, but also a night of transformation for Qin Yan, as he soared to new heights of power. The next day, Qin Yan stepped out of his room, invigorated and free of any signs of fatigue from his late-night endeavors. Instead, his eyes sparkled with vitality, and his aura seemed to possess a newfound depth. As usual, he left home quietly at 4 in the morning, blending into the still slumbering city, resolute yet solitary. Upon arriving at school and entering the vast gymnasium, he once again seized his long spear and began his morning practice with unwavering focus. After 2 hours of training, he made his way to the cafeteria for breakfast. 50 huaxiao coins vanished in an instant. By the time he finished his meal, it was nearly 7 o'clock, and the cafeteria began to fill with students arriving for breakfast. "Yingge, you're here so early again," Zhou Yuan remarked, holding a nutritious meal and taking a seat across from Qin Yan with a smile. "Did you sneak in some extra training this morning? Which is why you came so early." Qin Yan chuckled. "You caught me. Hey, how long did you train extra?" 2 hours. "Yingge, that joke isn't funny at all." "I'm not joking." "All right, Yingge, I believe you." Yet Zhou Yuan's expression betrayed his skepticism. Qin Yan shook his head helplessly, understanding that such matters were indeed hard for others to fully believe. After their meal, the two left the cafeteria and merged with the crowd heading toward the school's large playground. Today was the day of the monthly exam. with the first vitality test taking place on the playground. The closer they got to the field, the more palpable the tension became. The path was thronged with hurried senior students, each face reflecting varying degrees of anxiety and anticipation. Whispers of encouragement, muttered self-affirmations, and friends encouraging one another could be heard. Upon arriving at the playground, they were greeted by a sea of heads. Each class stood in their designated areas, the lines relatively orderly. "Qin Yan, over here." Following the voice, Qin Yan spotted Lin Yang standing at the front of Class 1, waving at him. As the top student of his class, he naturally stood at the forefront. The two hurried towards their class's line. "Lin Yang, good morning," Qin Yan greeted. After exchanging pleasantries, they began conversing. "Qin Yan, do you see those 10 silver-gray contraptions on the playground?" Lin Yang pointed at. Following his gesture, Qin Yan observed 10 sleek, capsule-like machines arranged in the center of the field. They were entirely silver-gray, with closed hatches and clearly labeled with a Martial Arts Bureau certification on the sides. Each machine was connected to a large electronic display screen, currently dark, awaiting activation of data. "These are the latest versions of the vitality testing capsules." Lin Yang's voice took on a serious tone. "They are identical to the specifications that will be used for this year's college entrance examinations. The school has adhered strictly to the standards, ensuring minimal error. During the test, you simply lie inside, channel your vitality fully, and the final value will be displayed in real time on the screen behind you for all to see." Pausing briefly, a hint of anxiety crept into his tone. "Last time I tested, my vitality was 78 Ka. I wonder how much progress I can make this time." Chapter 9. Director of the Education Bureau. Wan Shueping, he was the top student of Class 1, having ranked 10th overall in the last school-wide evaluation, with the 9 students ahead of him all hailing from elite classes. "You've worked so hard lately. You will surely see improvement," Qin Yan encouraged, speaking from the heart as he had witnessed Lin Yang's dedication. "Do you think it's that simple? Just because I put in the effort doesn't guarantee results. Besides, in terms of effort, I'm still far behind you." Lin Yang responded with a wry smile, jokingly suggesting that perhaps this month's exam might see Qin Yan surpass him. Qin Yan merely smiled, not responding. After a night of frenzied training, surpassing Lin Yang was not entirely out of reach. Soon, all the senior students were lined up in an orderly fashion by class. An unspoken tension filled the air as each person was acutely aware of the stakes involved in this exam, which could determine their future paths and potential rewards. At that moment, on the podium, Principal Wu Ming stood attentively beside a middle-aged man. This man wore a sharply tailored dark administrative jacket, his demeanor serious and his gaze penetrating, exuding an imposing presence. He was Wan Shueping, the director of the Education Bureau of Linhai City. "Director Wan, rest assured, we still have a few promising talents in this cohort," Wu Ming said with a smile, introducing especially elite class students Zhao Bin, Liang Musheng, and Jiang Nan. "They are all excellent prospects. If they perform normally, gaining admission to Jianghai Martial University should be well within their reach." Wan Shueping merely nodded calmly, his gaze sweeping over the sea of students below. He directly posed the most pressing question. Among these 3 students, is there even a slight chance of them being admitted to those 2 top-tier martial universities? Wu Ming's smile instantly faltered, his expression becoming awkward. "Director Wan, the possibilities for those top-tier martial universities are quite slim at this moment. The 2 esteemed institutions that stood at the pinnacle of the nation had admission standards that were exceedingly rigorous. It was not merely about high scores. They held exceptional requirements for talent and potential. Such aspirations were beyond what a school like Linhai No. 1 High School could easily entertain." Upon witnessing Wu Ming's reaction, Wan Shueping's expression darkened, his restraint barely containing his anger as he whispered, "The Education Bureau has provided your school with ample resources over the years. Yet what do you produce? Fewer than 10 students capable of entering Jianghai Martial University each year. Wu Ming, don't you think you owe me an explanation?" Wu Ming was taken aback by the sudden reprimand, feeling utterly bewildered and aggrieved. The educational resources were not hoarded by him in the slightest. However, he could discern that Director Wan was in a particularly foul mood today, evidently harboring frustrations with no outlet. He could only hastily nod and bow, apologizing profusely. "Indeed. Director Wan, your criticisms are well taken. We will certainly double our efforts and strive to surpass 10 this year." These leaders were undeniably demanding, and Wu Ming silently lamented his plight. Wan Shueping observed Wu Ming's obsequious demeanor, and his anger subsided slightly. He understood that this matter could not be solely blamed on the other party. The educational resources and conditions in Linghai City were evident. It was already commendable that the first high school managed to consistently produce a few students for Jianghai Wuda each year. Recently, however, the pressure on him had become overwhelming. Not long ago, a significant position had become vacant in the Jianghai Provincial Education Bureau, providing him with an opportunity for promotion. Yet the director of the neighboring Hushan City Education Bureau was also on the list for promotion, and his achievements were evidently far superior to those of Linghai City. Wan's chances of advancement were significantly diminished compared to his rival. If it were merely a matter of not being promoted, he would not have lost his composure. The crux of the issue lay in the fact that he had a long-standing grudge against the director from Hushan City, a deep-seated animosity. Should that individual ascend to a higher position and become his direct superior, he would undoubtedly exploit his authority to create obstacles for Wan. At that point, not only would his career be jeopardized, but he might even find himself ousted from his current position as director of the Education Bureau, potentially forced into early retirement under some pretext. This situation had caused him considerable distress, disrupting his peace of mind. The promotion assessment results were expected to be announced in about 4 months, shortly after the college entrance examination results were released. After much contemplation, he realized that the only way to create a miracle and reverse the situation in the short term was through the results of the college entrance examination. If Linghai City could produce even a single student who gained admission to a top-tier martial arts university, it would serve as a brilliant achievement, a powerful asset capable of tipping the scales in his favor. With such a triumph, he would have the opportunity to outshine his rival and secure a promotion. He arrived at the first high school, filled with anticipation, hoping to discover a hidden prodigy among the students. However, the responses he received indicated that the likelihood was quite slim. Unable to contain his frustration, he vented his anger on Wu Ming. Director, shortly we will conduct the monthly examination for our senior students, beginning with the vital energy assessment. Noticing that Wan's anger seemed to dissipate somewhat, Wu Ming quickly seized the opportunity to shift the topic. If you have the time, perhaps you could stay and observe. You might find some unexpected talents among this batch of students. Wan Shueping took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation, and nodded. At this juncture, his political future largely depended on this year's martial arts college entrance examination. Linghai First High School was the best in the city, and it represented his greatest hope. Deep down, he too yearned for a miracle to unfold. In the front of class 3-1, Gu Feng gathered the elite class and the ordinary class 1 students together for a final address. His voice was steady and powerful, clearly reaching every student's ears. During the upcoming test, follow the school's arrangements. The elite class will go first, followed by our class 1. The testing order will be based on your student numbers. All of you remember this, maintain order, and do not disrupt the flow. We must not disgrace our class. After completing the test, return immediately to your designated area and await the results. No wandering or whispering aloud. Afterwards, I will lead you in the martial arts skills assessment. Do you all understand? Understood. The students replied in unison, their voices tinged with palpable excitement and nervousness. Gu Feng nodded in satisfaction, refraining from further comments, and moved to the front of the class, arms crossed, silently awaiting the commencement of the tests. After a moment, the loudspeaker on the playground announced clearly, "Attention students. The April monthly examination for Linghai First High School, the Vital Energy Assessment, is now beginning. Please prepare, elite class." Names were announced in succession: Zhao Bin, Liang Musheng, Zhou Nan, Zhao Xiaowei. The 10 students were called to enter in an orderly fashion. As the last name was called, 10 students from the elite class immediately stepped forward. 3 girls and 7 boys, each exuding an air of composure and confidence unique to the elite. They were the top 10 students in the comprehensive rankings of their class. Forming a line, they marched steadily towards the 10 vital energy testing chambers at the center of the playground, under the watchful eyes of the entire school. What's with their arrogance? That last one, Zhao Xiaowei, didn't even rank higher than me last time, Lin Yang muttered to Qin Yan, a hint of annoyance in his tone. However, he quickly reined in his discontent, adopting a more serious demeanor. But I do respect the top 3. Their results are reportedly solid enough to meet the Jianghai Wuda admission line. As long as they don't underperform, getting into Jianghai Wuda is almost a certainty. They are indeed impressive, Qin Yan acknowledged sincerely. He was acutely aware of the gap between himself and those 3. Yet, Lin Yang shifted the conversation, expressing a more complex sentiment. But that doesn't hold much weight. If they aim for universities ranked even higher than Jianghai Wuda, like Thunder Marshall University in the neighboring province, they might still face insurmountable challenges. Last year, the cutoff for Jianghai Wuda was 80 cards for vital energy and 80 points for martial arts skills, a reflection of local protective policies for our province's students. Out-of-province candidates face elevated standards for admission. Likewise, it will be tougher for us to gain entry into equivalent universities in other provinces. Thus, it was likely that those three would ultimately apply to Jianghai Wuda, unless their scores significantly surpass the admission criteria. However, that would be no small feat. Each incremental gain in vital energy or skills was akin to climbing a mountain. As Qin Yan and Lin Yang engaged in their discussion, with Lin Yang doing most of the talking while Qin Yan listened quietly, he realized for the first time that Lin Yang, typically reserved and focused on his training, had a knack for conversation and a broad knowledge base regarding the admission policies and difficulties of major martial arts universities. Perhaps the rigorous training had left him too drained and stifled, making this rare opportunity to converse a welcome relief. Meanwhile, on the playground, the 10 elite students had sequentially entered the silver-gray vital energy testing chambers. As the doors slowly closed, a low hum resonated, and the indicator lights on the side of the equipment shifted from green to red, flashing rapidly. An invisible energy field enveloped the testing chambers, and the students within began to exert their vital energy with fervent determination. In the next moment, the large electronic screen behind them lit up dramatically, vividly displaying a series of bright red values. Zhao Bin, 82 cards. Zhou Nan, 82 cards. Liang Musheng, 81 cards. Shui Wan, 79 cards. A wave of astonished gasps and whispers erupted across the playground. 82 cards. Both Zhao Bin and Zhou Nan have scored 82 cards. Incredible. My goodness. Not only is Zhou Nan beautiful, but her strength is also fearsome. These three are guaranteed to enter Jianghai Wuda. Truly a proud moment for our first high school. The subsequent students also performed admirably, with the lowest score being 77 cards. Is this what it means to be in the elite class? Qin Yan marveled at the impressive vital energy results of the top 10 elite students. Though the remaining students scored below 80 cards, even the lowest score reached 77 cards. No doubt, they're the elite class, he mused silently. After the 10 students completed their tests and returned to the line, Gu Feng nodded in approval, a look of commendation evident on his face. The performance of these three individuals has indeed exceeded his expectations, significantly surpassing the results of previous monthly assessments. If, in the following 2 months, they can break through the threshold of 84 units of vitality, they may have the opportunity to aspire to institutions of higher caliber than Jianghai Wu University. Naturally, he is aware of the challenges ahead. Surpassing the 80-unit barrier is notoriously arduous, with each incremental increase becoming increasingly difficult. Soon, the announcement echoed once more as another group of elite class students stepped forward for testing. Round after round, the elite class completed their assessments in quick succession. It was now the turn of the ordinary one class. Lin Yang, as the top student in his class, was the first to approach. Qin Yan, holding student ID number 35, had to wait. He observed the vitality testing chamber occupied by Lin Yang, curious about the level this top student could achieve. Lin Yang reclined into the testing chamber, and the door sealed shut. As the machine hummed to life, he let out a powerful shout, unleashing his full vitality. Moments later, the electronic screen displayed the results, 79 units. Lin Yang emerged from the chamber with a smile, quite pleased with this outcome. With 2 months remaining, he was optimistic about breaking the 80-unit mark. Lin Yang, well done. Gu Feng rarely offered praise, but encouraged him to maintain this momentum. With such progress, Jianghai Wu University seemed very attainable. Yes, Teacher Gu, I will continue to strive. Lin Yang responded loudly, confidence radiating from his demeanor. He returned to the front of the line, exuding an air of triumph. During this time, Zhou Yuan also underwent testing, achieving a result of 69 units. Given this performance trajectory, gaining admission to Linhai Wu University appeared quite feasible. Before long, it was Qin Yan's turn. Qin Yan, you can do it. Stay steady. Both Lin Yang and Zhou Yuan cheered him on. Qin Yan nodded in acknowledgement, took a deep breath, and walked toward the designated vitality testing chamber number 5. He lay down inside, The interior was soft and accommodating, causing him no discomfort. As the door closed, an electronic voice prompted, "Please unleash your vitality." Qin Yan focused his mind, then followed the instructions to channel his vitality with full force. The testing chamber vibrated slightly as the indicator lights flickered rapidly. He felt a peculiar sensation sweeping across his body, his vitality surging forth. The large screen outside began to display rapidly fluctuating numbers before stabilizing at one final figure. Qin Yan, 72 units. Exiting the chamber, Qin Yan returned to the class line with a calm expression. He had already learned of his 72-unit vitality through the system panel and felt no significant reaction. However, Gufeng gazed at the number displayed on the screen, his face instantly reflecting a profound disbelief. 72 units. While this value might rank merely in the upper echelon of the grade, it was Qin Yan's own achievement. Gufeng distinctly recalled that just over a month ago, Qin Yan's vitality had not exceeded 67 units. What a remarkable change in such a short time. Such a rapid enhancement was astonishing. Gufeng observed Qin Yan's figure, his expression complex. He had previously noted Qin Yan's diligent training and swift progress, suspecting that he might be a late bloomer, and he held a great appreciation for him. "Brother Yan, you are incredible." Zhou Yuan nearly leaped with excitement, whispering enthusiastically, "With this result alone, you could certainly rank in the top 10 of our class. Coupled with your advanced marksmanship skills, when the overall rankings come out, Brother Yan, you will undoubtedly possess top-tier class strength." As a close friend, he was well aware of Qin Yan's challenging family circumstances and understood his fervent desire to gain admission to Wu University to change his fate. Witnessing such substantial progress in his friend filled him with genuine joy. Lin Yang stood astonished. He had known that Qin Yan trained tirelessly, having reached the third level of stance training, so improvement was expected, yet this magnitude far exceeded his imagination. "Qin Yan, I am at a loss for words." Qin Yan merely smiled and replied, "I was just fortunate. I have felt a smoother flow in my training lately." He reflected on the notion that with effort, rewards would follow. Before long, all students in the Ordinary 1 class had completed their vitality assessments. Gufeng gathered them and led them to the next evaluation site for martial arts skills testing. Meanwhile, on the podium, Principal Wu Ming felt a sense of unease. Hesitant to speak, the expression of Director Wan Shueping beside him remained grim. Although this year had seen 2 promising students achieving 82 units, surpassing previous years, it appeared to fall short of Director Wan's expectations. Wu Ming pondered the reason for such a demeanor when the students were evidently excellent. Once the results of the martial arts skills assessments are available, ensure all the data, especially that of the high scorers, is organized and delivered to me promptly. Wan Shueping instructed in a low tone, tinged with dissatisfaction, eager to uncover any surprises in martial arts skills. "Understood, Director Wan. I will ensure it is delivered to you at the earliest opportunity." Principal Wu Ming replied with utmost respect. Wan Shueping nodded, saying no more, and turned to leave the playground. He intended to visit several other high schools in the city, fully aware that the likelihood of witnessing a miracle was exceedingly slim. On the other side, Gufeng led the students out of the school gates. Noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces, he began to explain. "This month's test aims to completely simulate the college entrance examination environment. Hence, the martial arts skills assessment will not take place on campus. We will utilize professional venues and equipment equivalent to those of the college entrance examination to ensure the accuracy and authority of the results." Qin Yan understood at once. In previous assessments, whether for vitality or skills, evaluations were primarily conducted by the school's instruments and teachers, inevitably leading to minor discrepancies. Conducting such a highly realistic test before the college entrance examination was indeed necessary. After walking for about 10 minutes, the group arrived in front of an imposing silver-gray building. The architectural style was stark and modern, with a prominent emblem and a sign for the Linhai City Martial Arts Administration, exuding an air of solemnity and authority. "Are we testing here?" Lin Yang exclaimed in surprise. "What kind of institution is this?" Qin Yan inquired curiously, while Zhou Yuan cast a questioning glance. Their knowledge of the Martial Arts Bureau was limited. The vitality testing chambers back at the playground were said to be specialized equipment provided by the Martial Arts Bureau. Lin Yang explained in a hushed tone. "Consider this. An organization capable of supplying equipment to meet college entrance examination standards must have a significant background. Moreover, Coach Gu once mentioned, albeit inadvertently, that the Martial Arts Bureau holds a very distinguished position and specifically warned me not to speak of it outwardly. Just keep this information among yourselves and do not let it spread. Walking ahead, Gu Feng's lips twitched slightly as he clenched his fists. As a true martial artist, he was keenly aware and heard every word of Lin Yang's whispered conversation. Internally, he made a mental note. This boy will be dealt with later. At that moment, a staff member dressed in a deep blue uniform and wearing a serious expression emerged from within. Gu Feng promptly approached, presenting his teaching credentials and the school letter. Engaging in a brief exchange, after verifying the information, the staff member nodded, indicating that the group could enter. Students, once inside, please follow the staff's instructions at all times. Absolutely no wandering off. Gu Feng turned around, sternly admonishing them. After the test is complete, we will regroup here at the entrance. Is that clear? Understood. The students chorused in unison, filled with curiosity and tension as they followed the staff into the mysterious building. The interior hall was spacious and brightly lit, yet the atmosphere was notably quiet and solemn. Soon, several staff members arrived and divided the group into smaller teams, leading them to different testing areas. Qin Yan was separated from Zhou Yuan and Lin Yang, and he was taken to a quiet waiting hall where he joined some classmates in anticipation. The students were called in one by one to enter the testing room. The hall was serene, with only the occasional calling of names and the slightly tense sounds of breathing breaking the silence. Before long, it was Qin Yan's turn. He stood up in response and followed a staff member down a corridor into a private room. Name, Qin Yan. Vitality, 72 cards. The staff member recorded Qin Yan's information. Number 110. This is your information card. When you enter the room, insert the information card into the puppet, draw your weapon, and engage in combat with the puppet. The staff member handed him a silver card while advising him. Qin Yan took it gratefully and proceeded toward the room behind him. The room was modestly sized, surrounded by walls made of special, sound-absorbing material. On one side stood a weapons rack, equipped with an array of conventional weapons including knives, guns, swords, and staffs. Qin Yan glanced around and noted the absence of obscure weapons like the ancient Shur, wondering how his classmate Xiao Hua would fare in the test. In the center of the room stood a humanoid puppet, constructed entirely of a matte black metal, nearly 2 meters tall, with intricate structures and joints that glimmered with a faint blue light, exuding a sense of technology while simultaneously radiating a chilling pressure. This was the testing puppet. Qin Yan understood. He approached the weapons rack and selected a standard long gun, weighing it in his hands and finding it satisfactory. Then he stepped up to the puppet and inserted the silver information card into a slot in its chest. Beep. Information entry successful. Candidate Qin Yan, Vitality, 72 cards. The test is about to commence. Please retreat to a safe area. A cold electronic voice announced. Following the instructions, Qin Yan stepped back, positioning himself with the gun in hand, and his mind immediately calmed, his gaze sharply fixed on the puppet. Chapter 12. Qin Yan. 86 points 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The test begins. The moment the countdown concluded, the previously motionless puppet's eyes ignited with a frightening red glow. Without any warning, it exerted force with its feet, its metallic body springing into action, delivering a punch directly toward Qin Yan's face, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Qin Yan flicked his wrist, thrusting the long gun forward to accurately strike at the puppet's wrist joint. Clang! The crisp sound of metal colliding echoed throughout the room, sparks flying. The puppet's fist was slightly deflected by the shot, yet it did not pause. Its other dark metallic fist was already raised, crashing down upon Qin Yan with even greater ferocity. Qin Yan horizontally positioned the gun, skillfully redirecting the force to the side, while simultaneously leaping backward, distancing himself from the puppet. This puppet attacks rather clumsily. Qin Yan pondered, perplexed as to how such awkward combat techniques could accurately test martial arts skills. However, the subsequent developments quickly overturned his assumptions. The puppet lunged again, its fists flailing in an unrelenting assault. Qin Yan soon discovered that this puppet resembled a martial arts prodigy with extraordinary learning capabilities, its punching techniques evolving at a visibly rapid pace. Initially, its direct and swinging punches were powerful yet predictable. But as the exchanges continued, its techniques became increasingly sophisticated, incorporating evasion, blocking, feints, and combinations in a dazzling array of skills. The application of force also became more nuanced, no longer relying solely on brute strength. If at first, it exhibited merely a rudimentary level of skill, after exchanging dozens of blows, its prowess had already ascended to an advanced stage, continuously climbing towards the threshold of a higher tier. Qin Yan's expression shifted from initial ease to growing seriousness, ultimately becoming wholly focused, wary of any lapse in attention. He finally comprehended the principle behind this puppet test. It would continuously improve during combat, stacking buffs and compelling the tester to showcase their full prowess until they could no longer keep pace with its escalating speed and succumb to defeat. Indeed, formidable. This was the true nature of the Martial Arts Bureau's evaluation. Qin Yan felt a chill run down his spine, simultaneously igniting his competitive spirit. His second-tier, low-level gun techniques erupted in full force. The shadows of the gun transformed into a series of silver barriers, accurately targeting each flaw in the puppet's assault like pinpoint stars. Inside the room, the clanging of metal resonated like a torrential downpour. Sparks incessantly erupted from the collisions between the gun's tip and the puppet's iron fists. The puppet's martial skills finally broke through a certain threshold, officially reaching the second-tier standard. Its onslaught became even more frenzied and unpredictable, with punches filling the air, nearly obscuring Qin Yan's figure. Qin Yan, too, pushed his gun techniques to their limits, his focus sharp, with only the myriad of punches and their subtle openings in his sight. Gritting his teeth, he wielded the long gun with impenetrable precision. Every block and counterattack encapsulated all his spirit and strength. This was no longer merely a test. It resembled a life-and-death struggle against a formidable adversary whose power was rapidly escalating. However, the puppet's advancement appeared limitless. After enduring another 10 rounds, Qin Yan ultimately could not match the terrifying speed and increasingly intricate punching techniques. Finally, in a clash, he felt a remarkably clever internal shockwave travel through the gun barrel, causing pain to his hands as the long gun slipped from his grasp. Clang! The long gun fell to the ground. Qin Yan's heart tightened as he prepared to counter the impending attack, but the puppet abruptly ceased all motion, its red light extinguished, as if all energy had been suddenly drained, standing frozen in place. Simultaneously, the cold electronic voice resounded once more. Challenger Qin Yan, rounds endured, 74. Martial arts skill evaluation score, 86 points. Qin Yan let out a long breath, his chest heaving, sweat glistening on his forehead. He gazed at the now motionless black puppet, still feeling a lingering apprehension. The Martial Arts Bureau's evaluation was indeed exceedingly rigorous, yet authentically reflected one's strength. He steadied his breath, retrieved the long gun from the ground, carefully returned it to the weapons rack, and then approached the puppet to reclaim his information card. 86 points, quite close to my previous assessment. He felt satisfied with this result. Exiting the testing room and submitting his information card, he made his way to the assembly point at the entrance. By the time he arrived, many classmates were already waiting, including Zhou Yuan and Lin Yang, who had evidently completed their tests. The two were whispering to each other, engrossed in conversation. This puppet is truly monstrous, becoming stronger with each encounter. Lin Yang, how many rounds did you last? I only managed a mere 63 rounds, scoring 78 points. Zhou Yuan, what about you? Lin Yang inquired. Zhou Yuan's lips twitched as he replied, I got 69 points. He ultimately refrained from disclosing his specific number of rounds, as the disparity was too significant. Brother Yin, Qin Yan, have you completed your test? Both turned to greet him in unison. Or are you two discussing? Qin Yan approached with a smile. Lin Yang chuckled and said, Oh, nothing much, just sharing our experiences of being utterly defeated by that monstrous puppet. He casually continued, Qin Yan, how many rounds did you last? With your rigorous training, your score must be impressive. Well, it was decent. That puppet is indeed formidable. I lasted 74 rounds but ultimately lost, Qin Yan replied candidly. 74 rounds? That is quite good. Wait, how many rounds did you say? 74 rounds. Qin Yan, what did you say? I didn't catch that. Lin Yang initially responded instinctively, but then suddenly realized, his eyes widening in disbelief as he involuntarily raised his voice. 74 rounds? That is simply outrageous. As far as I know, managing to last 65 rounds is considered an exceptional feat in our grade. You heard correctly. It was 74 rounds, and the final score was 86 points. Qin Yan calmly reaffirmed. Lin Yang and Zhou Yuan stared at Qin Yan in disbelief. They believed in his integrity and that he would not jest about such matters. Yet this outcome was utterly beyond their comprehension. An astounding 86 points, indicating that his martial arts skills were on the verge of breaking through to the intermediate second stage. Moreover, the admission standard for top martial arts universities was merely 90 points. Just a month ago, Qin Yan's martial arts prowess was beneath Lin Yang's. How could he have progressed so rapidly? The situation seemed far too unrealistic. At that moment, Gu Feng's phone rang. He stepped aside to take the call, and upon hearing something on the other end, his expression shifted from disbelief to overwhelming joy. What? Are you serious? Great. Great. I understand. That's wonderful. He exclaimed into the phone, his voice trembling with excitement. After hanging up, Gu Feng strode toward Qin Yan with purpose, clapping him on the shoulder, his face beaming with uncontainable joy. You little rascal. Qin Yan, you have truly given me an immense surprise. Noticing Gu Feng's reaction, Qin Yan understood that his score had been promptly communicated to the coach by the Martial Arts Bureau. It's all thanks to your guidance. Coach Gu, he maintained his humility. Spare me that. Do you think I'm unaware of how much I've taught you? Gu Feng chided with a smile, his admiration for Qin Yan palpable. Your achievements today are almost entirely due to your own hard work. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Remaining humble and composed, you are destined for greatness. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan and Lin Yang looked on in confusion, utterly baffled by their exchange. Coach Gu, what is happening? Lin Yang could not contain his curiosity. What's going on? Has Qin Yan not informed you of his martial arts test score? Gu Feng glanced at Qin Yan, then back at the bewildered pair. He mentioned it, but Zhou Yuan scratched his head, feeling too shy to admit they had not dared to believe it. Haha, perfectly normal. Gu Feng laughed heartily, to be honest. Had it not been for the Martial Arts Bureau calling me directly to confirm, I would not have believed it myself. After all, it is simply too. He shook his head, at a loss for words. In a month, soaring from the high first stage to near the intermediate second stage, such talent and pace of improvement were comparable to the core disciples of legendary martial arts families. As Lin Yang and Zhou Yuan absorbed Gu Feng's words, they finally grasped the truth of Qin Yan's claims. It was all indeed genuine. They exchanged glances, each reflecting profound shock and a hint of disbelief, rendered speechless. Their conversation had not been conducted in hushed tones. Soon, the keywords Qin Yan, 86 points, and 74 rounds spread like wildfire among the students waiting to assemble. Initially, everyone's first reaction was one of incredulity. What a joke. 86 points? Surely à fabrication. 74 rounds? How could he have endured against such a formidable opponent? However, the information was soon validated by Coach Gu Feng himself, confirming it as the official result from the Martial Arts Bureau. Skepticism swiftly gave way to astonishment and uproar. The gazes directed at Qin Yan transformed entirely, filled with shock, envy, disbelief, and even a hint of reverence. The name Qin Yan, alongside his staggering score of 86 points, swept through all the students who had completed their assessments like a whirlwind. This news reached Lin Hai Yizhong with remarkable speed, landing in the ears of Principal Wu Ming. While attending to administrative duties in his office, upon receiving the call and hearing the news, he was momentarily taken aback before leaping to his feet, his face instantly alight with elation. How many? 86 points? Are you certain it's 86 points? Is this the Qin Yan from our ordinary class? He fervently confirmed over the phone, nearly jumping for joy upon receiving an affirmative response. Fantastic! Heaven bless our Yizhong! Heaven bless our Yizhong! Wu Ming exclaimed, pacing excitedly in his office. It had been years since Lin Hai City had produced a student with such exceptional martial arts skills. This was undoubtedly the biggest dark horse in this year's college entrance examination. Suddenly, he recalled the stern, expectant expression of Director Wan Xueping from that morning. Of course, Director Wan is waiting for this. He is looking for a miracle worker. Wu Ming promptly grabbed his phone, dialed Wan Xueping's number, and eagerly awaited an answer. The call was almost immediately answered. Director Wan, good news. Extraordinary news. Wu Ming's voice trembled with excitement. Our school. Yes, it's Yizhong. We just had a student achieve a martial arts score of 86 points during the Bureau's test. His name is Qin Yan. He is from the ordinary class. Absolutely confirmed. The score has been directly validated by the Martial Arts Bureau. A brief silence fell on the other end of the line, as if the news had rendered Wan Shueping momentarily speechless. Soon after, a voice crackled through the receiver, elevated and tinged with excitement. What? 86 points? Are you sure? Good, good, excellent. Wait for me. Wu Ming, stay at the school. I'll be there immediately. Without waiting for a reply, the call was abruptly ended. One could only imagine the excitement and impatience that had overtaken Wan Shueping, likely propelling him at breakneck speed toward Lin Haizhong. Along the way, both elite and ordinary class students occasionally cast glances in their direction. Initially feeling somewhat uneasy, Qin Yan soon grew accustomed to the attention. Upon arriving at the school, he detached himself from the group and made his way toward the principal's office. On the way, Coach Gu Feng informed him that the principal wished to speak with him and advised him to perform well, as there might be unexpected rewards in store. Unexpected rewards? Could the principal be planning to offer him a reward? Qin Yan pondered. Before long, upon reaching the principal's office, he hadn't even knocked when a robust voice resonated from within, imbued with barely concealed excitement. Come right in. This voice did not seem to belong to Principal Wu. Qin Yan paused for a moment, but did not hesitate to push the door open. Inside the office, Principal Wu Ming was engaged in conversation with a stern-looking, charismatic middle-aged man. Upon noticing Qin Yan's entrance, Principal Wu immediately approached him with warmth, a broad smile adorning his face. Qin Yan, you've arrived. Splendid. I never expected our Yizhong could cultivate such an outstanding talent. He clapped Qin Yan's shoulder enthusiastically, his tone filled with pride. An 86-point martial arts score? With 72 points in vitality, achieving such remarkable progress within a month is truly impressive. Absolutely remarkable. Without waiting for Qin Yan to respond, Principal Wu wrapped an arm around his shoulder, guiding him toward the middle-aged man, and introduced him solemnly. Qin Yan, this is Director Wan Shueping from the Linhai City Education Bureau. Upon learning of your martial arts score of 86 points, he was exceedingly pleased and made a special trip to Yizhong just to meet a talent like you. Director of the Education Bureau. Qin Yan's heart raced at the realization. In this era, where martial prowess was paramount, the head of the Education Bureau, responsible for resource allocation across the city, wielded power and influence beyond ordinary imagination. He had never anticipated that such a prominent figure would come to meet him personally. Director Wan, hello. Qin Yan suppressed the tumult within, greeting him respectfully, his demeanor neither submissive nor arrogant. Qin Yan, there is no need to be nervous, Wan Shueping replied, a serene smile gracing his face. His tone was gentle, devoid of any condescension. Today, I come as a mentor and educator, simply wishing to meet the future star of Linhai City. Qin Yan secretly let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Director Wan was not difficult to deal with. If Wu Ming, who was nearby, had known Qin Yan's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly have shouted internally, not difficult to deal with at all. The only reason Wan Shueping is treating you so amiably is that he sees a glimmer of hope for you to enter a top-tier martial arts university. Indeed, it was merely a glimmer. Gaining admission to the two premier martial arts universities was exceedingly challenging. To gain entry, one required not only ample resources, but also formidable talent and potential. While resources might barely push one's vitality to 80 cards, every card beyond that was a formidable barrier. Martial arts skills, on the other hand, relied purely on comprehension and innate talent. With an impressive score of 86 in martial arts skills, Qin Yan's talent in this domain was extraordinarily remarkable. This was the fundamental reason why Wan Shueping had personally come to see him. Had Qin Yan only possessed slightly higher vitality but mediocre skills, he would not have garnered even a second glance. Classmate Qin Yan, have you ever considered applying to a top-tier martial arts university? Wan Shueping suddenly inquired. Top-tier university? Qin Yan was puzzled as to why the other party posed such a question. After pondering for a moment, he spoke frankly. Top-tier universities are the dreams of all martial arts students. If I had sufficient capability, I would naturally aspire to apply. However, I am aware that it is exceedingly difficult. My current vitality level is still far from the standards of a top-tier martial arts university. I have reviewed your information. Wan Shueping nodded, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. Your family background is quite ordinary. Achieving a vitality level of 72 cards and elevating your martial arts skills to 86 points under limited resources already demonstrates your diligence and extraordinary perseverance. He shifted his gaze, locking eyes with Qin Yan. If I am not mistaken, your foundation in the standing meditation should be quite impressive otherwise. Your rate of vitality enhancement would not be so rapid. Qin Yan was inwardly astonished, truly. The director of education had a keen eye and hit the nail on the head. He intended to be modest, but suddenly recalled Coach Gu Feng's words, "Perform well, and you might be pleasantly surprised." Considering Wan Shueping's unusual concern for the top-tier martial arts university, along with the deep yet fervent expectations in his eyes, a bold thought sparked within Qin Yan's mind. Could it be that Director Wan intends to reward me? Yes, my standing meditation reached the 5th level last month. By sheer luck, Qin Yan chose to be truthful. At that moment, he was also taking a gamble, wagering that this Director Wan had a need for him, hoping to gain his support. With resources, his vitality could improve rapidly. Without them, his most realistic target was Jianghai Wuda. However, if there was an opportunity and resources available, he would not shy away from aiming for the top-tier martial arts universities. As Qin Yan's words faded, the office fell into silence. The 5th level, Wan Shueping's calm demeanor shattered instantly. He leapt from the sofa and rushed to Qin Yan's side, gripping his arm. "Classmate Qin Yan, are you certain it is the 5th level? The perfected state of the Qin Tian Ichi stance. You are not mistaken?" Qin Yan refrained from further explanation, choosing to demonstrate instead. He moved to the center of the office, grounded his stance, and raised his arms, establishing the most standard starting posture of the Qin Tian Ichi stance. In an instant, his aura harmonized, with vitality surging within him like a flowing river, producing a subtle yet clear humming sound. A steady, enduring momentum naturally radiated from him. Both Wan Shueping and Wu Ming, being true martial artists with exceptional insight, immediately recognized the stability and maturity of his stance. The circulation of his vitality was seamless, clearly indicating he had reached the perfected state. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Wan Shueping exclaimed 3 times, his face glowing with excitement as he vigorously patted Qin Yan's shoulder. "Classmate Qin Yan, you have given me a tremendous surprise." "Ha ha!" Qin Yan withdrew his stance, feeling perplexed, unable to comprehend the source of Wan Shueping's exhilaration. Wan Shueping, in high spirits, noted Qin Yan's confusion and decided to be forthright. He carefully chose his words to succinctly inform Qin Yan of the promotion challenges he faced, the rivalries with competitors, and the entirety of his hopes resting on discovering a promising candidate for the top-tier martial arts university in the current examination. This was twofold. First, Qin Yan was his greatest and only hope. Second, he aimed to dispel any doubts Qin Yan might have, securing his complete trust and cooperation. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan had a sudden realization. Wu Ming, standing beside them, also wore an expression of understanding. Qin Yan, Wan Shueping's gaze was ardent and his tone unprecedentedly serious. "If I were to personally provide you with ample resources, do you have confidence in elevating your abilities to meet the admission standards of a top-tier martial arts university before the entrance examination? Tell me, how confident are you?" The crucial moment had arrived. Qin Yan understood he had made the right bet. The opportunity of fate lay before him. Suppressing his excitement, he closed his eyes and quickly reviewed his system panel, training progress, and resource requirements in his mind. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his gaze resolute as granite, responding clearly and forcefully. "If resources are sufficient, I am 90 confident." Last year's admission standards for the top-tier martial arts university were vitality, 90 cards. Martial arts skills, 90 points. With adequate resources, achieving this was not a daunting task for him. 90%? Such a high level of confidence. Wan Shueping stared intently into Qin Yan's eyes, attempting to discern any hint of insincerity, but all he found was absolute confidence and composure. "Are you certain?" "I am certain." Qin Yan's response was unwavering. "Excellent. I believe you." Wan Shueping decisively slapped the table, making a resolution. In truth, he had no other options. Qin Yan was his sole hope, and he had to choose to believe. "Xiao Yan," Wan Shueping's demeanor softened, addressing Qin Yan with utmost familiarity. "You should head back today and prepare thoroughly for the cultural examination tomorrow. Do not forget, the requirement for the top-tier martial arts university is a score of 70 in cultural subjects. This hurdle must not be taken lightly." "Yes, Director Wan, I understand." Qin Yan nodded in acknowledgement. In the cafeteria, Qin Yan filled his plate and sat beside Lin Yang and Zhou Yuan. "Brother Yin, what did the principal want with you?" "So mysterious." Zhou Yuan leaned in curiously, eager to pry. "Nothing much," just inquired about the monthly exam situation. Qin Yan smiled, casually deflecting, considering it a minor secret. Cut the suspense, Zhou Yuan pouted, not pursuing the matter further. Qin Yan smiled silently. The fewer people who knew about this matter, the better. Whether it was Director Wan's visit or the potential support he might receive, there was no need to publicize it. He understood all too well the adage that too many words lead to mistakes. The following day was consumed with cultural examinations. Qin Yan's performance in cultural subjects was already commendable, and this month's exam posed little challenge for him. That evening, he was once again summoned to the principal's office. In the office, only Wu Ming and Wan Shueping were present. Xiaoyan, welcome. Wan Shueping greeted him with a smile, holding out a silver-gray metallic box. Open it and take a look. Qin Yan accepted the box with both hands, and the moment his fingertips brushed its surface, he could distinctly sense the overwhelming surge of vitality contained within. What could this be? He took a deep breath and gently opened the lid. In an instant, a soft red glow filled his vision. Inside the box lay neatly arranged transparent glass tubes, each filled with a viscous liquid reminiscent of molten rubies. It was the vitality elixir he was all too familiar with. Qin Yan quickly counted, and there were a full 50 tubes, each one priced at 2,000 huaxia coins, totaling an astounding 100,000 huaxia coins. Qin Yan had never before seen such an immense quantity of cultivation resources at once. What is this? His gaze swept across the edge of the box, where a slightly smaller jade vial caught his attention. The bottle's surface was smooth and warm, containing a dozen or so pill-like objects the size of longan, with a deeper hue, nearly dark red, emanating a more refined and potent energy fluctuation than that of the Qi blood elixirs. Ha! This is the Qi blood pill, Principal Wu Ming explained with a smile. Its efficacy far surpasses that of the Qi blood elixirs, being gentler and more easily absorbed. Of course, the price is also quite appealing. Qin Yan's heart raced. The Qi blood pill. He had only heard of it in school brochures and the envious discussions of his classmates. The market price reached a staggering 10,000 huaxia coins per pill. The value of this small vial alone equaled that of 50 Qi blood elixirs. This petite box was worth a total of 200,000 huaxia coins. Xiaoyan, this will serve as your foundational resources for the next half-month. Director Wan Shueping stated calmly, as if merely discussing a trivial matter. Half a month? 200,000, merely for half a month's resources? At that moment, Qin Yan profoundly grasped the immense disparity brought about by resources. This sum could bankrupt an ordinary family, yet for some, it might merely represent a routine investment. Director Wan, Qin Yan, undaunted by this sudden windfall, raised his head and inquired with composure, "What do I need to do in return? Or rather, what are your expectations of me?" A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Wan Shueping's eyes. He favored a young individual who was clear-headed and understood boundaries. "The requirements are quite simple," he replied, extending 2 fingers. "In half a month, I expect your Qi blood to reach 80 calories, and your martial arts skills to stabilize around 88 points. Can you achieve this?" "Absolutely," Qin Yan responded without hesitation. This demand was, in fact, somewhat lenient for him. "Very well." Wan Shueping nodded in satisfaction. "Remember, this is the minimum requirement. If you fail to meet it, next month's resource allocation will be forfeited." His tone carried an undeniable severity. "I understand. I will give it my all," Qin Yan solemnly promised. After a few more words of caution, Wan Shueping dismissed him. That evening, Qin Yan practiced his marksmanship for 4 hours in the gym before leaving school. Upon returning home, he was surprised to find his father had come home early. "Dad, why are you back so soon tonight?" Qin Yan inquired, astonished. For the past month, his father had been working late into the night, taking on the most dangerous and arduous tasks for the sake of that 20,000 yuan. Yet, there seemed nothing he could do to resolve the situation. All he could do was strive to gain admission to Wu University. "Xiaoyan, you're unaware, aren't you?" His father, Qin Shojing, began. "Unaware of what?" Qin Yan replied, his face a mask of confusion. "Today, our factory manager specifically sought me out and arranged a more manageable position for me, saying, 'I have a wonderful son, Xiaoyan. Aren't you curious about what is going on?'" Seeing that Qin Yan seemed oblivious, Qin Shojing was filled with concern. "The factory manager? I don't know him, nor do I possess such influence." Influence? Qin Yan suddenly had a realization. Only Director Wan could hold such clout and connections. "Dad, Don't worry. It's a good thing. Qin Yan reassured his father with a smile, then selectively shared his excellent results in the monthly exam, which had garnered the attention of the Education Bureau's leaders, hinting at potential training opportunities, while omitting any mention of the risks and political factors to prevent his parents from worrying. The Education Bureau director, the entire family was taken aback. They had never imagined that Qin Yan could connect with such a prominent figure and earn his favor. Wow, Xiaoyan, you're amazing. His younger sister, Qin Xiaoxi, exclaimed excitedly. Does that mean you can walk around school with pride now? Qin Yan's expression darkened. I'm not a crab. Why would I walk sideways? Son, his mother, Chun Wan, was more concerned about another aspect. That director didn't he impose any unreasonable demands on you, did he? Our family may be poor, but... Mom, you can rest easy, Qin Yan patiently explained. Director Wan merely sees my potential and wants to nurture it. If I can gain admission to a good Wu university this year, that is also an achievement for him, right? It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. After Qin Yan's repeated assurances and explanations, his parents reluctantly set aside their worries, and the family enjoyed a rare, peaceful dinner together. Upon returning to his room, Qin Yan had to admit that Wan Shueping's ability to ascend to the position of Education Bureau Director was indeed astute and meticulous. This silent yet substantial care for his family had unwittingly placed Qin Yan in a position of obligation. He opened the silver-gray metal box, retrieved a Qi blood elixir, and without hesitation, downed it in one gulp. He then positioned himself in the center of the room, performing the 5th level of the perfect pillar of Qi, fully absorbing the elixir's potency. The next day, the results and rankings of the monthly exam were officially released. Qin Yan's scores caused a tremendous sensation. Qin Yan, Qi blood, 72 calories, martial arts skills, 86 points, academic subjects, 76 points. Total score, 158 points. Note, calculation includes Qi blood and martial arts skills. Class rank, 1-year rank, 9. Lin Yang looked at his total score of 157 points displayed on the screen, then glanced at Qin Yan's dazzling 158 in first place, falling into a long silence. His class rank is gone just like that. If anyone was to blame, it could only be Qin Yan for making such an outrageous leap in progress. With his score, Qin Yan undoubtedly secured the school's promised scholarship of 50,000 Huaxia coins in cash and 10 bottles of Qi blood elixirs. Without any hesitation, Qin Yan exchanged the entire 50,000 yuan for 25 bottles of Qi blood elixirs that same day. Adding the 10 bottles obtained from the scholarship and the initial batch of 50 provided by Wan Shueping, he amassed an astonishing total of 85 bottles of Qi blood elixirs. In the following half-month, Qin Yan entered a frenzied training mode, utilizing the terrifying absorption efficiency of the 5-layer perfect pillar. He consumed all 85 bottles of Qi blood elixirs. His Qi blood value surged, ultimately reaching an impressive 83 calories. As for that precious Qi blood pill, he chose to keep it for emergencies. In terms of martial arts skills, he prudently consumed only 2 skill points, raising his marksmanship proficiency from 21 to 25. His estimated score hovered around 88 points, demonstrating progress without being excessively alarming. When the half-month deadline arrived, that evening, Qin Yan was once again summoned to the principal's office. Soon, the office was filled with Wan Shueping's uncontrollable hearty laughter. As Qin Yan exited the office, he found himself holding yet another weighty silver-gray metal box. Inside were 50 brand-new bottles of Qi blood elixirs and 1 Qi blood pill. Once again, resources valued at 200,000 were bestowed upon him. Director Wan had made his satisfaction and commitment to continued support abundantly clear through action. The following day, as Qin Yan walked back to class, Lin Yang stealthily approached him and asked, Qin Yan, when did you get to know Zhao Bin? Zhao Bin? The top student in the school? Qin Yan replied, somewhat bewildered. I don't know him. That is strange. Lin Yang scratched his head. He just asked me to relay a message, inviting you to meet him in the cafeteria after school tonight. Zhao Bin is inviting me? Qin Yan was even more perplexed. They had no prior interaction. What could he possibly want with him? Lin Yang's face displayed some concern. That guy has a complicated background. I heard his uncle is our principal Wu. You outshone all the elite class students in the last monthly exam. He might be jealous and want to cause trouble for you. His uncle is the principal? Qin Yan suddenly recalled that when he left the office the previous night, Principal Wu had casually mentioned, Qin Yan, if you have time, you could guide my nephew's pillar work. His family background is quite substantial, so he certainly wouldn't let you toil in vain. At the time, he paid little heed, thinking the principal was merely jesting. In retrospect, it appears he was indeed waiting for him. Haha, how amusing. Qin Yan chuckled, patting Lin Yang on the shoulder, reassuring him that everything was fine. I have a rough idea of what he needs from me. That evening, Qin Yan and Lin Yang entered the cafeteria together. Despite Qin Yan's repeated assurances that everything was all right, Lin Yang remained uneasy and insisted on accompanying him. With no other option, Qin Yan allowed him to follow. Zhao Bin was waiting at the entrance of the cafeteria, and as soon as Qin Yan entered, he approached him proactively. As for Lin Yang, standing nearby, he was not well acquainted with him. He had only seen him a few times and only allowed him to relay messages because Lin Yang was familiar with Qin Yan. Hello, Qin Yan. Zhao Bin greeted with a smile. His uncle had already informed him that Qin Yan's vitality was above 80 cards. His comprehensive scores placed him first in the entire school, and he had garnered the keen admiration of Director Wan, making it imperative that he not offend him. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The key was that his uncle had told him Qin Yan's foundational skills had reached the 5th level. Qin Yan was surprised that this seemingly modest top student would be so humble. He returned the greeting amicably. Let us discuss in the cafeteria. I have some matters I'd like to consult you about. Sure. The two walked side by side towards the cafeteria, leaving Lin Yang standing in place, feeling like an outsider despite the claim of not knowing them. Wait for me. Lin Yang hurried after them. At this hour, the cafeteria was relatively empty. The three of them took their meals and sat in a corner. Qin Yan, you must have guessed the reason I sought you out. I have a rough idea. I would like to ask you to guide me in my foundational training, and of course, I want to take advantage. I can offer you 20,000 as a teaching fee for a month. All right. The two quickly settled some details, and their conversation concluded efficiently. Lin Yang, standing nearby, was bewildered and fell silent once again. 20,000? Teaching fee? The amount of information they exchanged was overwhelming, and he struggled to digest it. However, he vaguely sensed that Qin Yan's foundational skill level was likely beyond imagination, prompting Zhao Bin to spend generously on his guidance. After finishing their meal, Zhao Bin left first. Lin Yang, having held back for so long, finally asked the question that had been nagging at him. Qin Yan, what level have you reached in your foundational skills? The 5th level, Qin Yan replied candidly. Lin Yang had accompanied him to meet Zhao Bin today, which had not resulted in any tangible benefit, but his intentions were good. Wanted to help him. Moreover, during their time together, Qin Yan had come to appreciate Lin Yang as a friend. The 5th level. Qin Yan, you're a monster. No wonder Zhao Bin sought your guidance. If I had the money, I would also pay you for your instruction. Qin Yan laughed upon hearing this and remarked, given our relationship, wouldn't it feel too distant to involve money? Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized what he meant. His voice trembled with excitement. Are you saying you're willing to guide me? MHM, Qin Yan nodded. Lin Yang had a solid foundation and was quite close to Jianghai Wuda. If there were breakthroughs in his foundational skills, admission to Jianghai Wuda would be nearly guaranteed. He did not mind helping a friend. Qin Yan, thank you so much. Lin Yang was so exhilarated that he nearly jumped up, thumping his chest. From now on, let us both aim to get into Jianghai Wuda. If anyone dares to bully you there, I'll be the first to rush in and avenge you. All right. Qin Yan wore a peculiar expression. However, remember to keep today's events confidential. No problem. The next day, after a day of study and training, Qin Yan saw Zhao Bin waiting for him at the school gate as promised. Come on, Qin Yan, I'll take you to a place. Zhao Bin opened the door of a sleek black sedan, where a well-dressed middle-aged butler stood by the car, slightly bowing. Qin Yan got into the car, and it smoothly departed from school. Chapter 17, Zhonan, Warrior Duel. The Martial Arts Association of Lehigh City. The building was grand and imposing, exuding an undeniable sense of authority. Zhao Bin led Qin Yan through the bustling first-floor hall with familiarity, arriving at a substantial metal door marked 1011. Zhao Bin swiped a card, and with a soft hydraulic sound, the door slowly slid open. The sight beyond the door left Qin Yan momentarily breathless. It was a massive training room, nearly 500 square meters in size. The interior boasted a distinctly high-tech design. One wall was lined with an array of weapon racks, displaying various types, including some rare weapons that gleamed menacingly. In the center of the room stood standard specifications of vitality detection pods and the latest martial arts testing automatons. Surrounding them were intricate instruments whose names Qin Yan could not recall, their indicator lights softly glowing, emanating a professional and powerful aura. What do you think of this environment? Qin Yan? Zhao Bin asked, a hint of pride in his tone. It's excellent, far surpassing the school gym. Qin Yan complimented sincerely before inquiring. What is this place? This is a training room exclusively for internal members of the Martial Arts Association, Zhao Bin explained. Qin Yan's heart raced. To be an internal member of the Martial Arts Association was not easily attained. It typically signified a true warrior identity. And you? Qin Yan turned to Zhao Bin. I'm certainly not a warrior yet, Zhao Bin replied with a smile, but my father is. This training room is one of the privileges provided to him by the association, allowing family and friends to use it. Most rooms on the first floor of the Martial Arts Association are occupied by the children of those formidable warriors training here. Listening to Zhao Bin, Qin Yan felt a tinge of envy. He had long heard of the generous benefits of the Martial Arts Association, and now he had witnessed it firsthand. His desire to become a warrior grew even stronger. Suddenly, there was a ringing at the door. A delivery robot appeared on the screen at the entrance. After retrieving the meal, Zhao Bin placed it on the table. This one is for you, Qin Yan. When Qin Yan opened the meal box, he found not only a sumptuous array of dishes, but the ingredients were clearly of a higher quality than those in the school cafeteria, emitting a delightful fragrance. How much did this meal cost? I'll transfer the money to you, Qin Yan offered. I'm not sure about that. Zhao Bin waved his hand dismissively. This is provided by the Martial Arts Association. A bit of food isn't worth much, so don't be polite. No, he insisted. Qin Yan firmly rebelled. Let us do this. The teaching fee you mentioned earlier will be reduced to 18,000. If you disagree, I won't touch this meal. Seeing Qin Yan's serious demeanor, Zhao Bin realized he was not joking, and his opinion of Qin Yan elevated further. He chuckled helplessly. All right, 18,000 it is. You are quite straightforward. After finishing their meal and taking a brief rest, Qin Yan began to guide Zhao Bin in his foundational training. After both took a vitality potion, they commenced their practice. Zhao Bin had reached the third level in his foundational skills, which was already considered quite excellent in their school. Qin Yan stood by, meticulously observing Zhao Bin's posture and the flow of his vitality, offering pointed advice. Lower your waist and hips a bit more. Focus on your dantian. Feel the vitality flowing naturally like mercury. Just like that. Don't force it. Let it flow on its own. His guidance was often incisive, hitting the nail on the head. Following his advice, Zhao Bin soon felt the flow of vitality become smoother and more harmonious, with previously stagnant areas suddenly feeling open and clear. Once Zhao Bin gradually entered the zone, Qin Yan began to explore the top-tier training room in detail. He approached the testing automaton, sparring with it, and unsurprisingly received a score of 88 for his martial arts skills. Last year, the admission line for the top martial arts university was 90. With the assistance of his system panel, Qin Yan felt confident about his skills. The challenge lay with his vitality. Last year, the vitality standard for the top martial arts university was 90 cards. As time progresses, the challenges become increasingly formidable, and the resources consumed grow at a geometric rate. We must tighten our grip. In 2 hours, the current guidance will conclude. Zhao Bin emerged from profound cultivation, his face radiating uncontainable excitement. Qin Yan, I cannot thank you enough. I can distinctly feel my stance technique improving. At this rate, I am confident I will break through to the 4th level before the college entrance examination. Should he achieve this breakthrough, his vital energy would elevate to a higher realm before the exam, granting him eligibility to apply to martial universities of even greater prestige than Zhanghai Wuda. Don't mention it. It's merely a fair exchange, Qin Yan replied with a light chuckle. I am the one who has truly gained a significant advantage. Zhao Bin shook his head, his tone sincere. 18,000 yuan for the opportunity to break through my stance technique is quite a bargain. If Zhou Nan and Liang Mushing knew, they would be envious beyond measure. The two of them walked out of the training room, engaged in light-hearted banter. Upon exiting, they sensed an unusual atmosphere in the corridor. Numerous staff members and young trainees hurriedly moved in the same direction, their faces adorned with excitement and anticipation, whispering among themselves. Hurry, to the martial arts arena. There's a duel today. If we arrive late, we want to get good seats. Zhao Bin's eyes instantly lit up. Qin Yan, your timing is impeccable. Let me take you to witness the Martial Arts Association's arena. There will be martial artists engaging in combat, martial artists dueling. Qin Yan's heart raced. He had never witnessed a battle between martial artists firsthand. The information available online was scant and often unreliable. The only martial artists he had encountered were Gu Feng, Wu Ming, and director Wan Xueping, none of whom had truly revealed their prowess. Curiosity ignited. Qin Yan allowed Zhao Bin to pull him along, swiftly joining the crowd heading toward the arena. Due to Zhao Bin's quick reflexes and rapid pace, they squeezed into the front row of the arena stands, securing an excellent view. Zhao Bin, I knew you would come. A melodious voice called from beside them. Qin Yan turned to see a tall, slender girl with a high ponytail approaching. She wore a fitted training outfit that accentuated her youthful curves, her exquisite features highlighted by bright, expressive eyes that seemed to convey a multitude of emotions. The newcomer was Zhou Nan from the elite class. She appeared to have just finished training, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, a few strands of hair clinging to her cheek. The upper part of her training outfit was slightly dampened by perspiration, subtly outlining her form, exuding an invigorating aura of vitality. Zhou Nan approached Zhao Bin, her gaze naturally falling on Qin Yan, momentarily taken aback. Clearly recognizing the dark horse from the monthly assessment who had outperformed everyone in the ordinary class. Qin Yan, this is Zhou Nan. You should know her. Zhao Bin introduced with a smile. Zhou Nan, this is my friend, Qin Yan. Zhou Nan's eyes flickered with surprise. Zhao Bin's prideful nature meant that few were deemed friends by him, heightening her curiosity about Qin Yan. She offered a friendly smile. Hello, Qin Yan. Your performance in the monthly assessment was impressive. As Qin Yan observed Zhou Nan's genuine and infectious smile, he finally understood why she was revered as the goddess of the first high school. Her talent, family background, beauty, and charisma were indeed exceptional. Hello, Zhou Nan. Qin Yan greeted with a smile in return. Zhao Bin watched the two interact harmoniously, a subtle smile crossing his face. His father and Zhou Nan's father were close friends, and he had a good rapport with her, so he was pleased to see their camaraderie. Meanwhile, the arena was now bustling with spectators, the atmosphere electric. Suddenly, two figures leaped from the high stands like eagles, landing gracefully and steadily in the vast arena, instantly capturing everyone's attention. It was none other than the renowned Duan Yu Chong Lu Meng and Ben Lei Shou Lei Hao. Zhao Bin exclaimed in excitement. Qin Yan, your luck is extraordinary. These two are renowned second-tier martial artists. They are masters within our Linghai Martial Arts Association, especially Lu Meng, who wields a spear. Pay close attention. Any insight gained will greatly benefit your spear technique. Qin Yan's gaze was instantly riveted, his heart brimming with anticipation. He was finally about to witness a battle between martial artists. In the center of the arena, Lu Meng bellowed, Lei Hao, last time I lost by half a move. This time, I will undoubtedly win. Don't forget the stakes if you lose. Clutching a dark red spear, Lu Meng exuded an overwhelming aura merely by standing there, as if the weapon in his hand could pierce the heavens. Boasting is easy for anyone, Lu Meng. Let us see if your Duan Yu Chong can break through my Ben Lei Shou. Lei Hao laughed heartily, his arms flexing, muscles rippling. The sound of thunder resonating as his imposing presence surged forth. In an instant, Lei Hao's figure blurred, leaving a faint afterimage as he shot forth like an arrow. Closing the distance in a mere step, his fist propelled by a terrifying gale aimed straight at Lu Meng's face. Lu Meng snorted disdainfully, unperturbed. With his left hand, he slammed the tail of the spear into the ground, using the force to propel himself, while his right hand thrust the spear like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, precisely targeting Lei Hao's fist. Boom! The clash of spear and fist produced a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves that radiated outward, rustling the garments of the spectators in the front row. Even more astonishing was the sight of vibrant red mist rising from their heads, as though smoke signals, forming rippling energy waves that distorted the air around them. Qin Yan was left spellbound, his spirit shaken. He felt as though there were not just two individuals in the arena, but two frenzied, colossal beasts. Each collision generated shockwaves that, even from dozens of meters away, caused his skin to tingle. His heart raced with every exchange. Is this the true power of martial artists? It is terrifying, astonishing, magnificent. This is the essence of vital energy. Indeed, they have reached the pinnacle of the second tier. Zhao Bin clenched his fists tightly, his face flushed with excitement. I will also become such a powerful warrior one day. The battle intensified, with the spear weaving like a dragon, agile and unpredictable, at times resembling a torrential downpour, at others, the weight of a mountain. Fists and palms struck like thunder, each blow infused with the terrifying power to shatter stone and split metal. The sounds of metal clashing and the dull thud of vital energy colliding echoed continuously. The fierce combat persisted for nearly 15 minutes. Ultimately, Lu Meng executed an exquisitely crafted counter-move, narrowly disarming Lei Hao's defense with a precise thrust. Gaining a slight advantage, I concede, Lu Meng stood, retracting his spear with a hearty laugh. Lei Hao, too, was gracious, shaking his slightly numb arm. He retrieved a small jade vial from his pocket and tossed it toward Lu Meng. Oof, I'll win it back next time. This vial of Duan Gudan is yours. Duan Gudan? Qin Yan was unfamiliar with the specifics of this elixir, but its significance was evidently immense, given the esteem held by second-tier martial artists. After exiting the Martial Arts Association building, Qin Yan politely declined Zhao Bin's offer for the butler to escort him home, opting instead for a solitary walk. As night descended and the city lights began to twinkle, Qin Yan strolled along the path home, his mind replaying the breathtaking duel he had just witnessed. Second-tier martial artists, vital energy, Duan Gudan, the unparalleled spear technique, the overwhelming might of their punches. Each concept and powerful image pushed open a gateway to the true world of martial arts. Is this truly the realm of martial artists? He mused softly, a warm current surging within his chest. Indeed, it is vast, powerful, and extraordinary. In that moment, Qin Yan's gaze became unwaveringly resolute, his heart for the path of martial prowess crystallizing with greater intensity. After Qin Yan departed, Zhou Nan fixed her gaze firmly on Zhao Bin. What is the story with Qin Yan? How did you allow him into your martial arts room? This could cost Uncle Zhao a spot. Zhao Bin's father, like her own, is a second-tier martial artist. A second-tier martial artist is permitted to bring only 2 relatives or friends. What of it? My father has consented to this arrangement. Moreover, as my father's only son, the additional slot would merely go to waste. It is fortuitous that I can invite Qin Yan here to engage in martial arts training with me, which will undoubtedly enhance my skills. At this point, Zhao Bin's cheeks flushed slightly. He was naturally unaccustomed to deceiving others, particularly the girl he admired. Zhou Nan, observing Zhao Bin's reaction, immediately discerned that he was concealing something from her. However, she was surprised that Uncle Zhao had actually agreed to this matter. Oh, is that so? Zhou Nan nodded, feigning disinterest while internally resolving to investigate further the following day, curious about what made Qin Yan so special. The next day, during the morning, Qin Yan practiced his spear techniques as usual, while also taking the time to guide Lin Yang and Zhou Yuan in stance training. This did not consume much of his time. He adjusted his training schedule, deciding to reserve stance practice for the evening, to be conducted in the martial arts room alongside Zhao Bin. The environment there is secluded and the equipment is of superior quality. More importantly, Zhao Bin is aware of certain aspects of his background, allowing him to consume ample amounts of vitality-enhancing potions without drawing undue attention. That evening, when Qin Yan and Zhao Bin arrived once more at the entrance of the Martial Arts Association's room 1011, they were unexpectedly greeted by Zhou Nan, who was leaning against the door frame with her arms crossed, as if she had been waiting for some time. "What are you doing here?" Zhao Bin inquired, somewhat taken aback. "My martial arts room is right next door. Why shouldn't I be here?" Zhou Nan retorted, raising an eyebrow with a casual tone. Chapter 19. Zhou Nan, I will pay double. Zhao Bin found himself momentarily speechless and had no choice but to produce his identity card to unlock the door. The instant the metal door slid open, Zhou Nan swiftly moved to enter first. "Zhou Nan, what are you doing?" Zhao Bin exclaimed, a hint of panic in his voice. Zhou Nan paused, turning to look at him with a mischievous smile. "Why are you flustered, Zhao Bin? I have been to your training room before. Are you saying I'm not welcome now? Or is there a secret inside that I am not allowed to see?" Zhao Bin's face reddened further at her words, and after stammering for a moment, he ultimately stepped aside. No, come in." Qin Yan, observing this scene, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had not anticipated that the usually commanding Zhao Bin would be so subdued in front of Zhou Nan. Qin Yan followed them into the training room. "You two practice as you wish. I shall merely observe," Zhou Nan said, nonchalantly settling into a nearby resting area, appearing calm and eager to watch the unfolding events. Zhao Bin stood there, seemingly at a loss, unsure whether to practice or not, his gaze darting between the two, filled with inner turmoil. Qin Yan understood Zhao Bin's predicament. Principal Wu Ming must have repeatedly instructed him to keep his stance training a secret. At this moment, Zhao Bin found himself caught in a dilemma. Glancing at Zhou Nan, who seemed to have already developed suspicions about their unusual behavior, Qin Yan realized that while they might manage to deceive her today, what would happen tomorrow or the day after? They could not continue to remain on guard indefinitely. Zhao Bin, begin, Qin Yan calmly instructed. Zhao Bin momentarily froze, then hurriedly lowered his voice, speaking earnestly. Qin Yan, I assure you, I have not leaked any information. I know, Qin Yan replied with a light chuckle, patting him on the shoulder. Do not be anxious. I have accepted payment, so I must fulfill my duties, mustn't I? Let us continue. With that, Qin Yan wasted no time allowing Zhao Bin to hesitate, directly commencing with guidance on his stance and force application techniques. Zhou Nan sat to the side, watching with a discerning eye, filled with confusion. While Qin Yan's vitality value had improved rapidly, he had only scored 72 cards in the last monthly assessment. How could he possibly instruct Zhao Bin, whose vitality had already surpassed 80 cards? However, this thought was swiftly dispelled by the scene before her. As Qin Yan explained, he himself assumed the initial form of the Qin Tian Ichi Zhuang. His movements appeared simple, yet exuded an indescribable sense of fluidity and harmony. Instantly, his aura calmed, and the vitality within him surged, emitting a faint humming sound. Though subtle, it was distinctly audible. This is 5-layer stance training. Zhou Nan could not help but exclaim, rising abruptly, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had envisioned many possibilities, but never had she anticipated that Qin Yan's stance training would reach such a level. She could not comprehend how he had achieved this. For the remainder of the session, Zhou Nan found it nearly impossible to divert her gaze from Qin Yan. She intently observed every minute detail of his movements, memorizing each of his instructions to Zhao Bin, and even found herself subtly mimicking him, absorbing the experience. 2 hours later, Qin Yan exhaled deeply, concluding his stance training, feeling parched and deeply fatigued throughout his muscles. He approached the resting area, intending to sit down, when a bottle of cool mineral water was presented before him. You must be thirsty. Drink some water. This is a special functional beverage provided by the Martial Arts Association. It can alleviate fatigue. Zhou Nan's voice reached him. As Qin Yan sat, Zhou Nan, just finished with her training, was drenched in sweat, her training attire clinging to her form, outlining her youthful and vibrant curves. The contours beneath the damp fabric were faintly visible, causing Qin Yan's gaze to linger for a moment longer than intended. Zhou Nan immediately sensed his attention, and her fair cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She hurriedly thrust the water bottle into Qin Yan's hand and swiftly turned to sit in a chair opposite him, lowering her head as her fingers fidgeted nervously. Qin Yan's face also flushed slightly. He had not meant to be abrupt. Merely a coincidence of angle had led him to glance at her, and he could hardly be blamed. I apologize, Zhou Nan. It was not my intention, Qin Yan sincerely offered. It's fine. Zhou Nan's voice was barely audible, her head bowed even lower. Remember to drink water. Thank you, Qin Yan replied, taking a sip from the bottle. He had to admit, the beverage was indeed refreshing, providing a swift sensation of relief throughout his body. They sat in silence, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Qin Yan had not anticipated that this girl, who seemed to have such a hold over Zhao Bin, would possess such a delicate demeanor. At that moment, Zhao Bin approached, dragging his weary body and plopping down onto the adjacent sofa. Observing the unusually quiet Zhou Nan and the somewhat awkward Qin Yan, he was perplexed. What is going on with you two? Nothing. Zhou Nan quickly lifted her head to answer, the blush on her cheeks still evident. Although her tone returned to its usual composure, Zhao Bin found it strange but did not dwell on it. He turned earnestly to Zhou Nan. Zhou Nan, regarding the guidance Qin Yan provided on my stance training earlier, I hope you can keep it confidential. Rest assured, I won't disclose it. Zhou Nan promptly nodded in agreement. Her gaze then shifted to Qin Yan, a hint of anticipation and subtle nervousness in her tone. Qin Yan, could you also guide me in stance training? Zhao Bin has paid for this, Qin Yan replied in a neutral tone, unwilling to compromise on principles. I will pay double, Zhou Nan declared without hesitation. Deal. Qin Yan responded with great enthusiasm. Zhou Nan was slightly taken aback, not expecting him to agree so readily, and instinctively asked, "How much did Zhao Bin pay?" 20,000 huaxia coins per month, Qin Yan answered honestly. Upon hearing it was merely 20,000, Zhou Nan visibly relaxed, a smile returning to her face. "All right, then when you guide Zhao Bin, count me in as well." Qin Yan nodded in agreement. Guiding one person is the same as guiding two, especially since their levels of stance training are comparable. It would indeed be more efficient. Moreover, an additional 40,000 per month would be quite agreeable. 40,000 huaxia coins. You can directly exchange it for an equivalent amount of vitality potions, Qin Yan added. Vitality potions? Would vitality pills suffice? I can take the liberty of giving you an extra vitality pill, Zhou Nan inquired. An extra pill? The market price for a single vitality pill is a staggering 10,000 huaxia coins. Qin Yan was puzzled by her willingness to increase the offer. Chapter 20. Bai Chao Halo. I forgot to mention, my family is in the business of elixirs and medicinal herbs, Zhou Nan explained, handing over a golden card. If you wish to purchase elixirs in the future, you can present this card at Bai Chao Hall for a 20% discount. Zhao Bin, witnessing the golden card, was momentarily taken aback. He understood the significance of the Bai Chao Hall golden card, which is typically reserved for formal martial artists or significant partners, and was astonished that Zhou Nan would generously present it to Qin Yan. Qin Yan accepted the card without hesitation. He was well aware of Bai Chao Hall's esteemed reputation as a leading giant in elixirs within the Xia Kingdom, and the card would undoubtedly prove invaluable in his future endeavors. With such abundant resources at your disposal, why is your vitality stagnating around 82 cards? Qin Yan voiced a long-held question. He had initially assumed that the slow progress among elite class students was due to a lack of resources, but seeing the extent to which the two were willing to invest, he began to suspect that the issue was more complex. You don't know? Zhao Bin and Zhou Nan were somewhat surprised, but soon understood. Given Qin Yan's previous family circumstances, it was indeed plausible that he had not encountered such deeper martial knowledge. Indeed, Zhou Nan patiently elucidated, the enhancement of vitality cannot merely rely on an endless accumulation of resources. It also requires a profound comprehension of the foundational stance. The higher the level of one's foundational stance, the more efficiently and rapidly one can absorb resources. More importantly, it aids in breaking through the vitality bottleneck more easily. Our stagnation at 82 cards is not due to insufficient resources, but rather a bottleneck we have encountered. To surmount this bottleneck with relative ease, our foundational stance must keep pace. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan experienced a moment of enlightenment. Grasping the deeper significance of the foundational stance and fully understanding why Zhao Bin and Zhou Nan valued his guidance so highly. Once their foundational stance broke through to the fourth level, the vitality bottleneck would naturally loosen, and with ample resources, achieving a vitality of 84 cards before the college entrance examination would become a foregone conclusion, allowing them to aim for superior martial universities, such as the Thunder Martial University in the neighboring province. Subsequently, Qin Yan sought the two's advice on matters pertaining to martial breakthroughs, yet they too had limited knowledge, only aware that vitality must reach the maximum of 99 cards and that a powerful guardian was necessary. They were unclear about the specific intricacies and risks involved. Qin Yan set aside this thought for now, as his current focus was the college entrance examination, with a considerable distance still to cover before reaching 99 cards. In the ensuing days, Qin Yan's life became structured and fulfilling. By day, he practiced marksmanship at school and offered basic guidance to Lin Yang and Zhou Yuan. In the evenings, he attended the Martial Arts Association, simultaneously instructing Zhao Bin and Zhou Nan in their foundational stance training. During this period, Qin Yan was somewhat astonished to discover that Zhou Nan's comprehension and progress in foundational stance seemed to surpass even Zhao Bin's. 1 month later, on an evening, Zhou Nan donned a fitted athletic outfit that perfectly accentuated her tall, well-proportioned, and vibrant figure. She meticulously positioned herself for the Qin Tian Ichi foundational stance, her expression focused. Concentrating on her dantian, she felt the flow of vitality, allowing it to naturally course through her meridians without forcing it. Qin Yan observed closely from the side, offering verbal guidance while gently correcting a slight angle in her waist and hips. Here, sink down half a notch. Yes, maintain that position. Zhou Nan made the subtle adjustment, fully engrossed in sensing the changes within her body. Gradually, she felt the speed of her vitality flow accelerate dramatically, a surge of warmth coursing through her limbs. And beads of sweat began to form on her skin, even releasing wisps of white vapor. This feeling, Zhou Nan thought, astonished and elated, glancing uncertainly at Qin Yan. Only when she saw him smile and nod affirmatively did she become certain that she had indeed broken through. She had officially entered the 4th level of foundational stance. Qin Yan, thank you so much. I'm truly grateful, Zhou Nan exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Instinctively stepping forward to grasp Qin Yan's arm and gently shake it, her face radiant with a brilliant smile. You're welcome. We are mutually enhancing each other. Qin Yan replied with a soft chuckle, enjoying the warmth of her touch and her joy, which lifted his spirits as well. At that moment, Zhao Bin, witnessing the scene, felt a pang of jealousy and urgency. I need to step up my game. I can't fall too far behind, he muttered to himself, immersing himself even more fervently in his foundational stance practice. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yan opened his panel to check the results of his efforts during this period. Qin Tian Ichi stance. Level 5 perfected vitality, 90 cards spirit, 42 marksmanship. Level 2, 31 skill points, 64 note. Effort yields rewards. Over the past month, he had consumed all the vitality potions he had obtained, and his vitality had astonishingly reached 90 cards. However, he also noticed that upon reaching 90 cards, the efficacy of ordinary vitality potions began to diminish significantly, and the rate of growth slowed. Clearly, the effects of vitality potions were nearing their limits. He understood this, but remained calm. A vitality of 90 cards had already reached the admission threshold for last year's top martial university. With exactly 20 days remaining until the college entrance examination on June 8th, he still had 25 precious vitality pills in hand. Tomorrow, he planned to visit the principal's office once more, expecting to receive the next batch of resources from Director Wan. During this final sprint, his strength would undoubtedly experience another leap forward. After training concluded, to celebrate Zhou Nan's breakthrough, the trio decided to indulge a little and headed to a popular barbecue stall near the school. Cheers to our goddess, Zhou Nan's breakthrough, Zhao Bin exclaimed, particularly animated, raising his glass loudly. Cheers! Fill it up. After several rounds of beer, the atmosphere grew even more festive. Before long, Zhao Bin, who had the lowest tolerance for alcohol, began to look dazed, becoming increasingly talkative. He threw an arm around Qin Yan's shoulder, slurring, Qin Yan, you truly are a monster. How did you master the 5th level of foundational stance? I am in awe. After uttering this, he tilted his head and collapsed onto the table, falling into a deep sleep. Such was his nature, poor tolerance yet an immense love for drinking. Zhou Nan's cheeks flushed a light pink, making her look particularly charming under the warm glow of the night market lights as she looked at Zhao Bin's predicament and chuckled softly at Qin Yan. With a vitality of 90 cards, Qin Yan's physical prowess exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Although he had also consumed a fair amount of alcohol, he only felt slightly tipsy. He chuckled, stood up, and approached Zhao Bin, effortlessly lifting him up. Perhaps due to the force of his movement, he swayed slightly. At that moment, a slender yet strong arm reached out just in time to support his own. Chapter 21. The college entrance examination approaches. Make sure you two don't both fall. Zhou Nan's voice carried a hint of concern. I'll support you. You stabilize him. The gentle night breeze brushed past, and Qin Yan could distinctly feel the warmth and softness of her touch through his clothing. All right, he replied softly, and the three of them supported each other, disappearing into the night. When Qin Yan returned home, the night had grown deep, and the lights in his parents' room were already extinguished, the sound of even breathing emanating from within. Ever since his father transitioned to a more relaxed position, he could finally return home early and enjoy a restful night. However, his younger sister, Qin Xiaoxi, had not yet fallen asleep. Like a little kitten, she quietly approached, sniffing at him gently, before wrinkling her petite nose and asking, Qin Yan, have you been drinking? Just a little, Qin Yan replied, changing his shoes as he walked toward the living room. Was it a male or female? Qin Xiaoxi trailed behind him, persistently questioning, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. A male, Qin Yan answered, maintaining his composure. You're lying. Qin Xiaoxi immediately expressed her skepticism, her face displaying an expression of disdain, as if to say she had seen through everything. I distinctly caught a whiff of a faint yet delightful fragrance reminiscent of a girl. Do not attempt to deceive me. That must be some man who sprayed women's perfume. She retorted. Qin Yan continued his nonsensical banter, maintaining a calm tone. Ignoring his sister's puffed-up expression, he affectionately ruffled her hair and headed straight for the bathroom. Go to bed. We still have school tomorrow. After a quick shower to wash away the lingering scent of alcohol and fatigue, Qin Yan returned to his room, collapsing into the soft embrace of his bedding. Though his body was weary, his spirit was somewhat exhilarated. He pondered whether true martial artists would experience intoxication if they drank too much. As he gazed at the ceiling, his mind wandered back to the fierce duel he had witnessed at the Martial Arts Association's arena a month prior. The surging vitality, the fierce assaults, the explosive force that seemed capable of tearing through the very air. Surely, they would not succumb to drunkenness, he murmured to himself, as consciousness gradually faded and he drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, Qin Yan arrived at the principal's office, demonstrating his martial arts prowess and unleashing a surge of vitality. He garnered an enthusiastic commendation from Director Wan. Excellent, Xiao Yan. With your current strength, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you should be able to enroll in a top-tier martial university during the college entrance examination. However, he cautioned, do not be complacent. He handed Qin Yan a metal box once more. This is the last time I will provide you with resources, Xiao Yan. Do not let me down, Wan Shueping advised. I will not disappoint you. Director Wan, Qin Yan assured him. Good, continue to work hard. It has been decades since Linhai City has produced a potential candidate for a top martial university, Wan Shueping encouraged. He felt a surge of emotion. Truly, the heavens do not forsake those who strive. During his moment of greatest despair and pressure, the miraculous emergence of a talent like Qin Yan was beyond his wildest dreams. In the school's gymnasium, under Qin Yan's unreserved guidance, Lin Yang and Zhou Yuan also successfully advanced their foundational stances to the third level. Brother Yan, thank you so much, Zhou Yuan exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement. With this breakthrough, my chances of getting into Linhai Martial University have increased significantly. From now on, you are my real brother. Lin Yang, though silent, cast a deeply grateful glance at Qin Yan, knowing that with the foundation of the third-level stance, his odds of gaining admission to Jianghai Martial University would greatly improve. In the Martial Arts Association's Training Room 1011, Qin Yan opened the resource box provided by Wan Shueping for the final time, astonished to find it filled not with vitality potions, but with 3 neatly arranged bottles of crystalline vitality pills. Each bottle contained 10 pills. Adding to the accumulation he had previously obtained through various means, his total number of vitality pills reached an astonishing 65. In market terms, this amounted to a staggering 650,000 Huaxia coins, a sum he had never dared to dream of. Qin Yan took out a vitality pill the size of a longan, its dark red hue captivating, and swallowed it without hesitation. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a torrent of searing energy coursing through his limbs. At that moment, it felt as though his blood was ignited, boiling. Qin Yan dared not waste a moment. Immediately assuming the 5th-level perfected stance of Qin Tian Ichi, fully channeling and absorbing this immense medicinal power. He could distinctly feel his vitality being rapidly refined, purified, and condensed. Truly, the vitality pill, its efficacy surpassed that of vitality potions by more than 10-fold. He was astounded. A week later, through relentless training and Qin Yan's guidance, Zhao Bin successfully elevated his foundational stance to the 4th level. His heartfelt gratitude towards Qin Yan was nearly overflowing. Time flew by, and soon it was June 6th, the eve of the college entrance examinations. In the martial training room, Zhonan took a deep breath and entered the vitality testing chamber. As the door closed and the indicator lights flickered for a moment, she activated her vitality. The numbers on the electronic screen fluctuated rapidly, ultimately settling on a dazzling figure, 88 cards. Zhonan sat up from the chamber, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief and joy as she gazed at the number on the screen. 88 cards of vitality. This was a height she could not have imagined 2 months prior. She abruptly turned her head, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Yan, her eyes brimming with boundless gratitude and indescribable happiness. Congratulations! 88 cards of vitality. Qin Yan smiled, offering his warm wishes. No one can compare to your monstrous talent. Zhou Nin teased, playfully rolling her eyes at him. With your current strength, you can choose any top martial university, can't you? Qin Yan chuckled, not denying her words. Zhou Nin was correct. After 2 months of relentless resource accumulation and diligent training, his strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. With a slight mental shift, the system panel in his mind clearly materialized. Qingtian Ichi stance. Level 5, perfected vitality. 99 cards spirit. 42 marksmanship. Second stage, 61 skill points. 60 notes. As long as you work hard. Rewards will follow. With 99 cards of vitality, he had reached the pinnacle just below that of a martial artist. His martial arts skills had also ascended to the second high tier. Scoring 100 in the second high tier of martial arts skills would grant him top marks in the entrance examination. With his current display of strength, top martial universities were well within his grasp. Time marched on to June 7th. The college entrance examinations commenced, with various schools randomly assigning exam venues. Qin Yan, fortunate enough to be at the first high school, participated in the entrance examination amidst an atmosphere of military escort. Despite Qin Yan's insistence that his family need not accompany him, the determined trio of his parents and younger sister escorted him to the examination hall. Brother, good luck. Get into the martial university. I'm counting on you for lots of pocket money. Qin Xiaoxi cheered with a clenched fist. All right, Qin Yan replied as he stepped into the examination room. The entire day of June 7th was dedicated to cultural examinations. Qin Yan had been diligently studying recently. Although scoring above 90 seemed impossible, he was confident in surpassing 70. On June 8th, the vitality and martial arts skills assessments were conducted. Qin Yan was well prepared and faced no issues. As the last candidate exited the martial arts examination hall, it felt as though an era had quietly ended. 12 years of arduous study, countless days and nights of sweat and struggle, crystallized into a definitive score at that moment. The pivotal point of his life was now clearly visible. The results of the college entrance examinations would be announced 4 days after the tests. On the evening of June 13th, at the Tsulan community, within Qin Yan's home, the atmosphere was tense. Qin Yan, hurry up. I'm dying from anxiety. Qin Xiaoxi paced around her older brother, her little face etched with urgency and anticipation. What's the rush? The results won't disappear, Qin Yan replied calmly, meticulously verifying his information before clicking the query button. As the page transitioned, the loading circle spun for a few seconds before a clear score sheet emerged. Name, Qin Yan Vitality. 99 cards marksmanship. 100 points cultural course. 81 points. 99 cards of vitality. A perfect score of 100 in martial arts skills. 81 in cultural subjects. Qin Xiaoxi's eyes widened in disbelief as she scanned the score sheet. Her eyes nearly popping out of her head. She rubbed her eyes in astonishment, leaned closer to the screen for a closer look several times. And upon confirming that the numbers had not changed, she exclaimed, "My heavens! Qin Yan, how on earth did you achieve this?" The family was aware that Qin Yan had performed exceptionally well, with hopes of entering a prestigious martial university. But no one anticipated that his final score would reach such an extraordinary height. This was entirely beyond their comprehension. What can I say? Your brother is simply a once-in-a-million martial arts prodigy. Qin Yan observed the astonished expressions of his family and smiled gently, explaining with a carefully prepared statement that, along with his good fortune, he had garnered the admiration and support of Director Wan, which could be deemed a significant leap forward. As Qin's parents gazed at the dazzling results displayed on the screen, they were so overwhelmed with excitement that their hands trembled, momentarily at a loss for words. Merely repeating their glances at the scores, their eyes misting with emotion. Brother, does this mean you can attend the prestigious Wu University? Qin Xiaoxi was the first to snap out of her shock, eagerly clutching Qin Yan's arm, her eyes sparkling as if twinkling with stars. Yes, barring any unforeseen circumstances. It should be quite feasible, Qin Yan nodded affirmatively. Today marked not only the release of the scores, but also the simultaneous update of the official websites of various Wu universities, announcing the admission standard for the current year. Qin Yan accessed the official website of Wu University in Modu to gather the relevant information. The admission criteria for Wu University in Modu for 2025 were as follows. Vitality, 90 cards or above, inclusive of 90 cards. Martial arts skill, 90 points, inclusive of 90 points. Cultural score, above 70 points. Note 1. A vitality of 99 cards or a martial arts skill of 100 points may lead to a reduction in admission standards for other subjects, subject to discretion. Note 2. Admissions will be prioritized based on vitality, martial arts skill, and cultural scores. The admission standards of Wu University in Modu mirrored those of the previous year. In fact, many Wu universities had similar admission standards, allowing last year's criteria to serve as a reliable reference for this year. Qin Yan assessed his results and realized he was firmly positioned to gain admission to Wu University in Modu. Upon considering this, his thoughts drifted to Kyoto Wu University. Without hesitation, Qin Yan opened the admission standards for Kyoto Wu University. The admission criteria for Kyoto Wu University in 2025 were vitality, 91 cards or above, inclusive of 91 cards. Martial arts skill, 92 points, inclusive of 92 points. Cultural score, above 70 points. Note 1. A vitality of 99 cards or a martial arts skill of 100 points may lead to a reduction in admission standards for other subjects, subject to discretion. Note 2. Admissions will be prioritized based on vitality, martial arts skill, and cultural scores. Oh, Qin Yan raised an eyebrow, noting that the vitality requirement was 1 card higher than that of Wu University in Modu, and the martial arts skill requirement was 2 points higher. He suddenly recalled a brief news article he had seen 3 months prior about a competition between Wu University in Modu and Kyoto Wu University, which had resulted in a resounding defeat for Wu University in Modu. Could this be the reason? Qin Yan speculated inwardly. His channels of information were still too limited, and he was not well versed in the subtle rivalries and fluctuations in power among the top-tier institutions. Brother, you are incredible. Qin Xiaoxi's exuberant cheer interrupted his thoughts. A prestigious Wu University. Our city of Linhai has not produced a student capable of gaining admission to such a university in many years. Before long, you will be a celebrity, and I will be the sister of a celebrity. Ha ha! Their parents, watching their excited daughter and composed son, wore expressions of pride and happiness. That evening, the Qin household was filled with laughter and joy. The following day, in the principal's office, ever since Qin Yan had revealed his extraordinary potential, this place had practically become a second home for him and Director Wan. Principal Wu Ming was inwardly exasperated. Yet today, the smile on his face was genuinely radiant. This was due to the astonishing news brought forth by Qin Yan, a vitality of 99 cards and a perfect score in martial arts skill. Wan Xueping and Wu Ming gazed at the impeccable results, ecstatic beyond measure. Although they had anticipated this outcome, it was only at this moment, when everything was settled, that their anxious hearts found peace. Wan Xueping envisioned using this substantial achievement to surpass competitors from neighboring cities in the race for promotion. Stepping into the core of provincial power, his future seemed bright. Wu Ming was equally elated. The emergence of a top-tier student from the first high school would translate into tangible educational resources being allocated. In the coming years, even a decade, the quality and enrollment of first high school would reach unprecedented heights. Xiaoyan, splendid. You are even more exceptional than I had imagined. Wan Xueping praised without reservation. I thought you would barely scrape by, yet you have achieved such brilliant results. Your scores undoubtedly place you among the elite of this year's candidates nationwide. Among the elite? Qin Yan felt a tremor in his heart. A near-perfect score was merely categorized as the first tier? Chapter 23. The classification of warriors. Wan Xueping noticed his confusion and explained, to achieve such success in a city like Linhai, relying on limited resources, is indeed miraculous. However, in those major cities and provincial capitals, particularly among the ancient martial arts families, their offspring are nurtured from a young age with precious medicinal baths to refine their foundations, and they receive instruction from top martial arts masters with resources that are virtually limitless. Some of the outstanding individuals, with the support of their family elders, can even break through to become warriors before the college entrance examination. However, do not be disheartened, Xiaoyan, with your talents. Once you enter a prestigious Wu University and receive guidance from mentors, along with the university's training, I believe your achievements will be on par with those prodigies from martial arts families. Wan Xueping's words were sincere. Qin Yan was someone he had witnessed rise step by step. His understanding and potential were unparalleled. In all his years, he had never encountered anyone with such remarkable gifts. Thank you for clarifying, Director Wan. Call me Uncle Wan, if you don't mind. Wan Xueping chose to further cultivate his relationship with Qin Yan. Previously, He had assisted Qin Yan because he believed Qin Yan could help him out of a predicament. This time, he sought to draw closer because he was confident in Qin Yan's limitless future and wanted to establish a good rapport in advance. He might need to rely on him in the future. All right, Uncle Wan. Qin Yan pondered for a moment before addressing him as such. Although their previous relationship had been transactional, Wan Shueping had indeed provided genuine assistance to Qin Yan and his father, while Qin Yan had hardly paid any price. It could be said that he had benefited greatly. Now that Wan was proactively seeking to befriend him, he naturally would not refuse. Uncle, do you know how one can break through to become a warrior? Qin Yan inquired, voicing a long-standing concern. His vitality had been stuck at 99 cards for quite some time, and taking vitality pills had yielded no progress. You've reached a plateau at 99 cards, haven't you? Wan Shueping chuckled knowingly. How did you know, Uncle? Because a vitality of 99 cards is the limit for non-warriors. To break through to 100 cards, there is only one path: to become a warrior. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan felt a sudden clarity. He had identified the reason for his inability to progress. As for becoming a warrior, it was neither excessively difficult nor straightforward. There were 3 conditions for the breakthrough. The first was to reach a vitality of 99 cards. The second was to possess a body-refining technique. The third was to have at least one mid-tier warrior to provide protection. Body-refining technique? Mid-tier warrior? Qin Yan felt as if he had merely scratched the surface of the world of warriors at that moment. Wan Shueping continued. You have already met the first condition with your vitality at 99 cards, but you are far from fulfilling the second and third conditions. The official regulations in Huaxia state that no techniques can be imparted below mid-tier warriors. As for mid-tier warriors, both Wu Ming and I are merely low-tier warriors, classified as second tier. In our city of Linhai, only the president of the Martial Arts Association is a fourth-tier warrior. As Wan Shueping elucidated, Qin Yan gradually understood the path of the warrior. Warriors were classified into 9 tiers, with the first tier being the lowest and the 9th tier the highest. The first to 3rd tiers were considered low-tier warriors, and so forth. 7th-tier warriors could be referred to as advanced warriors, but in society, they were more commonly addressed as masters. However, Xiaoyan, you need not worry about these matters. Your current college entrance examination results are more than sufficient to gain admission to a prestigious Wu university. The mentors of the prestigious Wuda are all at least 4th-tier martial artists. Once you select your mentor, they will elucidate the intricate rules and impart to you the techniques of body refinement. Wan Shueping remarked. Subsequently, both Wan Shueping and Principal Wu enlightened Qin Yan about the numerous advantages of Wuda, such as resources, social standing, and power, providing Qin Yan with a fundamental understanding of the institution. Xiaoyan, should you succeed in gaining admission to the esteemed Wuda, the Municipal Education Bureau will reward you. I will make an effort to ensure you receive additional accolades, Wan Shueping stated with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Wan, Qin Yan replied. Upon returning home, when Qin Yan attempted to search for more detailed information regarding the 2 leading Wuda institutions, he discovered that the relevant online content was stringently regulated, and the accessible information was exceedingly limited, mostly consisting of official propaganda and vague introductions. However, one perspective was recurrently emphasized, both in the scant online information and in Wan Shueping's prior reminders, for geniuses hailing from small towns without substantial backgrounds. Mo-Du Wuda is a far more ideal choice than Jingdu Wuda. Mo-Du is a vibrant metropolis brimming with commercial opportunities, welcoming and relatively inclusive. Whereas Jingdu is a political epicenter, intertwined with powerful families and a dense political atmosphere that makes it exceedingly challenging for newcomers without connections to thrive. In Mo-Du, at least many endeavors can still be pursued through personal effort and talent. After considerable contemplation, the scales of Qin Yan's heart tipped decisively. He resolved to apply to Mo-Du Wuda. Without further hesitation, he logged into the designated martial arts college application system of the Education Bureau and solemnly listed Mo-Du Wuda University as his first choice. On June 20th, a special delivery adorned with the golden emblem of Mo-Du Wuda arrived at Qin Yan's home. Inside was that coveted admission letter that countless individuals yearned for. The entire family gathered around the letter, their joy palpable, as if they were holding a rare treasure. The following day, the Municipal Education Bureau's official website and the most prominent display boards featured a striking red announcement, We extend our warmest congratulations to Qin Yan from Linhai No. One high school for achieving an exceptional score of 99 in vitality and full marks in martial arts skills, earning admission to the top institution of the Daxia, Mo Wuda University. This announcement detonated like a bombshell, causing Linhai City to erupt in excitement. Qin Yan? Who is he? So impressive. 99 vitality? Full marks and skills. My goodness, is this the score achievable in Linhai? It was a real-life martial arts legend. In every corner of the streets, during casual conversations, people were abuzz discussing this remarkable name. Soon, more information about Qin Yan was unearthed. Hailing from an ordinary family, he worked diligently, and his experience of overcoming challenges during monthly exams rapidly became a celebrated case study among parents on how to educate their children. He became an idol for all high school seniors in Linhai City, and even younger students looked up to him. Meanwhile, Qin Yan's household became particularly lively. Relatives who had not been in touch for a long time began calling or visiting to offer their congratulations. Ah, Shuzeng. I always said Xiao Yan was smart from a young age. Look, he has indeed achieved greatness. Zhuanzi, you are truly fortunate. You have raised such an outstanding child. Prepare to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Xiao Yan still remembers me, right? I used to carry you when you were little. Once you become a person of significance, don't forget to lend a helping hand to your cousin. Listening to the endless flattery, Qin Yan's younger sister, Qin Xiaoxi, scoffed. Now you know to come and praise him? When our family was struggling and needed to borrow money, you all disappeared faster than anyone. Now that my brother has been accepted into a prestigious wuda, you come to curry favor. Xiaoxi's words resonated, prompting their mother, Chen Wan, to sigh and then turn to her husband and son. Lao Qin, Xiao Yan, when you have the time, let us invite Qin Ro's family over for a nice meal. When we were at our lowest, her family, despite their own hardships, still managed to lend us 10,000 yuan. We must not forget this act of kindness and should repay it properly. Mom, I remember. Don't worry. Qin Yan assured her with a nod. At that moment, a steady knock echoed at the front door. Qin Yan stood up to open it, only to be pleasantly surprised to find Director Wan Xueping at the threshold. Uncle Wan, what brings you here? Please come in. Qin Yan hurriedly ushered the esteemed figure inside. Upon seeing a person frequently featured in local news unexpectedly visiting, Qin Yan's parents were momentarily flustered, quickly rising to welcome him. Wan Xueping chuckled, waving his hand with an amiable demeanor. No need for formality, just treat me like a friend. I am here today in a personal capacity, specifically to congratulate Xiao Yan. Additionally, I brought the reward from the Municipal Education Bureau for our city's outstanding achiever. Hearing this, Qin Yan's parents felt a bit more at ease and quietly took their seats, allowing their son to take center stage. Uncle Wan, you're too kind. Thank you for making the trip. Qin Yan expressed his gratitude. Not at all. It's no trouble whatsoever. I would gladly make 100 trips for a top talent like you to emerge from Linhai City. This is a source of pride for our entire city. After exchanging pleasantries, Wan Xueping retrieved an exquisite bank card from his briefcase and presented it to Qin Yan. Xiao Yan, this card contains 1 million Huaxia yuan, a cash reward from the Municipal Education Bureau for your admission to the top wuda. It may not be an extravagant amount, but it is intended to provide you with a small boost as you embark on your journey at wuda, helping you acquire some necessities. Qin Yan accepted the card with both hands, his demeanor calm. Previously, 1 million would have seemed like an astronomical figure to him. Yet, after his recent experiences, he understood that within the realm of true martial artists, 1 million might merely serve as initial capital. The resources he expended to reach the 99 vitality threshold had already surpassed this amount, especially considering he possessed a system panel. Others undoubtedly spent even more. Meanwhile, upon hearing the figure of 1 million, Qin Xiaoxi's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth forming an A shape as if envisioning endless snacks and new clothes beckoning her. However, it was Wan Xueping's next statement that truly left the Qin family in shock. In addition to the cash reward, Wan Xueping continued with a smile. The city government has decided to grant you a standalone villa in the Bishi Lanting community, in recognition of the tremendous honor you have brought to our city. Bishi Lanting? Qin Yan's mother could not help but exclaim. That community was the most renowned affluent area in Linhai City, nestled by mountains and water, boasting an exquisite environment, inhabited by the wealthy elite. The market price of a villa there starts at a minimum of 5 million Huaxia yuan. Qin Yan was also momentarily taken aback. He knew there would be privileges associated with being admitted to a top wuda, but he had not anticipated such a degree of favor. This was due to Qin Yan's unawareness of the value of a top wuda. Graduates from such institutions are invariably at least third-tier martial artists, with such strength and background. Should he choose to return to Linhai City, he could immediately step into the upper echelons of power. If he were to break through to the fourth tier and become a mid-tier martial artist, he might even have the opportunity to aspire to the presidency of the Linhai Martial Arts Association, becoming one of the true rulers of the city. The Linhai city government viewed this investment with exceptional foresight. After sitting for a while longer and sipping tea, Wan Shueping took his leave, recognizing that his presence was making Qin Yan's family somewhat uncomfortable. After seeing off-director Wan, Qin Yan's parents gazed at the bank card and the villa keys, feeling as though they were in a dream. Xiao Yan, this villa Qin Yan's father, Qin Shoujing, remarked, finding it hard to believe. Qin Yan understood his parents' concerns and trepidation, patiently reassuring them. Mom, Dad, please accept this with peace of mind. This is the status and privilege that comes with being a martial artist. A villa is merely the beginning. In the future, we will possess even more and better things. He had quickly adapted to the elevation in his status and understanding gained through this period of growth. Upon hearing their son's calm and powerful words, Qin Fu and Qin Mu gradually felt their anxious hearts settle, soon being enveloped by immense joy and pride. Subsequently, the family began to pack their belongings. The next day, they all moved into their new home. The new residence exceeded their expectations, spacious and bright, exquisitely decorated, with a small garden outside. Qin Shaoxi joyfully ran around the yard, exclaiming, "Wow, we have a big house to live in now. I have my own room." Observing the radiant smiles of his family, Qin Yan felt a surge of warmth and motivation within him. He believed that this was merely a beautiful beginning. At his new desk, Qin Yan meticulously studied the details on the admission letter from Modawuda. Enrollment dates were set from June 29th to July 2nd, with selections for the 6 colleges of Modawuda. As he read through the lines, his heartbeat quickened, particularly when he noted that the deans of the 6 colleges were all 8th-rank martial masters. He gasped in astonishment. An 8th-rank master. His heart was profoundly shaken. A 4th-rank warrior was already considered top-tier combat power in Linhai City, but an 8th-rank presence was akin to towering pillars throughout the entire Xia country. The depth of Modawuda was indeed unfathomable. Just then, his communicator beeped, signaling a video call request from Zhounan. Qin Yan chose to answer. "Congratulations, Qin Yan, on being accepted into Modawuda. You've become quite the celebrity at Yizhong." On the other end of the screen, Zhounan beamed with joy, genuinely happy for him. They engaged in casual conversation about their recent lives. "Shall we gather tonight? Xiaobin will be there too, and you can bring your friend along. Once at Wuda, we might not see each other for nearly a year." Zhounan's voice carried a hint of melancholy. Chapter 25. Farewell and Arrival in Modu. "All right, sound good." Qin Yan replied readily. After receiving the address from Zhounan, he immediately contacted Lin Yang and Zhou Yuan. His 2 friends also agreed without hesitation. That evening, they gathered at their usual barbecue spot. The atmosphere was lively yet tinged with a bittersweet sense of farewell. "Ha ha ha, Qin Yan. You should have seen Liang Muxing's expression when he learned about Mai and Zhounan's final blood vitality scores. It was like he bit into a sour lemon. It was hilarious." Zhao Bin laughed heartily, sharing recent amusing anecdotes. He and Zhounan had broken through to the 4th level of their stance skill, significantly enhancing their vitality with the support of family resources, surpassing all expectations. "Qin Yan, I truly thank you," Zhao said, his demeanor turning serious as he expressed his gratitude. Zhounan, Lin Yang, and Zhou Yuan raised their glasses, sincerely thanking him. They all understood that without Qin Yan's assistance, their acceptance into their desired wuda would not have been so effortless. Particularly for Zhounan, she benefited the most, being the first to break through her stance skill and ultimately being admitted to Kunlun Wudao University, one of the most prestigious martial universities in Xia country, second only to the top 2 elite institutions. Qin Yan was slightly taken aback upon learning of Zhounan's acceptance into Kunlun Wudao, feeling genuinely happy for her. Xiaobin had been accepted into the neighboring province's Thunder Wuda, boasting greater strength than Jianghai Wuda. Zhou Yuan was pleased to be admitted to the local Linhai Wuda. Meanwhile, Lin Yang fulfilled the dreams of countless Linhai students by successfully being accepted into Zhanghai Wuda. As they prepared to part ways, with an uncertain future ahead, the young friends let go of their inhibitions, clinking glasses and drinking heartily, as if to immerse all their feelings of parting and hopes for the future into their drinks. Before long, Zhao Bin and Zhou Yuan, who had a lower tolerance for alcohol, began to feel dizzy, their words becoming slurred. Even Lin Yang and Qin Yan felt waves of lightheadedness. Zhou Nan's cheeks flushed, yet she managed to retain a semblance of clarity. In the end, Zhou Nan contacted the family's steward to bring a spacious business vehicle to safely escort the inebriated youths back home. That night the stars dimmed, and the gentle evening breeze could not disperse the genuine bonds of friendship and the faint sorrow of impending separation among the youths. Youth may fade, but the friendships and the cherished memories of their struggles shall never fade. In the days that followed, Qin Yan deliberately reduced his training time, practicing his marksmanship for only 4 hours each day to maintain his state. He devoted most of his time to accompany his family, enjoying meals, taking walks, and engaging in conversations, relishing the rare leisure and warmth following the intense examination period. During this time, his aunt's family was also invited to their new home as guests. Qin Yan not only repaid the initial loan of 10,000, but also prepared an additional 40,000 as a token of gratitude for his aunt's family's past support. His aunt, unable to decline, eventually accepted, praising Qin Yan for his accomplishments and loyalty. The sentiment of parting lingered gently within the home, as time silently slipped by amid these precious moments together. Soon, July 2nd arrived, the final day for enrollment. Qin Yan intentionally chose to depart on this last day, wishing to spend every possible moment with his family. At the high-speed railway station, she cried bitterly at his departure. She was aware that her brother would not return until the winter break. Having been close to her brother since childhood, she would often wait for him downstairs each night. Now, with his absence lasting several months, she arrived at the station with red eyes, clinging to Qin Yan's sleeve and refusing to let go. The joy of their new home faded away. Ultimately, after Qin Yan made numerous promises to bring back special products for Modu and assured her he would return home early during the winter break. The little girl reluctantly released her grip, sniffling. "Brother, remember to come home during the break and call me." "Qin Xiao," she choked out. Qin Yan gently patted his sister's head, softly replying, "I will, little one. Take care of Mom and Dad at home." He waved goodbye to his parents, stepping into the train compartment while his family looked on with reluctance. "Brother, remember to take care of yourself," the little girl shouted, already aboard the train. Qin Yan felt a knot in his heart. The high-speed train slowly departed. At this juncture, Qin Yan left Linhai, where he had lived for 18 years, embarking on the journey of seeking knowledge. Modu, the economic center of Daxia, an international metropolis, bustling with towering skyscrapers and thrumming with life. As Qin Yan flowed with the crowd exiting the high-speed railway station, he was immediately struck by the grandiose atmosphere of the modern city before him. He quickly noticed a uniquely designed, conspicuously marked sign indicating the reception passage for Modu Wuda. He pulled his suitcase towards that direction, but as he approached the entrance, he was intercepted by a tall, composed guard who raised a hand to stop him. "Please present your identification." The guard's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Qin Yan was slightly taken aback. He sensed a faint yet palpable pressure emanating from the guard. This was a true martial artist. Modu was indeed extraordinary. Even the guards at the reception passage were martial artists. "I am a new student at Modu Wuda. Here to register." Qin Yan suppressed his surprise, retrieving his admission notice and handing it to the guard. The guard accepted the notice and pulled out a palm-sized, high-tech scanner, scanning the security code and special energy imprint on the document. Beep. Verification successful. New student, Qin Yan. Welcome to enrollment. The scanner emitted a clear, electronic voice. The guard's serious expression instantly transformed into a sincere smile, his demeanor becoming warm and welcoming. "Welcome, Qin Yan, to Modu Wuda. Please follow me." He personally guided Qin Yan through the passage. This abrupt shift in attitude made Qin Yan acutely aware of the immense weight and privilege associated with being a student of Modu Wuda. Upon traversing the brief passage, Qin Yan was met with an expansive view. Contrary to his expectations of a waiting hall, it was a small, technologically advanced transportation hub. Sleek, streamlined maglev trains, seemingly from the future, quietly rested at the platform. More astonishingly, several small single-person flying vehicles were gently ascending and descending in midair, each occupied by figures exuding profound strength and piercing gazes. Qin Yan was left utterly astonished. Such a grand display was merely to serve Wu De in Mo Du. Qin Yan, those are the latest personal flying devices provided by the school for mentors and select outstanding students, renowned for their incredible speed. A guardian explained with a hint of pride. He then guided Qin Yan to a magnetic levitation train that was about to depart. Qin, this train is about to leave for the Wu De campus. Please board. Thank you, Qin Yan replied, stepping into the carriage. Chapter 26. Xiao Wangshu. The interior of the carriage was spacious and bright, offering a comfortable environment with ample seating. Qin Yan noticed that the carriage was nearly empty. Apart from himself, only 3 students, 2 boys and a girl, were present. He quickly realized it was the last day for check-in, and most new students had already arrived early to familiarize themselves with the campus. The train doors closed gently, nearly soundless, and it accelerated smoothly, carrying the last 3 students toward the legendary Mo Du Wu Dao University. Are you also a freshman this year? A distant male voice inquired from behind Qin Yan. Indeed, are you as well? Qin Yan smiled in response, welcoming the conversation. Yes, I am. My name is Gao Ming, hailing from Nanjiang province. Why did you choose to check in on the last day? Gao Ming naturally took a seat beside Qin Yan. I couldn't bear to leave home. I wanted to spend more time with my family, Qin Yan confided. Haha, we're alike. I also procrastinated until the final day to set off. My family nearly tossed my luggage out, insisting that if I didn't leave soon, I would miss check-in. Gao Ming chuckled, as their conversation flowed effortlessly. Through their dialogue, Qin Yan learned that Gao Ming came from a modestly affluent family. After chatting for a while, Gao Ming hesitated before asking, Qin Yan, may I be so bold as to inquire about your student ID number? The last 2 digits of the student ID indicate admission rank, a piece of public information among freshmen, serving as an initial gauge of each other's capabilities. 202-507-0259, Qin Yan replied calmly. 59. Gao Ming's voice rose in disbelief, his eyes widening as he scrutinized Qin Yan anew, as if confirming he had not misheard. He never expected that a seemingly ordinary classmate he encountered on the train would be among the top 60 elite scholars. His own student ID was 599. Although being accepted into Mo Du Wu demarked him as a prodigy, in the face of the formidable 59, he felt like a mere novice. Yet he remained undeterred, believing that with the nurturing of Mo Du Wu Da system, the guidance of excellent mentors, and abundant resources, he would not be outdone by anyone. Gao Ming, is that girl in front of freshman 2? Qin Yan pointed to the solitary figure seated at the front of the carriage. From her silhouette, she sat upright in simple athletic attire, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. I'm not quite sure. Just now I attempted to greet her, but as I approached within 3 meters, I was repelled by the natural aura of her formidable presence. It was terrifying, Gao Ming whispered, his expression growing peculiar. Qin Yan, I advise you not to provoke her. Recalling the earlier sensation, Gao Ming still felt chill. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan felt a shiver run down his spine. To be admitted to Mo Du Wu De, Gao Ming must possess at least 90 cards of vital energy, yet he was unwittingly forced back by her aura. Such power led him to conclude that the girl was undoubtedly a true martial artist. If she were also a freshman, she would certainly be among the most distinguished of this year's intake, Qin Yan mused. Half an hour later, the train gradually slowed down and came to a stop. An announcement sounded as the doors opened slowly. Qin Yan and Gao Ming disembarked with their luggage. At the same time, the girl in the front row stood up and calmly walked down the steps. Just as she turned, Qin Yan finally caught a glimpse of her face. It was an exceptionally beautiful and serene visage, with fair skin and exquisitely sculpted features. However, what captivated him most were her deep-set eyes, in which a faint, glowing silver crescent moon mark seemed to flicker. This bestowed upon her an air of mystery and nobility. What is this? Qin Yan's heart raced, almost doubting his own vision. When he focused again, he noticed that her eyes had returned to normal, still clear and cold, but the peculiar crescent mark had vanished, as if it had been a mere illusion. Qin Yan, what is wrong? Gao Ming noticed Qin Yan's unusual demeanor and asked. It's nothing. I might just be a bit tired and seeing things, Qin Yan replied, shaking his head to suppress his lingering curiosity. Let us go. The two walked side by side, with the enigmatic girl leisurely trailing behind them, maintaining a respectful distance. "This is Mo Du Wuda. It truly is magnificent," Gao Ming exclaimed in awe as they beheld a grand, modern entrance, towering over 10 meters and exceeding 100 meters in width. The gate was crafted from an enigmatic dark silver metal, adorned with intricate engravings and the bold characters Mo Du Wu Dao University, imbued with a sense of martial essence. The gates swung open, with a constant stream of individuals entering and exiting, each radiating varying degrees of vitality, none of whom appeared to be ordinary. The three presented their acceptance letters and passed through the entrance without hindrance, stepping onto the campus. Just as they entered, Qin Yan caught a glimpse of the acceptance letter held by the girl behind them. Name: Xiao Wangshu, student ID 202-507-0201. 01. Qin Yan's steps faltered, his heart racing. She was indeed a freshman. Moreover, she was undeniably the top student of this cohort. The student ID 2025 indicated the year of admission, while the trailing 01 denoted her ranking. Even more shocking events unfolded. Just a few steps after entering the campus, the girl named Xiao Wangshu was approached by an elderly man clad in a black, archaic robe, adorned with a golden diamond-shaped emblem on his chest. The old man bore a kind expression as he smiled at Xiao Wangshu, uttering something before gently waving his sleeve. Their figures seemed to blend into the air, vanishing in an instant. "Qin Yan, did you just see the old man's attire and emblem?" Gao Ming's voice trembled with disbelief. "I did." Qin Yan inhaled deeply, striving to calm the tempest within. That black robe and golden diamond emblem, the insignia of the head of Mo Du Wuda. He had encountered images and descriptions of it in the school's introductory materials. How astonishing to discover such a formidable figure concealed among the passengers, whisked away by someone of the dean's caliber. Gao Ming clutched his chest, feeling as if he had just awoken from a dream. Chapter 27. Huang Chu. Qin Yan, too, was swept up in a tide of exhilaration. Having just set foot in Mo Du Wuda for less than 10 minutes, he was met with consecutive shocks. First the top student, then the dean's welcome. He felt akin to a country bumpkin newly arrived in the city, marveling at everything with wide-eyed wonder. After several minutes, they began to regain their composure, following signposts and inquiring with seniors, making their way towards the freshman reception area. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, they arrived in front of an architecturally unique building, entirely comprised of glass walls. This was indeed the freshman reception center. Upon entering the spacious and well-lit hall, one could not help but notice its rather desolate atmosphere, with only 3 or 4 service windows still operational. 2 individuals approached one of the windows, where Qin Yan gently tapped on the glass. After a brief moment, a slightly languorous female voice emerged from within. Coming. A woman, around 40 years of age and clad in work attire, leisurely appeared behind the window, rubbing her somewhat drowsy eyes, resembling someone who had just awakened. She scrutinized Qin Yan and Gao Ming, both appearing travel-worn and burdened with substantial luggage, and her mind quickly deciphered the situation. New students? Indeed. Auntie, they replied in unison. Please show me your admission letters. Qin Yan and Gao Ming handed their letters through the window. The woman took the letters, casually glancing at Gao Ming's before nodding. However, upon noticing Qin Yan's student ID number, 59, her actions momentarily halted, a flicker of surprise crossing her face as she stole an extra glance at him. She had not anticipated encountering such a remarkably ranked prodigy on the final day of registration. With practiced ease, she entered their information into the system and then handed them 2 information cards along with their stamped admission letters. Gao Ming, room 150 in the Huang district. Qin Yan, room 15 in the Huang district. Receiving the cards, both young men regarded the information with some confusion, uncertain of what the Huang district specifically entailed. The woman, noticing their puzzlement, kindly explained, the student accommodation at Mo Du Wuda is primarily divided into 4 tiers: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. As new students, you will be uniformly placed in the Huang district. The dormitories in the Huang district are 4-person rooms. The Xian district offers better accommodations, consisting of 3-person rooms. The Di and Tian districts are even more exclusive, featuring either luxury villas or standalone cottages with gardens, environments and resources far superior to those of the Huang district. Her words were primarily directed at Qin Yan. With a student ID of 59, she surmised that as long as he performed decently in the forthcoming departmental assessments, he might very well ascend directly to the D or even the Tian district. As for Gao Ming, with an ID of 599, he was perceived merely as an ordinary student, unworthy of further attention. Thank you for the clarification, Auntie, Qin Yan expressed politely. You're welcome. She waved her hand dismissively. Please wait a moment while I contact the logistics department. Someone will escort you to the dormitory area. She picked up an internal phone and dialed a number, briefly exchanging a few words. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, a lean man in logistics uniform, around 30, jogged to the window. Sisterly, I've arrived. Yes, I see you. The woman, referred to as Sisterly, nodded, gesturing towards Qin Yan and Gao Ming. Li Feng, this is Qin Yan and the one beside him. They are both new students this year. Please take them to the Huang district dormitory to settle in. Sure thing. Li Feng rapidly then turned his warm gaze towards Qin Yan and Gao Ming, lingering particularly on Qin Yan for a moment. Having worked at Mo Du Wuda for many years, he possessed a keen sense of perception. From Sister Li's demeanor, he could infer that this new student, Qin Yan, was likely exceptional. Qin Yan and this fellow student. Let me take your luggage, Li Feng offered as he naturally reached for the suitcase in Qin Yan's hand. Nodding in agreement, Qin Yan allowed Li Feng to pull the luggage forward. The term this fellow student elicited a slight twitch in Gao Ming's lips, silently berating. So, I don't even merit a name? Gao Ming, resembling a petulant figure, huffed and followed along with his suitcase in tow. As they proceeded, Li Feng guided them towards the dormitory, pointing to a 10-story building ahead. Qin Yan, this is the library of Mo Du Wuda. You can visit it in your spare time. However, access is restricted. The first 3 floors are open to all students, but the upper levels can only be entered once you become a warrior. Qin Yan was taken aback. There are restrictions, even for the library? Could it be that the upper floors conceal techniques for body refinement and the like? Li Feng chuckled and shook his head. Not quite. While the higher-level books are indeed rarer and more valuable, they predominantly comprise martial theory, insights from predecessors, and bestiary illustrations, rather than direct cultivation methods. Then why set such a high threshold? Qin Yan inquired. This is a common phenomenon at Mo Du Wuda, Li Feng explained. Our institution champions competition and encourages students to continuously strive for greater heights. In essence, the strong hold sway, enjoying superior resources. The more formidable your abilities and the higher your talents, the better privileges, resources, and treatment you will receive within the school. If one is merely content with the basic benefits offered and follows a mundane path of learning, one may graduate after 4 years as just an ordinary first-grade warrior. Yet, many top-tier students achieve 3rd or even 4th grade status upon graduation. There are even prodigies. It is said that some have graduated at the 5th grade level. 4th grade, 5th grade. Qin Yan felt a surge of astonishment. Such prowess would render one a leading figure in his hometown, Linhai City. And this was merely the caliber of Mo Du Wuda's outstanding graduates. Simultaneously, he grasped from Li Feng's words that Mo Du Wuda was far from sanctuary. It was a realm of intense competition, with a stark disparity in resource allocation. The chasm between the mediocre and the exceptional would be immensely magnified. Throughout the journey, Li Feng briefly introduced significant buildings or facilities they passed. Nonetheless, after traversing a mere fraction of the campus for almost half an hour, the vastness of Mo Du Wuda was unmistakable. Ahead lies the Huang-level dormitory district, Li Feng indicated. As Qin Yan and Gao Ming gazed towards it, they were once again awestruck by the grandeur of Mo Du Wuda. Before them lay a meticulously planned area, replete with beautiful surroundings, where modern, exquisitely designed 3-story townhouses stood proudly. Lush trees shaded the pathways, adorned with flowers, and there were even small artificial lakes and pavilions. It was less a dormitory and more akin to an upscale residential area. Li Feng, accustomed to the astonished expressions of newcomers, remarked, "The new student dormitories are located in this leftward area, while the other 3 directions house upperclassmen. Your information cards serve as keys. Simply locate your designated room number and swipe the card to enter. My task is complete. I wish you both a delightful university experience." He returned Qin Yan's suitcase and took his leave. Once Li Feng departed, the two followed the directions on their information cards towards the left side of the new student dormitory area. They soon found Gao Ming's room 150, situated on the 2nd floor of the townhouse. Qin Yan, see you later. Let's stay in touch. Gao Ming waved goodbye, dragging his luggage into his new abode. Qin Yan continued his search for room 15. He observed that the floor levels of the townhouses seemed to relate to their rankings. The lower floor rooms bore larger numbers, while ascending floors had progressively smaller numbers. Indeed, on the third floor, he discovered the room marked with the number 15. The adjacent rooms were 14 and 16, while directly opposite was room 65. With a gentle swipe of his information card across the door lock, it emitted a soft beep and swung open. The interior of the dormitory was even more spacious than it appeared from the outside. At its center was a bright communal living area furnished with comfortable sofas and a coffee table. Surrounding it were 4 bedrooms, each equipped with private bathrooms. As he stepped into the living room, the doors to the other 3 bedrooms opened almost simultaneously, revealing 3 distinctly different young men, all of whom fixed their gazes intently upon Qin Yan. A slight shock coursed through him as he sensed the robust and unique rhythm of vital energy emanating from each of his new roommates. They were all warriors. In that instant, he understood. His admission ranking of 59, with a vital energy score of 99 and full marks in skills, had led him to this moment. The 58 individuals ranked above him are most likely martial artists. As for the roommate ranked 60, it is evident that he successfully broke through after the college entrance examination. Even before the school officially begins, Qin Yan can palpably sense an immense, intangible pressure. This is indeed a gathering of top-tier geniuses. When the 3 martial artist roommates noticed Qin Yan and perceived that his vitality had not yet fully transformed into martial energy, they collectively furrowed their brows slightly, a flicker of barely perceptible indifference crossing their eyes. One of them even shook his head slightly. Subsequently, as if in silent agreement, the trio turned without a word and retreated to their respective rooms, closing the doors behind them. The distinction between martial artists and non-martial artists, although seemingly narrow, represents a profound difference in the hierarchy of life. To them, Qin Yan, who is yet to break through, cannot occupy the same realm as they do, thus rendering any exchange unnecessary. Qin Yan accepted their overt coldness with tranquility. He was not concerned, for he understood that this roommate relationship would last no longer than 3 days. After 3 days, following the entrance examination and college division ceremony, everyone would be reassigned to dormitories based on their performance and advisor selections. This temporary abode would only be a fleeting stay for him. Dragging his suitcase, he made his way to the only vacant bedroom. After swiping his card to enter, he spent half an hour meticulously tidying and organizing the room. He made the bed and arranged his personal belongings, infusing the temporary refuge with a hint of his own essence. Once he completed everything, Qin Yan glanced at the time. It was already 12:30 in the afternoon. With a new student orientation scheduled for 3 o'clock and having yet to eat lunch, he decided to take this opportunity to familiarize himself with the campus environment while also satisfying his hunger. Acting on impulse, Qin Yan departed the dormitory and, following the directional signs, easily located the dining hall near the Huang district. Magic capital Martial University boasts 8 large dining halls spread across various areas. With one conveniently situated in the Huang district, the dining hall consists of 3 floors, exuding an impressive appearance. Upon entering the first floor hall, he found it spacious and bright, with numerous windows showcasing a dazzling array of high-protein, energy-rich meals. To his delight, the basic meals on the first floor were provided free of charge. As for the second and third floors, he had no immediate plans to visit. Those levels offered more potent medicinal dishes and specialized foods that could directly aid in cultivation and enhance vitality, but they required the expenditure of school credits. The purchasing power of credits at Magic Capital Martial University far exceeds that of money. An external vitality pill valued at 10,000 huaxia coins could be obtained for just a small amount of credits within the school. Essentially, 1 credit equates to 10,000 huaxia coins. Credits can not only be exchanged for pills, but also used to hire advisors for guidance and cultivation, learn martial arts techniques, and acquire resources such as recipes and weapons. Magic Capital Martial University only recognizes credits. As a new student, the school rewarded Qin Yan with 150 credits, equivalent to 1,500,000 huaxia coins. He needed to plan wisely how to utilize this substantial sum. After lunch, Qin Yan did not return to the dormitory, but instead took the opportunity to familiarize himself with the surroundings of the dormitory area. Before long, he noticed many new students heading towards the number 3 stadium. The new student assembly was about to commence. Qin Yan followed the flow of people, not wishing to arrive late to his first meeting and leave a poor impression on future mentors and school leaders. The number 3 stadium was incredibly grand, with circular stands capable of accommodating tens of thousands. At this moment, nearly 1,000 new students gathered in the center of the venue, most of them conversing with familiar peers or newly acquainted roommates, while only a scant few stood alone. The air was thick with various waves of vitality, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. All new students' attention. Please line up quickly in groups of 20 according to your student numbers. A commanding, resonant voice suddenly echoed throughout the stadium, cutting through the clamor and capturing everyone's attention. This voice did not emanate from a megaphone, but was purely the result of the speaker's exceptional control over vitality and sound waves. What level of strength is this? Qin Yan wondered, but he was certain it was far beyond that of a low-tier martial artist. The new students, not daring to hesitate, immediately sprang into action to find their places. Qin Yan quickly located his position. Glancing to his sides, he saw 2 of his martial artist roommates standing nearby. The moment they felt Qin Yan's gaze, they merely cast him a fleeting glance, their eyes betraying the natural superiority that martial artists possess. They then turned away, resuming their quiet conversation, evidently excluding Qin Yan. He was unfazed by their indifference and took the opportunity to observe the entire gathering. After a brief survey, he estimated that approximately 1,000 new students had enrolled at Magic Capital University, among whom 87 had reached the martial artist level, nearly all of them ranking within the top 100. Several students ranked below him had also attained martial artist status over the summer. Those like him, stuck at the critical threshold of 99 without the body refinement techniques and the protection of powerful guardians, found themselves in a unique position at this gathering of geniuses. As time gradually elapsed, it soon approached 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Excellent. He had not arrived late. All 1,000 new students had assembled. The previous authoritative voice resounded once more. Since everyone is here, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Su Jiming, and I am the Dean of the First Academy. The principal is currently absent from the campus, and the 3 vice principals are occupied with pressing matters. So, I will be overseeing the new student ceremony today. Qin Yan comprehended the implication of this statement. It indicated that this dean of the First Academy was the strongest individual in the school, second only to the principal. Was it possible that the 6 academies were ranked by strength? The First Academy being the strongest and the 6th Academy the weakest? A multitude of thoughts raced through Qin Yan's mind. Dean Su Jiming appeared to be around 30 years old, but his actual age was likely far greater. The stronger a martial artist, the higher their life tier, allowing them to prolong their lifespan. His features were rugged, and his gaze was sharp as an eagle's, exuding an aura of authority and dignity as he stood on stage. His eyes scanned the crowd, causing the new students to instinctively straighten their backs. Magic Martial University has a history of 1,953 years. This long history has been forged through blood and fire. It is the generations of magic martial students who have built this institution with their bones as bricks and their fervent blood as mortar, painstakingly constructing it inch by inch from the clutches of foreign invaders. This is how the campus you see today came to be, and this is the very ground upon which you stand. Upon entering this grand gate, I hope you can set aside your arrogance. Do not consider yourselves as the favored children of destiny, nor should you dream of soaring to greatness instantaneously. At Magic Martial, the very first rule that must be ingrained in your bones is that to obtain what you desire, you must first be prepared to give what it takes. Magic Martial does not nurture idlers, nor does it show compassion to the weak. Here, only the achievements earned through fists and sweat are respected. Since you have come to Magic Martial, do not harbor thoughts of meekness and humility. You must strive. Strive for resources, strive for opportunities, and strive for every single moment that can make you stronger. What is a martial artist? It is not merely a title to flaunt before others, nor a badge of honor for your family, and certainly not a bargaining chip. A martial artist stands as the foremost wall of this city. They are the last line of defense behind billions of compatriots. They are the sword and shield with which our race can rebuild civilization from the ruins. Su Jiming's voice resonated throughout the stadium. The rules of Magic Martial may be few, but each one demands your utmost effort to uphold. Likewise, magic martial provides you with the grandest stage. When it is time to display your skills, do not hide them away. Today's entrance ceremony will not be burdened with unnecessary formalities. It is merely an opportunity for you to get to know one another and to familiarize yourselves with the true essence of magic martial. In Montauk Vu, the method of acquaintance is remarkably straightforward. Su Jiming paused momentarily, his voice imbued with a chilling undertone. Gaze to your left, then to your right. They may currently be your classmates, but in the future, they could become your comrades, standing back to back amidst a sea of corpses and blood. Or they might turn into your mortal foes, vying for the sole life-saving elixir. This proclamation struck the gathered freshmen like a deluge of icy water, causing a collective shiver that transformed the previously relaxed atmosphere into one of palpable gravity. This would undoubtedly be an unforgettable orientation ceremony for them. All mentors for this year's freshmen stepped forward. Susi Minke Mandiv. Instantly, from the rear of the podium, emerged over 100 individuals, each radiating a unique aura of formidable presence. They stood before the stage like a constellation of stars. The illustrious mentors hailed from the 6 major academies, destined to be the guiding lights for the students' futures. Now, esteemed mentors, please introduce yourselves briefly. As his words faded, a tall, dignified man bearing an ancient longsword stepped forward, his voice resonating like the clear chime of a sword. First Academy, Lin Jian, peak of the 6th grade. Following him, a somewhat effeminate voice chimed in. Second Academy, Ing Wu, peak of the 6th grade. Third Academy, Yin Gang, peak of the 6th grade. Fourth Academy, Xiao Qingyu, peak of the 6th grade. Fifth Academy, Lei Ming, peak of the 6th grade. Sixth Academy, Xiao Hua, peak of the 6th grade, and a 6th grade alchemy master. The principal mentors of the 6 academies were all formidable beings at the pinnacle of the 6th grade. The assembly was nothing short of terrifying. Subsequently, other mentors took turns to announce their names. First Academy, Fangde Chue, mid-level 6th grade warrior. As each mentor's credentials were unveiled, their strengths varied from peak 6th grade to 4th grade. Even the weakest mentor possessed the prowess of a 4th grade warrior. Qin Yan could only inwardly marvel at the formidable faculty of Mo Du Wuda. Their strength was truly astounding. Later, detailed information about each mentor, including their specialties and recruitment criteria, will be transmitted to your personal devices via the campus system. Susi Min concluded. I hope you all perform admirably in the freshman trial 3 days hence. Exhibit your utmost capabilities, even surpassing your limits. Otherwise, when the time comes and no mentor wishes to select you, do not blame me for not warning you today. The specifics of the freshman trial, along with its rules, will be communicated to you afterward. Thus concludes today's orientation ceremony. As his voice echoed, the oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped the stadium receded like a retreating tide. The mentors departed the stage, and the freshmen, laden with complex emotions, began to exit in succession, most in silence, as they made their way towards the dormitory area. As Qin Yan left, he once again spotted the first newcomer, Xiao Wangshu, whom he had encountered on the train. She resembled a radiant moon, her stature tall and her demeanor exuding an ethereal coolness. Even without any action, she effortlessly drew the attention of those around her. At that moment, she was engaged in a hushed conversation with another female student of equally admirable grace, and soon their figures gracefully vanished into the throng. Yet many male gazes followed their departure. Retrieving his eyes, Qin Yan headed toward the dormitory. Upon returning, he picked up the intelligent wristband on his desk, a benefit bestowed by Mo Du Wuda upon its students, akin to an upgraded version of a mobile phone. Campus information would also be relayed to this wristband. He activated it, and a mechanical voice greeted him. New student Qin Yan detected. Identity binding successful. Please name your personal AI assistant and set its gender and personality. Contemplating briefly, an image of the cool and luminous figure flashed in his mind, and he spoke. Gender, female, name, Xiao Shu, personality, cool. Command confirmed. Naming successful. Xiao Shu at your service. A voice imbued with a hint of coolness resonated in response. Chapter 30. The Fishman Warrior, a peculiar sensation welled within Qin Yan, and he shook his head, issuing a command. Xiao Shu, open the email containing information about the freshman mentors. Understood, Master. The cool electronic voice replied, and a clear virtual projection materialized before Qin Yan. displaying detailed profiles of all the freshman mentors, including their avatars, names, affiliated academies, levels of power, areas of expertise, research accomplishments, and recruitment preferences. Qin Yan focused intently, spending nearly an hour to peruse the information. In total, there were 19 mentors of the 6th grade, 57 of the 5th grade, and the remainder were of the 4th grade. Truly, as one of the top martial arts universities, its faculty was extravagantly impressive. Qin Yan felt a renewed sense of awe. Based on his training needs, he initially shortlisted several potential mentors. Foremost among them was Mentor Xiaohua from the 6th Academy, a peak 6th grade powerhouse and also a 6th grade alchemist. The 6th Academy was a unique institution within Mo Du Wuda, excelling in various crafts such as alchemy, weapon forging, potion making, and command. It was the wealthiest among the 6 academies. He possessed a martial arts skills system, and guidance in marksmanship was not a pressing necessity. What he lacked were resources, funds, and connections. A formidable alchemy mentor could undoubtedly fulfill those needs. However, he pondered whether the system could augment these skills. Next, he considered Mentor Luo Cheng from the 1st Academy, a mid-level 6th grade, whose marksmanship was terrifyingly advanced, ranking at the 6th tier among all mentors. If he could secure a place under his tutelage, it would greatly benefit his marksmanship training. He listed 5 or 6 potential candidates, knowing that he had yet to break through as a warrior. Despite his excellent marksmanship skills, whether he could capture the attention of those top mentors remained uncertain, especially Mentor Xiaohua, as he had no knowledge of alchemy, making his chances slim. Thus, it was prudent to prepare multiple options. Now, it was time to delve into the specifics of the freshman trial. Qin Yan took a deep breath and commanded Xiao Shu. Understood, master. As soon as he finished speaking, the content on the projection shifted, revealing a grotesque creature. It was a humanoid figure with a fish head covered in dense scales, its eyes glowing with a sinister blue light. Towering at over 2.5 meters, its skin was a grayish blue, rough as leather. It wielded a rusted yet menacing trident, had webbed toes, and exposed sharp fangs, emanating a savage and putrid aura. This creature is a fishman warrior, a basic combat unit of the aquatic race, possessing low intelligence and a vicious temperament, with formidable strength. Its power fluctuates between low-level 1st grade to peak 3rd grade. It is one of humanity's primary foes on coastal and aquatic battlefields, Xiao Shu elucidated in her cool, electronic tone. Qin Yan stared intently at the menacing fishman warrior projection, his heart racing uncontrollably. This was his first clear encounter with an alien race. Although merely a projection, its lifelike form and the ferocity it exuded still sent shivers down his spine. The general power range was between 1st and 3rd grade. This implied that even the weakest fishman warrior was comparable to a 1st grade human warrior, given his current 99 points of vitality and his unbroken state as a warrior. Facing it head-on would undoubtedly spell disaster. However, the trial's objective was not to defeat it. Qin Yan calmly analyzed that the assessment would focus on our endurance under the fishman warrior's onslaught, our adaptability, combat skills, and other comprehensive qualities. As long as he performed exceptionally and showcased immense potential, he could still attract the mentor's attention even in defeat. I must find a way to maximize my strengths within the next 3 days. The hope of breaking through as a warrior seemed dim. Thus, his only avenue for advancement lay within his martial arts skills. With this thought, Qin Yan's consciousness sank into his mind, gazing at the system panel visible only to him. Qing Tian Yi Qi Zhuang. 5 layers, perfect, Qi blood, 99 cards spirit, 42 hertz marksmanship, 2nd stage, 61 skill points, 91 points remarks. As long as one works hard, there will be rewards. Qin Yan directed his skill points towards enhancing his marksmanship. In an instant, a torrent of profound insights regarding the art of shooting surged into his mind, akin to an enlightening revelation. The various techniques of force application, the transformations of movements, and the comprehension of intent surged forward with remarkable rapidity. After expending 17 skill points, his marksmanship progressed to 2nd stage, 90, with an additional 15 skill points consumed. It reached 2nd stage, 100. However, the progress bar halted at 100, seemingly encountering a bottleneck. Without hesitation, Qin Yan continued to invest skill points. After consuming another 20 skill points, the progress bar leaped dramatically, and his marksmanship transcended to the perfection of the 2nd stage, transforming into the third stage. 1. Unrelenting. Qin Yan allocated all his remaining skill points. Ultimately, when his skill points were nearly depleted, his marksmanship solidified at the third stage. 17. As one ascends to higher tiers, the challenges of improvement become increasingly arduous. The advancement from low-level third stage to the next tier requires nearly 2 skill points for a single increment, indicating that the cost of effort will escalate in the future. A sense of pressure enveloped Qin Yan. Nevertheless, the marksmanship at the low-level third stage should be considered top-tier among new students, as many lower-ranked warriors may not achieve even the third stage. Insufficient rank, yet skill compensates. This was his greatest reliance at present. Contemplating this, Qin Yan felt a surge of eagerness to find a place to familiarize himself with his rapidly advancing marksmanship skills. The yellow-level dormitory, accommodating 4 individuals, could only meet the most basic living needs, lacking even a proper training room. He rose and exited the dormitory, making his way toward the public martial arts room marked on the campus map. This new student trial must be approached with determination. His goal, at least secure a dormitory in the earth-level area. Qin Yan's gaze was resolute. The heaven-level area features independent training grounds and medicinal gardens within a small estate, accessible only to the top 10 new students, of which he was uncertain of his chances. However, the earth-level area comprised row houses, albeit shared accommodations, equipped with dedicated martial arts rooms. Entry was permitted for the top 100 new students, a challenge he felt confident to meet. In doing so, he would no longer need to traverse to the public area for training, thus saving time. Everything must be fought for through strength. Half an hour later, following the directional signs, Qin Yan arrived before an imposing circular edifice, the public martial arts hall. The interior was vast, divided into numerous independent or semi-open training spaces, equipped with various advanced training apparatus, force measurement stones, and agility testing zones. However, as Qin Yan stepped toward the entrance, a soft beam of laser swept across his body. Chapter 31. An unfortunate prelude. Identity verification. Qin Yan, 2025 new student, undesignated college, rank, non-warrior. Insufficient permissions, access to the public martial arts hall denied. A chilling electronic prompt echoed. Simultaneously, an invisible energy barrier seemed to rise at the entrance, rendering Qin Yan unable to pass, regardless of his efforts. Some senior students training within the hall noticed the scene and erupted into gentle laughter. Haha, another new student, blocked by the permission wall. It's normal. We've all faced such setbacks during our time. Don't be disheartened, junior. Once you're allocated to college and break through to become a warrior, you could train wherever you like. A flush crept onto Qin Yan's face, yet he said nothing, silently turning away. This minor setback deepened his understanding of Dean Su Jiming's words. At Mo Du Wuda, privilege and respect are intrinsically linked to strength. Returning to his cramped dormitory, Qin Yan had no choice but to practice the most fundamental boxing techniques. He repeatedly struck the most basic boxing stance, honing his delicate control over strength. Sweat drenched his training attire, each drop splattering onto the floor. After 3 continuous hours of practice, until his entire body ached, he finally paused. After a simple dinner, he resumed his training in the evening. Thus, within the monotony yet fulfilling preparations, 3 days swiftly passed. The day of a new student trial had finally arrived. The One Beast Arena, resembling an ancient Roman Colosseum, was imbued with a palpable atmosphere of tension. Qin Yan stood among the new student cohort in the waiting area, surveying his surroundings and noting that the number of new students gathered was fewer than 300. He realized it seemed other new students had been assigned to different arenas. Indeed, if nearly 1,000 new students were to trial here one by one, it would take days and nights to complete. He keenly observed that the new students present in the number 1 arena were nearly all robust, their gazes sharp. Clearly, they were from the top ranks of the student body, with a high proportion of warriors among them. Qin Yan dubbed it the number 1 elite arena. In the distance, the circular spectator stands were already filled with numerous upperclassmen, their faces adorned with relaxed smiles, engaging in hushed conversations as though attending a performance. The betting is open. How many will directly defeat the Fishman Warriors this year? I bet a maximum of 7. I'll play it safe and wager on 5. Perhaps this year's cohort is more gentle. On the podium, Su Jiming and several instructors appeared once more, their gazes sweeping over the somewhat anxious new students. Su Jiming's resonant voice echoed again. You must be well aware of the rules and content of the trial. Battling against the Fishman warriors is no trifling matter. Injuries are commonplace, and there is even a possibility of death. The word death struck like a hammer, resonating heavily in the hearts of many new students. And the atmosphere in the arena was immediately filled with suppressed gasps and unrest, with many displaying unmistakable fear in their eyes. The air seemed to thicken with tension. At this moment, should anyone feel apprehensive and wish to withdraw, you may do so immediately. This is your final opportunity. Once the trial officially commences, those who retreat will be treated as deserters. Mo Wu does not tolerate cowards. The arena fell into silence, only the sound of heavy breathing resonating. Yet, not a single person stepped forward to choose withdrawal. Those standing here were the pride of their respective regions, each embodying an unyielding dignity. Observing this, Su Jiming imperceptibly nodded. In truth, with him, an 8th-rank grandmaster present, the chances of death were nearly non-existent. His previous statement was merely a preliminary test of the newcomer's resolve. The outcome was satisfactory. Since no one has chosen to withdraw, without further ado, let the new student trial commence now. Su Jiming's voice boomed like thunder, and with a grand gesture, he commanded, "Release the Fishman warriors." The ground trembled as a heavy, rust-stained metallic gate slowly rose at the edge of the vast circular arena. A gust of wind, laden with a briny and foul odor, billowed from the dark passage. Shortly after, a towering and robust figure emerged, dragging heavy alloy shackles with each step. It was indeed the Fishman warrior seen in the projection, more fearsome and grotesque than depicted. Its gray-blue skin glistened with a greasy sheen under the light, and its emotionless blue eyes scanned the stands with primal ferocity. Clutching a rusted, yet glimmering trident, it emitted a low, gurgling sound reminiscent of drowning. The atmosphere became instantly grim and oppressive. In midair, Su Jiming flicked his finger, a fine golden light shooting forth like lightning, precisely shattering the alloy shackles binding the Fishman warrior's ankle. With a clang, the shackles fell to the ground, freed from restraint. The Fishman warrior let out a hoarse roar, flexed its powerful arms, and cast a bloodthirsty gaze around. The order of battle will proceed from the lowest to highest student numbers. First up, Lindong. Among the group, a boy with a buzz cut and a slightly frail physique trembled violently. He gritted his teeth, his legs feeling as if they were burdened with lead, and he slowly shuffled into the passage leading to the arena. Before long, he found himself in the lower arena, a standard combat knife, now clutched in his hand. Though it trembled slightly, the match commenced. As the announcement echoed, the gate behind Lin Dong thunderously slammed shut. Simultaneously, the blue light in the Fishman warrior's eyes intensified, its powerful legs propelling it forward with an unexpected speed, brandishing its trident menacingly at Lin Dong. Alas, Lin Dong was utterly petrified by this ferocious momentum. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, the knife clattering beside him. The Fishman warrior was upon him in an instant, raising the trident high, ready to strike down upon Lin Dong's head. "I concede," Lin Dong shouted. At that critical moment, a soft yet resilient golden shield enveloped his entire body in an instant. Bang! The trident struck the shield with a muffled thud, but the shield remained unyielding. Not even a ripple disturbed its surface. The Fishman warrior, on the other hand, was jolted back by an unseen force, rendered immobile. Lin Dong defeated, eliminated. Su Jiming's cold voice rang out. Immediately, staff members rushed forward to assist the nearly exhausted Lin Dong off the field. The mentors in the audience shook their heads, their faces etched with disappointment. Such a disposition rendered them unworthy of evaluation. It seemed to herald a dismal prelude. The subsequent trials did not improve immediately. Nearly 100 students took the stage, and more than half performed hardly better than Lin Dong, displaying their shortcomings under the onslaught of the Fishman warrior and swiftly succumbing to defeat. Even those who had broken through to the warrior level struggled due to a lack of practical experience or determination, floundering under the Fishman warrior's wild attacks. Few could withstand more than 3 exchanges, and none could last beyond 10. Sighs and murmurs arose from the stands. It was only when the student numbers entered the top 100 that the situation began to gradually improve. More warriors stepped forward, their mental states stabilizing considerably, and the duration of their resistance noticeably lengthened, with occasional glimpses of promising counterattacks. Yet, the chasm separating them from defeating the fisherman warrior remained vast. Next up, Qin Yan. At last, it was Qin Yan's turn. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the instinctive surge of fear. He stepped forward into the well-lit passage leading to the arena, where walls adorned with an array of weapons flanked him. His gaze swept across, finally resting upon a gleaming silver spear. He reached for it, grasping it firmly. The moment his fingers wrapped around the spear's shaft, an extraordinary sensation surged within him. The spear transformed from a mere cold metal into an extension of his arm. The weight, balance, and length felt impeccably suited to him. A profound sense of fluidity and control coursed through him. Was this the effect of the three-stage spear technique? Qin Yan felt a mix of astonishment and joy. Since his breakthrough, he had struggled without suitable venues or opportunities for practice, leaving his perception of progress in his spear technique hazy. But at this moment, holding the spear, the sensation of a deep connection between flesh and spirit was unmistakably clear. It was as if dormant power had been awakened in an instant. This overwhelming sense of control instilled within him an unprecedented confidence for the impending battle. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the spear's tip traced a delicate silver arc in the air, emitting a faint hum. He stepped steadily out of the passage, entering the arena beneath countless watchful eyes. The stench of blood wafted toward him, and in the distance, the fierce fisherman warrior locked its cold blue eyes onto him, its bloodthirsty aura unmistakable. Fear threatened to wash over him once more, and he could almost hear his heart pounding like a drum. I must not falter. I must perform well. This is my only opportunity. He forced himself to meet those inhuman eyes, reminding himself that he could not shrink away before battle on his martial path. He recalled President Su Jiming's words, "The martial arts do not pity the weak." He thought of the countless nights of arduous training and the 91 skill points he had devoted on the system panel. When he lifted his head again, the panic in his eyes had dissipated, replaced by an unwavering determination akin to granite. He held the spear with one hand, its tip angled toward the ground. His entire demeanor transformed, reminiscent of a youthful spear god. The match began. The fisherman warrior let out a roar, launching into its signature savage charge. The trident aimed directly at Qin Yan. In the stands, murmurs of speculation began to stir. Oh, this junior seems to be a non-warrior? The fluctuations of his blood vitality appear peculiar, as if they are at their limits. A non-warrior facing a first-tier fisherman? Isn't that akin to delivering oneself on a platter? If he can withstand 3 exchanges, that will be impressive. He is likely to be defeated in an instant. Even on the podium, Su Jiming and several nearby mentors shook their heads slightly. Su Jiming was prepared to intervene at any moment. In their view, the outcome for a non-warrior facing the ferocious fisherman warrior was almost predetermined. However, as the fisherman warrior charged fiercely, Qin Yan advanced rather than retreating, the spear in his hand erupting like a coiled serpent. A pinpoint of cold light struck precisely at the side of the incoming trident. Clang! The sound of their clash echoed. To everyone's astonishment, the anticipated scene of the spear slipping from Qin Yan's grasp and him being sent flying did not occur. Instead, both he and the fisherman warrior staggered back 3 steps, equally matched. Su Jiming's previously raised hand slowly descended, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Then, a barely perceptible smile curved his lips. The power is harmonious. The control is instinctual. 3-stage spear technique? This lad has some potential. In the audience, several astute mentors recognized the nuance. This boy's strike was no less potent than that of a warrior. Indeed, to withstand a first-tier fisherman warrior as a non-warrior suggests that this boy's spear technique has reached the 3rd stage. This young man possesses remarkable talent in the art of the spear. The 120-point enhancement in blood vitality granted by the 3-stage spear technique made this match increasingly compelling. In the arena, the clash of forces fortified Qin Yan's resolve. Though the fisherman warrior's strength was ferocious, it was not insurmountable. His confidence surged, and Qin Yan's gaze sharpened. No longer content to defend, he pressed forward with the spear. The spear in his hand seemed to come alive, transforming into streaks of silver lightning. Sometimes striking like a cunning serpent, fierce and ruthless. At other times, pouring down like a torrential rain, relentless and dense. And again soaring like a rainbow piercing the sun. Immense and forceful, he was completely immersed in the exhilarating rhythm of battle. having cast aside any fear of the fisherman warrior's appearance. His focus was solely on his opponent, his heart solely on the spear technique. His understanding of the three-stage spear technique rapidly crystallized and integrated within the heat of battle. The more he practiced, the more proficient and fierce he became. In an instant, spear shadows danced, and he engaged the fierce fisherman warrior in an intense and reciprocal exchange. Clang! Another fierce collision occurred. Qin Yan took a half-step back, adjusting his breath. The fisherman warrior, seemingly enraged, let out a furious roar and charged once more. The trident lunged forward, unadorned yet brimming with power. In that fleeting moment, Qin Yan's gaze sharpened, and an aura of focus enveloped him. He sank his waist slightly, his legs firmly rooted to the ground like ancient tree roots. Drawing power from the earth, he channeled it through his waist, uniting his arm and leg, melding into a formidable force. Break! He exhaled sharply, the spear in his hand surging forth like an enraged dragon emerging from the sea, thrusting forward with unstoppable momentum. At the tip of the spear, an incredibly refined and penetrating invisible force suddenly erupted, a manifestation of the third stage of spear technique. A sharp crack echoed, followed by a piercing metallic tremor. The fisherman warrior felt a spiraling and eerie power coursing through the spear. A searing pain shot through his grip, causing him to lose hold of the sea spear, which flew from his hands with a clatter, crashing to the ground. His massive frame surged forward due to inertia, momentarily stiffening and exposing a fatal weakness. A splendid opportunity. How could Qin Yan let such a perfect moment slip away? His steps were ghostly swift as he advanced, closing the distance in an instant. The spear in his hand transformed into 7 chilling stars, striking out with unparalleled speed. The sounds of 7 soft, yet hauntingly sharp blades piercing flesh resonated almost in unison. 7 critical points on the fisherman warrior's formidable body, his heart, throat, and more, were instantly marked by 7 deep, crimson punctures. Blood erupted like 7 small fountains. His colossal frame convulsed violently, the fierce blue light in his eyes dimming rapidly, extinguishing like a candle in the wind. Ultimately, he emitted a meaningless wheeze, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, never to rise again. The entire arena number 1 fell into a profound silence, where even a falling needle could be heard. Everyone stared wide-eyed, incredulous as they gazed at the figure standing in the center, holding the spear and breathing slightly heavily, beside the gradually blood-soaked corpse of the fisherman. After a few seconds, an uproar erupted. He killed the fisherman warrior, a non-martial artist defeating a first-tier alien. Incredible. The spear technique. It's truly a spear technique. His mastery has undoubtedly reached the 3rd stage. How terrifying. My martial arts skills have barely brushed the pinnacle of the 2nd stage. Is he even human? Those who gain admission to the Wu University of Modu possess extraordinary insights. They immediately recognized the significance of the spear technique and understood the immense value of this victory. In the audience, mentors, particularly those skilled in spear techniques or renowned for their combat prowess, had their eyes light up, gazing at Qin Yan with fervor akin to discovering a rare treasure. Their earlier skepticism evaporated, replaced by intense interest and a desire to recruit him. In the arena, Qin Yan looked upon the blood-soaked, temperature-diminishing corpse of the fisherman. The thick stench of blood filled his nostrils, and his stomach churned violently. A strong wave of nausea surged up his throat. This was his first experience of taking a life. Despite the opponent being an alien, it was still a recently vibrant life. He quickly took several deep breaths, forcing down the discomfort and physical revulsion. He reminded himself that this was combat, a struggle of life and death. Qin Yan victorious. Please return to the resting area. Su Jiming's voice rang out, carrying a hint of barely perceptible admiration. Qin Yan nodded, gripping the bloodied spear, and turned towards the passage. It was only after leaving the bloody arena and inhaling the relatively fresh air that the heaviness in his heart and discomfort began to subside. The power of the 3rd stage spear technique was astonishing enough to enable a non-martial artist to cross boundaries and slay a first-tier fisherman warrior. I wonder if this performance can propel me into the top 10 of the new students. The top 10 enjoy the privilege of independent estate-style dormitories. Upon returning to the new student waiting area, the gazes around him had completely transformed. Those martial artist newcomers who had previously overlooked him now looked on with evident surprise, as well as a hint of recognition and respect. Strength is always the swiftest path to earning respect. The trials continued. The arena was swiftly cleared, and another lively and ferocious fisherman warrior was introduced. The subsequent newcomers to take the stage were primarily ranked higher martial artists. Their performances surpassed those of their predecessors by a significant margin, engaging the fisherman warriors for longer periods, with battles becoming increasingly intense. Some even managed to inflict considerable damage upon the fisherman warriors. Yet, until the top 20, none succeeded in slaying a fisherman warrior. They could only inflict wounds. It was only when the student numbers entered the top 10 that a qualitative change began to occur in the situation. As the top 10 began to showcase their talents, true prodigies emerged. Next up, the 10th place, Qin Yan. With this announcement, a boy of towering stature, resembling an iron tower, strode forth. He sported a shining bald head, a simple yet honest face, but his eyes were sharp as blades. Unlike other newcomers, his weapon was not a sword or spear, but a pair of dark golden metallic gauntlets. As the signal for the match to commence sounded, the fisherman warrior let out a deafening roar, charging forward with the sea spear brandished ferociously. Qin Yan did not flinch or evade. He growled, his muscles tensing, his bronze skin remarkably resilient. He swung his iron fists and met the charge head-on. Boom! Boom! Crash! The sounds of fists colliding with the sea spear were thunderous. Qin Yan's fighting style was simple, direct, and brutal, devoid of any unnecessary techniques, embodying pure, unadulterated strength. Each blow contained terrifying power. The fisherman warrior was forced to retreat under his relentless assault, utterly powerless to retaliate. Attempting to block with the sea spear only resulted in the overwhelming force from Qin Yan's fists numbing its arms whenever it sought to counterattack. Qin Yan's storm-like punches left it no room to breathe, relentlessly smashing back every offensive move. Roar! The fisherman warrior let out a defiant roar, thrusting forward with all its might. Qin Yan's eyes flashed with intensity. Instead of retreating, he charged in, pulling back his right fist. All his strength coalesced into a single point and then exploded forth like a cannonball. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed. His cannon-like punch struck precisely at the fisherman warrior's chest. The terrifying force penetrated deeply, shattering its sturdy ribcage. Its chest visibly caved in, blood gushed forth from its mouth, and the fierce light in its eyes quickly dimmed like a candle flickering in the wind. With a resounding crash, it fell heavily to the ground several meters away. After a few convulsions, it fell silent. Qin Yan stood with his fists withdrawn, his bald head and resolute face splattered with blood. Yet, his expression remained remarkably calm, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Casually wiping his face with the back of his hand, his gaze retained its sharpness. Yingong, victorious. Qin Yan watched Yingong, deeply shaken. This person is incredibly powerful. The sheer purity of his strength, combined with his unyielding fighting style, formed a strikingly impactful aesthetic of violence. And this is merely the 10th-ranked newcomer. He pondered quietly that if he were to face Qin Yan, he would likely be completely overwhelmed by such absolute strength, crushed underfoot. The battles that followed further revealed to Qin Yan what true genius looked like. The 9th, 8th, and up to the 2nd ranks showcased their prowess in succession. Each displayed astonishing abilities. The 4th rank was a petite girl wielding a massive hammer, who, with the weight of her weapon, dispatched her opponent in under 5 strikes. The 3rd rank was a boy with a long staff, wielding it with grand gestures. Each strike carried immense force, breaking bones and fracturing tendons of the fisherman warriors. The performance of the 2nd rank was even more astonishing. He wielded a heavy sword. His swordsmanship was overwhelmingly dominant, cleaving the fisherman warrior in two with merely 3 strikes. The top newcomers ended their battles with increasing speed, showcasing increasingly terrifying strength, imposing immense pressure on all present. At last, the moment has arrived for the highly anticipated first place. Next up is Xiao Wangshu, clad in flowing white garments. She resembles a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace, gracefully entering the arena amidst countless gazes, her long sword in hand. As the ferocious fisherman warriors charge towards her, her expression remains utterly unperturbed, as if she were merely facing a gentle breeze. Just as the fisherman warriors encroach upon her, she makes her move. The long sword is drawn with sudden swiftness. She employs no ostentatious swordplay, simply thrusting forward with a single stroke. At the tip of her sword, two delicate yet fiercely sharp transparent ripples burst forth simultaneously. This is the pinnacle of concentrated sword energy. Not one, but two. The sword strikes collide. The sword energy penetrates the Fishman warrior's wrist. With a sickening sound, the warrior does not even have time to react. Feeling only two agonizing jabs of pain emanating from his wrist, followed by two muffled explosions. With a howl of anguish, the Fishman emits a heart-wrenching wail. As the scales and flesh of his wrist are grotesquely torn apart from within, blood and remnants splattering forth. He can no longer grip the heavy sea spear, which clatters to the ground. Disarmed, the Fishman warrior is filled with both shock and rage, instinctively reaching out towards Xiao Wangshu with his other hand. However, another flash of icy sword light darts past, swift as lightning, graceful as a startled swan. The blade grazes the Fishman warrior's thick neck. His movements freeze instantaneously, his grotesque visage contorting in shock. In the next moment, a line of blood emerges, and a massive fish head separates from its body, plummeting to the ground with a thud, while blood gushes forth from the severed neck like a fountain. Thus, the ferocious first-tier Fishman warrior meets his demise. The entire process of drawing and sheathing her sword took no more than 2 moves, clean and decisive. It could be described as a kill in an instant. Qin Yan watches in astonishment, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. 2 streams of sword energy. She is capable of simultaneously unleashing 2 streams of sword energy. This mastery of sword energy is a level attained only through profound training, a feat achievable only by those skilled in mid-tier sword techniques. He had previously believed his own low-tier marksmanship to be impressive, but now he comprehends the true terror of genuine prodigies. In the audience, the mentors, who had initially maintained their composure, can no longer contain their excitement, their faces alight with surprise and elation. 2 streams of sword energy, effortlessly wielded. Such innate talent in swordsmanship at such a young age promises an immeasurable future. Who is Xiao Wangshu from the Xiao family? Which reclusive martial arts clan has produced this prodigy? The Xiao family of Wutan City? Or perhaps the Xiao lineage from the magic capital? The mentors engage in fervent discussions, their gazes ablaze, evidently ignited by a strong desire to recruit her as a disciple. A student of such caliber, possessing perfect talent, character, and resources, who wouldn't he desire her? Just then, the calm yet authoritative voice of Dean Su Jiming resonates, cutting through the clamor. This girl, you need not entertain thoughts of. The mentors are momentarily taken aback. Turning to Dean Su with puzzled expressions, he sweeps his gaze over them and adds nonchalantly, do not forget, the dean of the Second Academy bears the surname Xiao. The mentors initially pause, then comprehension dawns upon their faces, their fervor swiftly dissipating, replaced by a hint of understanding and regret. The dean of the Second Academy is of the Xiao lineage. Dean, do you mean to say this girl is of the direct line from the magic capital as Xiao family? Mentor Lin Jian from the First Academy inquires, unable to suppress his curiosity as he gazes at the ethereal figure in the arena, tinged with reluctance. Dean Su Jiming nods slightly, tacitly acknowledging the implication. Upon hearing this, Mentor Lin Jian appears deflated, letting out a resigned sigh. Though he is a peak 6-tier swordsman and ranks among the foremost mentors specializing in swordsmanship, he is vastly outmatched in terms of strength, status, and resources compared to the dean, a grandmaster. Moreover, the Xiao family of the magic capital is a true martial arts aristocracy, teeming with formidable individuals. The dean of the Second Academy, a grandmaster of the 8th tier, would undoubtedly provide the best instruction for Xiao Wangshu. In the center of the arena, Xiao Wangshu sheathes her sword with an elegant and fluid motion. She gracefully returns to her position among the new students, seemingly oblivious to the astonished gazes that surround her. Wangshu, that sword stroke was simply magnificent. As soon as Xiao Wangshu resumes her place, a petite girl with delicate features bounds over like a lively fawn, her clear and soft voice expressing genuine admiration. Her large eyes sparkling with excitement. Yuyo, you were impressive as well. Xiao Wangshu's cool gaze falls upon her, and she responds with rare acknowledgement, her tone subdued yet affirming. Lu Yuyo, a prodigious young woman ranked 4th among the new students. Just moments ago, this seemingly delicate girl had wielded a massive hammer, smashing the fierce fisherman warrior into a pulp with overwhelming force. The stark contrast between her brutality and sweetness left a profound impression on all. Oh, let us not dwell on that. Liu Yao pouts slightly, feeling a bit bashful. I didn't want to use the hammer. It doesn't appear ladle-like at all. But I can't handle other weapons. The hammer is just the simplest and most straightforward. It's all about smashing. Upon returning from the arena, she had noticed the glances of her peers, filled with a mix of awe and trepidation, as if fearing that her fearsome hammer might descend upon them should she lose her temper. This left her feeling quite disheartened. Just as the two girls were about to continue their conversation, the authoritative voice of Dean Su Jiming rang out once more. Silence. Instantly, all murmurs and discussions ceased. The entire arena fell silent, and every gaze fixated upon the podium. The new student trials conclude here. Dean Su Jiming, his gaze piercing, surveyed the nearly 1,000 youthful faces below, his voice steady and authoritative. Your performances during this trial are clear to me and to all the mentors present. Some have distinguished themselves, exhibiting remarkable talent, courage, and practical abilities. His gaze subtly flickers toward Xiao Wangshu, Jin Gang, Qin Yan, and a select few others. However, many have fallen short of expectations. It can even be said that their performances were dismal. Chapter 35. Mentor selection. His voice suddenly turned stern. Those who performed well, I urge you to remain humble and vigilant. Remember, you are but first-year students. The path of martial arts is long and fraught with peril. Today's achievements are merely the beginning of your journey. Future challenges will only multiply and grow more ruthless. And those who performed poorly, his gaze sharpens. You must reflect deeply. Why did you falter before a mere first-tier fisherman warrior? Why did you succumb to fear before the fight even began? Why could you not mount an effective counterattack? Today, you have left a profoundly negative first impression before numerous mentors. At Magic Capital Martial University, a single misstep often leads to a cascade of failures. If you do not wish to leave in disgrace 4 years hence, if you still aspire to achieve in the martial arts, then starting today, you must summon an unwavering determination and exert tenfold, 100-fold more effort than others. Remember my words. Magic Capital Martial University does not nurture the weak. Here, only strength earned through sweat and blood is acknowledged. Dean Su Jiming's words struck like a heavy hammer, resonating deeply within each new student, stirring waves of emotion. Many who had performed poorly during the trials bowed their heads in shame. Even those who had fared decently felt the weight of the pressure. Even some older students in the audience, upon hearing his words, lowered their gazes in silence, their expressions revealing a complex mix of emotions, because they are aware that they may indeed be the so-called weaklings mentioned by Su Yuanzhang. The true strong, those formidable figures who dominate the realm of Mou, would not squander their time here watching the trials of newcomers. Sensing the weighty atmosphere enveloping the arena, Su Jiming shifted his tone. With a slight softening, he declared, "All right, what has passed is behind us. What matters is the future. Next, we shall proceed to the most crucial segment, the selection of mentors." Having spoken, he nodded subtly to several chief mentors before decisively exiting the beast-fighting arena. As the dean of the First Academy, with several principals absent, he had numerous vital affairs within the school requiring his attention and decision-making. It was a considerable feat for him to personally oversee the trials for new students. After Su Jiming's departure, Mentor Lin Jian from the First Academy stepped forward. He stood tall like a sword, his gaze sweeping across the crowd as he addressed them. You have likely perused the detailed profiles of the mentors, their research directions, and past achievements on your personal terminals. I shall refrain from reiterating that here. However, I must emphasize one point. Once you have chosen a mentor, that decision is, in principle, irrevocable. Your mentor will be the most significant guide throughout your 4 years of university and indeed your life. I hope you will consider this carefully and make the choice that best suits you. Now, go seek out the mentor you desire. As soon as Lin Jian's words concluded, the eager newcomers surged forth like a tide towards the spectator area where the mentors were seated. Each face bore expressions of anxiety, anticipation, and a hint of trepidation. Qin Yan joined the throng, his gaze swiftly darting among the distinguished mentors. Before each mentor hovered a small energy screen, clearly outlining their recruitment criteria, areas of expertise, and expectations for students. This was a mutual selection process. Students would select mentors aligned with their developmental paths, while mentors would seek out students of exceptional talent and character. Once a mentor-student relationship was established, the mentor would need to invest substantial time, energy, and resources into the student's development, even treating them as their own. Therefore, it was entirely reasonable for the mentors to set high standards, preferring quality over quantity. Upon careful observation, Qin Yan noted that the recruitment conditions set by the mentors were largely similar, primarily emphasizing strength and martial arts skills. The stronger and more prestigious the mentor, the more stringent the recruitment standards naturally became. As he cast his eyes towards the sixth-tier mentors, his brow slightly furrowed. This was due to the explicit requirement among these top mentors that candidates must be formal martial artists, a stipulation that Qin Yan currently could not satisfy. Just as he was lost in thought, a kind-looking middle-aged mentor dressed in a blue martial arts uniform approached him. "Hello, Qin Yan. I am Zhang Qiming, a fourth-tier mentor specializing in spear techniques. Your performance in the recent trials was exceptional. To defeat a first-tier fishman with mere third-tier spear skills is indeed rare. Would you be interested in becoming my student?" Qin Yan quickly recalled the mentor's profile from his memory and recognized him. The spear techniques were classified as mid-level fourth tier, making Zhang Qiming one of the less prominent mentors on his list of potential candidates. Zhang Qiming noted as he saw Qin Yan hesitate to respond. He continued earnestly. "As you have likely observed, the thresholds set by the sixth-tier mentors are quite high, with a strict requirement for martial artist status. They are unlikely to make exceptions for you. However, I am different." His tone was sincere. "I am willing to offer you this opportunity. To be frank, I have been stuck at the pinnacle of fourth tier for several years now. Recently, I have sensed a loosening of my bottleneck, and I am quite confident that I can break through to fifth tier within a year. If successful, my influence within the school and the resources I can acquire will significantly increase. Furthermore, Zhang Qiming presented an enticing proposition. I have yet to formally accept any personal disciples. If you agree, you will be my first disciple. I assure you I will dedicate all my effort and resources to your development. The guidance and support you receive will be no less than that of the sixth-tier mentor students. So what do you think, Qin Yan? Will you consider this?" The conditions Zhang Qiming offered were indeed compelling. A potential fifth-tier mentor, the honor of being his first disciple, and the promise of dedicated resources. However, after a moment of contemplation, Qin Yan slowly shook his head. The enticing vision presented was ultimately an illusion. Would he truly be able to break through the fifth-tier barrier? Even if he did, how could he compare to those seasoned sixth-tier mentors? Moreover, spear techniques were not his first choice. "I appreciate your kindness, Mentor Zhang," Qin Yan politely but firmly declined. "I would like to explore other opportunities." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiming's expression flickered with disappointment, yet he maintained his composure. "No worries. Choosing a mentor is a significant life decision and should be approached with caution. I hope you find a mentor that truly suits you." With that, he nodded and turned away to seek other suitable students. Qin Yan's refusal of an overture from a fourth-tier mentor drew the attention of many in the arena. Chapter 36. Xiao Hua's advice, particularly among the spear mentors. Expressions varied. The mid-sixth-tier spear master, Luo Cheng, cast a glance at Qin Yan, a hint of admiration glimmering in his eyes. Given Qin Yan's low-level third-tier spear skills, Zhang Qiming would indeed struggle to provide substantial guidance. The fact that Qin Yan was not swayed by immediate gain, despite not meeting the top mentor's criteria, showcased his resolute character. A promising talent, Luo Cheng mused inwardly, though he lamented the fact that Qin Yan's potential was ultimately unworthy of his exception. After all, he was still a non-martial artist, and the gap between him and true martial artists was vast. Bridging that gap would require an enormous investment of time and effort. In Montauk du Vuda, a single misstep could lead to a cascade of failures. Resource allocation and opportunity acquisition were all tied to strength. Of course, if this young man had the audacity to approach him directly, demonstrating sufficient determination and potential, he would not hesitate to grant Qin Yan chance. However, the ensuing events slightly exceeded Luo Cheng's expectations. He observed Qin Yan moving resolutely towards the area where the top mentors were gathered, stirring a flicker of intrigue within him. Was this young man truly bold enough to attempt it? Yet, He soon realized that Qin Yan was not heading in his direction, but rather making a beeline for the 6th Academy mentor, Xiaohua. What business could a spear talent have with an alchemy master? Luo Cheng's brow knitted in confusion. At that moment, Lu Yu stood vivaciously behind mentor Xiaohua, her large, expressive eyes curiously studying the approaching Qin Yan, her long eyelashes fluttering with intrigue. Qin Yan's gaze first fell upon the energy screen hovering before mentor Xiaohua, which clearly listed the recruitment criteria. Mandatory requirements. Must be a formal martial artist. Alchemy skills must be at least 2nd tier or above. Qin Yan met neither of these conditions. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath, his resolve unwavering. Having come this far, he was unwilling to retreat without at least trying. Qin Yan? Mentor Xiaohua appeared somewhat surprised by Qin Yan's approach, revealing a glimmer of interest. He certainly recognized the spear prodigy who had shone brightly during the trials. Do you practice alchemy? He inquired directly, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Qin Yan met Xiaohua's gaze with tranquility, his demeanor sincere. Mentor Xiaohua, to be frank, I am not yet proficient. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua immediately lost interest and waved his hand dismissively. You must understand, you do not meet my recruitment standards. Seek another mentor who is more suited to you. His tone carried a clear implication of dismissal, as he evidently did not believe that a sharpshooting prodigy could achieve anything significant in the realm of alchemy, nor did he wish to squander his time. However, Qin Yan did not budge. Over the past few days, he had diligently prepared, meticulously studying all publicly available information about mentor Xiaohua and even delving into the library for additional accounts and rumors concerning this master of alchemy. He recognized that although this mentor appeared casual, he placed great importance on the character and perseverance of his disciples and relished the admiration and praise of others. Thus, Qin Yan delivered his well-rehearsed words with utmost seriousness and a hint of reverence. Mentor Xiaohua, while I may not yet possess the skills to refine elixirs, my interest in the art of alchemy is profound. I believe that passion is the greatest teacher. I yearn to steadfastly traverse the path of alchemy, uncovering its mysteries. To be candid, at Mo Du Wuda, the academy I most aspire to join is the 6th Academy. The skill I most desire to learn is alchemy. Among the many distinguished mentors of the 6th Academy, you are the one I admire the most, especially when you, years ago, crafted the astonishing quasi-7th grade Longhu Dan at the Alchemist Conference with unparalleled finesse. I was profoundly shaken by that account. Your exquisite control over the heat and your timing in merging the properties of the herbs were nothing short of artistic. Qin Yan eloquently recounted several of mentor Xiaohua's most celebrated achievements in alchemy, his words earnest and overflowing with genuine admiration. As each illustrious accomplishment was mentioned, a smile gradually emerged on Xiaohua's face, one he could not conceal, even instinctively stroking his non-existent beard, his gaze softening with warmth and satisfaction. This tactic indeed bore fruit. Seizing the moment, Qin Yan's tone became even more earnest. Mentor Xiaohua, I sincerely hope you can grant me an opportunity to learn the art of alchemy under your guidance. I aspire to shine brightly on this path and create superior elixirs for humanity's martial practitioners. Yet, the smile on Xiaohua's face began to fade. He regarded Qin Yan. His tone considerably softened, but still tinged with rational assessment. Qin Yan, I understand your intentions. However, the art of alchemy cannot be mastered solely through fervor. Your current ignorance in alchemy signifies that you must start from the very basics of identifying herbs, understanding their properties, and comprehending the essence of blood and spirit. Moreover, the crucial technique of fire control is imperative. Each facet demands vast amounts of time and energy dedicated to study and practice. With that, he turned to Lu Yu, who stood behind him, and inquired, Yu, how long did it take you to reach your current level since you began learning alchemy? Lu Yu obediently replied, her voice clear and bright. Teacher, I started identifying herbs at 13 and systematically studied the knowledge of alchemy for nearly 5 years. Most of that time was spent learning and memorizing the characteristics of thousands of herbs and understanding the differences in the spiritual essence contained within the flesh of various magical beasts. 5 years. Qin Yan was taken aback. He understood that alchemy was not an easy endeavor, but had not anticipated that such a lengthy accumulation was required just to enter the field. Did you hear that? Xiaohua looked at Qin Yan with a serious expression. Yu is exceptionally gifted in alchemy, far surpassing the average individual. If a person of ordinary talent wishes to reach the second-tier advanced level in alchemy, it would require no less than 10 years of arduous effort. He continued with earnest counsel. Qin Yan, consider this. Your current strength already lags behind the top students of your cohort. The urgent priority is to break through to the rank of warrior. Achieving this requires training in specialized body refinement techniques, which will consume a significant amount of your time and energy. If you divert your focus to learning the mentally demanding art of alchemy at this juncture, do you believe you will have sufficient time? What do you possess to compete with the talented individuals at Mo Du Wuda, who are as fierce as wolves? Chapter 37. Intern disciple, it was rare for Xiao Hua to patiently counsel a student who did not meet his criteria. On one hand, it was because Qin Yan's earlier words had genuinely resonated with him. On the other, he sincerely believed that Qin Yan possessed extraordinary talent in marksmanship. He did not wish to see him hinder his future due to a misguided choice. Mentor Xiao Hua, I sincerely appreciate your thoughtful guidance and consideration, Qin Yan said respectfully, his tone earnest. A look of encouragement appeared on Xiao Hua's face, believing Qin Yan had been persuaded. However, Qin Yan's next words left him somewhat speechless. But Qin Yan raised his head, his eyes ablaze with unwavering determination. I still wish to give it a try. How can I know I cannot succeed without attempting it personally? His voice suddenly elevated, imbued with an unassailable resolve and vigor. He declared, the path of martial arts is inherently one of resistance. I believe that a true warrior must dare to envision what others do not and act where others hesitate. Undertake what others would not and achieve what others cannot. If one lacks the courage to even attempt, how can they aspire to scale the peaks of martial arts? This declaration resonated with conviction and strength, imbued with the exuberance of youth and an indomitable spirit. Standing behind Xiao Hua, Lu Yu observed this resolute young man, feeling as though he radiated light. Xiao Hua gazed into Qin Yan's unwavering eyes, silently lamenting. Alas, this lad possesses a tenacious spirit and an iron will. He is indeed a fine candidate for marksmanship. Yet, he increasingly felt that Qin Yan's pursuit of alchemy was a misguided endeavor. Simultaneously, he felt a subtle stirring within him, touched by Qin Yan's relentless determination. While Xiao Hua weighed the pros and cons in his heart, Lu Yu spoke again, her voice soft yet proposing a solution. Teacher, she gently tugged at Xiao Hua's sleeve. I see that Qin Yan truly wishes to learn alchemy, and his conviction is steadfast. Why not give him a chance? You could accept him as an intern disciple, with sparkling eyes. She elaborated, you could establish a trial period. If during this period, Qin Yan does not demonstrate any aptitude for alchemy or fails to progress at your expected rate, both parties can amicably dissolve the mentor-mentee relationship without any hindrance, allowing him to seek other suitable mentors. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Xiao Hua's eyes brightened slightly. Indeed, Yu Yu's suggestion was a splendid compromise. It granted Qin Yan an opportunity to attempt while preserving his own flexibility and avoiding the potential embarrassment or significant loss of misjudging a student. Xiao Hua's gaze turned serious as he focused on Qin Yan. Qin Yan, you heard Yu Yu's proposal. I can offer you a chance to be my intern disciple, with a trial period set for 1 year. If within this year your progress in alchemy is too slow, or if your performance fails to meet my expectations, then you will not be formally accepted, and our mentor-mentee relationship will automatically dissolve, allowing you to freely seek other mentors. Of course, if you excel, you may be promoted earlier. He paused briefly and added, rest assured, even as an intern disciple, I will fulfill my responsibilities and obligations as a mentor. This includes guiding you in selecting body refinement techniques and providing necessary protection when you attempt to break through to warrior status. I will arrange all of this. For Xiao Hua, the distinction between an intern disciple and a formal disciple at this stage is rather negligible. After all, the profound intricacies of alchemy, the core formulas, and the practices that demand substantial mental fortitude are typically reserved for students who have attained the rank of intermediate martial artists. At present, even if he wishes to teach, Qin Yan would be unable to grasp it or put into practice. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yan realized that this was undoubtedly the best opportunity he could hope for, a chance to engage with the art of alchemy and become a disciple of a 6th-grade alchemy master. I am willing. Disciple Qin Yan pays respect to the master. Without further hesitation, he solemnly bowed to Xiao Hua. From this moment forth, he, Qin Yan, would be an intern disciple under the esteemed 6th grade alchemy master Xiao Hua of Mo Duwuda. Though merely an internship, it is nonetheless a precious starting point. Enough with the formalities. You may be more casual in the future. Come stand beside me. Xiao Hua waved his hand, his tone considerably more amiable. He regarded Qin Yan, internally questioning whether accepting this marksmanship prodigy as a student of alchemy was a wise decision. Allow me to formally introduce you. Xiao Hua stepped aside, gesturing toward a petite girl behind him. This is Lu Yuyu, who joined my tutelage before you and is also a newcomer in your cohort, rank 4th. From now on, you will be fellow disciples, so do look out for one another. So, her name is Lu Yuyu, Qin Yan thought, recalling her formidable presence during the newcomer trials, where she wielded an exaggerated giant hammer to violently dispatch a fishman warrior. The contrast was striking. Lu Yuyu, greetings. Qin Yan turned to her, offering a polite greeting infused with genuine gratitude, acutely aware that had it not been for her timely suggestion, he would have struggled to secure this internship opportunity. Hello, junior brother Qin Yan, Lu Yuyu replied cheerfully, showcasing her adorable little canine teeth, radiating vivacity and friendliness. From now on, we are fellow disciples. Qin Yan readily reciprocated, nodding with a smile. Greetings, senior sister. Soon after, he engaged in quiet conversation with this newly acquainted senior. Their dialogue left Qin Yan astounded. This seemingly harmless and charming girl not only excelled in her hammer techniques, reaching the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, but also possessed advanced alchemical skills of the 2nd tier, not to mention her martial prowess, which had already reached the mid-stage of the 1st tier, merely a step away from the late stage. She was nothing short of a comprehensive genius. Qin Yan silently marveled. As a fellow newcomer, while she flourished in multiple aspects of strength and skill, his own abilities were nearly eclipsed except for his marksmanship. The gap at this outset was substantial. Fortunately, I have the system panel. Under immense pressure, Qin Yan felt not disheartened, but rather more resolute in his determination to grow stronger. He understood that his sole advantage lay in his ability to observe progress and the assurance that hard work would yield rewards. Meanwhile, several marksmanship instructors, who had been observing Qin Yan's movements, were taken aback when they saw him finally standing behind Xiao Hua. They understood all too well what this meant. Qin Yan had chosen Xiao Hua as his mentor. Chapter 38, Refining Qi and Tempering the Body. However, they could not fathom why such a prodigy in marksmanship would opt to study under an alchemy master. Nevertheless, since the decision was made, they felt it inappropriate to comment further. Everyone has their own choices. Instructor Luo Chung gazed at Qin Yan's figure, his brow slightly furrowed, filled with confusion. Could it be that Qin Yan harbors hidden talent in alchemy aside from his marksmanship? Yet this thought was fleeting, and he quickly dismissed it. A genius who had made a choice and taken an unconventional path in martial arts was no longer worthy of the attention of a 6th grade marksmanship expert like him. Mo Wu is not lacking in talent. After the mentor assignments were completed, the next step was class allocation. The division into classes primarily aimed to facilitate unified theoretical instruction. After all, mentors are responsible mainly for personalized training guidance and addressing queries. If they had to teach fundamental theories one-on-one, they would surely be overwhelmed. Nearly 1,000 newcomers were divided into 20 classes, averaging around 50 students each. The primary criteria for class allocation were the current martial arts realm and a comprehensive potential assessment. Despite his stunning performance during the newcomer trials, Qin Yan's non-martial artist status was a significant drawback, ultimately placing him in Class 3. Classes 1 and 2 predominantly comprised martial artists. From Class 3 onward, the focus shifted primarily to instructing non-martial students, with slight distinctions based on potential and trial performance. Once all procedures were concluded, the mentors led their newly enrolled students away from the beast-fighting arena. Yuyu, Xiao Hua instructed Lu Yuyu, you may return to rest. I will send you the upcoming alchemy practice plan and recent training arrangements to your personal terminal shortly. Oh, understood, master. Lu Yuyu nodded dutifully. Then, like a joyful little bird, she rushed over to stand beside Xiao Wangshu, and the two girls engaged in quiet conversation before departing together from the arena. Qin Yan, come with me. Xiao returned to Qin Yan and said, Yes, master. Qin Yan responded, closely following behind Xiao Hua. The master and disciple walked in tandem through the expansive campus of Mo Duwuda. After approximately 15 minutes, They arrived at a tranquil area characterized by ancient architectural styles. At the entrance, a massive plaque boldly inscribed with the two characters Lu Yuan welcomed them. Upon entering Lu Yuan, the interior was somewhat different from what Qin Yan had envisioned. Instead of towering buildings, it resembled a collection of independent courtyards and functional zones. The entire area was divided into several sections: the alchemy zone, the weapon crafting zone, and the formation zone, each boasting a unique architectural style. Along the way, they encountered several students clad in the distinctive attire of Lu Yuan. Upon seeing Xiao Hua, they respectfully halted and greeted him. "Good day, Master Xiao Hua." It was evident that Xiao Hua held a high status within Lu Yuan, deeply respected by the students. As they passed through the alchemy zone, Qin Yan heard voices emanating from various alchemy rooms. "It's done. I've finally refined a third-grade Qi blood pill. Ha! I've successfully concocted a third-grade elixir. I will participate in the third-grade alchemist assessment tomorrow." Bang! Another failure. That was already my 7th attempt. Cheers of success, sighs of failure, and the loud explosions of alchemical furnaces filled the air. The atmosphere was rich with various medicinal scents, occasionally tinged with the smell of charred remnants. "This is the public alchemy area," Xiao Hua explained, "where students can practice fundamental alchemical techniques. Once you begin your studies in alchemy, you will start here as well." Continuing onward, the environment gradually quieted. The alchemy rooms here were markedly more refined, their doors intricately engraved with complex array patterns. "This section is reserved for mentors." Xiao Hua paused before an ancient wooden door, explaining that each mentor possesses their own independent alchemy room and laboratory. The door swung open automatically, and Qin Yan followed Xiao Hua inside. The room's decor was surprisingly simple and antiquated, contrasting sharply with the technologically advanced campus outside. At the center of the room stood a half-human-tall, dark red alchemical furnace, intricately carved with complex flame cloud patterns. Its three-legged design exuding an aura of antiquity and weight. The lid was tightly closed, yet a faint warmth and delicate fragrance wafted from within. The entire room was suffused with a peculiar, refreshing aroma, a blend of various medicinal ingredients, invigorating to the senses. "Here lies my exclusive alchemy chamber and resting place within the 6th Academy." Xiao Hua casually gestured towards a room, stating that if you have any questions regarding cultivation or alchemy in the future, you may come here to seek his guidance. "I have already granted you access to the 6th Academy and a temporary entry privilege to this chamber through the system." "Thank you, Master." Qin Yan expressed his gratitude. Xiao Hua nodded, his expression turning serious. "Now, I shall elucidate to you the intricacies of how to transcend into a martial artist. This is your most pressing concern at present." Qin Yan immediately focused his mind, listening intently. He understood that this would be a critical lesson on his path to martial arts. The principles of becoming a martial artist are not overly complex. Xiao Hua's voice was steady and clear. First, there are the hardware prerequisites. Your vital energy must reach the mortal limit of 99 cards. You have already met this requirement. Secondly, a crucial step involves mastering a technique known as Chui Tiwu Ji, which compresses the vital energy within the body to form a force known as Qi. Xiao Hua extended his right hand, palm upwards, and one could observe a subtle fluctuation of energy surrounding him. An intangible yet distinctly perceivable energy rapidly coalesced in his palm, ultimately forming a faint red stream that gracefully whirled and danced above his hand. "Behold, this is Qi. It is the essence of a martial artist's life and the wellspring of their power. To ascend to the realm of martial artists, one must use this Qi to refine the flesh of the entire body. Once you have thoroughly tempered your flesh, you will officially step into the first rank of martial artists." Xiao Hua's tone grew grave. "However, I must caution you that the initial attempt to guide the Qi for full-body refinement is extremely perilous. The balance is challenging to grasp. If the Qi is too weak, the refining effect will be subpar, yielding minimal results. If it is excessive, it could easily damage your meridians or even tear flesh, resulting in irreparable internal injuries. In severe cases, it may jeopardize your martial path entirely. Therefore, he earnestly advised that during your first attempt at a breakthrough, it is imperative to do so under the supervision of an experienced mid-tier martial arts instructor. With a mentor present, you will receive real-time guidance on maintaining the rhythm and intensity of the refining process and should any signs of loss of control arise, they can intervene to stabilize the turbulent qi, ensuring your safety and preventing foundational damage. Despite his name containing the character for fire, Xiaohua exhibited remarkable patience and meticulousness in teaching, clearly articulating both the critical aspects and risks associated with becoming a martial artist. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan experienced a surge of clarity, dispelling many of his previous doubts. He finally grasped a coherent understanding of how to become a martial artist. The key lies in condensing qi and refining the body. Considering your proficiency in marksmanship has reached the 3rd tier, Xiaohua continued his analysis. This signifies that your mastery of power and understanding of your own physique far surpass that of your peers. Therefore, selecting a marksmanship-based Chui Tiwu Ji will be more suitable for you. It will be easier to grasp, and the refining effects are often superior. Chapter 39, Heavenly Level Region. He turned to Qin Yan, seeking his opinion. What do you think, Qin Yan? Without hesitation, Qin Yan bowed and replied, I possess limited knowledge in this area and will rely entirely on your guidance, Master. Xiaohua was quite pleased with Qin Yan's attitude and nodded approvingly. Very well. In that case, I will keep an eye out for suitable marksmanship-based Chui Tiwu Ji within the school's library. There are plenty that meet your requirements, and I will filter out the most appropriate ones for you to choose from. Thank you, Master. Well then, that will be all for today. Return and take the time to digest the content I have shared, stabilizing your mind. A breakthrough into martial arts cannot be rushed. Thorough preparation is essential. Yes, Master. I shall take my leave. As evening descended, Qin Yan left the fragrant alchemy chamber of Master Xiaohua, filled with a sense of fulfillment and anticipation for the future. Upon returning to dormitory number 15 in the Yellow District, he noticed that the gazes of his 3 martial artist roommates had changed dramatically from the previous day, now filled with an indescribable complexity of emotions. Qin Yan's performance in the new student trials today was akin to a dark horse emerging victorious, completely overturning their perceptions of this non-martial artist roommate. His astonishing mastery of the 3rd tier marksmanship and his bold feats against the Fishman warriors were sufficient to earn respect from any martial artist of the same level. However, what astonished them even more was that Qin Yan had successfully become a disciple of the chief instructor of the 6th Academy, the alchemy master Xiaohua. The hidden resources and connections that a master alchemist can provide far exceed those of an ordinary 6th-tier combat instructor. A simple and straightforward example is that the vital energy pills and body tempering pills essential for their 1st-tier martial artist cultivation, if acquired through Master Xiaohua's channels, would be incomparable in price and quality to those available externally. This potential advantage was enough to stir envy in any student. After a brief moment of silence and eye contact, one roommate was the first to adjust his expression, donning a warm smile as he approached. Qin Yan, my brother, you've returned? Your performance in the Beast Arena today was truly remarkable. That marksmanship was mesmerizing. I was thoroughly impressed watching from below. As he spoke, he gave a thumbs up. The other 2 roommates quickly joined in, each taking turns to flatter him. Indeed, Qin Yan, you are truly a hidden gem. A 3rd tier marksmanship. My goodness, I haven't even touched the threshold of the 3rd tier yet. To slay a 1st-tier Fishman warrior as a non-martial artist, such an achievement is indeed rare among past students. Brother Qin Yan, your future is bound to be limitless. Though we may not be roommates from now on, we are still classmates, sharing the same school, and we must look out for one another. Their tone was laden with an intentional familiarity, their eyes brimming with a desire to foster closer ties, a stark contrast to their previous aloofness, treating Qin Yan as if he were invisible. Qin Yan, however, remained calm and composed. He gave the 3 a brief glance, his tone distant yet polite. You flatter me. Your performances today were commendable as well. If there is nothing else, I shall return to my room. With that, he did not wait for them to respond, but walked directly through the living room towards his bedroom door. With a swipe of his card, he opened the door, entered, and closed it behind him, his movements fluid and decisive, leaving the 3 of them standing awkwardly in place, their smiles frozen, appearing exceedingly embarrassed and uncomfortable. They exchanged glances, each seeing regret reflected in the other's eyes. Had they known of Qin Yan's potential and opportunities, they would have surely endeavored to cultivate a good rapport with him. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Upon returning to his small bedroom, Qin Yan cast aside thoughts of his 3 roommates. Viewing them merely as fleeting passers-by in the journey of life, unworthy of his concern. He activated the intelligent wristband on his arm, reviewing the upcoming course schedule. Before commencing his practice of fist techniques, lacking firearms, he utilized his fists in place of guns, honing his striking skills. Soon, sweat drenched his hair and clothes, each drop falling onto the polished floor. It was now 7 p.m., with 5 hours remaining until midnight. Qin Yan calculated in his mind that if he persevered, he could still earn an additional point in skill today. With unwavering focus, he immersed himself entirely in his training, feeling the strain in his muscles. Each punch, each breath, transformed effort into tangible gains. A night of arduous practice passed quietly amidst the sweat. The following morning, as dawn broke, Qin Yan concluded his morning exercises feeling invigorated. After enjoying a hearty and complimentary breakfast at the Yellow District cafeteria, he returned to his dormitory to prepare his belongings for departure. Just moments ago, his intelligent wristband had vibrated gently, signaling an official message from the school's logistics department. Notice, Qin Yan, after comprehensive evaluation, your performance in this year's freshman trial and potential assessment is outstanding, ranking 11th overall. You are now granted residence eligibility in the Tian level manor as a reward. Manor number 111. Please check in within 3 days upon receiving this notification, using this information and identity verification. Logistics Resource Management Department. Mo Du Wu Da. Qin Yan gazed at the information on the screen, his face breaking into a joyful smile. After witnessing the terrifying prowess of the top 10 freshmen, he had initially harbored little hope for the Tian level manor, believing that securing a dormitory in the D-level area would suffice. It appears that my skills in the low-tier gun techniques are valued more highly within the school's assessment system than I had anticipated. He understood this clearly, feeling increasingly fortunate that he had invested all his skill points into enhancing his marksmanship. This decision undoubtedly proved to be an astute investment. He quickly returned to the 4-person dormitory where he had stayed for less than a few days, beginning to gather his personal belongings. As he had few possessions, he soon completed the task, packing everything into a single suitcase. Dragging his luggage, he followed the route indicated by his smart wristband, making his way toward the fabled Tian level area deep within the campus. As he approached the Tian level area, the surroundings became increasingly tranquil and elegant. The landscape was adorned with lush trees and vibrant gardens, with a winding cobblestone path meandering through, complemented by meticulously designed artificial lakes with crystal-clear waters. In stark contrast to the compactness of the Yellow District's row houses, this area offered expansive views, with each building boasting its own courtyard and ample privacy. Each manor, characterized by unique designs and an exquisite appearance, was strategically distributed across the area, maintaining a comfortable distance from one another. Qin Yan suppressed his excitement as he stepped into this realm representing the pinnacle of residential privileges for MOU students. Chapter 40. A chance encounter with 2 young ladies. The number of students traversing the path was sparse, yet each individual emanated a subtle but formidable presence. Their gazes were sharp, their strides steady. He could sense that these individuals were at least second-tier warriors. Indeed, those who could reside here were the true elite of each grade. Qin Yan was acutely aware that the accommodation qualifications at MOU were not permanent, but rather linked to rankings and strength. Should his overall ranking decline, failing to meet the corresponding standards, he would be required to vacate his residence for more capable students. The omnipresent competition was the very essence sustaining the vitality of Mo Du Wu Da junior brother. Over here, suddenly, a melodious and cheerful voice rang out from a short distance away. Qin Yan turned to see Lu Yu standing by the fence of a manor, holding a compact and exquisite suitcase, waving her arm vigorously in his direction. Beside her stood the ethereal figure of Xiao Wangshu. Qin Yan approached, dragging his suitcase. "Hello, senior sister." He greeted Lu Yu first. "Hee, no need for formalities. This is Xiao Wangshu, my best friend." Lu Yu enthusiastically introduced. "Wangshu, this is Qin Yan, the junior brother I mentioned yesterday." "Hello, Xiao Wangshu." Qin Yan smiled at the cool girl before him. This marked their second close encounter, the first being on the train to school. Xiao Wangshu's cool gaze lingered on Qin Yan for a brief moment before she lightly nodded. Her voice remained calm, but bore a hint of warmth. "Hello, Qin Yan." She had some recollection of him, being the second freshman in their cohort besides herself, to achieve third-tier martial arts skills. "Junior brother, what is your room number?" Lu Yu inquired curiously, her large eyes sparkling. Now that we're all in the Tian level area, I can visit you whenever I have time. Haha. My room number is 111. Qin Yan replied candidly. 111? Not bad. Mine is 104. Lu Yu chuckled. The three then ventured deeper into the Tian level area together. Along the way, Lu Yu animatedly sought conversation, occasionally lamenting the hassle of moving and inquiring about Qin Yan's previous training experiences. Qin Yan responded with a smile, while Xiao Wangshu, though reticent, occasionally chimed in at Lu Yu's prompting, ensuring the atmosphere remained lively. Qin Yan observed that Xiao Wangshu was not entirely aloof. Her demeanor stemmed from her naturally reserved and cool disposition. Before long, Xiao Wangshu halted in front of an exceptionally elegant manor, its entrance adorned with a cluster of lush bamboo. The doorplate clearly read 101. 101, huh? Upon seeing the manor before him, Qin Yan recognized it as the residence of the first-rank freshman. Xiao Wangshu nodded slightly to Lu Yu and Qin Yan, swiped her identity card to open the courtyard gate, and disappeared into the verdant depths of the garden. Wangshu, remember to come over to play once you're settled. Lu Yu called out as she waved at the entrance. Understood. Xiao Wangshu's soft reply floated back from within. Satisfied, Lu Yu continued onward. After walking a short distance, she stopped in front of a manor adorned with vibrant green vines, exuding vitality. Here, S104. Junior brother, I live here. Just a bit further is your 111. She waved at Qin Yan before opening her manor gate and skipping inside. After bidding farewell to the two young ladies, Qin Yan proceeded alone. Soon, he found his own 111 manor in a relatively open area bathed in sunlight, ascending several granite steps. The first sight that greeted him was a small yet beautifully maintained front garden. A few unidentified blooms were poised to blossom. At the center of the garden stood a petite fountain, its water crystal clear, with a few red koi leisurely swimming. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yan approached the sturdy wooden door and brought his smart wristband close to the access sensor. Beep. Identity verification successful. Welcome home, Qin Yan, a gentle electronic voice announced. The door silently slid open inward. As Qin Yan stepped inside, the interior unfolded before him, revealing a spacious entrance adorned with polished marble flooring. Passing through the entrance led him into a grand hall, soaring 2 stories high, with a magnificent crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. The hall's decor was simple yet tasteful, featuring a set of genuine leather sofas arranged around a coffee table, with a refined fireplace against the wall. What pleased Qin Yan the most was the entire west wall converted into a floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the charming garden, providing excellent natural light. He ascended the spiral staircase to the second floor. This level primarily comprised living quarters, including 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a study. The master bedroom was particularly spacious and boasted a private balcony that offered a panoramic view of the garden. The study was already furnished with a solid wood desk and bookshelf. However, what Qin Yan anticipated most was the martial arts training room located on the 3rd floor. As he pushed open the heavy soundproof door to the 3rd floor, even with prior mental preparation, he was nonetheless awestruck by the sight before him. The entire 3rd floor had been transformed into a vast training space, comparable in size to a small gymnasium. The floor was laid with specially designed cushioning material, soft yet resilient underfoot. Neatly arranged along the east wall were various weapon racks, equipped with an array of blades, spears, swords, and halberds, all of exquisite quality. On the west side stood 3 combat puppets of different models. The figure on the far left, entirely clad in black, is presumably a foundational training model, possessing strength equivalent to a first-grade warrior. The silver-white figure in the center is an advanced sparring model, with power comparable to a second-grade warrior. Meanwhile, the dark golden figure on the far right exudes a menacing aura, representing a 3rd-grade warrior puppet. Upon breaking through to the 4th grade, he may apply to the school for an upgrade. The central area of the training room is the most spacious, ample enough to practice various martial techniques simultaneously. Sensors are densely installed on the ceiling, capable of real-time monitoring of the warrior's bodily data. Is this the treatment afforded by a Tian-level estate? Qin Yan murmured to himself. With such a training environment, his cultivation efficiency is bound to see a significant enhancement. He placed his suitcase in the bedroom and eagerly returned to the training room on the 3rd floor. Standing at the center of the expansive training ground, Qin Yan took a deep breath, seized a long spear nearby, and began to practice fervently. His desire for progress was overwhelming. Chapter 41. The 9-turn golden body spear. After practicing spear techniques for over 2 hours, Qin Yan gradually came to a halt, firmly planting the spear at his side. The practice of spear techniques felt exhilarating and liberating. He exhaled a long breath, feeling as though every pore in his body had opened up. The flow of qi and blood within him surged relentlessly, bringing a warm sensation of fullness. Approaching the resting area at the edge of the training room, he picked up the water bottle from the table. Just as he was about to hydrate, his gaze caught the blinking notification lights on his smart wristband, indicating unread messages. Upon checking, he was surprised to find that the sender was Mentor Xiaohua. The note was succinct and clear. Qin Yan, based on your situation, I have initially selected a few spear techniques suitable for you. Review the introductions and requirements carefully and weigh which one aligns best with your own aspirations. After you make a decision, inform me, and I will provide you with the complete techniques. Spear techniques for body refinement. Qin Yan's heart was instantly filled with joy, and his eyes sparkled. He had originally thought that finding suitable body refinement techniques would take considerable time, and had even prepared himself for a long wait. To his astonishment, Mentor Xiaohua's efficiency was remarkably high. Merely a day had passed, and alternative options had already been prepared for him. Xiao Shu, open the file immediately. Qin Yan commanded the smart wristband with an urgency that was difficult to suppress. Command received. Opening the file for you, Master, responded a cool electronic female voice. In the next moment, a clear blue screen unfolded before him. The first thing that caught his eye was the detailed introduction of the first body refinement spear technique, Jiao Mang Toei Pai Chong. Origin of concept. Inspired by the process of the Jiao Mang shedding its old skin to attain rebirth. Characteristics. The spear technique is dynamic and elusive, akin to a python weaving through the jungle, making it difficult to grasp. It emphasizes flexibility, force dispersal, and entangling control, concealing lethal intent in silence. First-grade body refinement effect. Focuses on refining the skin and fascia, significantly enhancing the skin's elasticity, extensibility, and toughness. Once mastered, the skin possesses considerable resistance against sharp blades. Additionally, through meticulous control of muscle and skin texture, it can, to some extent, evade enemy weapon attacks. It can even briefly clamp an opponent's weapon using the flesh's strength in close combat. Refinement method details. Insufficient permissions. Training requirements. Spear technique must reach at least second stage. Level assessment. Exquisite level. After carefully reviewing, Qin Yan developed a general impression of the enigmatic trajectory of this spear technique. However, he felt it somewhat diverged from his pursuit of a grand, straightforward spear intent. He did not make an immediate decision and continued. Xiao Shu. Open the next file. The content on the screen refreshed. Lai Yong Rong Shui Chong. Origin of concept. Derived from the blazing sun hanging in the sky, symbolizing the melting of ice and snow. Characteristics. The spear strikes with the force of the sun traversing the heavens, exuding a magnificent aura, with scorching intensity overwhelming the opponent. It excels at suppressing adversaries with absolute heat and vigor, possessing an additional restraining effect against cold attribute techniques. First-grade body refinement effect. The refined flesh exhibits strong fire resistance and high-temperature endurance. Simultaneously, it can evaporate and disperse cold and venomous energies that invade the body through skin pores. It possesses a degree of passive detoxification and resistance against malevolent forces. Refinement method for flesh. Insufficient permissions. Training requirements. Spear technique must reach at least second stage. Level assessment. Exquisite level. This spear technique is robust and fiery, indeed quite powerful. Qin Yan nodded inwardly, yet he remained unsatisfied, knowing there were more advanced options ahead. Continue, Xiao Shu. The third file unfolded, and the words on the screen seemed to carry a hint of coldness. Xian Bing Chong, F.A. Origin of concept. Enlightened by the extreme cold and silence of polar glaciers. The spear's might is bone-chilling, akin to eternal ice, freezing vitality. Characteristics. The spear's essence is icy and lethal when thrust. It emanates a chilling aura that effectively delays the opponent's movements and disrupts their qi and blood flow. First-grade body refinement effect. Upon mastering, the flesh naturally engenders a cold aura. When attacked, a thin yet resilient layer of ice, comparable to fine iron, instantly forms on the skin surface. This greatly enhances physical defense. Furthermore, this cold aura can be transmitted through weapons or contact, delaying and even freezing the opponent's chi and limbs. Refinement method for flesh. Insufficient permissions. Training requirements. Spear technique must reach at least 3rd stage. Level assessment. Top level. Seeing the term top level and the requirement of 3rd stage spear technique invigorated Qin Yan. This was indeed a martial skill that matched his current realm. Its effects were formidable, whether it be the defensive ice skin or controlling cold aura, both playing crucial roles in actual combat. One last technique, he said with anticipation. The screen changed once more, revealing content that radiated grandeur. Jiuzhuan Jin Shenchang. Origin of concept. Derived from the secret methods of body refinement, pursuing the immortality of the flesh and the indestructibility of the golden body. The long spear is wielded as if a golden dragon encircles the body, embodying both offense and defense. Characteristics. The spear technique is expansive and forceful, emphasizing the use of momentum to overwhelm opponents. The spear's might is not only unmatched in sharpness, penetrating through enemies, but also naturally forms an invisible layer of recoiled chi around the body. First-grade body refinement effect. Once refined to completion, the skin becomes extraordinarily tough, akin to being coated with an invisible layer of golden lacquer, making it impervious to ordinary blades. It exhibits excellent resistance against blunt strikes and energy impacts, with the recoil chi continually strengthening as one's cultivation advances. Refinement method. Insufficient permissions. Training requirements. Spear technique must reach at least 3rd stage. Level assessment. Top level 4 spear technique for body refinement lay clearly before Qin Yan, 2 at the exquisite level and 2 at the top level. The classification of body refinement techniques had been thoroughly explained to him by mentor Xiao Huo the previous day. Typically, they are categorized into 3 tiers: ordinary, exquisite, and top level. The higher the level, the greater the efficiency of refinement and the deeper the extent of cultivation. The foundation laid is naturally more solid, profoundly impacting future development. However, high-level martial techniques also entail higher training thresholds and greater difficulties. Both top-level techniques explicitly require 3rd stage spear technique, which is merely the minimum threshold. To truly master and internalize them requires a significant investment of time, energy, and resources, far exceeding that of exquisite-level techniques. Mentor Xiao Hua had previously revealed that among the talented individuals of past generations at Moda Martial University, many opted for top-level body refinement techniques. Yet only a select few succeeded in truly mastering them. Many students ultimately had to switch to exquisite-level techniques, squandering precious time. Qin Yan pondered quietly. Among the top 10 freshmen this year, it was likely that only a few, such as Xiao Wangshu, were cultivating top-level body refinement techniques. After all, not all top-level martial techniques demand 3rd-stage martial skills. Yet those who can meet this standard are undoubtedly true prodigies. Chapter 42. Allocate points. Transformation. Clearly, Xiao Hua had fully considered the advantages of his 3rd-stage spear technique. The techniques he selected were solely those that could maximize the strengths of his marksmanship. Qin Yan's gaze merely skimmed over the 2 exquisite martial arts before decisively dismissing them. He possessed the formidable advantage of a system panel. With sufficient effort, no martial art was beyond his grasp. Naturally, he aspired to attain the most potent power within his realm. His focus was entirely absorbed by the top-tier martial arts. Xian Bingchong Fa and Jiuzhuan Jin Shenchang. Xian Bingchong Fa boasted remarkable control and defensive capabilities. The ice skin significantly enhanced survival, while the accompanying chilling effects greatly restricted opponents during battle, creating opportunities. Its style leaned towards calmness, mystery, and seizing the moment. However, its absolute attacking power might be somewhat lacking, and its adaptability to extreme environments, such as intense heat, could be compromised. On the other hand, Jiuzhuan Jin Shenchang excelled in unparalleled defense and formidable counterattack abilities, characterized by a style that seamlessly integrated offense and defense, displaying a bold and unyielding ferocity. It eschewed flamboyant techniques in favor of sheer power and defense, embodying a dominance that could overpower 10 foes. The rebound energy cultivated through its practice would be a source of great distress for opponents. Its style resonated deeply with the noble and unwavering gunmanship philosophy that Qin Yan yearned for. After thorough analysis, The scales within Qin Yan's heart had tipped. Teacher. He sent a message to Xiao Hua via his smart bracelet. His tone was resolute. I have made my decision. I choose Jiuzhuan Jin Shinchang. Following the message's dispatch, Qin Yan patiently awaited a reply. Approximately 15 minutes later, Xiao Hua's response arrived. Qin Yan, you have an excellent eye. Xiao Hua's voice carried a hint of admiration, but more gravely, he continued. This Jiuzhuan Jin Shinchang is considered a top-tier asset even among the talented at Moda, with immense potential. He changed his tone. However, I must remind you that its learning difficulty is widely acknowledged to be substantial. Numerous proud prodigies have chosen it, yet very few have fully mastered this skill. Many ultimately had to switch to other martial arts, wasting precious time. Are you truly certain you wish to pursue this body-refining martial art? It is still possible to reconsider and choose a more refined technique. Upon hearing Xiao Hua's introduction, Qin Yan was not deterred. Instead, his gaze grew even more fervent and determined. The more arduous the challenge, the more it proved its worth. This was precisely what he sought. Teacher, I have thoroughly contemplated my choice and am resolute in selecting Jiuzhuan Jin Shinchang. Qin Yan replied once more, his voice steady and brimming with confidence. I believe I can conquer it. Very well. On the other end of the communication, Xiao Hua regarded Qin Yan's unwavering response with a long sigh, his expression complex. He was uncertain whether providing Qin Yan with information about this martial art was right or wrong. Initially, he believed that the fierce and domineering nature of this skill resonated with Qin Yan's indomitable spirit, perhaps capable of creating a miracle. Yet, upon Qin Yan's decisive choice, apprehension crept in. He worried that the high difficulty of this martial art would hinder Qin Yan's already pressing training progress. After all, the boy was already lagging behind many of his peers. Alas, the path was one he chose for himself. Since he had made a decision, he should not regret it. Offering his full support was all he could do. Without further hesitation, Xiao Hua promptly submitted an application for the instruction of Jiuzhuan Jin Shinchang through his privileges. In Xiagua, the management of all body-refining martial arts, especially top-tier ones, is exceedingly stringent. Even with his status as a pinnacle 6th-grade martial artist and 6th-grade alchemist, he was required to undergo a formal application and approval process, unable to impart the knowledge privately. In the training room of the Tianji 111 estate, Qin Yan sat cross-legged. While he appeared to be meditating, his mind was acutely attuned to the movements of his smart bracelet. The waiting period seemed exceptionally prolonged. After more than half an hour, the bracelet remained unresponsive. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous excitement and anticipation within. Even if he were to receive the complete text of Jiuzhuan Jin Shinchang immediately, what difference would it make? His current skill points were only in single digits. Could he truly expect to master this top-tier martial art in an instant with such a meager amount? Rising to his feet, he moved to the center of the training room, grasping the gleaming silver spear. Casting aside distractions, he focused intently and resumed practicing the fundamental spear techniques, channeling the anxious waiting into motivation for his training. Sweat poured down as he immersed himself in the realm of spear techniques, allowing his heart to find tranquility. After more than 2 hours of intense training, combined with previous practice, he had accumulated over 4 hours of training for the day. This represented yet another skill point gained. As he felt the fatigue signal from his body, Qin Yan gradually lowered the spear. He trudged to the resting area and picked up his bracelet. The screen illuminated, revealing a new document sent by Mentor Xiao Hua, titled Jiuzhuan Jin Shinchang. His heart involuntarily raced. Qin Yan opened the document and began to read with complete focus. Moments later, he had thoroughly absorbed the contents of this body-refining martial art, his eyes gleaming with uncontainable delight. As a top-tier body-refining martial art, Jiuzhuan Jin Shinchang possessed a comprehensive framework. It was divided into 3 major chapters, corresponding to the first 3 great realms of martial artists. The skin and flesh chapter, corresponding to the first-grade martial artist realm, refining the entire body. The bone forging chapter, corresponding to the second-grade martial artist realm, refining all bones. And the blood refining chapter, corresponding to the third-grade martial artist realm, refining the blood within the body, facilitating a rebirth. Each chapter contained 9 transformations. The key to his breakthrough as a martial artist lay within the first transformation of the skin and flesh chapter. As long as he could successfully complete the first transformation according to the prescribed methods, he would naturally cultivate qi within his body, thereby officially embarking on the path of a first-grade martial artist. Contemplating this, Qin Yan's thoughts shifted, and the familiar data panel materialized in his mind. Qin Tian Ichi Zhuang. Level 5, Perfect Jiuzhuan Jin Shin Chong, 0, Qi and Blood. 99 Calories Spirit. 42 Hz Spear Technique. Level 3, 17 Skill Points. 9 points. Note, as long as one exerts effort, there will be rewards. Gazing at the 9 skill points, Qin Yan cast aside any lingering doubts. With focused intent, he began to channel all his skill points into Jiuzhuan Jin Shin Chong. In an instant, a wealth of insights regarding the first transformation of the skin and flesh chapter flooded his mind, encompassing unique power techniques and various nuances that required attention. As if he had undergone countless personal drills, transforming into an instinctual part of his memory. When he glanced back at the system panel, the data had undergone a profound transformation. Chapter 43, Qi generated Jiu, Zhuan, Jin, Shin Chong skin, and flesh chapter, first transformation, 90. 90. Only one last point remained. Qin Yan was nearly on the verge of leaping with excitement. This signified that today, if he persevered in his training for just a little longer and acquired that final skill point, he would thoroughly master the first transformation of this top-tier body-refining martial arts skin and flesh chapter. However, his brow furrowed slightly as he realized that merely entering the first transformation required the expenditure of a full 10 skill points. The further one progressed in martial arts, the more skill points were needed. Following this consumption ratio, achieving full mastery of all 9 transformations in the skin and flesh chapter would likely require hundreds of skill points. This implied that the cultivation of the first-grade realm would demand several months of his time, and with the subsequent second-grade bone forging chapter and third-grade blood refining chapter, wouldn't the required skill points reach astronomical figures? Never mind. Dwelling on hypotheticals is futile. He shook his head. One must eat a meal bite by bite, and walk the path step by step, focusing on the present. Completing this first transformation and breaking through to become a martial artist was the only correct path forward. He settled onto a nearby cushion to rest, aiming to swiftly recuperate his strength. At that moment, he unexpectedly received a message from his senior sister, Lu Yuyu, inviting him to dine at the cafeteria in the Tianji area. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yan agreed, for he too felt the pangs of hunger. The rigorous training required ample nutritional replenishment. Approximately half an hour later, feeling his physical condition had improved significantly, he rose and departed the manor, heading towards the exclusive cafeteria of the Tianji area. The dedicated cafeteria was not far from his manor, a gracefully designed 3-story building. Upon entering the serene second floor, Qin Yan's gaze swept across the room and landed upon the ethereal figure of Xiao Wangshu, who sat by the window, delicately consuming a modest meal with an air of elegance. After a brief moment of thought, he approached her directly. Hearing his footsteps, Xiao Wangshu lifted her head, her clear, cold eyes briefly meeting his. Qin Yan, you've arrived. Please take a seat. Yu has gone to fetch the food, she said, resuming her meal without further elaboration. Qin Yan nodded and sat opposite her, aware that her willingness to engage in conversation was a rare occurrence. He recalled how Gao Ming had once warned him that any attempt to approach her would be met with an overwhelming force of vitality that would send him reeling back, advising him against provoking her. Before long, Lu Yuyu returned, carrying a large platter filled with 3 exquisite dishes that exuded a tantalizing aroma. Here, little junior brother, this is for you, she exclaimed, pushing the largest dish towards Qin Yan with a cheerful smile. He paused, taken aback by the apparent value of the medicinal cuisine before him. Was his senior sister truly so enthusiastic? Consider this meal as a treat from your senior sister to celebrate our official camaraderie, Lu Yuyu proclaimed, hands on her hips, embodying the role of a senior sister. Though her tone remained sweet and coaxing, internally, she was elated, having always been the youngest in her family. She was eager to relish the experience of being a senior sister. Moreover, she possessed an innate intuition that hinted at a mysterious potential within this junior brother, making it prudent to cultivate a good relationship with him. Seeing Lu Yuyu's resolute demeanor and sincere gaze, Qin Yan ceased to decline and graciously accepted. Thank you, senior sister, for your generosity. At this, Xiao Wangshu lifted her eyes, glancing at Lu Yuyu and then at Qin Yan, a flicker of mild confusion crossing her features. She knew her friend well. Despite Lu Yuyu's seemingly innocent and naive demeanor, she was perceptive and astute. Xiao Wangshu noted a shift in her friend's attitude toward Qin Yan. Could it be that this Qin Yan, beyond his talent for marksmanship, possessed some other special quality that had caught Yuyu's attention? Qin Yan relished the meal, recognizing that the food was clearly crafted with care. Each bite was exquisite, transforming into a soothing warmth that spread through his weary body, dispelling any lingering fatigue. This meal was undoubtedly of considerable worth. After dining, the three returned to their respective manors to continue their training. With the private martial arts room available in their Tianji manor, they were spared the need to traverse between dormitories and public training facilities like ordinary students, greatly enhancing their training efficiency. Upon returning to Manor 111, Qin Yan wasted no time, ascending to the third floor and plunging back into his intense training. Hours passed, and, as night fully descended, he received the final point of his technique for the day. Without hesitation, he allocated this precious point to the first turn of the Jiuzhuan Jin Shinchang skill. A surge of energy coursed through him as if a barrier within him had been breached. His vitality surged, and a subtle tingling and warmth enveloped his body, as if countless strands of energy were permeating, reinforcing every cell. Concurrently, the energy within him condensed sharply, and a faint essence, akin to a seed, began to quietly swirl into existence. Is this really happening? Have I cultivated energy? Qin Yan pondered, feeling the faint presence of energy within him, elusive yet palpable. At this stage, energy could not manifest externally as an effective means of attack until one reached the mid-tier martial artist level. As he attuned himself to the changes within, he discerned the presence of this ethereal essence, confirming his advancement. A wave of elation washed over him. His first impulse was to contact mentor Xiao Hua for guidance and protection, eager to complete the physical refinement and officially step into the realm of the first-tier martial artist. Yet reason swiftly tempered his excitement. It was astonishing to consider that he had acquired a martial skill in the morning and achieved mastery in the afternoon, culminating in the successful condensation of energy. Such rapid progress was beyond the realm of ordinary talent and could attract unwarranted scrutiny. Determined to proceed with caution, he resolved to wait a few days before approaching his mentor. By allowing a brief interval of 3 to 5 days, he could still maintain the appearance of extraordinary talent without appearing overly exceptional. This approach would facilitate a smooth breakthrough while also crafting his image as a prodigy in marksmanship, potentially garnering increased resources and support from the school and faculty. Chapter 44. Comprehensive Guide to Low-Tier Spiritual Medicines. Having made up his mind, Qin Yan suppressed his immediate desire to break through, shifting his focus away from the faint essence within him. He then returned to his second-floor room to rest, conserving his energy for the training ahead. The following day, at 4:30 in the morning, his biological clock awakened him promptly. After a brief wash and donning a clean training outfit, he made his way to the third-floor martial arts room. Breathing in the crisp morning air, he commenced his routine marksmanship practice, adhering to a rigorous 2-hour training regimen without fail. Once the training concluded and daylight illuminated the surroundings, he returned to the first floor for a quick shower and changed into the attire of Moduwuda before departing the manor to enjoy a free yet nutritionally balanced breakfast at the ordinary window of the cafeteria. Today marked the commencement of his theoretical studies at Moduwuda. According to the schedule, the day's lesson was Fundamentals of Martial Arts. After his meal, Qin Yan made his way to the 6th Academy. Following the directions of his smart wristband, he soon located the classroom for Class 3, designated for new students assigned to the 6th Academy who had yet to advance as martial artists. Upon entering the classroom, he surveyed the room and realized that many students had already arrived. He chose a seat in the front row towards the center. As he checked the time, it was nearing 8 o'clock. The classroom, with its 50 seats, gradually filled with students engaged in quiet conversations or solitary review. The atmosphere imbued with the unique blend of newness and anticipation for knowledge. At precisely 8 o'clock, the class bell rang. An elderly professor, clad in a simple gray robe with graying hair and a kind face, entered the classroom with steady steps. Though the fluctuations of his vitality were not particularly strong, they seemed almost subdued, yet his eyes sparkled with wisdom and experience, embodying a wealth of knowledge. "Good morning, students," the old professor greeted from behind the podium, his voice warm, yet possessing a calming authority. "I am Wang Qi, and I will be responsible for your Fundamentals of Martial Arts course this semester. Today marks the inaugural lecture of our course. We shall systematically explore the pathway from an aspiring martial artist to a proficient one, ultimately achieving the esteemed rank of a true E-Pin martial artist." Professor Wang began eloquently, delving into the essence of Qi and the principles surrounding its manifestation. He meticulously elucidated the nuanced distinctions between various body tempering techniques, such as Qi induction, Qi condensation, and Qi refinement, as well as the potential risks and strategies to address them during the breakthrough process. His explanations were profound yet accessible, often employing the simplest of terms to clarify the most intricate of concepts. Qin Yan sat attentively among the audience, fully engaged. Although many core ideas had previously been expounded upon by Master Xiaohua, Professor Wang's course offered a more structured and comprehensive understanding, enriching Qin Yan's knowledge with numerous details, common sense insights, and lesser-known precautions that Master Xiao had not covered. After all, each discipline has its own specialization. Professor Wang's lecture granted him a more three-dimensional and profound comprehension of the entire process of a martial artist breakthrough. For instance, he now accurately recognized that the Qi he had condensed within himself was indeed a standard strand of Qi. Furthermore, he had clarified the quantitative standards for the realms of martial artists: a strand of Qi for an initial E-Pin martial artist, a filament for an initial Air-Pin martial artist, and a stream for an initial Sand-Pin martial artist. This hierarchical structure was both progressive and lucid. The 90-minute class flew by as Qin Yan listened with rapt attention. When the bell rang to signal the end of the class, he felt a lingering sense of eagerness, having derived immense benefit from the session. As the students gradually exited the classroom, Qin Yan joined the flow, departing from the Lu Yuan teaching area. Today was but a single class. Ultimately, the essence of martial arts lies in practice rather than mere theory. There is not an abundance of theoretical knowledge to absorb. The course arrangement at Modu Wuda fully embodies the philosophy of prioritizing practice while complementing it with theory. Throughout the week, only 4 days are allocated for theoretical courses, with a maximum of 1 or 2 classes each day, thus allowing ample time for personal cultivation. Attendance is optional, provided one can pass the assessments. Failing to do so results in a deduction of 100 credits. 100 credits equate to 1 million Huaxia coins. Conversely, passing the assessment rewards an additional 20 credits. Consequently, it is rare for students to miss classes, as they can acquire knowledge while also earning credits. How appealing is that? Upon returning to Manor 111, Qin Yan did not allow himself a moment of respite, immediately immersing himself in training. After 2 hours of practice, he proceeded to the cafeteria for a meal, followed by a half-hour rest. In the afternoon, he engaged in another 2 hours of training. To his delight, he noticed a marked improvement in his endurance today, managing to persist for an additional half-hour beyond his usual regimen. Was it due to the strand of Qi he had condensed within? He speculated inwardly. The presence of Qi seemed to not only aid in body tempering, but also provided a nurturing and supportive effect on his physical form. After completing his prescribed training, he did not rest immediately. Recalling the new task assigned by Master Xiaohua that morning, he commanded his wrist device, Xiao Shu, open the comprehensive guide to low-level spiritual herbs. Today, Master Xiaohua had sent him a document, instructing him to thoroughly comprehend and internalize every detail regarding the first-tier spiritual herbs contained within. Command confirmed. Instantly, an expansive and intricate light screen unfolded before him. Countless varieties of plants, each with unique forms and vibrant colors, were meticulously introduced, accompanied by extensive information on their properties, effects, growth environments, harvesting and processing methods, as well as common compatibility taboos. Qi Shuigua, first-tier spiritual herb, typically grows in areas abundant with yang energy. Effects: replenishes qi and blood, strengthens bones and muscles, serves as a primary ingredient in the concoction of qi and blood elixirs. Yuguang Xiao, first-tier spiritual herb, thrives in the shade, often absorbing spiritual energy under the moonlight. Effects: calms the mind, nurtures mental strength, aids in meditation. Tai Gu Tung, first-tier spiritual herb, resilient as iron, Dihuaji, first-tier spiritual herb, entirely crimson. Merely skimming through this small portion left Qin Yan feeling dazzled. The realm of spiritual herbs is vast and profound, rivaling that of martial arts. Master Xiaohua had tasked him with fully grasping, memorizing, and integrating the knowledge of the first-tier spiritual herbs recorded therein. He patiently began reading and committing it to memory word by word. An hour later, he rubbed his slightly throbbing temples and paused. He began to understand some of the functions of the spiritual herbs and realized that they too possess tiers. Spiritual herbs are classified into 9 tiers, with the first tier being the lowest and the 9th tier the highest. The guide before him documented low-tier spiritual herbs ranging from the 1st to the 3rd tier. However, he found it quite taxing, for despite having perused for so long, he had only managed to read a mere fraction of the content. Chapter 45. The Astonishment of Xiaohua. No wonder Li Yu mentioned that she spends most of her time studying alchemy on understanding medicinal materials and the spiritual essence of exotic beasts. It is indeed a fortress of knowledge. Qin Yan couldn't help but admire his junior sister who adeptly balances hammer techniques, alchemy, and martial arts. With a thought, he opened the system panel once more to assess his progress in this area. Qing Tian Yi Qi Zhuang. Level 5, Perfect, Qi and Blood. 99 cards Spirit. 42 Hz Martial Technique. Jiuzhuan Jin Shun Chang Pai Ro Pian First Turn. 100 Spear Technique. 3 Stages 17. Alchemy. Comprehensive Guide to Low-Level Spiritual Herbs. 01 Skill Points. 1 point note. As long as one works diligently, there shall be rewards. Gazing at the paltry 01 progress and the solitary skill point remaining, Qin Yan's expression turned grim. He then attempted to invest his solitary skill point into the comprehensive guide to low-level spiritual herbs. Buzz. A slight tremor coursed through his mind. A wealth of detailed information regarding hundreds of first-tier spiritual herbs, including images and characteristics, flooded in an instant. As if he had devoted himself to diligent study of these materials for an extended period. Upon reviewing the panel, the progress had increased to Comprehensive Guide to Low-Level Spiritual Herbs, 21. Qin Yan exhaled deeply, feeling a significant weight lift from his heart. Thank goodness. Alchemical knowledge is not as immutable as qi and spirit, which cannot be enhanced through skill points, although the consumption is substantial. With one skill point only able to improve progress by around 2, the mere possibility of enhancing through skill points brings hope. This means that the path to becoming an alchemist is entirely attainable. After a brief respite and a simple dinner at the cafeteria, Qin Yan returned to his dormitory to practice with the spear once more. Until deep into the night, a new skill point coalesced under the sweat of his efforts. In the ensuing 5 days, Qin Yan led a disciplined and fulfilling life. He attended classes punctually when scheduled, and, when not in class, he diligently trained in the cultivation chamber of the manor. During breaks in training, when weariness set in, he immersed himself in the vast ocean of the comprehensive guide to low-level spiritual herbs. Though progress was gradual, every little bit accumulated. His understanding of various first-tier spiritual herbs deepened progressively. Due to his successful condensation of qi, Qin Yan's daily training duration now reached 8 hours, allowing him to consistently earn 2 skill points each day, significantly enhancing his skill point accumulation. After 5 days, Qin Yan had amassed a total of 11 skill points. Without hesitation, he allocated all these points toward the training of Jiuzhuan Jin Shinchang. In an instant, further insights regarding the second turn flowed into the depths of his consciousness like a gentle stream. Upon checking the system panel, the data had been updated. Jiuzhuan Jin Shinchang, Pai, Ropian, second turn, 77. The completion of the second turn is now within reach. Tomorrow, he would seek out his teacher to request protection while completing the first comprehensive body tempering, thus stepping into the realm of Epin martial artist. The following morning, as per his routine, Qin Yan commenced with 2 hours of spear practice. After a simple breakfast at the cafeteria, he made his way directly to Master Xiaohua's alchemy chamber in the Luyuan. Arriving effortlessly at the door of the chamber, suffused with a delicate scent of medicine, I passed the identity verification, and the heavy wooden door slid open soundlessly. Inside, Master Xiaohua was entirely focused before the alchemical furnace. I observed him pressing his hands outward, and from his palms erupted brilliant orange flames. These flames, seemingly sentient, split in the air into 6 vividly lifelike serpentine forms, swirling around the dark red furnace, continuously infusing it with pure heat. The furnace quivered slightly, and from the gap of the lid, a faint aroma of elixir wafted out, refreshing and invigorating. Clearly, the alchemical process had reached the final stage of nurturing and formation. Noticing this, Qin Yan immediately softened his footsteps and quietly stood in the corner by the door, holding his breath and concentrating, fearful of disturbing his teacher during this critical moment. After approximately the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the fragrance of the elixir reached its pinnacle. A glint of brilliance flickered in Xiao Hua's eyes as he commanded sharply, "Congeal." His hand gestures shifted, and the 6 fiery serpents let out a long, resonant cry before plunging back into the furnace. With a resonant hum, the lid of the furnace opened automatically, and 10 blood-red, plump elixirs shot forth. As if they possessed life, Xiao Hua had prepared for this moment. With a swift motion of his sleeve, a warm jade vial appeared in his hand. The mouth of the vial produced a pulling force, accurately drawing all 10 elixirs inside. He uncorked the vial and took a careful whiff of the elixir's aroma. A satisfied smile gracing his face. 10 finished products, 7 of high quality, 3 of medium quality. The quality of this batch was rather commendable. After securing the jade vial, Xiao would turn around, his gaze settling on Qin Yan at the door. In truth, he had sensed Qin Yan's powerful spiritual presence the moment he entered. However, the alchemical process demanded his undivided attention, hence he had not acknowledged him. "Qin Yan, have you encountered any difficulties in your cultivation today?" Xiao Hua inquired gently as he moved to a nearby resting area, lifting a cup of refreshing tea. Qin Yan approached respectfully and bowed. He then stated his purpose directly. "Master, I have come to request your protection as I attempt to break through to the realm of a warrior." Cough, cough. Xiao Hua nearly spat out the tea he had just sipped, choking slightly as he set the cup down forcefully, his face etched with disbelief. "Break through to a warrior? You mean to say you wish to do so right now?" In an instant, he appeared before Qin Yan, placing a warm hand on his wrist. A gentle and pure flow of energy swiftly coursed through Qin Yan's limbs, probing the true state of his body. Moments later, Xiao Hua released his grip, and the astonishment on his face only intensified. He scrutinized Qin Yan from head to toe, as if seeing this student for the first time. "Good lad. Has it only been a few days? You have indeed grasped the Jiao Zhuan, Jin Shinchong, and successfully condensed your energy. This rate of progress is astonishing." He distinctly remembered teaching the martial technique to Qin Yan, and it had only been 6 days. 6 days to successfully condense energy. This could not merely be described as extraordinary talent. Qin Yan felt a bit bashful under his teacher's gaze and smiled humbly. "Perhaps it is just luck, and this body-refining technique resonates particularly well with me." "Resonates? Ha ha! What a delightful sentiment." Xiao Hua laughed heartily at this remark, patting Qin Yan's shoulder with pride and appreciation in his eyes. "Excellent. I had been concerned that the complexity of this martial technique might hinder your progress. It appears I was mistaken. You have certainly not disappointed me." The terrifying comprehension and advancement displayed by Qin Yan banished any lingering worries from Xiao Hua's mind. Chapter 46. Breaking Through to the Warrior. Division of the First Grade Realm. At this pace, the gap between Qin Yan and the top talents of this generation was swiftly narrowing. Therefore, without further ado, Xiao Hua composed himself, his expression turning serious and focused. "Now, guide that thread of energy within you and begin refining the flesh of your entire body. I will provide protection throughout the process, ensuring absolute safety." "Yes, master." Qin Yan nodded earnestly. He moved to the more spacious area in the center of the alchemical chamber. Taking a deep breath, he was about to assume the starting stance of Jiao Zhuan, Jin Shinchong. At that moment, 2 vials of elixirs flew from Xiao Hua's hand, landing steadily before Qin Yan. The vial on the left contained 10 first-grade Qi blood pills. Should you feel your strength waning during the refining process, you may consume one immediately to swiftly replenish your energy. The vial on the right held 10 first-grade body refining pills. Taking one before commencing the refining will significantly enhance the efficiency and effect of your body refinement. Xiao Hua's voice was steady and clear. "These 2 vials of elixirs serve as my gift for your apprenticeship." Qin Yan's heart trembled. The market price for both the Qi blood pill and the body refining pill was 50,000 huaxia coins each. They were even more expensive than the Qi blood pills he had consumed previously. The total value of these 2 vials of elixirs reached an astounding 1 million huaxia coins. How generous of the master. Thank you for your kindness, master. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Qin Yan did not feign modesty. He etched this heavy gratitude into his heart, solemnly storing the 2 jade vials. Without further hesitation, he withdrew a pill from the body refining pill vial, about the size of a longan, exuding an unusual fragrance. He tilted his head and swallowed it. The pill dissolved upon entering his abdomen, instantly transforming into a gentle yet mighty flow of heat that surged through his limbs. His skin began to feel warm, as if every cell had been activated. Now is the moment. Qin Yan's gaze sharpened, his hands forming the posture of the long spear. The thread of pale golden energy responded to his call. He began to move in accordance with the methods of the body refining section of Jiu Zhuan Jin Shinshan. Initially, his movements were somewhat awkward. However, as the spear's momentum unfolded, the energy surged along a specific path. That thread of energy began to flow slowly through his meridians. Wherever it passed, his flesh experienced a peculiar sensation of tingling and searing heat. The efficacy of the body refining pill was fully activated, perfectly merging with the thread of energy within Qin Yan. His skin reddened at a visible rate. Heat radiated around him, white vapor swirling in the air, as if he were enveloped in a furnace. Waves of tearing pain and a feeling of expansion coursed through every part of his body, as if it were about to burst from the overwhelming power. Qin Yan, focus your mind, guide the energy, and prioritize refining the flesh of your upper limbs. Xiaohua's calm voice resonated in Qin Yan's ear. His spiritual force had already enveloped Qin Yan like an invisible net, comprehending every minute change within him. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan immediately obeyed, concentrating his efforts on refining his arms. Indeed, when the power was focused in one area, the explosive sensation diminished significantly. In its place arose a deeper, more concentrated feeling of honing. Excellent. Now, shift your focus to your lower limbs. Refine your soles and ankles. These are the foundation of your strength. Do not neglect the coordination of your core, waist, and abdomen. The third leg, as flesh, cannot be overlooked either. Xiaohua's guidance was precise and timely, always resonating just as Qin Yan was on the verge of deviating or encountering limitations. Under his protection, Qin Yan's first comprehensive refinement, though painful, remained well within controllable limits as it steadily progressed. He could distinctly feel his skin becoming more resilient, the latent power within him slowly and steadily increasing through the refinement process. Time quietly passed amidst the agony of trials and the enhancement of strength. Uncertain of how long had passed, when the last piece of flesh was thoroughly cleansed and refined by the thread of energy and medicinal power, a hum echoed in Qin Yan's mind, as if a certain shackle had been shattered, and his entire body suddenly felt lighter. A profound sense of exhilaration coursed through his entire being. All prior pain and fatigue seemed to recede like a receding tide. In their stead arose an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, strength, and control. In this moment, the very essence of life had achieved a qualitative leap. Congratulations, Xiao Yan. With a reassuring smile gracing his face, Xiaohua stepped forward, declaring, from now on, you shall be a true first-rank martial artist. He had originally anticipated that Qin Yan would require at least a month or two to break through, yet the unexpected delight arrived so swiftly, all thanks to the guidance of his master. Qin Yan bowed deeply from the heart. Without Xiaohua's precise instruction and those invaluable elixirs, he could never have completed this breakthrough so smoothly and efficiently. We are teacher and student. There is no need for such formality. Moving forward, one must not become complacent, but diligently cultivate to solidify this realm. The study of alchemy must also keep pace. Neglect is not an option. The student understood. Qin Yan earnestly acknowledged this. Keep those 2 vials of elixirs safe. You will need them for subsequent cultivation, Xiaohua advised. Upon returning, make sure to thoroughly master all the content regarding first-rank spiritual herbs from the low-level spiritual herb compendium I provided you. This is merely the foundation. A wealth of alchemical knowledge awaits your eager pursuit. Yes, master. The student took his leave. Exiting the alchemy chamber, Qin Yan made his way directly back to the estate. After breaking through as a martial artist, he felt a sticky sensation enveloping his body, emitting an unpleasant odor, a result of the impurities expelled after refining his flesh. He promptly ascended to the second-floor bathroom, rinsing himself thoroughly until no trace of odor remained. Instantly, he felt refreshed and invigorated. Clad in clean garments, Qin Yan proceeded to the training room on the third floor. With a flicker of thought, he opened the system panel, eager to discern the specific changes following his breakthrough. Qin Tian Yi Qi Zhuang. Level 5, Perfection. Rank, Early First Rank Martial Artist Vitality. 110 Calories Spirit. 42 Hz Martial Arts. 9 turns Golden Body Spear Flesh Refinement Chapter 2nd Turn. 77. Spear Technique. 3 stages. 17. Alchemy. Low-level Spiritual Herb Compendium. 26. Skill points. 0 points. Remarks. With effort, there will be rewards. His vitality had finally surpassed the previous threshold. Gazing at the panel displaying a vitality of 110 calories, Qin Yan could not help but exclaim in wonder. He had been stuck at 99 calories for far too long. From his studies, he understood that the first-rank martial artist realm primarily involved the refinement of flesh. Each refinement increases vitality by 10 points. To reach the pinnacle of the first rank, one must complete 8 flesh refinements, with the peak vitality of a first-rank martial artist being 180 calories. He had only completed the first refinement, and the road ahead remained long. Qin Yan recalled his junior sister, Lu Yuyu. She was already in the mid-first rank, on the verge of breaking through to the late stage. This indicated she had completed 4 flesh refinements. In contrast, he still had a significant gap to bridge. Chapter 47, Monthly Examination. System upgrade? Qin Yan picked up the smart wristband beside him, glancing at a message recently sent by the school. Madu Wuda Class of 2025 Freshman Monthly Assessment Notification Assessment Date. 31st of this month. Assessment content. Practical Combat Ranking Rewards. 10th place, 10 credits. 9th place, 20 credits. 3rd place, 80 credits. 2nd place, 90 credits. 1st place, 100 credits. Accommodation Qualification Adjustment. The top 10 in comprehensive rankings will receive residency qualification in the Heavenly Grade area. Note, classmate Qin Yan, please prepare diligently. You wouldn't want to lose the comfortable residency at number 111 estate, would you? Hee. Automatically disregarding the note with its mischievous tone, Qin Yan focused on the assessment date and rewards. The monthly examination served as a crucial means for Ma Du Wu Da to evaluate the progress of first-year students' cultivation and to stimulate competition. It occurred monthly without fail. The rules were simple yet ruthless. The capable advance, the average yield, and the incompetent fall behind. 20 days were all that remained. A strong sense of urgency surged within him. He clenched his fists tightly, his gaze sharpening with determination. Every moment must be seized. The Heavenly Grade Estate's training environment was vital for him. He could not afford to lose this advantage easily. Furthermore, the credit rewards from the monthly examination were quite substantial. Until nightfall, Qin Yan finally completed his last round of 4-hour spear training for the day, slowly lowering his weapon and regulating his somewhat hurried breath. He instinctively summoned the panel to review his gains for the day. However, upon noticing the skill points section, he couldn't help but let out a soft gasp, a look of clear puzzlement crossing his face. 2 points? He distinctly remembered that when he checked the panel at noon, his skill points were still at 0. According to previous patterns, completing a 4-hour training session should have only awarded him 1 skill point. Why had it suddenly changed to 2 points? Could it be due to my breakthrough into the martial artist realm? Qin Yan immediately connected this to his recent advancement. The elevation in his life level seemed to enhance the efficiency and rewards of his efforts within a given time frame. This speculation ignited a fervor within him. If indeed the breakthrough led to doubled skill points from each training session, what would happen when he eventually ascended to the 2nd rank, 3rd rank, or even higher? Would the skill points continue to increase? Would the panel reveal more unknown functionalities as his strength advanced? In an instant, countless thoughts raced through his mind. He was filled with anticipation and wonder about his future path of cultivation. Yet, all of this remained mere conjecture for now. The truth would require verification through his ongoing training. The next day, with a mindset geared toward validation, Qin Yan once again immersed himself in high-intensity training. As evening approached, after completing his set training regimen, he eagerly checked the panel. Skill points, 6 points. Indeed, the 2 points added yesterday were not a coincidence. After breaking through to the first rank, the skill points gained from each 4-hour standard training session had risen from 1 point to 2. This signified that his daily efforts were now yielding double the reward. The efficiency of his cultivation had undergone a qualitative enhancement. Wonderful! Qin Yan could not suppress a triumphant fist pump, an overwhelming excitement surging within him. This was undoubtedly a boon for him, who was in urgent need of improving his ranking for the monthly examination to retain his residency in the heavenly great estate. His confidence for the impending monthly examination soared. With this joy and motivation, Qin Yan concluded his training for the day and returned to his bedroom for a well-deserved rest. The following morning, after completing his usual morning exercises and breakfast, Qin Yan did not head to Class 6-3 as before. Instead, guided by the updated schedule on his smart wristband, he made his way to the teaching area of Class 1. Just 2 days prior, after successfully breaking through as a martial artist, the school's administrative system had automatically adjusted his class information from 3 to 1. Classes 1 and 2 were specifically designated for martial artists among the new students, with Class 1 gathering the most formidable talents of the current cohort, including all top 10 freshmen. Upon entering the classroom of Class 1, he found it already filled to capacity, despite there being time before the lesson began. His arrival immediately drew numerous gazes, filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and a hint of barely concealed astonishment. Clearly, many remembered him as the underdog who had, with mere third-rank spear technique, defeated a Fishman warrior during the freshman trials just a week ago. To think that within such a short span, he had successfully broken through, officially joining the ranks of martial artists and entering Class 1. However, most of these gazes merely glanced over him, not lingering too long. In this esteemed classroom, every individual present is undoubtedly a proud genius. Although Qin Yan's breakthrough is noteworthy, it does not captivate their sustained attention. As his gaze swept across the room, it quickly fell upon 2 familiar figures, Xiao Wangshu and Lu Yuyu, seated by the window in the front row. Their presence seemed to radiate an aura, making them particularly exceptional even among the assembly of talents in Class 1. Lu Yu noticed Qin Yan as well, her face momentarily registering surprise. While others may have been oblivious, she had gleaned from their instructor, Xiaohua, that Qin Yan had not engaged with any body tempering techniques prior to his enrollment. This revelation implied that he had begun from scratch during the past week since his admission, selecting, initiating, and successfully cultivating a body tempering technique, subsequently breaking through to become a martial artist. In just 1 week, the pace at which her junior brother progressed was indeed impressive. She pondered the level of the body tempering technique he was practicing and the challenges involved in its initiation. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she discreetly raised her hand and waved gently towards Qin Yan as a greeting, reluctant to disrupt the tranquility of the classroom with loud exclamations. Qin Yan, noticing her gesture, smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, continuing his search for an available seat in the front row. Soon, he discovered an empty spot beside a burly newcomer known as Jin Gang, famed for his iron fists and ferocious strength, who held the 10th rank among the new students. Without further consideration, Qin Yan approached the vacant seat. However, this action drew the attention of several classmates who had previously diverted their gaze, their expressions now filled with anticipation, as if eagerly awaiting an unfolding spectacle. Chapter 48, Sun Kong. As Qin Yan settled into his seat, a low, commanding voice broke through the atmosphere. "Who permitted you to sit here? Stand up." Qin Yan paused, subtly furrowing his brow as he turned to face Jin Gang, who had crossed his arms and was emanating an unmistakable air of hostility. Though displeased, Qin Yan maintained a calm demeanor and retorted, "Is this seat reserved in your name?" He was not one to endure baseless intimidation, and Jingang's unwarranted aggression only fueled his resolve to respond. Regardless of whether the seat truly belonged to someone, he found the manner in which Jin Gang ordered him to leave highly distasteful. Upon seeing that Qin Yan not only refused to vacate the seat, but also dared to retort, Jingang's expression darkened. His tone grew more menacing. "I will ask you one last time. Will you stand up?" Qin Yan chose to disregard the threat, unwilling to engage further with such a person. Seeking death, a fierce light flickered in Jingang's eyes as he launched a sudden attack without warning. His right arm bulged with muscle, and his fist surged forward like a tempest. The force behind this punch was formidable and, if it connected, it could easily result in broken bones. Qin Yan had long been wary of Jin Gang, and as soon as the punch was thrown, he instinctively reacted. Rather than retreating from this sudden assault, a sharp glimmer shone in his eyes. He seized the opportunity to gauge the extent of the gap between himself, a newly minted martial artist, and these already renowned top newcomers. In a flash, Qin Yan harnessed his core strength, twisting his body as he tightened his right fist, channeling his energy into a concentrated strike. He met Jingang's ferocious punch head-on. Bang! The two fists collided with an unembellished ferocity. An overwhelming force surged through Qin Yan's arm as if a rampaging bull had struck him, sending a jolt of pain and numbness surging through his right arm, destabilizing his footing. He staggered backward 3 steps before his back collided with a nearby desk, barely managing to dissipate the force of the impact and regain his balance. In stark contrast, Jin Gang only swayed slightly, standing firm as a mountain, his gaze toward Qin Yan filled with disdain and mockery. The outcome of their clash was unmistakably clear. Indeed, formidable. Qin Yan shook his somewhat numb right arm, his expression serious. He was certain that Jin Gang was not merely at the early stage of a first-grade martial artist. It was highly probable that he had already reached the mid-stage. He pondered how many times Jin Gang had undergone flesh tempering. 3 or 4 times of flesh tempering would place him firmly in the mid-stage of the first grade, with each completed cycle significantly enhancing physical prowess. The explosive power behind Jingang's punch far surpassed that of his previous opponents. "Junior brother, are you all right?" Lu Yuyu's figure appeared almost instantaneously beside Qin Yan. She had been softly conversing with Xiao Wangshu when the incident unfolded so swiftly that by the time she reacted, Qin Yan had already been pushed back. Qin Yan flexed his arm, feeling the numbness begin to dissipate. "I'm fine, senior sister. It was just a slight disruption of my energy. I just need a moment," he reassured her. After confirming that he was indeed unscathed, Lu Yuyu pivoted sharply, her large eyes now ablaze with evident fury. "Jin Gang, on what grounds do you dare to strike him?" With a fierce reprimand, Lu Yuyu wasted no time and swiftly appeared before Jin Gang, her delicate hand clenched into a fist, seemingly petite yet exuding a powerful wind. She directed her punch straight towards Jingang's chest. "Come on, I have been eager to measure your prowess as the 4th-ranked newcomer." Jin Gang, far from intimidated, exhibited a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He had just completed the 4th cycle of flesh tempering yesterday, significantly enhancing his vitality, and he specialized in a vigorous style of boxing. Close-range combat was his forte. However, the outcome was starkly different from before. As their fists met, the confidence on Jingang's face abruptly froze. He felt an overwhelming, tsunami-like force emanating from Lu Yuyu's seemingly dainty fist. He found himself uncontrollably stumbling backward several steps until he crashed into an empty chair, barely managing to steady himself. His right arm ached and tingled, his energy surging chaotically within him. "Have you broken through to the late stage of the first grade?" Jingang's gaze remained fixed on Lu Yuyu. If she were still at the mid-stage of the first grade, given his foundation after 4 cycles of flesh tempering and his boxing advantage, it would have been impossible for him to be at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation, let alone incur a minor setback. Lu Yuyu let out a soft huff, raising her fair chin defiantly. "Uh-huh, at least you possess some discernment." She then extended her slender finger, pointing at Jin Gang, her demeanor fierce yet adorable. "Listen well, Jin Gang. Qin Yan is my junior brother. If I find out you dare to bully him again, I promise I will crush you during the monthly examination." Her fierce expression, paired with her delicate and charming features, lacked intimidation, yet her words carried a clear intent to protect. Jingang's expression fluctuated between shades of pale and flushed as he opened his mouth, but ultimately fell silent. He knew all too well that, in an unarmed confrontation, he was no match for Lu Yuyu. In a scenario like the monthly examination, where weapons were permitted, Lu Yuyu's strength would only amplify, leaving him with little chance of victory. He had not expected her to so boldly defend a newcomer in front of everyone. "Oh, Lu Yuyu, since you are so formidable, why not spar with me instead of making things difficult for my junior brother?" At that moment, a voice resonated from the entrance of the classroom. The crowd turned to see a stocky youth with a buzz cut strolling in. He approached Jin Gang with a light step, patting him on the shoulder and inquiring softly, "Are you all right?" The newcomer was none other than Sun Kong, ranked 3rd among the new students. Lu Yuyu, however, did not respond immediately. Instead, She slightly tilted her head and lowered her voice to quickly explain to Qin Yan. The newcomer is Suen Kong, who shares a mentor with Jing'ong, creating a relationship akin to that which you and I share. The vacant seat next to Jing'ong is reserved for Suen Kong. She paused, her tone intensifying, and added, however, that is not the crux of the matter. The key point is that Suen Kong ranks third among this year's new students, surpassing me by 1 place. And his strength should not be underestimated. Upon hearing Lu Yuyu's explanation, Qin Yan immediately grasped the situation. The seat was specifically saved for Suen Kong by Jing'ong. However, the seating in the classroom was not fixed, and the customary rule was first come, first served. Chapter 49. The method of golden body medicinal bath. The other party, without any provocation, was prepared to engage in a physical confrontation with his new classmate. Out of consideration for both sentiment and reason, Qin Yan could not condone such brazen behavior. At that moment, Suen Kong also understood the unfolding situation from Jing'ong's brief account and felt a headache coming on. Despite his repeated attempts to counsel Jing'ong against his impulsive and irritable nature, which favored resolving issues with brute force, his efforts had yielded little success. After all, such traits were ingrained and not easily altered. Yet, as an elder brother, seeing his junior suffer a loss, he felt compelled to rectify the situation, regardless of the cause, lest they be looked down upon. Lu Yuyu, it seems you are brimming with confidence after your breakthrough. Suen Kong turned to her. I presume you are not satisfied with ranking below me. Why not seize this opportunity to spar? He challenged, come on. Who's afraid of whom? Lu Yuyu showed no signs of backing down, standing tall with her chest out, her blood energy visibly surging, her aura unwavering. The atmosphere in the classroom grew tense once again, with the surrounding students holding their breath, caught between nervousness and anticipation. All right, let's not cause a ruckus. A calm voice rose to break the tension. A poised and handsome young man stood up from the central position of the classroom. His tall stature and commanding gaze swept over Lu Yuyu and Suen Kong, exuding an undeniable authority. Fighting in the classroom is against school rules. If you truly wish to spar, you may register at the martial arts arena and compete officially. The speaker was Lu Qingfeng, the current class monitor and ranked second among the new students. Upon hearing this, both Lu Yuyu and Suen Kong instinctively held a moment of disdain for each other. Just moments ago, when Jing'ong and Qin Yan were engaged in a confrontation, he did not intervene. Now, he was assuming the airs of a class monitor. However, they both understood that Lu Qingfeng invoked the school rules, thus holding the moral high ground. Persisting in a confrontation within the classroom would only diminish their standing. We shall see the truth in the monthly examination. Lu Yuyu made a face at Suen Kong's retreating figure, then turned to Qin Yan with a bright smile, as if nothing had happened. Little junior, ignore them. Let's find a place to sit. The storm had temporarily subsided. Qin Yan nodded silently and settled into a vacant seat in the back of the classroom. He appeared calm on the surface, yet deep within. A fervent desire to grow stronger burned like a wildfire. It was clear that his current strength was insufficient. Had he possessed adequate power, there would have been no need for his senior sister to intervene today. If he had absolute strength, akin to Xiao Wangshu, would Jing'ong have dared to act without hesitation? He believed that if the top-ranking new student, Xiao Wangshu, desired that seat, not only would Jing'ong refrain from obstructing her, but he would likely not even dare to breathe, maintaining a respectful silence. This exemplified the undeniable authority that strength conferred. He resolved to hasten his cultivation. Prior to the monthly examination, he must elevate his abilities as much as possible. The urgency felt like a whip cracking against his heart. Nearby the podium, Lu Qingfeng, witnessing the cessation of hostilities, wore a subtle smile of satisfaction. He relished the feeling of controlling the situation, enforcing order, which affirmed his authority. However, when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the serene figure of Xiao Wangshu by the window, who appeared detached from the unfolding drama, his brow involuntarily furrowed. He understood well that his position as class monitor was not due to his superiority over others, but rather because that enigmatic girl had no interest in it. She was like a silent mountain, unspoken yet casting a shadow over everyone's hearts. The position of class monitor rotated monthly, with a straightforward rule. Whoever could defeat the current monitor would take their place and earn an additional 30 credits. For new students, these 30 credits represented a significant resource. Fortunately, she showed no interest in power or administrative trivialities. Lu Qingfeng secretly sighed in relief, burying any feelings of apprehension deep within. Before long, the class bell rang punctually. The next lesson was on the history of martial arts. An elderly professor, with gray hair yet a vigorous spirit, approached the podium. As he activated the projector, his ancient yet clear voice resonated through the classroom. Before 2025, a colossal meteorite tore through the heavens, descending upon the blue star. It not only instigated geological upheaval, but also opened rifts in space. Countless diverse races subsequently arrived on Earth. The old order collapsed, and conventional weaponry proved ineffective against certain formidable races. Humanity found itself ensnared in an unprecedented survival crisis. It was in this darkest hour that the latent potential within the human body was awakened. The ethereal energies once described in ancient texts were rediscovered and harnessed. Thus, a path of martial arts cultivation uniquely belonging to humanity was formally initiated. Today, we shall commence our detailed study of the arduous rise of human martial arts from this grand historical year. The elderly professor eloquently unfolded a sweeping narrative of a tumultuous history filled with bloodshed before the eager young warriors. Soon, the class bell rang again. Qin Yan gathered his notes and, along with Lu Yuyu and Xiao Wangshu, made his way to the cafeteria. Lu Yuyu remained lively, chattering animatedly about a historical figure mentioned in class. Xiao Wangshu maintained her cool demeanor, occasionally nodding slightly to indicate she was listening. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Lu Yuyu and Xiao Wangshu habitually ascended to the second floor, which offered special meals rich in energy beneficial for cultivation, albeit at a premium price. Little Junior, won't you join us on the second floor to try something new? I hear they have a new dish, Chaimon Euro. Lu Yuyu invited enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling. Sister, you go ahead. I'll just grab something on the first floor. Qin Yan replied with a smile. Through their interactions over the past few days, he discerned that his senior sister must come from an affluent background, as it was unlikely she could afford to dine on the second floor so frequently. Seeing his firm stance, Lu Yu ceased her persuasion and proceeded upstairs with Xiao Wangshu. Alone in the dining area on the first floor, Qin Yan ordered a hearty, nutritious meal and found a quiet corner to finish his meal. Although the free food was of ordinary taste, its nutritional balance sufficed to support his current high-intensity training needs. After his meal, Qin Yan wasted no time and returned directly to his manor. Instead of immediately commencing his afternoon training, he first returned to his bedroom. He activated his smart wristband, logged into the campus interface, and directly entered the logistics resource exchange area. Within the text of Jiuzhuan Jinshinxiang, there was a record of a corresponding method that could accelerate the refining process known as the Golden Body Medicinal Bath. Chapter 50, the Ninefold Shockwave Golden Body Medicinal Bath Formula. Use Jinlin Cao and Tiegu Hua as ingredients. Boil them into a broth. Soak the entire body in it before practicing spear techniques, allowing the medicinal power to permeate the skin and flesh, significantly hastening the refining process. Refining the flesh is not solely reliant on the internal energy washing from within. It can also be complemented by specific medicinal baths for external refinement. The combination of internal and external methods often yields doubly effective results. The method of medicinal bathing is precisely the external refinement technique associated with the Jiuzhuan Jinshinju. Qin Yan immediately accessed the logistics department's database, discovering information on Tai Gu Hua. The screen displayed Tai Gu Hua, a first-grade spiritual herb of warm nature, primarily used to consolidate the foundation and enhance vitality. It strengthens tendons, bones, and skin, commonly utilized in low-level body-tempering medicinal baths. Exchange price, 1 credit per plant. The price was quite acceptable. Qin Yan felt a sense of reassurance and turned to Jinlin Chao. Jinlin Chao, a rare species among first-grade spiritual herbs of intense nature, rich in extraordinary sharp metal energy. It not only significantly stimulates the vitality of flesh, accelerating the tempering process, but also has a slight chance of enhancing the skin's natural resistance against sharp weapon attacks. Exchange price, 9 credits per plant. 9 credits for a single plant. Upon seeing this price, Qin Yan couldn't help but gasp. The cost of 1 Jinlin Chao was nearly equivalent to 2 first-grade Qi blood pills. After a moment's hesitation, thinking of the formidable strength of Jin Gang, the provocative gaze of Sun Kong, and the pressure of the upcoming monthly exam rankings and resources, Qin Yan's resolve solidified once more. One must take risks to reap rewards. Investing now would expedite his enhancement of strength and secure more credits and resources. This money must be spent. Gritting his teeth, he entered the quantities in the exchange interface. Taigu Hua, 10 plants. Jin Lin Chao, 10 plants. Confirm exchange. Instantly, the screen of his wristband displayed a drastic reduction in his credit balance, plummeting to a glaring 50. Truly, money flowed like water. After placing the order, it was merely a matter of waiting. The efficiency of the school's logistics department was remarkable. Approximately 15 minutes later, the doorbell of the manor rang. Qin Yan opened the door to find a sleek silver intelligent robot quietly stationed at the entrance. Its electronic eye flickered with a blue glow. Upon detecting the resident Qin Yan, it announced in a synthesized voice, "Your exchanged goods have arrived. Please verify your fingerprint to unlock and collect." Following the instructions, Qin Yan pressed his thumb against the sensor area extended by the robot. Verification successful. The items have been delivered. Wishing you a smooth cultivation journey. Goodbye. The robot's chest compartment silently slid open, revealing a sealed metal box. After Qin Yan retrieved the box, it politely uttered a farewell and gracefully glided away. Cradling the weighty metal box, Qin Yan returned to his room and opened it on the living room table. The interior space was divided into two halves. On one side, 10 plants with grayish-white leaves, resembling finely fractured bones, were neatly arranged. These were Tai Gu Hua. On the other side, 10 plants, entirely golden with finely scaled leaves, emanated a faint, peculiar fragrance. These were the precious Jin Lin Chao. No wonder Tai Gu Hua was so inexpensive, merely judging by appearance. It fell short compared to Jin Lin Chao. Qin Yan picked up one Tai Gu Hua and one Jin Lin Chao for comparison, muttering to himself. The Tai Gu Hua appeared plain and unremarkable, while the Jin Lin Chao exuded an extraordinary aura. The scaly leaves felt cold and resilient to the touch, akin to metal. Without further delay, Qin Yan took one of each herb required for his first medicinal bath and proceeded to the bathroom on the second floor. He filled the bathtub with hot water as recorded in the Jiao Zhuan Jin Shenju. Then, he placed the Jin Lin Chao and Tai Gu Hua into a special pot designated for brewing medicinal baths, added a small amount of clear water, and activated the heating function. Soon, the pot began to bubble vigorously, releasing a rich herbal aroma that filled the air. Once the medicinal liquid was fully brewed, Qin Yan poured into the bathtub filled with hot water. Instantly, the entire tub transformed into a light golden hue, with tiny golden specks floating on the surface. Qin Yan shed his clothing and slowly stepped into the bathtub, fully submerging himself in the pale golden medicinal liquid, leaving only his mouth and nose exposed for breathing. Initially, he felt his entire body enveloped in the warm medicinal energy and extraordinary comfort. However, it wasn't long before a tingling sensation akin to fine needles began to emerge from various parts of his body. Beneath this subtle discomfort, Qin Yan could distinctly sense that his flesh was coming alive, greedily absorbing the essence of the medicinal liquid, becoming increasingly firm and resilient. This was the effect of the golden body medicinal bath, dominant and direct. After approximately 15 minutes, the color of the pale golden medicinal liquid in the bathtub noticeably lightened, nearly reverting to that of clear water. Only a few minute golden impurities settled at the bottom of the tub. The prickling and itching sensations around his body receded like a tide, replaced by an indescribable feeling of relief and fullness. Qin Yan knew that he had absorbed nearly all of the medicinal power from this bath. He stood up from the tub and dried off. Facing the mirror in the bathroom, he carefully inspected his body. His skin appeared to be more taut, subtly radiating a healthy glow. Clenching his fist, the muscle definition in his arms seemed sharper, imbued with greater strength than before. The effects were immediate. A glimmer of joy flashed in Qin Yan's eyes. Without a moment's pause, he changed into dry training attire and made his way directly to the martial arts room on the third floor. Buzzing, he grasped the spear, flicked his wrist, producing a clear, resonant hum. Immediately, he began practicing the routines of the Jiao Zhuan Jin Shun Chong flesh-tempering chapter. As he executed the spear techniques, Qin Yan could distinctly feel a significant difference today compared to previous sessions. At the tip of the spear, the faint golden energy seemed to solidify slightly, and the sharpness created during his movements intensified. More noticeably, a thin layer of pale, golden aura naturally enveloped him. This was the golden body rebound energy produced after cultivating the Jiuzhuan Jin Shenju to a certain level. Though still extremely weak and far from forming effective defense and rebound, signs of its emergence were already evident. Body-tempering martial arts hold immense value not only in refining the body itself, but also as a formidable combat technique. The Jiuzhuan Jin Shunchong exemplifies this. It is not merely a practice, but also a method of offensive application. According to the martial arts records, within the three realms of flesh, bone forging, and blood refining, each corresponds to a powerful killing technique. The technique corresponding to the first-grade flesh realm is named Jiuchong Gangjun. The essence of this move lies in its ability to instantaneously transform the golden body rebound energy into a highly destructive spear energy, unleashed alongside the thrust of the spear. In a single thrust, it can achieve multiple accumulations, resembling towering waves surging forth. Ultimately, it forms a continuous, tremendously destructive shockwave capable of shattering gold and stone. Merely envisioning that scene evokes a surge of excitement. However, to cultivate and execute this move, the minimum requirement is to advance the flesh-tempering chapter to the third transformation and attain a certain intensity and totality of rebound energy. Yet I'm still not even finished with the second transformation. Qin Yan focused his mind, continuing to concentrate on the spear technique practice before him. One must eat bite by bite and walk step by step. With the aid of the medicinal bath's power, he felt that today's training efficiency was remarkably high. The faint golden energy within him significantly enhanced the refining effect on his flesh. Time slipped away unnoticed until the night deepened outside, the stars twinkling. Qin Yan finally concluded all his training for the day. He was drenched in sweat, yet his spirit was exceptionally invigorated. At this rate, combined with the medicinal bath, it is likely that within a week, I will complete the second round of tempering. Sensing the clear changes in his body, he was filled with anticipation. After rinsing off, Qin Yan sat cross-legged on his bed and summoned the panel once more. Qin Tian Yaqi's Wing, 5 layers complete. Level, early 1-star warrior. Vitality, 110 cards. Spirit, 42 Hz. Martial technique, 9 transformation of the golden body spear, flesh, and skin chapter. Second transformation, 77. Spear technique, stage 3, 18. Alchemist skills, low-level spirit herb mastery, 26. Skill points, 10. Remarks, hard work yields rewards at this stage. The most crucial task is to enhance one's strength at all costs in preparation for the monthly examination. The realm of martial arts is fundamental, directly determining my refining speed and combat capabilities. Without any hesitation, Qin Yan invested all 10 skill points into the 9th transformation of the golden body spear. As the skill points were allocated, the profound mysteries of the 9th transformation of the golden body spear flooded into his mind. The data on the panel changed accordingly. Martial technique, 9th transformation of the golden body spear, flesh and skin chapter. 3rd transformation, 4. Skill points, 0. He had broken through to the 3rd transformation. This signifies that his refining speed will accelerate, and he can commence training the 9-fold shockwave. 7 days later, Qin Yan's vitality surged. A faint golden sheen enveloped his skin, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. The second round of refining was finally complete. Another 7 days passed, and as Qin Yan finished his practice, a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. The arduous training had borne fruit, yielding 56 skill points. He allocated all the acquired skill points to the 9th transformation of the golden body spear. The 9th transformation of the golden body spear advanced to the 4th transformation, 60. However, at this pivotal moment of progress, he was compelled to pause. The reason was simple. His resources had been exhausted. Over the past few days, he had exchanged all his points for golden scale grass and iron bone flowers, and the elixirs gifted by Xiao Hua had been completely consumed. Fortunately, the results were remarkable. The 3rd round of skin refining was successfully completed. A metallic luster subtly flowed beneath his skin, marking his formal entry into the mid-stage of 1 star. Lacking any training resources, even with the high martial arts realm, progress would inevitably slow. Regrettably, credits from Modi University and Huaxia currency could not be exchanged. Otherwise, he could convert his current funds into credits. His account held nearly $1 million in wealth, a reward from the Education Bureau of Linhai City for his admission into Moda University of Martial Arts. With merely 7 days remaining until the monthly examination, even with ample resources, completing the 4th round of skin refining in such a short time would be challenging. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yan made a decisive choice. Since breaking through was arduous, he would enhance his combat strength instead. He resolved to invest all subsequent skill points into spear technique training. At the early stage of Stage 3, the spear technique could unleash a surge of spear energy, increasing power by 120. If he could advance to the mid-stage of Stage 3, he would be able to simultaneously unleash 2 streams of spear energy. Thus, in the following 7 days, Qin Yan dedicated all his time to practicing the 9-fold shockwave. On the eve of the monthly examination, as the night deepened, Qin Yan once again allocated the skill points gained that day into spear technique advancement. The progress bar for spear skills broke through a critical point, stabilizing firmly at 31%, achieving the mid-stage of Stage 3. With my current strength, breaking into the top 10 of the year should be within reach. Qin Yan felt the surging vitality within him. With a vitality value of 130 cards bolstered by the Stage 3 spear technique, his explosive power could reach 156 cards. In terms of vitality alone, even if Jin Gang completed the 5th round of skin refining in these 20 days, he would not necessarily be his match. For this monthly examination, his goal was clear: to secure a position in the top 10. Currently, the 10th position was held by Jin Gang, with whom he had some past grievances. The following morning, after practicing the spear technique, as usual, and having a light breakfast, Qin Yan made his way to the number 1 training arena. The No. 1 training arena was vast and imposing, serving as the designated venue for first-year students to engage in various sparring matches, competitions, and formal events. As Qin Yan stepped inside, he found the arena already bustling with students. Many new students had arrived early, and the air was thick with tension and anticipation. Amid the crowd, he spotted the figures of Lu Yuyu and Xiao Wangshu, who naturally attracted a multitude of gazes. Wishing to avoid drawing attention to himself, Qin Yan refrained from approaching them. Shortly thereafter, Jingang's figure also appeared in the arena. Their gazes met briefly before they each looked away. Regardless of Jin Gang's intentions, for Qin Yan, today's challenge was to confront Jin Gang on the arena, both for the reward of the top 10 and to settle their personal grievances. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the center of the arena. With everyone present, I shall be succinct. The voice of Tutor Lin Jian resonated clearly throughout the training ground. The rules for the monthly examination are divided into 2 rounds. The first round is the selection competition to determine the top 100 students. Those ranked lower can challenge those above them. A victory allows them to replace the opponent's ranking. The top 10 are exempt from this round. The second round is the arena competition, where each of the top 10 occupies a separate arena. Other students may initiate challenges, but each has only one opportunity to do so. As his words concluded, Lin Jian vanished from the arena, leaving the students eager to engage. Qin Yan stood at the edge of the training ground, his gaze sweeping over the 10 massive arenas arranged in a circular formation. Each arena, built from oak stone, was spacious and evidently designed to withstand the intense confrontations of one-star warriors. As the referee announced the commencement of the selection competition with a clear voice, the previously restless students ranked lower surged forward like a tide, challenging their chosen targets. Chapter 52. Defeating Lu Chuan. In an instant, the training ground erupted with shouts, the clashing of weapons ringing incessantly. The power of vitality surged, creating gusts of wind that rustled the youth's garments. Qin Yan crossed his arms and quietly observed the matches unfolding in the arena. Initially intrigued, he found himself witnessing various combat styles and martial techniques. However, he soon felt a sense of disinterest. Most of those engaged in battle were still students who had yet to enter the realm of warriors. Their vitality was weak, and their martial arts skills were rudimentary. In his eyes, they were riddled with flaws, failing to ignite his interest and observation. He gently shook his head, choosing not to waste his energy on these fights. Instead, he sought a relatively quiet corner, leaned against a pillar, and slightly closed his eyes. He needed to adjust his state, concentrating his spirit to its peak. His mind was as clear as a mirror. Today, he would not allow himself to be a mere bystander. As the 11th ranked student and a newcomer who had just broken through to the warrior stage, He was undoubtedly a stepping stone worth testing for those who had already entered the realm of warriors and significantly advanced their strength through a month of arduous training. Challenges were inevitable. Time flowed amidst the clamor. After about a quarter of an hour, a bright yet determined voice pierced through the noise of the arena. Clearly reaching Qin Yan's ears, I challenged the 11th-ranked student, Qin Yan. Qin Yan abruptly opened his eyes, calmness reflecting in their depths, devoid of any surprise. Following the sound, he saw a tall student on Arena 3, wielding a gleaming silver spear, gazing intently in his direction. The anticipated challenge had finally arrived. Without uttering a word, Qin Yan silently lifted his spear, stepping steadily onto the arena to stand opposite his challenger. The student, ranked 14th in the freshman class, was Lu Chuan. The spear-wielding youth clasped his hands in greeting, introducing himself with a sharp gaze. His vitality subtly surged, indicating a commendable foundation. Qin Yan, ranked 11th, succinctly replied, offering a salute with his spear. The standoff between the two immediately attracted a significant amount of attention from the audience. Although the previous battles had been lively, the true top-tier experts had yet to engage. Finally, a thrilling spectacle was about to unfold. You inquire about who possesses a greater chance of victory, Qin Yan or Lu Chuan. This question hardly warrants consideration. It is undoubtedly Lu Chuan. I heard from his roommate that Lu Chuan just completed his 4th skin tempering last night. His vitality has surged, and he is aiming to break into the top 10 of the grade. Did Qin Yan only achieve a breakthrough after enrolling? Although his progress is rapid, facing Lu Chuan, who has undergone 4 skin temperings, he seems at a disadvantage. Whispers of speculation ripple through the audience, with many evidently favoring the more deeply rooted Lu Chuan. At the edge of the arena, the referee observes that both competitors are prepared and, without further delay, announces in a clear voice, "The match begins. Please show your skills." As the words leave his lips, a spark ignites in Lu Chuan's eyes, and he launches the first offensive. With a sudden force, the ground beneath him trembles slightly, and he darts forward like an arrow released from a bow. The silver spear in his hand slices through the air with a sharp whistle, aiming directly at Qin Yan's face. The fierce gust from the spear demonstrates his solid foundation in spear techniques and the tremendous vitality he possesses. This strike is swift, accurate, and ferocious, eliciting gasps from numerous students below. However, in the face of this rapid assault, Qin Yan remains unflinching, his posture scarcely altered. Just as the silver spear is about to reach him, he moves. With his right hand gripping the spear, he flicks his wrist sharply, and the spear seems to spring to life. He counters with a forceful sweep, exuding an overwhelming momentum akin to a mighty dragon, sweeping forth with unrestrained power. There are no intricate flourishes, only the purest essence of strength and speed. Clang! The two spears collide violently, producing a piercing sound of metal against metal. The anticipated stalemate does not materialize. In that instant of collision, confidence evaporates from Lu Chuan's face, replaced by sheer astonishment. He feels an unstoppable torrent of immense power coursing through the spear shaft. His entire arm goes numb, unable to maintain his grip on the spear. Buzz! The silver spear slips from his grasp, tracing a futile arc in the air before crashing to the ground with a loud clang. Lu Chuan stands dazed, frozen in place, his mind blank. He could never have foreseen that after completing his 4th skin tempering and experiencing a surge in vitality, he would be so thoroughly overwhelmed in a direct confrontation. Yet Qin Yan shows no sign of hesitation, instinctively pressing the attack. The tip of his spear gleams coldly in the air, finally halting just an inch from Lu Chuan's neck. The chilling metallic presence sends shivers down Lu Chuan's spine. A peculiar silence envelopes the arena as the students who had been fervently discussing moments ago now stand with mouths agape, staring in disbelief at the swift resolution of the match. A near instantaneous victory. How can this be? Hadn't Lu Chuan undergone 4 skin temperings? How could he not withstand even a single strike? Just how formidable is Qin Yan's vitality? The astonishment is not limited to the students. Even Lin Jian, the instructor observing the match, displays an unmistakable surprise in his eyes. What a remarkable young man, Lin Jian muses quietly, lightly tapping the armrest of his chair. The speed at which his strength has escalated is indeed astonishing. He has witnessed numerous prodigies. It is unsurprising for the top 10 newcomers to achieve 2 or 3 skin temperings within a month. as they often come from rich backgrounds and have a robust foundation in body tempering techniques. However, he is well aware that Qin Yan only began systematic training in body tempering techniques after enrollment. To refine his physique to a level capable of overwhelming an opponent with 4 skin temperings within such a short span is not merely a product of resource accumulation. His talent and comprehension are nothing short of extraordinary. On the arena, the cold spear tip jolts Luchuan from his overwhelming sense of defeat. His complexion shifts from pale to flushed, ultimately settling into a weary sigh. With great difficulty, he finally utters, "I concede." "Well played." Hearing this, Qin Yan decisively retracts his spear and nods slightly to Luchuan before turning away and calmly descending from the arena amidst a sea of complex gazes. He understands that he has accomplished his goal of establishing dominance, decisively overpowering a challenger who has undergone 4 skin temperings. This will surely give pause to those who harbor hopes of ranking above him, sparing him from unnecessary troubles. Indeed, in the subsequent selection matches, the battles on the arena grow increasingly intense, predominantly featuring confrontations among warriors. Vitality surges, martial techniques abound, far surpassing the initial stages of the competition. Yet Qin Yan faces no further frequent challenges. During this period, only 2 individuals remain undeterred, attempting to challenge him again. As expected, they meet the same fate as Luchuan, failing to withstand even 2 moves against Qin Yan's overwhelming spear. Henceforth, no one dares to challenge Qin Yan lightly. Qin Yan relishes the newfound tranquility, observing the battles unfolding on the field. He notes that nearly half of the new students have broken through to the warrior realm. It is worth noting that at the beginning of the month, the number of warriors was barely under 100. Mo Du Wuda truly stands tall as a pinnacle martial arts academy in Huaxia. Qin Yan cannot help but marvel once more at the gathering of elite talents from across the nation. The students before him, if placed in any ordinary martial university, would likely possess the strength to vie for a spot in the top 10. The competition here is far more intense than the outside world could ever imagine. An hour later, as the dust settles from the final challenge match, the selection competition concludes. The list of the top 100 students is finalized, and Qin Yan securely retains his position at 11th place, earning the right to participate in the next round, the true arena that will determine rankings and resource allocations. Greater challenges lie ahead. The air is thick with a sense of impending conflict as the arena competition formally commences. Lin Jian's clear voice resonates like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly creating ripples throughout the training ground. All eyes converge on the 10 platforms that symbolize honor and strength. The previously awaiting Su Wangshu, Sun Kong, and her classmates, who firmly occupy the top 10 positions among newcomers, spring into action. With agility reminiscent of graceful swans or powerful bulls, they ascend to their respective platforms. As they step onto the stage, a palpable aura of varying strengths but equally indomitable spirits rises from them. Each displays the confidence and composure characteristic of geniuses, awaiting the arrival of challengers. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yan steps forward, his objective unmistakably clear. The 10th position, Jin Gang. He strides confidently onto the 10th platform, instantly capturing the attention of the majority of students below. A spectacle is about to unfold. The 11th ranked challenger takes aim at the 10th. Qin Yan is bold indeed. Having just established his prowess in the selection competition, now directly targeting the threshold of the top 10, one is surging with momentum. While the other boasts a deep-rooted foundation, this battle promises to be captivating. Speculation abounds, filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, among the students of Class 1-1, many aware of the backstory exchange glances filled with intrigue. They understand the not-so-pleasant history between Qin Yan and Jin Gang. This battle, both in terms of public and private interests, is destined to be anything but ordinary. On the platform, Jin Gang gazes at Qin Yan, standing opposite him, a smirk curling his lips, tinged with malice. "I didn't expect you to dare challenge me. Aren't you afraid of being beaten to tears and then running to your sister for help?" He recalls past grievances, attempting to unsettle Qin Yan's mindset with his words. Yet, upon hearing this, Qin Yan's expression remains unperturbed. He simply casts a calm glance at Jin Gang. The gaze was as tranquil as a deep pool, rendering the provocative words of Jin Gang to seem as if they struck empty air. This disregard ignited a fire in Jin Gang's heart. As the referee saw that both parties were ready, he ceased further words and waved his arm. The match commenced. Whoosh! Almost instantaneously after the referee's command, Qin Yan moved. His long spear shot forth like a venomous serpent that had lain in wait, transforming into a streak of black lightning, accompanied by a piercing sound as it aimed straight for Jin Gang's chest. The speed was astonishing, the angle cunning, inciting gasps from the audience below. Excellent. Yin Gong roared, refusing to evade, choosing instead to counterattack. Donning metallic gauntlets that gleamed with a cold light, he unleashed a surge of internal energy, his right fist striking out fiercely, accurately targeting the oncoming spear tip. Clang! The gauntlet collided violently with the spear tip, producing a jarring sound of metal clashing. A shockwave radiated from the point of impact. In the aftermath of the collision, Jin Gang felt a sharp and overwhelming force transmit through the gauntlet. He staggered back several steps before barely regaining his balance. Indeed, formidable. Jin Gang thought with a shiver in his heart. Having observed Qin Yan's battle against Lu Chuan, he had surmised that Qin Yan might have advanced to the mid-stage of the first rank. Now, facing him directly, he confirmed this suspicion. Qin Yan stood firm with his spear, its body trembling slightly, emitting a low hum. He looked at Jin Gang and calmly stated, "You are quite impressive, having already advanced to the late stage of the first rank." His words were not without merit. Had Jin Gang not ascended to the late stage, his total energy and physical strength would not have seen such a significant enhancement. That strike imbued with spear intent could not have merely resulted in a few steps of retreat. Jin Gang's expression grew serious, dismissing any last traces of underestimation. He let out a low growl, his energy surging like boiling water. The exposed skin began to change color, rapidly enveloped in a deep and solid bronze hue. He transformed into a bronze-forged giant, radiating a heavy and robust aura. Once more, Jin Gang bellowed, his feet slamming into the arena floor like a raging bronze bull. With an overwhelming momentum, he charged again at Qin Yan. Each step produced a deep thud on the stage. Was this the effect of his body tempering martial technique? Qin Yan's gaze narrowed as he beheld the transformed Jin Gang, understanding the gravity of the situation. He could not afford to be careless with a thought. A faint golden aura of spear intent swiftly enveloped the spear tip, enhancing its sharpness and destructive capability. Boom, boom, boom. The two instantly became entangled in battle. The golden spear shadows clashed with the bronze fist shadows in a continuous dance. Qin Yan's spear technique was fierce and cunning, complemented by an indomitable spear intent, each thrust carrying the might to pierce through anything. Meanwhile, Jin Gang's bronze defense was equally astonishing. As he swung his fists, he met the spearhead head-on, producing a relentless sound of sharp metallic impacts and sparks flying. The battle was extraordinarily intense, with both figures darting across the arena, fists and spear exchanging blows. For a time, they fought to a standstill, eliciting continuous gasps from the audience. However, after a fierce clash, the two separated once again, panting heavily. Their gazes locked onto one another. Qin Yan mused inwardly. Jin Gang's body-tempering martial technique is undoubtedly of a high level. His defensive power is remarkable. My spear intent cannot easily breach his defenses. Through this encounter, he gained a deeper and more intuitive understanding of the strength of the top 10 contenders. On the other side, Jin Gang experienced a tumultuous wave of emotions. He had nearly exhausted all his methods, save for his final trump card. Yet he still could not subdue Qin Yan. The other's spear was like a malignant spirit, and the spear intent possessed immense, penetrating power. It stirred his blood, and beneath his bronze skin, he felt a twinge of pain. Chapter 54, defeating Yin Gong. Qin Yan took a deep breath, calming the surging energy within him. His gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, fixating on Jin Gang. Jin Gang, it is time for this to end. No sooner had he spoken than a peculiar wave of energy erupted from his body. An unseen force seemed to ripple through the air around him. Then, this intangible recoil swiftly converged upon the spear tip, forming a layer of condensed pale golden energy. Spioha! The moment the spear aura formed, a terrifying presence, several times more formidable than before, enveloped the arena. Upon witnessing this, Jin Gang's pupils constricted, a powerful sense of crisis washing over him. He dare not hold back. Channeling all his energy into his fists, the bronze hue deepened, almost as if it were about to drip with copper essence. Qin Gang's breaking mountain fist. He exerted his utmost strength, unleashing his most powerful martial technique. With a punch that seemed capable of shattering mountains, he struck forth. Facing this relentless blow, Qin Yan displayed no fear. Instead, his fighting spirit soared. One layer of aura shock, he shouted, and the long spear lunged forward like a dragon, breaking the waves. The spear tip, entwined with spear aura and intent, radiated a chilling wave of destruction. Yet, just as the spear was about to collide with the bronze giant's fist, a second wave of unmatched spear intent erupted from the spear tip without warning. What? 2 waves of spear intent. 3 stages of intermediate spear technique. Qin Gang was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Qin Yan's spear skills had reached the intermediate level of the 3rd stage. In that instant, it was too late for him to change his tactics. Whoosh! There was no earth-shattering roar, only a muted sound that echoed like cutting through solid matter. The spear aura, infused with dual spear intents, effortlessly pierced through the metallic gauntlet forged from high-grade steel. A chilling scream instantly resonated across the arena. Qin Gang's right fist was completely pierced, leaving a gaping wound, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Qin Yan, seizing the advantage, flicked his wrist, transforming the thrust into a sweeping strike. The spear, accompanied by a whistling wind, struck brutally at Qin Gang's exposed abdomen, which had opened due to the agony. Bang! Qin Gang's robust form was sent flying like a kite with severed strings, tumbling several times across the arena. He left a long trail of blood before finally coming to a halt, curled up on the ground, his right hand mangled and covered in dust and blood. He appeared utterly wretched, having lost all strength to continue fighting. The referee swiftly appeared by Qin Gang's side, bent down to assess the injuries, and infused a stream of pure energy into him, temporarily staunching the flow of blood. However, everyone clearly saw that the bones in Qin Gang's right hand had been completely shattered. Even with the medical resources available at Modu Wuda, it would take no less than half a month of careful recuperation and precious medicinal herbs for him to recover fully. This recuperation period would allow his peers to far surpass him in terms of strength. The referee stood and walked to the center of the arena, casting a deep glance at Qin Yan, who stood calmly with his spear. He then announced loudly, "Qin Yan wins." He replaces Qin Gang, ranking 10th in the first-year class. As for the matter of Qin Yan severely injuring Qin Gang, neither the referee nor Lin Jian on the stage voiced any complaints. The ethos at Modu Wuda was such that competition was encouraged and strength was revered. As long as there was no deliberate violation of the basic rules of combat, injuries sustained during the fight were tacitly accepted, even encouraged. For the true path of a martial artist is fraught with thorns and blood, allowing no room for mercy or cowardice. Standing on the 10th stage, Qin Yan slowly retracted his spear. Below him were countless gazes filled with shock, reverence, apprehension, and even fervor. He understood that from this moment forth, he had firmly established his footing among the talented individuals at Modu Wuda. After the referee announced the results, he directly settled into a cross-legged position at the center of the arena, closing his eyes to regulate his breath and recover. The recent battle with Qin Gang had taken a considerable toll on Qin Yan. Qin Gang was, after all, a remarkable martial artist at the late stage of the first rank, his body-refining techniques progressing at an astonishing rate. To counter Qin Yan's formidable Baoyue fist, Qin Yan had expended a significant amount of his vital energy. Sensing the wave of fatigue within, Qin Yan showed no inclination to force himself. For martial artists of their lower tier, recovering lost energy typically relied on 2 primary methods. Firstly, consuming restorative elixirs, which could rapidly replenish vitality and restore one's state, albeit at a steep cost. A single elixir of decent quality would require a substantial amount of credits or huaxia currency. Secondly, the most fundamental method is to rely on the body's innate recovery capabilities, slowly but steadily compensating for the loss through rest, sleep, and substantial consumption of energy-rich foods. Most students, including those from affluent families, would opt for the latter approach in non-life-threatening or urgent situations. The path of martial arts is long and arduous, making the prudent allocation of resources paramount. Many viewed spending precious resources on routine recovery as a luxurious waste. The tournament continued, yet the atmosphere became somewhat peculiar. After witnessing the near dominance of Qin Yan over Jin Gang, as well as the latter's pitiful state when carried off the stage, many students who had harbored hopes of ranking in the top 10 felt a surge of trepidation. If the 10th rank exhibited such extraordinary prowess, what of those ahead? Forget it. Qin Yan's strength is formidable, and his strikes are ruthless. I have no desire to provoke such misfortune. It seems the top 10 positions are indeed beyond our reach. The challengers exchanged glances, none daring to initiate a challenge to any of the stages. Their eyes scanned the ladder platforms, instinctively avoiding the figure meditating on the 10th stage. This silence persisted for about a minute. Eventually, a few students, either confident in their strength or unwilling to concede defeat, ascended the platforms. Whether it was Jingang's dismal fate serving as a warning or Qin Yan's overwhelming combat prowess proving too daunting, none of these brave challengers chose to confront Qin Yan. Instead, their focus was uniformly directed towards the 6th to 9th ranked champions. As for the top 5 platforms, they were utterly neglected, as if they were occupied by unassailable beasts of the primordial wilderness. Observing the developments on the arena, Qin Yan also found himself intrigued by the true combat capabilities of the elite ranked just above him. However, the outcomes of the ensuing matches left him somewhat disheartened. The challengers who dared to step onto the stage were indeed stronger than during the selection rounds, yet they still appeared insufficient against the champions. The 6th to 9th ranked champions barely revealed their true strength, effortlessly defeating their challengers with seemingly ordinary techniques. The encounters were swift and decisive, devoid of any drama. It became evident that those who consistently held positions in the top 10 were far from mediocre. In his heart, Qin Yan mused that what they revealed was merely the tip of the iceberg, far exceeding the capabilities of the average individual. Nevertheless, one contender piqued Qin Yan's particular interest, the 6th-ranked newcomer, Lung Feng. This was not solely due to the remarkable strength he displayed, but rather because he wielded a long spear, much like Qin Yan himself. A rapid succession of thoughts flashed through Qin Yan's mind regarding the top students of this year. Lung Feng, ranked 6th, wielding a spear, and Zhao Qinyan, the 5th rank, also a spearmaster. Remarkably, 3 out of the top 10 utilized spears. A curious sensation arose within Qin Yan. Encountering 2 fellow spear practitioners at the prestigious Wu University of Modu amidst this gathering of prodigies was indeed an amusing coincidence. Just as his thoughts wandered, a clear and commanding voice shattered the unsettling equilibrium of the arena. Sun Kong, I challenge you. The originally secure occupant of the 4th platform, Lu Yu, seized the enormous war hammer beside her, which was disproportionate to her petite frame. With resolute steps, she marched directly towards the 3rd platform. All eyes in the arena converged instantly, the 4th rank challenging the 3rd. This marked the first clash between the top contenders since the tournament commenced. Sun Kong, holding a long, dark staff, regarded Lu Yu with keen eyes, his expression unyielding yet imbued with a hint of combat fervor. Perfect. Your junior injured my junior, Jin Gang. Today, I shall defeat you and seek some retribution for him. Lu Yu, upon hearing this, widened her lively eyes in disbelief. You think too highly of yourself. I fear you lack the capability and may end up with a fate akin to that bald head. The two faced off, the tension palpable. The referee, witnessing the brewing confrontation, spoke not a word and simply waved his hand. Begin. Boom. Almost instantaneously as the referee's voice fell, Lu Yu's figure surged forth like an arrow released from a bow. The enormous hammer in her hands seemed weightless, cleaving through the air with a deafening roar. Aimed directly at Sun Kong's chest. Here comes a strike. Taste my blow. Sun Kong showed no signs of fear, his vital energy surging, expertly directing his staff to intercept the hammer's side, attempting to neutralize the force of the impending blow with finesse. The whirlwind hammer technique. Lu Yu's petite form unleashed a terrifying power that belied her stature. Each swing of the hammer was faster and heavier than the last, raining down upon Sun Kong like a tempest. For a moment, Sun Kong found himself overwhelmed by this ferocious onslaught, retreating step by step, each footfall leaving shallow impressions on the hard granite surface. The dog-beating staff technique. Sun Kong ceased holding back, his staff dancing with vigor. The shadows of the staff multiplied, becoming unpredictable, always managing to evade the hammer's edge by the narrowest margins or leveraging deftness to deflect heavy strikes. occasionally seizing opportunities to counterattack. The sharp tip of the staff struck like a viper's tongue, forcing Lu Yuyu to adopt a defensive stance. For a time, the arena witnessed a clash of hammers and staffs, the clanging resonating continuously. The surge of energy left the onlookers mesmerized, their hearts racing. In the heat of battle, Lu Yuyu, during what appeared to be a moment of exhaustion as she spun to swing her hammer, inadvertently exposed a minute gap at her right shoulder. The momentum of the hammer's swing left an instant of vulnerability. This opening was fleeting, yet for a master like Sun Kong, it was more than sufficient. A golden opportunity. With rich combat experience, Sun Kong would never let such a chance slip away. His eyes gleamed with intensity, his vital energy erupting violently, all his strength converging onto the dark staff. The staff transformed into a bolt of black lightning, cleaving through the air. It struck fiercely towards Lu Yuyu's unguarded shoulder. Should this blow land, it would undoubtedly fracture her bones and incapacitate her in an instant. Many students below gasped, fearing Lu Yuyu would pay a heavy price for her blunder. Yet, in response to this strike, a subtle, cunning smile crept across Lu Yuyu's lips. Sun Kong, you've fallen for my trick. She disregarded the descending staff, instead harnessing the momentum of her body's rotation to swing the massive hammer at an astonishing speed. Aiming squarely at Sun Kong's chest, it was a desperate gambit, risking mutual destruction. Sun Kong's heart jolted at the sight of her smile, a flicker of unease creeping in. No, she was merely bluffing. He was certain his staff would strike Lu Yuyu first, rendering her defenseless. As this thought crossed his mind, Sun Kong's eyes flickered with a glimmer of ruthlessness. Instead of retracting his staff for defense, he concentrated all his strength into the long rod, bringing it down with even greater speed. Thud! The staff struck solidly against Lu Yuyu's right shoulder. However, the anticipated scene of shattered bones and a flung opponent did not materialize. At the moment of impact, beneath the fabric of Lu Yuyu's shoulder, a vivid crimson membrane of light emerged, delicate as a cicada's wing, yet indestructible. Sun Kong's strike, potent enough to shatter stone, merely sent ripples across the surface of this membrane, failing to penetrate further. All his force seemed to dissipate as if a stone cast into the sea, easily dissolved by this seemingly fragile barrier. Sun Kong was left dumbfounded. In that instant of shock, Lu Yuyu's voice, playful yet reminiscent of a demonic whisper, rang out. The massive hammer, charged with energy, came crashing down. It landed squarely upon Sun Kong's chest. Thud! Sun Kong was sent flying as if struck by a speeding truck, blood spewing from his mouth. His body uncontrollably soared through the air, tracing a long parabolic arc before crashing heavily to the ground below the arena. He rolled several times before finally coming to a halt, his eyes rolling back as he fell into a deep unconsciousness. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the arena. Everyone was stunned by this sudden reversal, and Lu Yuyu's astonishing defensive technique. After several seconds of shock, an uproar erupted. What had just happened? How was Lu Yuyu unharmed? What was that crimson membrane of light? This you may not know. Among the crowd, a few well-informed students explained. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the result of cultivating the body-tempering martial technique to a consummate level, resulting in a body-tempering effect. Chapter 56. Breaking Conventional Limits Body-Tempering Martial Technique at Consummate Level. The moment this was uttered, gasps of disbelief echoed around. Almost everyone found it hard to accept. Whether it be the body-tempering martial technique or any other skill, proficiency is usually categorized into 4 levels: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. Taking Qin Yan's cultivation of the 9 turns golden body technique as an example, reaching the first turn signifies entry. The third turn indicates minor success. The 7th turn denotes major success, while the 9th turn represents perfection. Qin Yan had invested nearly all his skill points into this, and had only just reached the 4th turn. To reach the 7th turn of major success, it would take at least a couple of months of arduous effort. His junior sister had actually achieved major success in the body-tempering martial technique. Such talent was terrifying. Qin Yan gazed at the petite figure on the arena, wielding the massive hammer, his heart filled with astonishment. His junior sister's talent had once again redefined his understanding. Instinctively, he glanced towards the foremost arenas, number 1 and 2. Xiao Wangshu remained clad in white, cold and aloof. Lu Qingfeng stood with his sword, steady as a mountain. Although they had just witnessed Lu Yuyu display the consummate-level body-tempering membrane, their expressions showed only slight fluctuations, far less shock than the others. Could it be that their body-tempering martial techniques had also reached consummate levels? An incredible hypothesis emerged in Qin Yan's mind. If that were indeed the case, the strength of the elite freshmen at Magic Capital Martial University would be far more formidable than he had imagined. Lu Yuyu emerged victorious. She took Sun Kong's place, becoming third in her grade. The referee announced the result loudly. Medical personnel immediately rushed forward to carry the unconscious Sun Kong away for urgent treatment. Lu Yuyu clapped her small hands and casually placed a massive hammer down with a thud at the edge of the arena. The heavy weight caused even the sturdy platform to tremble slightly. Mimicking Qin Yan, she began to rest nonchalantly, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Many students, observing Lu Yuyu's innocent and charming visage juxtaposed with the intimidating hammer and the unconscious Sun Kong being carried away, turned pale, their throats instinctively tightening. Anyone daring to challenge her in the future would undoubtedly think twice about confronting this seemingly harmless young girl. The contrast was striking. Her strength was overwhelmingly dominant. If Lu Yuyu were aware of their current thoughts, she would likely pout in grievance, asserting that she was, in fact, a peace-loving maiden. Following this battle, subsequent challenges seemed utterly mundane. Although a few students still reluctantly ascended the stage to try their luck, all inevitably met with failure. The barrier of the top 10 remained unassailable. As time passed slowly and the sun hung high in the sky, with no one else daring to challenge, Mentor Lin Jian appeared at the center of the arena. His gaze swept across the diverse expressions of the freshmen below. He spoke clearly, his voice resonating in every ear. Time's up. I declare this month's examination concluded. Now, I will announce the final top 10 rankings for this year's freshman class. As his words fell, a massive light screen coalesced above the arena, shining with golden letters. First, Xiao Wangshu. Second, Lu Qingfeng. Third, Lu Yu. Fourth, Sun Kong. Pending. Fifth, Zhao Qingyun. Sixth, Lung Feng. Seventh, Sui. Eighth, Limin. Ninth, Wang Hao. 10th, Qin Yan. Sun Kong's rank remains temporarily reserved due to his severe injuries. Lin Jian added that in the next monthly examination, anyone who can defeat the recovering Sun Kong will directly receive a double credit reward equivalent to the original 4th rank. With the list established, some rejoiced while others despaired. Qin Yan's name was firmly etched in the 10th position. As Mentor Lin Jian announced the conclusion of the monthly examination, the intense atmosphere that had enveloped the first martial arts arena gradually dissipated. Students began to exit in groups. Some excitedly discussed the recent duel, while others, nursing their losses, resolved to work even harder. The crowd flowed like water towards the various exits. Just as Qin Yan stepped down from the arena, a familiar figure approached. It was Lu Yuyu. Little junior brother, well done. Lu Yuyu cheerfully patted Qin Yan's shoulder, her bright, animated eyes filled with approval. That bald powerhouse is a notable figure among the freshmen, yet he turned out to be no match for you. Faced with his junior sister's candid praise, Qin Yan smiled bashfully. You flatter me, senior sister. My skills pale in comparison to yours. You are the truly formidable one, having achieved major success in the body-tempering martial technique and defeated even Sun Kong. That crimson membrane of light was truly eye-opening. We junior brother and sister are both impressive. Lu Yuyu placed her hands on her hips, letting out a melodious laugh. Xiao Wangshu, who had been quietly standing aside, observed the two exchanging compliments and slightly pursed her lips, falling into silence. By the way, junior brother, Lu Yuyu suddenly seemed to recall something and turned to Qin Yan. The body-tempering martial technique you practice is the 9 turns golden body gun, right? Qin Yan, taken aback, replied, How did you know, senior sister? He believed he had not disclosed the specifics of his cultivation to many. It's not hard to guess, Lu Yuyu explained. The 9 turns golden body gun is quite famous at our magic capital, Martial University. Do you know why? She deliberately paused for effect, and upon seeing Qin Yan shake his head, she lowered her voice slightly, speaking with a hint of reverence. Because our current principal, during their early days as a low-tier warrior, primarily cultivated the body-tempering martial technique known as the 9 turns golden body gun. It is said that the principal achieved great feats through this method, having laid an unparalleled foundation one ultimately ascends step by step to the pinnacle of excellence. What? The principal has also practiced? Qin Yan felt a jolt in his heart. He had not anticipated that the martial skill he chose possessed such a glorious history. I almost digressed. Lu Yuyu waved her hand, returning to the main topic. The Jiuzhuan Jin Xinchang is a top-tier body refining martial skill. Junior brother, if circumstances permit, I suggest you strive to cultivate each chapter to the 9th transformation's perfect realm. Qin Yan sensed the profound implication in his senior sister's words and uncertainly inquired, Senior sister, is there some special mystery within? Indeed, Lu Yu nodded affirmatively. The reason that a top-tier body refining martial skill is bestowed with such a title is not solely due to its cultivation effects far exceeding those of the exquisite and ordinary levels, but rather due to a core and vital reason. It can guide the practitioner's physique to break through conventional limits. Chapter 57, Silver Skin, Breaking Through Limits? Qin Yan held his breath in concentration. Precisely. Lu Yuyu extended her delicate finger for illustration, using the first-grade flesh refinement realm we are currently experiencing as an example. In conventional understanding, refining the flesh 8 times reaches the peak. Yet, to step into the first-grade pinnacle and achieve the copper skin realm, the physical strength surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Blades and swords struggle to inflict harm. She paused before continuing. However, above the copper skin realm, there exists an even higher realm known as silver skin. Silver skin? Qin Yan's heart quivered. This was the first time he had encountered such a concept. Above copper skin, there is indeed silver skin? Yes, silver skin. Lu Yuyu spoke with conviction, adding that to reach the silver skin realm, one must meet a nearly stringent prerequisite. One must cultivate the corresponding chapters of a top-tier body, refining martial skill to perfection. Note, it must be a top-tier body refining martial skill, even if one cultivates exquisite or ordinary body refining skills to so-called perfection. It is utterly impossible to touch upon the domain of silver skin. This is a fundamental disparity. Seeing the flickering enlightenment and shock in Qin Yan's eyes, she cheerfully supplemented. Of course, even if I do not say these things, the teacher will systematically explain them in the foundational martial theory class later. I am merely giving you a heads up to provide you with a direction for your efforts. Even so, I must sincerely thank you, senior sister, for enlightening me. This information is crucial for me to plan my future cultivation path. No need for such formality with me. Lu Yuyu waved her hand generously. Subsequently, she warmly invited Qin Yan to join her for a meal on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, celebrating their triumph in the monthly examination. Qin Yan initially intended to decline, as he was currently financially constrained. The credits from a monthly examination rewards had yet to be credited, and the expenses on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria were no small matter. However, unable to resist Lu Yuyu's enthusiasm, she directly waved her hand, indicating that she would treat him to celebrate his auspicious start. Unable to refuse her kind invitation, Qin Yan relented. The three of them ordered a lavish feast filled with vitality on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, and Qin Yan heartily indulged, replenishing the energy expended during the day's battle and training. Naturally, Lu Yuyu graciously settled the bill. After the meal, Qin Yan bid farewell to Lu Yuyu and returned directly to his villa in the estate. After a brief rest, he immersed himself in training for the afternoon and evening. Sweating profusely, he practiced tirelessly until the night grew deep and quiet. Gazing at the additional 4 skill points he had gained, Qin Yan fell into contemplation. Where should these skill points be allocated? He felt somewhat conflicted. Currently, his resources for medicinal baths had been exhausted. Even if he continued to invest skill points into the Jiuzhuan Jin Xinchang for rapid breakthroughs, the lack of resources such as Jin Lin Chao and Tai Gu Hua would significantly diminish the efficiency of his body refining, yielding diminishing returns. It seems that the urgent priority is to address the resource issue. Rubbing his chin, Qin Yan's gaze gradually firmed. In that case, I shall first allocate the points to the low-level spiritual herb compendium. He made the decision to quickly grasp the fundamentals of alchemy. There are 2 primary reasons for this. Firstly, to officially become a disciple of Teacher Xiaohua. Over this period, Teacher Xiaohua has shown him great care and generously imparted knowledge. This kindness is etched in his heart. Meeting the teacher's expectations as soon as possible is the best way to repay him. Secondly, and more pragmatically, once he becomes an alchemist, he can begin concocting pills. Alchemy is one of the fastest and most stable means of earning credits. Only by having sufficient credits can he exchange for cultivation resources, thus accelerating the pace of his body refining. Resolute in his decision, Qin Yan no longer hesitated. With a thought, he allocated all 4 skill points he had just obtained to the low-level spiritual herb compendium. In an instant, a wealth of information regarding the forms, characteristics, medicinal properties, effects, growing environments, and processing techniques of various low-level spiritual herbs poured into his mind. The progress bar for the low-level spiritual herb compendium on the interface surged forward sharply. Rising from 4 to 12, the progress increased by 8. 1 skill point can enhance the progress by 2. Qin Yan quickly calculated in his mind. He now needed 88 more points to reach 100 for entry, which requires 44 skill points. Based on his daily training yielding 4 skill points, he would need to train continuously for 11 days. 11 days is entirely manageable. With a clear goal in mind, Qin Yan's motivation for training surged. In the ensuing days, he focused all his energy on daily spear practice, accumulating precious skill points. Time flew by, and 11 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Qin Yan invested the 4 skill points he earned today, the progress of the low-level spiritual herb compendium finally reached 100. An overwhelming sense of fulfillment and completeness surged within him. At this moment, he felt as though he had an intimate understanding of the thousands of low-level spiritual herbs recorded in his mind, as if he had personally identified and processed them countless times. The sensation of being filled with such knowledge was indescribably exquisite. Early the next morning, Qin Yan departed the estate and headed to the 6th Academy to seek out teacher Xiaohua. Inside the alchemy chamber, the fragrance of herbs wafted through the air. "Teacher," Qin Yan greeted respectfully. "Ah, you came early. Have you encountered any issues in your training?" Xiaohua inquired gently. "No, teacher." Qin Yan raised his head, his gaze clear and resolute. "I have come to inform you that I have preliminarily mastered the low-level spiritual herb compendium." "What?" Xiaohua's movements halted abruptly, his voice involuntarily rising a notch. "What did you say? You have mastered the low-level spiritual herb compendium? How long has it been since you received it?" Xiaohua could not help but be astonished. The content of the low-level spiritual herb compendium is vast and intricate. Even he, in his time, took nearly half a year to barely memorize it. How long had it been since Qin Yan received the book? This speed was simply unfathomable. "I would not deceive my teacher," Qin Yan replied calmly. Xiaohua took a deep breath, looking at Qin Yan, and said, "Very well. I shall test you. If there are any omissions, I shall not be lenient. Please ask, teacher." "I shall do my utmost to answer," Qin Yan replied, his demeanor calm and collected. "All right. First question. What are the effects, characteristics, and commonly associated herbs of the flame blossom?" Xiaohua posed a straightforward question. Without hesitation, Qin Yan answered fluidly. The flame blossom is a first-grade spiritual herb, typically found in areas where the earth's fire veins are active or on the edges of volcanoes. Its primary effect is to invigorate the vitality of blood and qi. It is one of the main ingredients in concocting the boiling blood pill and bone-burning powder. The herb is potent and requires cold-natured auxiliary herbs to balance its properties. His response was clear and comprehensive. Chapter 58, Alchemical Fire. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiaohua's eyes as he continued. "What about cold bone grass? Which types of spiritual herbs does it clash with?" Cold bone grass is a first-grade spiritual herb with cold properties that violently clash with yang-type spiritual herbs, such as the sunfire fruit and vermilion leaf, Qin Yan answered. It is imperative to avoid co-firing certain substances, as this may lead to mutual damage to their medicinal properties and could even result in a catastrophic explosion. Inquiring further, Xiaohua sought to discern the counterfeit specimens of Qixing Yuelan from the authentic ones. The authenticity of Yuelan can be determined by examining its leaf veins. Genuine specimens exhibit 7 distinct veins, arranged in the pattern of the Big Dipper, with a subtle flow of moonlight, whereas the counterfeit ones display a chaotic vein structure, lacking the essence and charm, and their roots emit no enchanting fragrance. Xiaohua bombarded Qin Yan with a series of questions, ranging from commonly known spiritual herbs to rare varieties. The breadth of topics expanded from their medicinal properties to growth environments, increasing in complexity and difficulty. Nevertheless, Qin Yan responded fluently, not only providing accurate answers, but often elaborating on relevant precautions and practical applications, resembling a walking encyclopedia of spiritual herbs. With each inquiry, Xiaohua's astonishment grew. His gaze towards Qin Yan transformed from skepticism to surprise, ultimately settling into a state of disbelief. When Qin Yan flawlessly addressed a nuanced question regarding the subtle distinctions between Longxiangxiang and Jingluoko, Xiaohua finally ceased his questioning. He opened his mouth, paused, and then abruptly slapped his thigh, exclaiming a phrase that seemed unbefitting for someone of his status. "By heavens, you truly are a prodigy." Qin Yan was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected praise. Xiaohua clearly had no intention to elaborate. No longer in doubt, he had thoroughly confirmed that he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. "All right, enough with the tests. You need not continue." Xiaohua gestured with his hand, his tone filled with a sense of reflection. "I trust you as my disciple. I never anticipated this." Regaining his composure, he looked at Qin Yan earnestly, stating, "Since you have mastered the fundamentals of low-tier spiritual herbs, you have essentially entered the first threshold of alchemy." "Entered the first threshold?" Qin Yan questioned, somewhat perplexed. "Indeed," Xiaohua patiently elucidated, "to truly embark on the path of alchemy, one must possess a comprehensive understanding of the foundational materials involved in the process. Alchemy materials are primarily categorized into two main types: the spiritual herbs you have just mastered and spiritual flesh. You have already grasped the low-tier spiritual herbs. Thus, mastering the compendium of low-grade spiritual flesh should not pose a significant challenge for you, considering that the varieties of spiritual flesh are far fewer than those of spiritual herbs." At this juncture, Xiaohua casually waved his right hand, and a glimmering ancient ring upon his finger sparkled. A tome materialized in his grasp as if conjured from thin air. This spectacle left Qin Yan utterly mesmerized, his mind racing with the question of how the book had appeared. Handing the book to Qin Yan, Xiaohua declared, "Here it is, the complete guide to low-grade spiritual flesh. It meticulously details the nature of spiritual flesh, its classifications, grading assessments, refining methods, characteristics, and preservation precautions. Your next task is to commit the contents of this book to memory." Qin Yan eagerly accepted the weighty volume, unable to suppress his curiosity as he inquired, "Master, how did you conjure the book just now?" Xiaohua smiled gently and shook his finger adorned with the ring. A little trinket, a storage ring, which contains a space of its own for convenient storage of various items. In time, as your cultivation progresses, you too will possess such an artifact. For now, focus on the book in your hands. "Yes, I understand," Qin Yan replied, suppressing his curiosity and redirecting his attention to the tome of low-grade spiritual flesh. Understanding the materials for alchemy is merely the initial step, the foundation. Xiaohua continued, "The second step involved mastering the alchemical formulas. These formulas record the precise materials, ratios, sequence of additions, heat control, and techniques for condensing the elixirs required for crafting specific potions. You need not worry too much about this. Our esteemed Wuda in Modu has a rich repository of formulas. Once you become a certified alchemist, you will not lack suitable formulas for study. The third point, however, is equally vital." Xiaohua's expression turned grave. "You must possess your own danhua." "Danhuo?" Another unfamiliar term emerged. "Indeed, danhua," Xiaohua affirmed. "Danhua is the soul of an alchemist, the essence that extracts medicinal properties, merges spiritual liquids, and ultimately forms the elixir." However, he glanced at Qin Yan. "This third requirement is still quite distant for you. To possess your own danhua, your martial cultivation must reach at least the 4th rank to refine your own danhua." "A 4th rank martial artist? Only then can one possess danhua?" Qin Yan was utterly bewildered, his face a canvas of astonishment. "But how did senior sister Lu Yuyu become an alchemist?" "I recall her alchemical skills have already reached the advanced 2nd stage. Lu Yuyu is merely a 1st-rank martial artist. She cannot possibly possess her own danhua." Xiaohua chuckled, clarifying, "The flames she utilizes for alchemy are not her own danhua, but rather beast fire or the fire of nature. Many low-tier alchemists employ these external flames. Beast fire is derived from the cores or heart flames of certain fire attribute ferocious beasts or otherworldly creatures. Nature's spiritual fire is an extraordinary flame birthed from the natural world. Although both types of flames can be used for alchemy, they share a common flaw: instability. Since they do not belong to the alchemist, They cannot be wielded with perfect control. Consequently, they are generally only suitable for crafting low-tier potions. Xiao Hua regarded Qin Yan and continued, as you begin your studies in alchemy, you will also initially use these types of flames. To provide a more vivid illustration, Xiao Hua slowly raised his right hand. Suddenly, a vivid and obedient orange flame ignited in his palm, radiating an alarming heat. Yet, he restrained it flawlessly within a confined space. Soon after, the orange flame seemed to possess life, suddenly splitting into 6 vividly animated fire dragons. The fire dragons swirled around Xiao Hua, soaring gracefully, their roars faintly echoing, emanating a terrifying energy pulse. The surrounding air warped dramatically from the extreme heat. The interplay of light and shadow cast Xiao Hua in the guise of a deity commanding flames. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Yan's pupils constricted, and his heart surged with tumultuous waves. This transcended his understanding of martial prowess, resembling a mastery over the energies of the universe. Chapter 59. The Initiation of Alchemical Studies. With a flick of his wrist, Xiao Hua dissipated the 6 fire dragons in an instant. The temperature within the alchemical chamber returned to normal. He spoke casually, "This is Danhua, the true essence of my being." Observing Qin Yan, who still seemed engulfed in shock, he waved his hand dismissively. "All right, we have strayed beyond the syllabus today. One cannot chew too much at once. Your primary task upon returning is to master the contents of this low-grade spiritual flesh compendium. Once you have committed it to memory, come seek me again." "Yes, I understand. I shall take my leave now." Qin Yan, regaining his composure, respectfully bowed. Clutching the hefty tome of low-grade spiritual flesh, he exited Xiao Hua's alchemical chamber. As he traversed the path back to the estate, Qin Yan's mind remained tumultuous. The revelations he had witnessed, the miraculous abilities displayed by Master Xiao Hua, and the vivid descriptions of Danhua unfolded before him like an expansive and resplendent painting. They ignited within him an even greater curiosity and yearning for the path of martial artist and the enigmatic realm of alchemy. Time flew swiftly, and 4 days whisked by in an instant. During this period, Qin Yan allocated all 16 skill points he had acquired to this new knowledge, successfully elevating its progress to 100. Indeed, the compendium of low-grade spiritual flesh proved simpler than the low-tier spiritual herbs, requiring merely 16 skill points for mastery. At this moment, he had gained a clear understanding of spiritual flesh. Spiritual flesh is the essence of blood and flesh from ferocious beasts, otherworldly beings, and certain unique entities. Through unique refining methods, its intricate energy can be purified and condensed, resulting in spiritual flesh rich in vitality, easily absorbed and utilized. The higher the grade of existence, the more potent the refined spiritual essence, and the greater the energy contained within. Naturally, the efficacy of the elixirs crafted from such materials is also superior. On the 5th day, Qin Yan returned to Xiao Hua's alchemy chamber. "Master, I have already mastered the comprehensive knowledge of low-grade spiritual materials," Qin Yan stated directly. Xiao Hua, perusing an ancient text, lifted his gaze upon hearing this. Observing the calm and self-assured expression on Qin Yan's face, he refrained from exhibiting exaggerated astonishment this time. Instead, he regarded him with a complex gaze for several seconds, saying, "Very well, I shall not test you this time. I trust you." He realized he had begun to acclimate to the surprises brought by this young disciple. Qin Yan had initially prepared himself for an assessment, only to be met with the straightforward trust of his master. "Since you have grasped the fundamental knowledge of alchemical materials, it is time for you to engage with actual alchemy," Xiao Hua declared, retrieving a yellowed piece of parchment that emanated a faint medicinal fragrance, which he handed to Qin Yan. "This is the formula for the Qingxin Dan. Take a look. It is a rudimentary elixir, designed to purify the air within a small radius and dispel unpleasant odors. No spiritual essence is required for its creation, making it ideal for your initial observation." Qin Yan accepted the formula and swiftly scanned its contents. He noted the clearly listed names of several spiritual herbs: Qingxin Xiao, Bohi, Chenlu Hua Sui, and Wugen Shui Sendi. The familiar names of these herbs immediately surfaced in his memory, along with detailed characteristics, effects, and handling points, corroborating the requirements set forth in the formula. The process of concocting the Qingxin Dan, as his master had indicated, was indeed quite fundamental. He quickly memorized and comprehended the contents of the formula. Have you finished reading? Xiao Hua inquired as Qin Yan lifted his gaze. Yes, I have, Qin Yan nodded. Good. Now, I shall demonstrate to you how to refine the Qing Xin Dan in practice, Xiao Hua said, standing and walking to the ancient red alchemical furnace in the center of the chamber. With a subtle wave of his sleeve, the herbs listed in the formula neatly levitated before him, evidently prepared in advance. The first step in alchemy is to calm the mind and connect with the alchemical fire. Xiao Hua's voice became tranquil and distant, imbued with a certain rhythm. Of course, you are not yet capable of this step, so we shall skip it for now. I will demonstrate using beast fire. He pointed with his finger, akin to a sword, towards the base of the furnace. Suddenly, a burst of crimson flames erupted. Though it paled in comparison to his own orange alchemical fire, it was nonetheless astonishingly intense, steadily consuming the furnace. The second step is to warm the furnace. Use the beast fire to uniformly heat the furnace, eliminating impurities and ensuring the walls are evenly heated, Xiao Hua explained while demonstrating. The crimson flames, under his precise control, behaved like a docile pet, licking the furnace's base. When the furnace emitted a low hum and a faint red glow appeared on its walls, Xiao Hua continued. The third step is to introduce the herbs for refinement. It is essential to follow the order of the formula, manage the heat, and extract the essence from the herbs to form the spiritual liquid. He first took the Qingxin Xiao and cast it into the furnace. The crimson flames enveloped it instantaneously, yet the temperature dropped sharply. With a peculiar gentleness, it began to slowly roast the leaves. Soon, the Qingxin Xiao wilted and melted, ultimately transforming into a droplet of emerald green liquid, exuding a refreshing aura suspended within the furnace. Next was the bohi. Xiao Hua's technique was deft. For each herb introduced, he varied the intensity and angle of the flames, precisely controlling the critical point of refinement for each material. He ensured that the heat was neither too weak, which would prevent complete extraction, nor too strong, which could destroy the herb's properties. Qin Yan watched intently, imprinting every movement of his master and each subtle adjustment of the flames deep into his memory. He understood that this seemingly simple process was imbued with countless experiences and insights. The fourth step is to merge the liquids into a dan, Xiao Hua stated, his expression becoming slightly serious as all the spiritual liquids, now varying in color, floated within the furnace. He intensified the flames abruptly while forming a simple hand seal, directing it towards the furnace. Within, the droplets of spiritual liquid appear to be drawn by an invisible force, gradually converging, rotating, and ultimately colliding and merging into one another. The crimson flames coiled around them like a spiritual serpent, conducting the final calcination and refinement. A gentle medicinal fragrance began to waft from the furnace, refreshing the senses. Finally, extinguish the flames and solidify the dan. Xiao Hua's words echoed as the crimson flames at the base of the furnace extinguished instantaneously. He clapped his palm against the furnace. With a hum, 10 pills, each the size of a longan, glistening with a jade-white sheen and smooth surface, shot forth into a jade bottle that Xiao Hua had long prepared. The pills still radiated a hint of warmth, exuding a fresh and natural fragrance. Upon inhaling, one felt an immediate clarity of mind, as if the surrounding air had become significantly purer. This is the Qingxin Dan, Xiao Hua said, handing the jade bottle to Qin Yan. Did you observe the entire process clearly? Qin Yan accepted the bottle, gazing at the impeccably crafted elixir within, his heart brimming with awe and aspiration. This ostensibly simple process encompassed an unfathomable wealth of experience and skill. I have observed it clearly, Qin Yan replied earnestly, fully aware that merely seeing did not equate to mastery. Nevertheless, it undeniably opened a new door for him. That is sufficient for now, Xiao Hua nodded with satisfaction. The path of alchemy requires theoretical knowledge to be memorized, but practice is paramount. What you must do next is to repeatedly contemplate my previous steps and simulate them mentally. Once you feel you have grasped it, you may attempt to concoct it yourself. I can provide you with 10 sets of materials to practice the Qingxin Dan. Should you fail after 10 attempts, any subsequent attempts will be at your own expense. Yes, master, I shall diligently practice and not disappoint your teachings. Qin Yan grasped the jade bottle and the formula tightly, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He understood that his journey in the realm of alchemy had truly commenced at this moment. Within the alchemy chamber, the fragrant aroma of herbs intertwined with the lingering essence of the freshly refined Qin Yan, creating a unique atmosphere. Qin Yan closed his eyes, focusing intently as he mentally revisited and rehearsed every step of the Qin Yan's refinement as demonstrated by Master Xiaohua. From the initial control of the fire to preheat the furnace, to the sequential introduction of Qin Chao, Bo Yi, and Yu Lu Hua, and then to the precise management of the heat to extract various spiritual liquids. Next came the fusion of the essences from different properties, culminating in the formation of the Dan. He pondered this process repeatedly, striving to engrave his master's fluid motions and the intricacies of fire control in his heart. After simulating the entire procedure multiple times in his mind and ensuring that no critical details were overlooked, Qin Yan took a deep breath and opened his eyes. His gaze grew resolute and focused as he stepped toward the dark red alchemical furnace. It was time to embark on the first step of his practice. He recalled a fundamental technique recorded in the comprehensive guide to low-grade spirit meat. This technique had a wide range of adaptability. It was originally designed for the preliminary refining of the blood and flesh of fierce beasts, extracting their essence. However, due to its capacity to guide and constrain energy, it had evolved to be utilized by low-level alchemists and weaponsmiths for the initial manipulation of unclaimed beast flames and spirit flames. Qin Yan held his breath, concentrating, as his hands slowly formed a simple yet profound hand seal before him. The feeble vitality within him flowed along a specific path, gathering at his fingertips. With a low shout, he directed the technique toward the bottom of the furnace. A soft hum resonated from the base of the furnace. The dormant crimson beast flame seemed to be infused with vitality, bursting forth with a whoosh, igniting fiercely and emanating scorching waves of heat. This was the art of remote fire control. Excitement flickered in Qin Yan's eyes as he once again felt the intricacies of martial arts. Xiaoyan, focus. Controlling the fire demands undivided attention. If you allow distractions, do you wish to blow up the furnace? Xiaohua's stern reprimand echoed sharply in Qin Yan's ears. A chill coursed through Qin Yan's heart, prompting him to swiftly banish all extraneous thoughts and concentrate fully on controlling the blazing crimson flame. He cautiously guided the fire, ensuring it evenly scorched every corner of the furnace. This was the second step of alchemy, warming the furnace. He had already mastered the first step of controlling the flame. However, this seemingly simple step proved to be 100 times more challenging in practice than he had anticipated. The beast flame, under his inexperienced manipulation, behaved like an untamed wild horse, oscillating between ferocity and lethargy, exhibiting extreme instability. Merely maintaining a stable output of the flame to evenly heat the furnace drained nearly all of his mental energy. Beads of sweat soon trickled down his forehead, sliding down his cheeks. In a matter of moments, he was drenched in perspiration. His breathing became labored. Worse still, waves of dizziness began to assail his mind, as if his energy was being rapidly siphoned away. When he finally completed the warming step, feeling that the furnace had reached the required temperature, he was nearly exhausted. His back was soaked with sweat, and his complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Gasping for air, he was filled with a sense of lamentation. His teacher had demonstrated this so effortlessly. He had not expected the practical application to be so arduous. Observing quietly from the side, Xiaohua furrowed his brow slightly at the sight of Qin Yan's struggle. A flicker of barely perceptible confusion flashing in his eyes. Something was amiss. Xiaohua pondered privately. Logically, Xiaoyan should not find it so arduous to manipulate the low-grade beast flame for basic warming, given that he had managed to memorize and comprehend the extensive and intricate knowledge of low-grade spirit herbs and spirit meat in such a short time. His mental aptitude, even if not exceptional, should certainly exceed that of an average person. Memory and comprehension are generally correlated with the strength of one's mental faculties. Why did he appear so drained at the very beginning? The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. But he could not pinpoint the crux of the matter and thus suppressed his doubts, continuing to observe intently. At this moment, Qin Yan took a brief respite, unwilling to delay for too long lest the furnace temperature drop. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved the first medicinal herb, Qin Chao, preparing to proceed to the third step of adding herbs for refining. He focused intently, attempting to lower the flame's temperature precisely as he introduced the Qing Shao, using a gentle force for the refinement. However, ideals are often grand, while reality can be starkly different. The already tenuous control over the flame faltered the instant he attempted to make fine adjustments. Like a runaway horse, it spiraled out of control. The crimson flame surged upward violently, the temperature skyrocketing, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The Qing Shao within the furnace was almost instantly reduced to charred ashes, failing to extract a single drop of spiritual liquid. Simultaneously, the backlash from the failed fire control struck Qin Yan's mind like a needle prick. He felt a resounding buzz reverberate in his head, as though a string had snapped suddenly. Intense dizziness and a sense of emptiness washed over him like a tide. His vision darkened, and his body swayed uncontrollably. Suddenly, his legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground with a thud, his face as pale as a sheet, devoid of the strength to even lift a finger. Indeed, he had pushed himself too hard. Qin Yan bitterly smiled within. Sensing the situation, Xiaohua moved swiftly, appearing beside Qin Yan in an instant. No reproach marred his expression. Instead, a hint of concern and deeper curiosity shone through. He extended his finger, and a pill the size of a longan, exuding a gentle coolness, appeared at his fingertip. Take this Qing Shendan. It will alleviate your mental fatigue. Xiaohua offered the pill to Qin Yan's lips. Thank you, teacher. Qin Yan weakly expressed his gratitude and opened his mouth to consume the pill. It dissolved instantly, and a refreshing stream of cool energy surged through his limbs, swiftly rising to his mind. The dizziness and pressure dissipated as quickly as melting snow, replaced by an indescribable clarity and relief. Meanwhile, with a casual flick of his other hand, Xiaohua directed his attention to the still restless crimson flame. Without any visible effort, the unruly flames became remarkably docile, retreating obediently to the base of the furnace and restoring tranquility. After managing the unruly flames, Xiaohua's gaze returned to Qin Yan. With his hands clasped behind him, he circled around the seated Qin Yan, who had regained a hint of color, scrutinizing him from head to toe as if seeking to penetrate his very essence. Qin Yan felt uncomfortable under his teacher's scrutinizing gaze and could not help but inquire, "Teacher, why do you keep staring at me?" Xiaohua paused, stroking his chin, a look of perplexity adorning his face as he murmured, "Strange, indeed very strange." "What is so strange?" Qin Yan felt an ominous premonition stirring within him. "You are the one who is strange," Xiaohua stated bluntly, his gaze piercing into Qin Yan. "Me?" Qin Yan was taken aback. "Yes, you," Xiaohua affirmed with conviction, "based on my observations and understanding of you. It is remarkable that you could master those two extensive alchemical material texts in less than 20 days. This cannot be achieved merely through rote memorization. It necessitates a mental acuity far exceeding that of an average person. A powerful mental capacity implies enhanced memory, comprehension, and deductive abilities." He paused, pointing at the now tranquil beast flame, and continued, "Logically, someone with such a mental aptitude should not struggle so greatly to control low-grade beast flames for basic warming and preliminary refining. Even if the technique is unrefined, it should not be as arduous as your recent performance suggests. You are drenched in sweat merely maintaining a stable warming, and when attempting to adjust the flame, it immediately spiraled out of control. The rate and extent of your mental energy depletion are utterly irrational, defying explanation." Hearing this, Qin Yan's heart tightened with apprehension. He was all too aware of his situation. His ability to swiftly grasp knowledge was solely due to the mysterious panel and skill points, unrelated to the strength of his mental faculties. His mental power was explicitly displayed on the panel as a mere 42 hertz. This number, while seemingly unremarkable, weighed heavily on him. He forced himself to regain composure, attempting to shift the topic. Simultaneously, it is a sincere inquiry. "Teacher, you have frequently mentioned the concept of spiritual power. What, precisely, are its practical applications?" Xiaohua, seemingly oblivious to Qin Yan's intentions, or perhaps genuinely eager to enlighten his student, continued the discussion. "The significance of spiritual power? It is immense indeed, serving as one of the foundational pillars for martial artists, particularly those who pursue supplementary professions." He began to enumerate with his fingers, just as you manipulated the flames moments ago. Those endowed with formidable spiritual power can not only control the intensity of the fire with greater precision, but also sustain this heightened state of concentration for extended periods. They can effortlessly maintain their focus until the elixir is fully refined. Moreover, during the processes of forging weapons and inscribing runes, the role of spiritual power becomes paramount, directly influencing both success and quality. Even in the realm of pure martial cultivation, individuals with robust spiritual power possess a substantial advantage. They grasp techniques and martial skills at a swifter pace, more readily assimilating their essence and artistic conception, and even exhibit the ability to draw parallels across disciplines. More crucially, as one ascends to mid-tier and high-tier martial artists, the focus of their cultivation gradually shifts toward comprehending and mastering the energies of the universe. The potency of one's spiritual power will directly dictate the speed of cultivation and the profundity of one's understanding of the essence of strength. Xiaohua gazed at Qin Yan and summarized. Thus, within the martial world, there exists a saying that, while not absolute, holds considerable truth. Those with great spiritual power are not necessarily top-tier geniuses. Yet, without exception, true top-tier geniuses possess spiritual power that far surpasses their peers. So tell me, how significant is spiritual power? Upon hearing this, Qin Yan felt a surge of anxiety. His current displayed learning ability was undeniably regarded as genius level by others. Yet, the crucial foundation supporting that genius, spiritual power, seemed alarmingly inconsistent with his actual mediocrity. If this were to be scrutinized further, at this moment, Qin Yan was uncertain of the standing of his 42 Hz spiritual power. Suddenly, Xiaohua sighed, expressing a hint of regret. Unfortunately, spiritual power is enigmatic. It cannot be accurately measured until it exceeds 100 Hz, at which point it can begin to manifest externally and influence reality. Until then, we can only conjecture based on certain performances. Otherwise, I would have loved to measure yours right now, to ascertain the true condition of your spiritual power. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan felt an immediate sense of relief. The inability to measure it accurately was a blessing. As long as it could not be measured, all of the teacher's conjectures would remain mere speculations, granting him a window of opportunity to evade discovery. Seizing the moment, he pressed on with further inquiries, eager to extract more knowledge about spiritual power from his teacher, in hopes of obtaining a clearer understanding of his own position. Teacher, does spiritual power indeed have distinct hierarchical divisions? Certainly it does. Xiaohua nodded. Though the doubts lingered, he patiently elaborated. Before one cultivates spiritual power techniques, the higher the spiritual power, the stronger the innate talent and the quicker the cultivation speed. Generally speaking, the spiritual power of an ordinary person ranges from 10 to 30 Hz. When a martial artist first steps into the martial realm, their spiritual power typically experiences a slight increase following initial blood and qi nourishment. Regular martial artists possess spiritual power roughly between 40 to 50 Hz. Achieving a range of 60 to 70 Hz is considered a conventional genius. Most of the new students admitted to Mo Dewey University each year fall within this range, marking them as the crème de la crème among their peers. Those who reach 70 to 80 Hz are exceptional talents, rarer still, akin to 1 in 100 or even 1,000. Such individuals possess extraordinarily high comprehension and learning capabilities. As for those with 80 to 90 Hz, Xiaohua spoke with a hint of admiration. They are in a league of their own. In the entirety of Xia country, only a few emerge each year, each regarded as treasures nurtured by the foremost powers and institutions as future pillars of strength. At this point, Xiaohua cast a significant glance at Qin Yan. It is often only those with such spiritual talents who can grasp and swiftly master the intricate top-tier body, refining techniques, even in their early stages. As for those in the 90 to 100 Hz range, Xiaohua's expression grew exceedingly grave. This level is referred to as a natural prodigy or a divine seed. Individuals who reach this tier often exhibit some extraordinary inherent traits or abilities. For instance, possessing an extraordinary memory is merely the beginning. Some can even vaguely sense fortune or misfortune, or possess astonishing capabilities within specific domains. They are truly favored by the heavens. All these classifications derive from extensive observation and experiential conjectures. After all, spiritual power below 100 Hz cannot be tangibly measured. However, He shifted his tone. Interestingly, it is those estimated between 90 to 100 hertz who are recognized as natural prodigies. Their exceptional and unusual performances often render them easily identifiable, standing out like a crane among chickens. Qin Yan listened intently, feeling as though a new world was gradually unveiling before him. The vast expanse of knowledge he needed to acquire was overwhelming. Simultaneously, he came to a harsh realization. According to these standards, his own spiritual power of 42 hertz, clearly inscribed on his panel, failed to even meet the average line of new students at Mo Duwu University. Teacher, Qin Yan suppressed the tumult within and urgently and earnestly inquired, "Is there any method to enhance spiritual power?" This was the issue of utmost concern for him. If he did not promptly address this shortcoming in spiritual power, he would find himself at a standstill in both alchemy and his future martial pursuits. After all, the panel could not directly elevate his level. Xiao was seemed to have anticipated this question, responding, "There are indeed numerous methods to enhance spiritual power. However, for a martial artist at your current low tier, the safest and most universally applicable approach is singular." "What is it?" Qin Yan pressed for clarification. "Zhong Suming A Yang Shendan, Xiao Huo Replied." This is a first-tier elixir specifically designed for low-tier martial artists with gentle properties. Its primary function is to nourish the spirit, alleviate mental fatigue, and steadily accelerate the natural enhancement of spiritual power. It serves as a foundational elixir to solidify the roots of spiritual power. Yang Shendan. Qin Yan etched this name firmly in his mind. "Very well. You have exhausted your spiritual power today. Return and rest well. Restoring your spirit is the first step. Do not rush the process." Xiaohua waved his hand, concluding the discussion. "Yes, the student understands." The student takes his leave. Qin Yan respectfully bowed and exited the alchemy room, burdened by a heavy yet urgent heart. Watching Qin Yan's departing figure, Xiaohua rubbed his temples, feeling a wave of headache wash over him. The fog enveloping this little disciple seemed to thicken with each passing moment. The astonishing speed at which he absorbed knowledge stood in stark contrast to the evidently incongruous manifestation of his spiritual power, creating a profound contradiction. At this juncture, all he could do was take one step at a time. Perhaps there was something extraordinary about him. Xiaohua murmured softly to himself, suppressing his doubts for the moment. Qin Yan nearly rushed back to his villa within the estate. Upon closing the door, he eagerly accessed the Academy's official website to search for detailed information on Yang Shendan. The screen quickly displayed the following details. Name, Yang Shendan. Tier, first tier, primary function, nourishes the spirit, alleviates mental fatigue, and steadily accelerates the natural enhancement speed of spiritual power for low-tier martial artists. Exchange price, 10 academic credits. Cautions, it is advised to consume no more than 3 per week. Excessive consumption may diminish effects and cause mental instability. 10 academic credits each. Qin Yan stared at the glaring price, his lips twitching slightly. Currently, his entire fortune amounted to merely the 10 academic credits he earned as a reward for placing 10th in the monthly assessment. This was tantamount to requiring him to liquidate his entire estate to procure a single elixir. Yet, contemplating his meager 42 hu of mental strength, the feeling of helplessness during alchemy, and the looming bottleneck in martial arts, Qin Yan hesitated for a fleeting moment before resolutely regaining his determination. He made the purchase without further hesitation, directly placing the order for redemption. In mere moments, a faint buzzing sound resonated outside the manor as a small delivery robot arrived, bearing the packaged elixir at the doorstep. Qin Yan retrieved an antiquely styled jade box and opened its lid. A subtle, refreshing fragrance of medicinal herbs immediately permeated the air. Inside the jade box lay a pill the size of a longan, resting quietly upon a soft silk cushion. The elixir exhibited a warm, milky white hue, its surface remarkably smooth, glistening with a lustrous sheen reminiscent of jade. This was indeed a superior, nourishing elixir. Qin Yan was slightly taken aback. He had long understood that even elixirs of the same name could vary immensely in quality, depending on a mastery of the alchemical process, the perfection of the material fusion, and the extent to which the medicinal properties were preserved during the final transformation. These elixirs were typically categorized into 3 grades: inferior, medium, and superior. Superior elixirs indicated that their efficacy had reached a perfect theoretical value, devoid of any impurities, allowing for maximal absorption without burdening the practitioner's body. This was the coveted choice for all prodigies and scions of noble families. Medium elixirs, on the other hand, held approximately 70% efficacy and contained a small amount of impurities, while they still offered benefits. Consuming them required practitioners to expend additional time and energy to purify the toxins, lest they accumulate and obstruct meridians, hindering subsequent refinement efficiency. For those lacking resources or anxious to break through, this was a compromise. Inferior elixirs, possessing merely 50% efficacy and laden with toxins, were typically resorted to by those in the lower echelons of society. For ambitious geniuses who valued a solid foundation, inferior elixirs were almost entirely shunned, as the minor enhancements they offered could not compensate for the potential harm to their martial foundation. The rewards distributed by the school were indeed of premier quality. Gazing at the flawless, superior, nourishing elixir in his hand, Qin Yan felt no hesitation as he opened his mouth and consumed it. Thus began his journey to enhance his mental strength with the superior, nourishing elixir. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a gentle, cool liquid that slid down his throat. Almost immediately, an indescribable coolness silently permeated the depths of his mind. This sensation, while subtle, was exceptionally clear. He grasped that the elixir's effects would not manifest as an immediate surge in mental strength, but rather, in a gentle, nurturing manner, gradually promoting its growth. Sensing the refreshing coolness in his mind, Qin Yan wasted no time. He ascended to the third floor, immersing himself once more in the daily practice of his marksmanship. Sweat poured down as he wielded his weapon, blood and chi surging through his body. Time slipped away quietly amid his focused training. By evening, Qin Yan concluded his day's training, slowly retracting his weapon. He keenly perceived that the refreshing sensation in his mind, which had persisted throughout the day, was now receding like a receding tide, indicating that the effects of the nourishing elixir had been fully absorbed. A thought struck him, and he promptly summoned the panel to check. Qing Tian Ichi Zhuang. Level 5, perfect. Level, intermediate 1-star warrior, skin refinement, 3 times, blood and chi, 130 calories, mental strength, 44, martial techniques, Jiuzhuan Jin Shanchang, Pai Ro Pian 4th turn, 60, marksmanship, 3rd stage, 31, alchemical path, 1-star alchemist, 0, mental strength must reach 50 go to unlock, skill points, 4, remarks, with effort. There will be rewards. Qin Yan's gaze instantly fixated on the alchemical path section, his eyes brimming with astonishment and confusion. He distinctly recalled that just yesterday, the panel displayed the specific knowledge entries of low-tier spiritual herbs comprehensive guide, 100, and low-grade spiritual flesh compendium, 100. Yet now, these entries had vanished, replaced by a new, more encompassing professional title, 1-star alchemist. Furthermore, it bore a clear progress indicator and activation condition. What was happening? Qin Yan furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. He vividly remembered that the panel was not like this last night. What had triggered this change? He meticulously reviewed the events of the day. In the morning, he reported his learning progress to teacher Xiaohua, observed the complete alchemical process of crafting the refreshing elixir, memorized the recipe, and even attempted alchemy himself, albeit unsuccessfully. Could it be that a thought was gradually crystallizing? Was it due to my thorough observation of the alchemical process today, having grasped my first recipe, combined with the foundational knowledge of spiritual herbs and flesh acquired earlier? Had these factors collectively allowed me to meet the threshold for the 1-star alchemist profession in the panel's judgment? Thus, the panel automatically integrated and updated. The more he pondered, the more reasonable this conjecture seemed. The panel appeared to be more than a mere skill recorder. It resembled a dynamic assessment system based on his own understanding and capabilities. His gaze refocused on the small print stating, mental strength must reach 50 to unlock. The implication of having a mental strength of 50 meant that once his mental strength reached that threshold, the 1-star alchemist profession would officially activate, allowing him to attempt alchemy independently. However, regrettably, the panel would not provide any responses or prompts. All these speculations and deductions ultimately required him to verify through practice. Temporarily suppressing his uncertainties regarding the alchemical path, Qin Yan shifted his attention to the attribute he was most concerned about, mental strength. Su Shi Su He. Upon seeing this number, a relieved smile finally graced Qin Yan's face. Indeed, he had increased by 2. The weight on his heart lifted. His greatest concern had been that the costly nourishing elixir would yield minimal effects on his mental strength. That would have been truly disheartening. Now it seemed that the expenditure of 10 academic credits was well worth it. The nourishing elixir was indeed effective. The urgent task at hand was to find a way to elevate his mental strength to 50 hook and discover the changes that would come with unlocking the one-star alchemist profession. Qin Yan clenched his fist, his objective becoming remarkably clear. His gaze swept over the account balance, nearly $1 million remaining from the rewards of the Linghai City Education Bureau. It appeared that a trip outside the campus was in order. The next day, as dawn broke, Qin Yan made his preparations and departed from the expansive campus of Emoda, resembling a small city. He navigated with familiarity to the exclusive subway station near Emoda. This subway line differed from those used by ordinary citizens, offering greater speed and tighter security, specifically servicing the faculty and students of the Emoda campus. Boarding the exclusive train, Qin Yan's destination was the Pudong district. Half an hour later, the train arrived smoothly at its stop. Exiting the station, he was greeted by a breathtaking view, as if stepping into another world. Pudong district, the economic heart of Emodu and even the entire Xia country, surpassed all expectations in its prosperity. Skyscrapers towered, piercing the clouds, their glass facades reflecting dazzling sunlight. In the air, various sci-fi-shaped hovering vehicles traversed designated airways in orderly fashion, while on the ground, a cacophony of vehicles and bustling crowds filled the vibrant, modern atmosphere. This area was also one of the core hubs for the trading of martial arts resources in Xia country. The headquarters or significant branches of various chambers of commerce. Auction houses, weapon workshops, and elixir chain stores are all established here, giving rise to several large-scale martial artist trading centers. The air seems to be permeated with the scent of wealth and the flow of resources. Standing by the street, Qin Yan raised his hand to hail a taxi. "Driver, to Bai Chao Tang," he stated as he entered the vehicle. "All right, buckle up." The driver, a middle-aged man in his 40s, skillfully started the engine and merged into the incessant flow of traffic. Through the rearview mirror, he glanced at Qin Yan and cautiously inquired, "Young man, with that spirit about you, you must be a martial artist, right?" "Yes," Qin Yan nodded, his gaze drifting past the rapidly retreating streets outside. Vending. He could vaguely sense a weak flow of qi and blood within the driver, but its intensity fell short of even that of an average non-martial artist at their peak. Clearly, he had practiced some basic techniques, but had yet to truly step into the realm of martial arts. Impressive. To have become a martial artist at such a young age, your future is boundless. The driver exclaimed earnestly, his tone tinged with a longing for that distant world. However, noticing that Qin Yan did not seem inclined to engage in further conversation, he wisely fell silent and focused on driving. In the bustling city, especially when transporting martial artist passengers, having perceptiveness is paramount. A careless remark could easily provoke discontent, leading to significant trouble. To ordinary people, martial artists embody privilege and formidable power. Qin Yan relished the tranquility, leaning back against the comfortable seat, his eyes gently closing to rejuvenate. However, the journey did not progress as smoothly as anticipated. A few minutes later, the vehicle gradually pulled over. At that moment, the right side door swung open. "Shui Song, you sit in the front. I'll sit with Duo in the back." A gentle voice, reminiscent of a soothing brook, resonated. "All right," a slightly reluctant male voice replied. Soon after, Qin Yan felt the seat beside him sink slightly. A faint, ethereal fragrance, akin to a delicate orchid in a secluded valley, wafted gently into his nostrils. Instinctively, he shifted towards the left window, granting more space to the newly boarded passenger. Two young women settled into the back seat. The one sitting next to him was the gentle girl who had just spoken, while the other, who took a seat near the right door, possessed a strikingly vibrant appearance, radiating energy with her cheerful smile. The previously mentioned young man, Shui Song, reluctantly occupied the front passenger seat. "You all are heading to Bai Chao Tang. I'll conveniently take you along. I hope that's all right," the driver hastily clarified, eager to avoid misunderstandings. "No problem, driver, let us go," the lively girl, referred to as Duo, responded with enthusiasm. As the vehicle resumed its course, Qin Yan seized the opportunity to observe the girl beside him more closely. She appeared to be around 18 or 19, similar in age to him. Her skin was as fair as snow. Her features exquisitely crafted like a finely chiseled work of art. Particularly captivating were her eyes, clear and bright, exuding a natural warmth and kindness that seemed capable of soothing the deepest anxieties and unrest. Dressed in a light blue dress, she exuded a serene elegance, reminiscent of a figure stepping out from a Jiangnan ink wash painting. Merely sitting quietly, she became a picturesque scene, evoking involuntary affection. In contrast, the girl sitting by the door, though also beautiful, paled in comparison beside her. During the ride, the driver's tendency for chatter resurfaced, and the front passenger, Shuesong, appeared to be quite talkative himself. The two quickly engaged in casual conversation. Through their exchange, Qin Yan gleaned some understanding of their identities. They were all first-year students at Modu Jiaodong University. Modu Jiaodong, among the many martial arts universities in Xiagu, ranks just behind Modu Wuda and Jingdu Wuda as one of the prestigious institutions. Those who gain admission are, without exception, prodigies. Looks like it's your world now. Young people, I didn't expect my luck today to bring me 4 young martial masters, the driver remarked, his tone imbued with respect. Upon hearing the driver's words, the gentle girl beside Qin Yan, Ning, couldn't help but cast a surprised glance at him. Clearly, she had not anticipated that this seemingly composed young man sharing the ride was also a martial artist. Achieving martial artist status at such a young age would classify him as an outstanding student in any martial arts university. Meanwhile, Shuesong, seated in the front, subtly furrowed his brows upon learning that Qin Yan was also a martial artist. As he caught sight of Ning and Qin Yan seated together in the back, an inexplicable surge of irritation and hostility welled up within him. A sense of comparison and a desire to showcase himself began to stir. Adjusting his posture, Shuesong addressed Qin Yan with an ostensibly polite yet condescending tone. This classmate, judging by your age, you must also be a university student, right? Which school do you attend? The tone irked Qin Yan, who could hardly be bothered to lift his eyelids in response. He replied coolly, no comment. He truly did not wish to engage with this insufferable individual who approached him with a sense of superiority. Shuesong did not expect such a lack of courtesy and felt a flush of embarrassment. His tone grew more abrasive. Shuesong, before he could continue, Ning interrupted, her voice tinged with evident displeasure. Seeing Ning intervene, Shuesong suppressed his rising anger, yet his gaze toward Qin Yan turned increasingly unfriendly. When Ning turned to Qin Yan, her tone sincere and apologetic, I'm truly sorry, this classmate. My companion's attitude earlier may have been somewhat offensive. I hope you won't take it to heart. Qin Yan sensed her genuine apology, devoid of pretense. Reflecting on his own earlier response, which had indeed been a bit brusque, he softened his tone and replied, It's all right. My attitude wasn't great either. You're perceptive, Shuesong remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Yan. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Qin Yan was not one to suffer in silence. He retorted without hesitation. Shuesong had been persistently harassing her at school. Upon learning that she intended to visit Baichao Tang to purchase cultivation elixirs, he had insisted on tagging along, unable to directly refuse due to their student relationship. She had not anticipated his disruptive behavior throughout the journey. Shuesong, Ning's voice turned cold. If you continue like this, don't follow me next time I go out. This statement evidently struck a nerve with Shuesong, who opened his mouth but ultimately swallowed his words. He turned away, sulking and glaring ahead. The car fell into an awkward and oppressive silence. The driver, too, fell silent, gripping the steering wheel tightly, his gaze fixed ahead, hoping merely to deliver these esteemed passengers safely to their destination and conclude the journey. 20 minutes later, the vehicle finally came to a steady stop at the grand entrance of Baichao Tang. Shuesong pushed the door open and shot several venomous glares at Qin Yan in the back seat before trailing closely behind Ning and Mi Duo as they entered the spacious and brightly lit doors of Baichao Tang. Chapter 65, The Top 3 of Modu Jiaodong. Qin Yan deliberately lingered for a moment, admiring the unique architectural exterior of Baichao Tang. Estimating that the fellow had likely entered by now, he finally proceeded at a leisurely pace towards the entrance. He truly wished to avoid encountering that individual again, fearing that his foolishness might disrupt his mood later on. This is akin to savoring a delectable dish while a persistent fly buzzes annoyingly nearby. Though not lethal, it is undeniably vexing. Upon entering Bai Chao Tang's grand hall, one is greeted by a unique aroma, a blend of countless medicinal herbs that invigorates the spirit. The interior is remarkably spacious, adorned with elegant and luxurious decor that still exudes the quaint charm characteristic of a traditional apothecary. Staff members in uniform bustle about, attending to guests from all directions. True to its name, Bai Chao Tang stands as a formidable titan in the Dan medicine industry of Xiaohua, occupying an entire 20-story building, with a staggering 15 floors dedicated solely to the trade of Dan medicine. Its profound heritage and strength are evident. Qin Yan, not lingering unnecessarily, approached an unoccupied consultation counter. Behind it stood a well-groomed, professionally trained woman. Upon seeing Qin Yan, she instantly donned a professional smile, greeting him with, "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" "What is the price of the premium Yang Shundan?" Qin Yan inquired directly. "The premium Yang Shundan is currently priced at 150,000 yuan each." The staff member replied, her voice melodious and assured. 150,000. Qin Yan was taken aback. This price exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. Exchanging for a single Dan merely required 10 credits. While he was aware that the resources at school tended to be cheaper than those outside, he had not anticipated such a staggering discrepancy. An astonishing 50 times. It appears that diligently earning credits at school and then utilizing them for resources is far more cost-effective than purchasing outright in the marketplace. Qin Yan once again deeply appreciated the implicit benefits and advantages that a prestigious institution provides its students. However, he urgently needed to enhance his mental acuity. Regardless of the price outside, he had to make the purchase. Quickly calculating his remaining savings in his mind, Qin Yan reached a decision and said to the staff member, "Very well, I will take 6. With over 900,000 yuan left in his account, buying 6 would nearly exhaust his funds while leaving a small remainder for living expenses. 6 premium Yang Shundan, certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment while I retrieve your order." The staff member responded, her smile growing warmer at the mention of such a substantial transaction. She slightly bowed to Qin Yan and then turned to head towards the storeroom. Unbeknownst to Qin Yan, his conversation with the staff member and his bold order for 6 premium Yang Shundan was clearly observed from a distance by Shui Song. A thought flickered through his mind as he turned to Wen Ning, who was perusing the list of Dan medicines beside him. "Wen Ning, I've suddenly remembered a personal matter I need to attend to. I'll be back shortly." Wen Ning replied without lifting her gaze, her attention still fixed on the Dan medicine catalog. She was indifferent to Shui Song's whereabouts, even feeling that his temporary absence might grant her some peace. Seeing this, Shui Song wasted no time and quickly made his way towards Qin Yan. "Ning, don't you think Shui Song's behavior is rather strange?" Mi Duo nudged Wen Ning with her elbow, a look of curiosity on her face. After all, Shui Song usually clung to her like a stubborn adhesive at school, making it impossible to shake him off. Now, with such a precious opportunity to pursue her, he willingly chose to leave? Something peculiar must be afoot. Yes, it is somewhat odd. When Ning finally lifted her gaze from the catalog, staring in the direction where Shui Song had vanished, nodding slightly. Based on her understanding of Shui Song, his behavior was indeed inconsistent with his usual demeanor. "Come on, let us sneak after him and see." Mi Duo's curiosity was thoroughly piqued as she urged Wen Ning in a hushed voice. Could there be something in Bai Chao Tang more enticing than our Ning Ning? I must see what has distracted him from his usual attentiveness. Wen Ning shook her head, showing no interest in Shui Song's affairs. She was more concerned about acquiring the Dan medicine she needed. Approaching the counter, she softly spoke to the attendant. "Hello? Could you please provide me with a bottle of Pin Chi Shui Dan and another Chui Ti Dan?" After swiping her card and completing the payment, the total displayed on the screen reached 1 million Huaxia coins. Observing the significant decrease in her account balance, a fleeting pang of regret crossed Wen Ning's delicate features. This amount was considerable for her. Yet, to enhance her strength, these medicines were essential. The competition within Modu Jiaoda was as fierce as that of Modu Wuda. If she could not maintain or even elevate her prowess this month, her rank within the year could very well slip out of the top 3. Should her ranking decline, the fixed credit reward she received each month would decrease correspondingly. This, in turn, would tighten her financial constraints for purchasing resources, leading to a slower enhancement of her abilities and a subsequent drop in her ranking, creating a vicious cycle. Regardless of her innate talent, Under such circumstances, she would inevitably fade into obscurity. With these thoughts, Wen Ning felt the weight on her shoulders grow heavier. After procuring her required Dan medicines, the two departed from the counter. Duo, with keen eyes, promptly tugged at Wen Ning's sleeve, lowering her voice. Ning, look over there. Is that not the boy from the car earlier? Following Duo's gesture, Wen Ning indeed spotted Qin Yan. However, her brows furrowed slightly as she noticed the familiar and bothersome figure beside him, Shui Song. There was no need for further contemplation. Wen Ning instantly comprehended. Shui Song's so-called personal matter was merely a pretext to trouble this boy. This revelation further diminished her regard for Shui Song. Not only was he overly persistent, but he was also petty and vindictive. At that moment, at the center of this turmoil, Qin Yan found himself at a loss for words. He truly wished to avoid seeing Shui Song's irritating face again. Yet, the latter seemed as inescapable as a sticky toffee, intent on intruding upon his space. However, noticing that Shui Song was merely standing there, casting a challenging gaze at him without speaking, Qin Yan chose to ignore him, treating him as if he were air, and continued to await his Dan medicines. Before long, a staff member named Lily returned, holding a delicate jade box. With a professional smile, she approached Qin Yan, stating, "Sir, here are the 6 premium Yang Shundan you requested. Please verify." Qin Yan nodded, preparing to reach for the Dan medicines when Shui Song, unable to contain himself any longer, interjected. "Wait." He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Lily and pointing at the jade box in her hands. "This bottle of Dan medicine, coincidentally, I have my eye on as well." Lily paused momentarily, maintaining her smile due to her excellent professional demeanor. "I'm terribly sorry, sir. This bottle of Dan medicine was ordered by this gentleman first. If you also require it, I can promptly fetch another from the storeroom for you." "No." Shui Song waved his hand dismissively, his attitude obstinate. "I want this bottle. I want it now." A look of difficulty crossed Lily's face. "Sir, this does not comply with the regulations of Bai Chao Tang." "Regulations?" Shui Song scoffed, interrupting Lily, slightly raising his chin, exuding an air of superiority as he revealed his trump card. "My uncle is Shui Gang, a 4th-grade alchemist at Bai Chao Tang. Now, do you think I can have this bottle of Dan medicine?" Upon hearing the name Shui Gang, Lily's expression changed instantly, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. Shui Gang was the superior of her immediate superior. Within the confines of Bai Chao Tang, a 4th-tier alchemist is regarded as a mid-level managerial figure, holding a position of considerable esteem. She is certainly not someone who could be easily offended by a mere counter-attendant. Qin Yan observed the sudden turn of events with a furrowed brow. He had not anticipated that his simple intention to purchase a medicinal pill would lead him to encounter such a bully. Shui Song was akin to a rabid dog, seizing any opportunity to bite. He wished to avoid unnecessary complications, yet he was equally unwilling to endure humiliation in silence. Suddenly, he recalled that during his time in Linhai City, Zhou had bestowed upon him a golden card, claiming it granted an 8% discount on purchases at Bai Chao Tang. He pondered whether this card would still afford him any advantage in Modu. With a sense of tentative hope, Qin Yan retrieved the golden card gifted by Zhou and presented it before Lily. He calmly inquired, "May I ask if this card is applicable here?" Lily's attention was drawn to the golden card, and after scrutinizing it closely, a look of surprise returned to her face. She promptly explained with respect, "Sir, this is our Bai Chao Tang golden card. Holders are entitled to an 8% discount on 3rd-tier and lower medicinal pills. Your card is equally valid at the Moda headquarters." Upon finishing her explanation, the bitterness on Lily's face deepened. On one side stood a well-connected patron, and on the other, a customer brandishing a golden card. Both parties appeared formidable, leaving her, a mere attendant, in a most precarious position. "Golden card?" Shui Song scoffed dismissively, producing a golden card of his own from his pocket and flaunting it before Qin Yan. He arrogantly declared, "Humph, it's just a golden card. Who doesn't he have one? Enough dilly-dallying. Hand over that bottle of medicinal pills." Lily glanced at the 2 golden cards and the assertive demeanor of Shui Song, her heart torn with conflict. On one hand lay the company's regulations and her professional integrity, and on the other, the potential threat to her livelihood posed by the superior's relative. Ultimately, her sense of duty and inner sense of justice prevailed. She bit her lip and resolutely shook her head, stating, "I'm sorry, Mr. Shui, but this bottle of medicinal pills was purchased first by this gentleman." According to the rules, I cannot give it to you. Please do not put me in a difficult position. Lily's insistence ignited Shui Song's indignation, as he could not bear to be humiliated by an ordinary employee in front of onlookers. Pointing an accusatory finger at Lily, he threatened, "You, do you dare defy me? Believe it or not, I can have my uncle dismiss you with a single word." The escalating argument finally caught the attention of the counter-manager, Long Tao. A middle-aged man with a somewhat plump physique and a shrewd expression, he hurried over and immediately noticed Shui Song's unsavory demeanor. A fawning smile spread across his face as he approached. "Young Master Shui, what brings you here? Is there a problem?" Shui Song, a frequent patron with an influential uncle who was a fourth-tier alchemist, felt relief wash over him upon seeing Long Tao. He quickly recounted the events that had transpired, embellishing the details to emphasize Qin Yan's unreasonable behavior and Lily's ignorance of the rules. Upon hearing this, Long Tao's expression darkened as he turned his attention to Lily. Without regard for the facts, he launched into a severe reprimand. "Lily, what is wrong with you? Do you not understand that the customer is king? And young Master Shui is a king among kings. It is our honor that he has taken an interest in our medicinal pills. How could you treat him with such disdain? You clearly lack insight. Do you wish to be dismissed?" Lily was taken aback by the sudden tirade, her eyes welling with tears as a wave of injustice surged within her. She had merely acted according to the rules. Why was she being made to feel at fault? After reprimanding Lily, Long Tao snatched the jade box containing the nourishing pill from her hands, presenting it with both hands to Shui Song. He donned a smile and said, "Young Master Shui, please calm down. My subordinate is simply inexperienced. Do not hold it against her. Here is the medicinal pill you requested. Please take it." Shui Song received the jade box with a smug grin, patting Long Tao on the shoulder as he replied, "Well done, Long Tao. You handle matters excellently. I will certainly speak well of you to my uncle." "Ah, I am truly grateful, young Master Shui." Long Tao's smile broadened, as though he could already envision a promotion and a raise. As Shui Song cast a provocative glance at the calm Qin Yan, his tone dripped with disdain and mockery. "How does it feel, kid? Are you feeling indignant? Ha ha ha. I relish seeing you unable to do anything about it. I simply love seeing that look on your face." He waved the jade box in front of Qin Yan, continuing to taunt. "To snatch this pill from you brings me immense satisfaction. How does it feel? Is it hard to accept? Alas, if you had any capability, you would find a fourth-tier alchemist, as your uncle too." Ha ha. Qin Yan had never encountered such a despicable and unreasonable individual before. It was truly a vast world filled with all kinds of characters. However, he understood the principle that circumstances often outweigh individual strength. The opposition clearly had connections within Baikei, and, as a mere student, confronting them head-on would only lead to his own detriment. Suppressing his rising anger, he chose to ignore Shui Song's repulsive expression. "Chapitar 67, Sevard Fengda." Turning to the still-crying Lily, he requested, "Could you please assist me in retrieving 6 superior nourishing pills?" "Of course, sir." Lily wiped her tears and glanced at Qin Yan, preparing to turn back to the storeroom. At that moment, a calm, yet authoritative male voice resonated from the fringes of the crowd. The voice was not loud, yet it reached the ears of every onlooker. There's no need to fetch them. The gathered crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway. A middle-aged man clad in a deep black steward's robe, his demeanor solemn and posture upright, strode forward. His gaze was sharp, emanating an air of authority, and a faint fragrance of herbs surrounded him. It was Steward Fong. Upon noticing the arrival of this figure, Long Tao hastily approached, forcing a smile as he respectfully addressed him. Meanwhile, Shui Song's previous arrogance evaporated in an instant, replaced by profound deference as he bowed and humbly said, "Steward Fong." Before them stood the illustrious Fong De of the Baikei headquarters, a man of real authority and a peak fourth-tier alchemist. His status was far beyond that of Shui Song's uncle, Shui Gang, who was merely at the initial stage of the fourth tier. Even Shui Gang would treat Fong De with utmost respect. Fong De ignored the greetings from Long Tao and Shui Song, striding directly to Qin Yan's side. The stern expression on his face melted away, replaced by a warm smile that exuded a sense of familiarity. He then turned his gaze toward the trembling Long Tao and the stiff Shui Song, his voice suddenly turning frigid. "Steward Fong, I am unworthy of such a title." Long Tao and Shui Song were taken aback by this unexpected reprimand, their bodies shaking in fear. "Steward Fong, what have we done to displease you?" Long Tao stammered, nearly on the verge of kneeling. He could not comprehend what had provoked this formidable figure. Fong disregarded Long Tao's pleas for mercy. Fixing his piercing gaze on Shui Song, his tone was icy as he inquired, "I would like to know what Qin Yan has done to warrant your collective targeting and oppression." He pointed toward Qin Yan, who stood nearby. Upon hearing his name, both Shui Song and Long Tao's expressions shifted dramatically. They had no prior knowledge of the young student's name. However, Deacon Fong was able to call it out effortlessly, his tone imbued with a palpable sense of protection. What does this imply? It suggests that Deacon Fong not only recognized this youth, but also shared a significant bond with him. An intense sense of foreboding surged within both of them, realizing that they had perhaps encountered an insurmountable obstacle. "Deacon Fong, pardon my audacity, but may I inquire about your relationship with this young brother, Qin Yan?" Shui Song, mustering his courage, posed the question. At this moment, he was acutely aware that he might have stumbled into grave trouble. Meanwhile, the mentioned Qin Yan stood bewildered, gazing at the imposing deacon before him, utterly perplexed as to why the latter would intervene on his behalf, especially knowing his name. "Are you questioning me?" Fong's eyes narrowed, a formidable aura pressing down upon Shui Song, momentarily robbing him of breath. "Do you believe you are qualified to pose such a question? You just mentioned your uncle is Shui Gang, correct?" Without waiting for a response, Fong raised his wrist, activated his communicator, and dialed a number. He then stepped aside, whispering a few words into the device. His voice was intentionally muted. All present could see his lips move, but could not discern the content. After a brief moment, he ended the call and stood calmly, his gaze fixed on Shui Song and Long Tao, as if awaiting something. The hall fell into a profound silence, everyone holding their breath, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. In just a minute or two, a figure rushed out from the staff passage, Shui Gang, clad in a dancer robe adorned with a fourth-grade alchemist badge. His face was a portrait of panic, sweat glistening on his forehead. "Uncle, what brings you here?" Shui Song exclaimed upon spotting Shui Gang. The latter glared at him with eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, hissing, "Silence. I will settle matters with you later." He then turned to Fong, forcing a smile more obsequious than Long Tao's. Bowing low and speaking humbly, "Deacon Fong, you summoned me? How may I assist you?" Fong's expression remained impassive as he stated flatly, "Shui Gang, you are dismissed. Effective immediately. You are no longer an alchemist at Baichao Hall." "What?" Shui Gang's face turned ashen, disbelief etched across his features. "Deacon Fong, surely there must be some misunderstanding. I have always been diligent, never committing any grave errors." As a realization struck him, he attempted to regain composure, adding, "Moreover, Deacon Fong, according to company regulations, even you cannot unilaterally dismiss a fourth-grade alchemist. Such a decision requires the consensus of at least 3 deacons or the approval of the Elder Council." "Oh, is that so?" Fong's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "Then you might want to check your communicator for any recent notifications." Shui Gang's heart sank as an ominous premonition surged within him. Trembling, he hastily opened his communicator. Indeed, an urgent message from the Human Resources Department of Baichao Hall awaited him. Shakily, he tapped on the message, revealing the following: Baichao Hall personnel notice to Shui Gang, employee ID, BH0743. Upon investigation, it has been determined that during your tenure, you have condoned your relative, Shui Song, multiple times to leverage your identity within Baichao Hall, causing disturbances and disrupting business operations, resulting in adverse effects. You were aware of this and failed to report it, even harboring him, which constitutes a severe violation of company regulations and employee conduct. Consequently, the Elder Council has resolved to terminate all labor relations with you effective immediately. Your alchemist privileges and all associated benefits are hereby revoked. Please complete your exit procedures within a day. Sincerely, Baichao Hall Human Resources seal. Gazing at the cold dismissal letter, Shui Gang felt darkness enveloping him, nearly fainting. After toiling for most of his life to establish a foothold in Baichao Hall and enjoying a coveted position and resources, everything was now ruined due to his inept nephew. "No, this cannot be. Shui Gang stammered, his face as pale as a sheet, suddenly appearing a decade older. "Umph." Fong scoffed coldly. "Shui Gang, indeed, you have not directly committed a crime. However, your nephew has brazenly misused your name, wreaking havoc in our Baichao Hall. You truly believe the higher-ups were unaware of these transgressions? Previously, They turned a blind eye due to your talents. But this time, your nephew, Shui Song, has provoked someone he should not have. Someone he should not have provoked? Shui Gang's gaze snapped to Qin Yan, who had remained silent beside Fong. Shock filling his eyes. Is it because of this youth? Who exactly is he? At this moment, Qin Yan's heart also surged with conflicting emotions. Someone I should not provoke. Is he referring to me? He pondered, realizing he had no prominent background in Mo Du, with only his connection to Master Xiaohua. Fong disregarded the ashen-faced Shui Gang. Turning his attention to the petrified Long Tao, he pronounced, "And you, Long Tao, as the cabinet head, have failed to distinguish right from wrong, flattering and oppressing employees and customers who adhere to the rules. You're also dismissed." Upon hearing this, Long Tao's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, his complexion ghostly pale. "Deacon Fong, I had no idea of this young man's identity. Had I known, even 100 lives would not have compelled me to provoke him." Fong's expression grew colder. "So, according to you, had Qin Yan lacked any background, it would have been acceptable for you to bully him? Baichao Hall conducts business based on trust and rules, not favoritism. You, a parasite who flatters the powerful and preys on the weak, should vacate Baichao Hall at once." Witnessing this scene, Shui Gang seethed with rage and despair over the loss of his bright future. He abruptly turned, his bloodshot eyes locking onto his nephew, Shui Song. "Shui Song, you incompetent wretch who brings ruin instead of success." With a beastly roar, Shui Gang unleashed his fourth-grade martial artist fury, lunging towards Shui Song. In the face of Shui Song's terrified gaze, he swung his arm with force. A resounding slap echoed throughout the hall. With Shui Gang's anger unleashed, how could Shui Song, a mere first-grade martial artist, withstand it? He was sent soaring like a rag doll, twisting midair before crashing heavily onto the polished floor several meters away, producing a dull thud. His right cheek swelled visibly, skin splitting and blood gushing, revealing stark white bone fragments. "Shui Gangyu." Shui Song attempted to speak, but his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness entirely. Violence and fighting are prohibited within Baichao Hall. Fong observed the scene with a detached demeanor, devoid of emotion. "Given your prior service to the company, I shall not pursue this matter further. However, should there be a next time, I will show no mercy. Take him away." Shui Gang's chest heaved violently, his entire being seething with indignation, but finding no outlet for his fury. In the end, he could only unleash his pent-up fury once more upon Shui Song. He stepped forward and delivered 2 vigorous kicks to the unconscious Shui Song. Then, much like dragging a lifeless dog, he grasped one of Shui Song's arms and, amidst a myriad of bewildered gazes, left the Baichao Hall in a state of disarray. In the Xia Kingdom, there are stringent regulations governing the conduct of martial artists in public spaces. Engaging in brawls, particularly those resulting in severe injury or death, incurs dire consequences. Although Shui Song was despicable, his crimes did not warrant death. Despite his overwhelming anger, Shui Gang dared not take lethal action before the watchful eyes of the crowd, lest he entangle himself in the repercussions. This astonishing turn of events unfolded so swiftly that many spectators had yet to fully comprehend it as Shui Gang dragged Shui Song out the door. Qin Yan observed Fong De, who stood before him, having come to his aid and dealt a severe punishment to the villain. His heart swelled with gratitude, yet he was enveloped in deep confusion. He was certain he did not recognize this imposing steward. He took a step forward, respectfully bowing to Fong De, and sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Steward Fong, for your assistance in extricating me from my predicament." Upon hearing this, Fong Da's icy demeanor thawed instantly, replaced by a genuine, hearty smile. He patted Qin Yan's shoulder, his tone becoming exceedingly amiable. Little junior brother, you are too formal. No need for such titles. Little junior brother." Qin Yan was slightly taken aback, suddenly recalling something. His eyes ignited with incredulity as he exclaimed, "Are you also a student of Master Xiaohua?" "Indeed." Fong Da's smile broadened as he formally introduced himself. "Little junior brother, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Fong De, the 5th disciple under our master's tutelage. You may call me 5th senior brother." Upon hearing Fong Da's confirmation, all of Qin Yan's doubts evaporated in an instant. Now it made sense. No wonder Fong De was so protective of him. No wonder he had said that Shui Song had provoked someone he should not have. All of this stemmed from the connection to Master Xiaohua. A warm current surged within Qin Yan's heart as he solemnly stated, "Qin Yan, I have the honor to meet fifth senior brother." Haha, little junior brother, no need to be so courteous. We are brothers and need not engage in such formalities. Feng da let heartily baiting Qin Yan's shoulder. However, his expression soon darkened, and with a hint of coldness in his tone, he remarked, "That Song truly has some audacity. To dare bully my little junior brother so brazenly on our Baichao Hall's territory. How blind he must be." Noticing the hint of confusion in Qin Yan's gaze, Fonda seemed to recall something and added with a smile, "Oh, by the way, little junior brother, you may not yet be aware, but our teacher, Xiaohua, is not only a mentor at Modawu University, but also one of the directors of Baichao Hall. He holds shares, and his words carry significant weight within Baichao Hall. Master is a director of Baichao Hall." Qin Yan's pupils constricted in astonishment, leaving him momentarily stunned. Although he was aware of Master Xiaohua's esteemed status as a sixth-grade alchemist, he had never imagined that his teacher was also a director of Baichao Hall, a pharmaceutical giant spanning the Xia kingdom. This implied that the wealth and influence possessed by his teacher far exceeded his imagination, likely calculable in the hundreds of millions, even billions. Fongda observed Qin Yan's astonished expression and chuckled, his tone laced with jest. Thus, Song's actions are akin to lighting a lamp in a restroom, inviting disaster. To bully the direct disciple of the boss within our own territory is tantamount to seeking the end of one's life. Meanwhile, the staff member Lily's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing the title of Director Xiaohua. Her mouth agape. Her face expressed utter incredulity. As a mere entry-level employee, she could never have imagined that this seemingly ordinary, simply dressed youth stood behind the legendary alchemist Xiaohua within Baichao Hall. Such a background was not merely impressive. It was terrifying. She felt as though she had narrowly escaped death, relieved that she had adhered to her principles. Lily promptly presented the bottle of high-quality, nourishing pills, originally meant for Qin Yan, with both hands, respectfully offering, "Sir, this is your elixir. Please accept it." Qin Yan, observing the girl who had endured hardship for his sake, smiled gently and accepted the jade bottle, sincerely stating, "Thank you once again." Lily, taken aback by Qin Yan's gratitude and concern, quickly waved her hands, a genuine smile gracing her face. "You are too kind, sir. I merely did what I felt was right." She did not seek recognition, but appeared genuinely humble. Fongda watched this exchange with approval, nodding in acknowledgement. "Your name is Lily, right? You are quite impressive. Not arrogant nor servile, standing firm in your principles. Such employees are precisely what Baichao Hall needs." After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision. "From today onward, you shall be the head cashier of this hall. Work diligently. I have faith in you." "Ah, head cashier?" Lily was initially taken aback, but soon her face lit up with immense joy. It felt like a stroke of luck. However, she quickly composed herself and bowed deeply to Fongda, exclaiming, "Thank you, Steward Fong. Thank you for your promotion." Fongda waved his hand dismissively and, with a knowing smile, remarked, "No need to thank me. Rather, express your gratitude to that undying kindness in your heart and your courage to uphold justice." As he spoke, his gaze subtly shifted towards Qin Yan. Lily, exceptionally perceptive, immediately grasped the underlying truth. She turned to Qin Yan, her eyes brimming with gratitude, and bowed once more. "Thank you as well, Mr. Qin." She understood that her fortunate promotion was profoundly linked to the young man before her. With the matter resolved, Qin Yan retrieved his bank card, ready to pay for the 6 nourishing pills. At that moment, Fongda interjected, "Lily, please make another trip to the storeroom for a bottle of high-quality, nourishing pills. The kind that comes in a 10-pack. "Understood, Steward Fong." Although Lily felt puzzled, she promptly turned to fulfill the request. Before long, she returned with a bottle of high-quality, nourishing pills. Fongda accepted the jade bottle without a glance and directly thrust it into Qin Yan's hands. Wearing an expression that brooked no refusal, "Little junior brother, this bottle of pills shall serve as a welcoming gift from me, your 5th senior brother. You must accept it." "5th senior brother, this is too extravagant." Qin Yan glanced at the bottle of pills valued at 150,000, quickly attempting to decline. 10 academic credits per pill amounted to a staggering 100 credits, a considerable sum for him. Fongda interrupted him, feigning seriousness, "No refusals. This is a tradition and an established custom in our sect. When I first entered, the senior brothers and sisters before me treated me in the same manner. When you eventually have your own junior disciples, you must prepare welcoming gifts for them as well. Let this bond of camaraderie be passed down, understood? His words effectively silenced all of Qin Yan's objections. Gazing at the pills in his hand, and then at Fong Da's sincere, yet playful smile, warmth flooded Qin Yan's heart. He set aside his reservations and solemnly accepted the jade box. Bowing once more to Fong Da, he declared, "In that case I shall gratefully accept. Thank you." Fifth senior brother. That's the spirit. Fong Da laughed heartily, clearly delighted. He patted Qin Yan's shoulder once more. "All right, little junior brother. There are matters at the company that require my attention, so I shall take my leave. Should you encounter any troubles in Modu, whether within Baichao Hall or beyond, do not hesitate to reach out to me." As he turned to leave, he seemed to recall something and retrieved a shimmering card from his pocket, extending it to Qin Yan. "Oh, right, this is for you," Fong Da said, placing the card into Qin Yan's hand. "This is the Diamond VIP card of Baichao Tong. With this card, you can enjoy a 30% discount on any medicinal pills or herbs of grade 6 or below at all Baichao Tong stores. Moreover, this card itself symbolizes a certain status, granting access to numerous privileges at Baichao Tong. For instance, you can prioritize consultations with high-ranking alchemists for tailored elixirs, attend high-end auctions hosted by Baichao Tong for free, and enjoy VIP lounge services. You will receive the highest level of hospitality at all branches, and the benefits are plentiful. You will appreciate them gradually." After this brief introduction, Fong Da did not linger and nodded to Qin Yan before turning and striding away, quickly disappearing into the employee passage. He had just taken on some management responsibilities at the headquarters in Modu, and indeed had much work to familiarize himself with. Qin Yan bowed his head, gently caressing the diamond card in his hand. The series of events today, from being humiliated to having his senior brother provide robust support, and finally receiving this generous gift along with the card symbolizing status and benefits, made him acutely aware of the immense power that comes from influence and background. He could not help but ponder how, had he not fortuitously become a disciple of Master Xiaohua, he might have been left alone to endure the humiliation inflicted by Xue Song. While personal strength is fundamental, connections and background are equally powerful assets. Nevertheless, ultimately, I must seize the moment and strive to become stronger. Qin Yan clenched his fist silently, ringing the alarm in his mind once more. He carefully stored the diamond card and 2 bottles of elixir, calming his emotions before turning to walk towards the entrance of Baichao Tong. Just a few steps outside, 2 familiar figures appeared before him, blocking his path. It was Wenning and Mi Dua, who had been in the car earlier. Wenning's gaze involuntarily fell upon the Yang Shendan in Qin Yan's hand, her beautiful eyes betraying a deep envy she could hardly contain. Chapter 70. Wenning's performance. Everything that had just transpired, she and Mi Dua had observed clearly from a distance. From the conflict's outbreak to the emergence of Steward Fong Da, and then the decisive handling of Xue Gong and Long Tao, culminating in Fong Da personally gifting the elixir and card. All of these reversals centered around the young man named Qin Yan. Initially, when Wenning saw Xue Song confronting Qin Yan, she had no intention of intervening. Though kind-hearted, she was not one to meddle indiscriminately. She was well aware of which matters warranted her involvement and which did not. She surmised that Xue Song would only humiliate Qin Yan a bit and would not dare to act excessively within Baichao Tong. Furthermore, she and Qin Yan were strangers, and Xue Song was, after all, a top 10 genius from Jiaodan Madu, with his uncle Xue Gong being a 4th-grade alchemist, a notable background. Offending Xue Song for a stranger seemed unwise to her. In a world where strength reigns supreme, weakness often constitutes a sin in itself. However, the subsequent developments surpassed her expectations entirely. Not only did Qin Yan possess a Baichao Tong gold card, but he also had Master Xiaohua backing him. The name of this alchemical giant was renowned to her. Due to her own limited resources for cultivation, Wenning paid particular attention to the elixir market and renowned alchemists. Xiaohua was a figure indelibly etched in her memory. This was due to his exceptionally rare title, 6th rank alchemical master. It is essential to note that, in both alchemy and martial arts, only those who reach the 7th rank are typically entitled to be honored as masters. Yet, Xiaohua had earned the universally acknowledged title of master while still at the 6th rank. This was because his alchemical skills were unparalleled, garnering unanimous recognition from his peers. who believed his level had already reached that of a master, only awaiting the breakthrough to the 7th rank in martial arts to fully embody the title of a true alchemical master. Moreover, being relatively young, the likelihood of Xiao Hua breaking through to the 7th rank in the future was exceedingly high. What did this imply? It meant that the young man named Qin Yan before her was supported by a future dual master in both alchemy and martial arts, a figure of unlimited potential. Cultivating a good relationship with such a quality ally would hold significant importance for resource-strapped Wenning. Not to mention, even just leveraging Qin Yan's status could yield discounts on elixirs, insider information, or priority purchasing rights, all of which would alleviate her substantial financial burden. With this in mind, Wenning no longer hesitated. She elegantly tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear and stepped forward, addressing Qin Yan with her ever-gentle and melodious voice, which seemed to carry a soothing magic. Qin Yan, I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused by Xue Song. Her voice possessed a unique, penetrating quality, easing the remnants of irritation within Qin Yan caused by Xue Song. Qin Yan observed the graceful girl before him, who was proactively apologizing, and waved his hand, responding in a calm tone. It's all right, Wenning. Xue Song is Xue Song, and you are you. His actions are not something you should apologize for. He was not one to hold grudges against others for the foolishness of Xue Song. However, Wenning gently shook her head, a perfect blend of remorse and determination gracing her face. Her delicate demeanor made it difficult to refuse any of her requests. No, this matter is ultimately partially my responsibility. If it weren't for me, Xue Song might not have harbored hostility towards you in the first place, nor would he have sought you out later. I cannot feel at ease without personally apologizing to you. As she spoke, she slightly lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes fluttering. A hint of melancholy and self-reproach seemed to envelop her fair cheeks, combined with her gentle demeanor, rendering her utterly endearing. Any normal man witnessing such a scene would likely feel compelled to comfort her. Standing beside them, Midwid's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, her face etched with astonishment. It was the first time she had seen her typically poised and aloof friend exhibit such a vulnerable and captivating side before a boy she had just met. Qin Yan gazed at Wenning's sorrowful expression, filled with sincerity, and felt a tug at his heartstrings. It was his first encounter with such a situation. A woman of exquisite grace, sincerely imploring him to accept her apology, was an experience that made it difficult to harden his heart. All right, I accept your apology. Let us consider this matter settled, and you need not dwell on it any longer. Upon hearing Qin Yan's words, a radiant smile blossomed on Wenning's face, transforming her expression from somber to bright, as if the sun had emerged after a storm, dispelling all gloom. Seizing the moment, she produced her smart bracelet, a hint of shyness in her demeanor as she softly said, Then, Qin Yan, shall we exchange contact information? I truly feel bad about today, and I have some urgent matters that require my immediate departure. Once I have the chance, I would like to invite you to dinner to formally apologize, if that is acceptable. As she spoke, she slightly lowered her head, her slender fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing. The bashful demeanor displayed was enough to accelerate the heartbeat of any boy her age. This indeed marked the first occasion for Wenning to actively seek contact information from stranger. Though her intentions were deliberate, the anxiety within her was genuine. Yet, she reassured herself that acquiring this contact was imperative as it pertained to her future financial prospects and cultivation resources. In her mind, she had unhesitatingly labeled Qin Yan as a Dan master and a valuable connection. After all, how could a direct disciple of Master Xiao Hua not be a Dan master? He was, without doubt, a veritable treasure trove. Qin Yan observed Wenning's flushed cheeks and hopeful gaze. Although he sensed an unusual enthusiasm from her, he did not dwell on it. Her sincerity left him without a plausible reason to decline her request. Of course, he nodded, retrieving his smart wristband, and they swiftly added each other as friends. Upon seeing Qin Yan's name successfully added to her contacts, Wenning felt an immense sigh of relief wash over her, as if a crucial task had been accomplished, allowing her previously taut nerves to relax. Qin Yan, have you finished your tasks? Wenning inquired, putting away her wristband, her tone reverting to its prior naturalness. Indeed, I have procured the medicinal pills and am preparing to return, Qin Yan replied. Splendid. We have just concluded our work as well. Wenning's face lit up with an appropriate joy. Shall we walk together? We are both heading back to the university town. Qin Yan glanced at her, then at me Dua beside them, whose inquisitive eyes were flitting between the two. He nodded, all right. Thus, the trio departed from Bai Cao Tong and hailed a taxi back. However, once in the cab, Wenning unexpectedly fell silent, occasionally stealing glances at Qin Yan from the corner of her eye, refraining from initiating further conversation. She keenly sensed that her earlier eagerness might have been overly assertive, which contradicted the gentle yet somewhat aloof persona she had carefully crafted. She certainly did not wish to project herself as a frivolous girl with ulterior motives, as that could backfire. Some matters required a gradual approach. She could not afford to let her carefully constructed image collapse. Soon, the taxi arrived at a nearby subway station. Upon disembarking, Qin Yan naturally headed towards the subway entrance designated for Ma Duda. Hey, Qin Yan, where are you going? Wenning feigned confusion, calling out to him and pointing towards the entrance leading to the ordinary university town loop. The subway station for the various schools in the university town is over there. Qin Yan halted, turning to explain, no need for that. I am returning to Ma Duda. There's a dedicated line that goes directly to our campus, which is more convenient. At his words, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Wenning's eyes, confirming her final suspicions. Indeed, he was a student of Ma Duda. In truth, she had already suspected as much upon learning that Qin Yan was a disciple of Xiaohua. Her earlier inquiry had merely been a means to further probe and confirm Qin Yan's identity. Watching him stride into the heavily guarded, restricted access passageway from Ma Duda, his figure gradually blending into the crowd, her gaze flickered with contemplation, yet she refrained from uttering more words. Modi Dopiavuda, the premier martial arts academy in Xiagua. With her high school entrance examination results, she was entirely capable of gaining admission. Furthermore, she was confident that even in a realm teeming with prodigies, she would not rank too low. Nonetheless, she ultimately chose to forego applying to Ma Duda in favor of Ma Du Jiaoda. The reasoning was simple. She understood that Ma Duda attracted not only the nation's finest talents, but also, crucially, most of these prodigies were backed by formidable family wealth. And what a Wenning! Her parents were merely ordinary second-rank martial artists, diligently working in the small city of Nanjiang. They had sacrificed everything to support her foundational training in martial arts, managing to secure her entry into a prestigious institution. This was the extent of their capabilities. In an environment as fiercely competitive and nearly ruthless as Ma Duda, where the affluent could readily invest millions or even tens of millions in resources for cultivation, her modest background would not suffice, even to fill the gaps for others. Faced with such a vast divide in resources, no matter how high her innate talent, she was destined to fall behind, unable to ascend to the upper echelons. Hence, it was wiser to settle for Ma Du Jiaoda, where she could leverage her exceptional abilities and diligence to secure a top-3 position in her class, enjoying far superior resources than she would as an ordinary prodigy at Ma Duda. Yet, even in Ma Du Jiaoda, as her training intensified, she found her resources nearly depleted. Now, she felt somewhat overwhelmed and on the verge of exhaustion. This urgency to cultivate a connection with Qin Yan was fundamentally rooted in her quest for potential alliances. It seemed imperative that upon returning, she delved deeper into Qin Yan's background. Wenning mused inwardly, her clear eyes betraying a flicker of shrewdness. For her, adeptly utilizing every available resource was an essential skill for survival in this fiercely competitive martial arts world. The sudden emergence of this well-connected youth undoubtedly warranted her investment of time and effort to understand more. Meanwhile, Qin Yan successfully boarded the dedicated subway back to Ma Duda. The cabin was comfortable, predominantly filled with students and faculty of Ma Duda, creating a serene and orderly atmosphere. He settled into a window seat, reflecting on the day's events at Bai Cao Tong. Half an hour later, the train arrived steadily at Ma Duda station. Following the crowd out of the station, the familiar scent of campus life enveloped him. He wasted no time and headed straight for the dining hall. In the bustling first-floor hall, he ordered several dishes and devoured them with great enthusiasm. The hearty meal invigorated him, dispelling his fatigue. Feeling rejuvenated, Qin Yan took his time returning to his estate, directly ascending to the training room on the 3rd floor. He adjusted his breathing, allowing his mind to calm thoroughly. Then, he retrieved the premium spirit-nourishing pill gifted by his 5th senior brother, Fangda. As he opened the jade bottle, a refreshing medicinal aroma wafted through the air, revitalizing his senses. Without hesitation, he took a pill and placed it in his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, releasing a steady stream of cooling energy that coursed through him, gently nourishing the essence of his spirit. Sensing the clear and persistent coolness in his mind, Qin Yan recognized that the effects of the medicine were beginning to stabilize. He wasted no precious time, immediately rising and moving to the open space in the training room to commence his daily, unwavering marksmanship practice. With a whoosh, the spear in his hands transformed into a flurry of fierce shadows, the sound of piercing air resonating continuously. He immersed himself entirely in the practice of his spear techniques, his blood and energy surging in unison. In this state of intense concentration during his training, he faintly sensed a cool medicinal force in his mind, resonating subtly with his own vitality. The efficiency of absorption seemed to have improved slightly. Sweating profusely, he felt no fatigue. It was not until the night enveloped the earth entirely, with stars twinkling outside the window, that Qin Yan concluded his high-intensity training for the day. He exhaled a long breath, laden with a fiery essence, and slowly lowered his weapon. Chapter 72. Communication. After carefully attuning to his own condition, he discovered that the refreshing sensation in his mind, which had lasted for several hours, had completely dissipated. In its place was a feeling of vitality and clarity, with thoughts remarkably sharp. The medicinal effect had evidently been fully absorbed. With anticipation, Qin Yan summoned the interface to check his status. Mental, 45 Hz. Upon seeing this number, a smile of satisfaction crept onto Qin Yan's face, although he had only increased by 1 Hz. Considering the common rule that the enhancement of mental power becomes more challenging over time, this result was quite commendable. Following this trend, he pondered what level his mental power could reach after consuming all the remaining nourishing pills. He was filled with curiosity about what transformations would occur when the condition behind alchemy, mental power reaching 50 Hz to unlock, was met. As time passed, the following 7 days saw Qin Yan's life settle into an extremely regimented, almost monotonous routine. Every day, he devoted the majority of his time to honing the Jiuzhuan Jin Shinju and his marksmanship unwaveringly. Simultaneously, he consumed a high-grade, nourishing pill each day. However, the increase in mental power was indeed, as he had anticipated, progressively more arduous. After fully absorbing the effect of the nourishing pill for that day, he promptly checked his panel status. Mental, 48 Hz. Observing this number, Qin Yan sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in his tone. This mental power is truly difficult to enhance. Initially, upon consuming a high-grade nourishing pill, his mental power surged directly from 42 Hz to 44 Hz, a substantial increase of 2 Hz. Yet, the subsequent consumption of another pill only raised it from 44 Hz to 45 Hz. As his mental power grew, the efficacy of the pills seemed to diminish. From 45 Hz to 46 Hz, he consumed one. From 46 Hz to 47 Hz, another. And from 47 Hz to 48 Hz, he expended 2 pills. This meant that after reaching 48 Hz, he had ingested 3 nourishing pills in succession, yet his mental power did not rise by even 1 Hz. As if he had encountered an invisible bottleneck, it appeared that his body had begun to develop a certain resistance to the nourishing pills. Or perhaps, the closer he approached a certain threshold, the greater the accumulation required. Qin Yan analyzed the reasons, clearly sensing that after a series of high-intensity doses, he occasionally experienced subtle, yet undeniable pangs of discomfort deep within his head. The usage instructions for the nourishing pills clearly stated a recommendation. Do not exceed 3 pills per week, as it may lead to unstable mental power. However, in his haste to elevate his mental power to 50 Hz and unlock the enticing, first-rank alchemist profession, Qin Yan did not strictly adhere to this suggestion. He opted for 1 pill per day. This frequency of consumption was indeed audacious. Nevertheless, this risk was not without justification. He had specifically consulted his mentor, Xiaohua. Xiaohua's response was that, theoretically, one could consume nourishing pills continuously over the long term, although it would indeed render mental power somewhat unstable and less refined in the short term, if one refrained from consumption for 1.5 to 2 months afterward, allowing the mental power to naturally settle and consolidate. This state of instability would gradually dissipate, and mental power would slowly solidify again. However, Mentor Xiao Hua had sternly warned him. This method of prolonged, continuous consumption should not exceed 15 days. Otherwise, the impact of the medicinal force on the mind would sharply increase, potentially causing irreparable mental damage, such as the emergence of fine cracks in mental clarity or perceptual disarray. At that point, it would truly be troublesome, requiring immense cost and time to repair. Overall, adhering to the dosage frequency recommended on the pill's instructions, while slow, was the safest and most cost-effective method. Yet, I cannot afford to wait that long. As long as my mental power can reach 50 hertz and unlock the alchemist profession, then even if I refrain from consuming any pills to enhance my mental power for a month and a half, or even 2 months, what does that matter? It would be entirely worthwhile. Qin Yan's gaze hardened. At this moment, driven by the keen intuition of a martial artist regarding his own state, along with the accumulated experience from several days of consuming nourishing pills, he felt a powerful premonition rising within him. If he consumed one more nourishing pill, the final burst of medicinal force would undoubtedly enable his mental power to break through the current stagnation and leap to 49 hertz. He walked to a corner of the training room, picked up a towel, and wiped the sweat from his face and neck. The cold towel against his skin brought a refreshing sensation. Just then, his intelligent wristband emitted a notification sound, and the screen lit up, abruptly displaying a message. Without needing to lower his head to examine it closely, Qin Yan could guess it was most likely Wen Ning. Over the past few days, this student from Modu Jiaoda had been quite persistent, sending messages every few days. Initially, she contacted him during the day, but since Qin Yan needed to focus on training to accumulate precious skill points, he typically chose to ignore or give brief replies. Eventually, Wen Ning seemed to have figured out his routine, realizing that evening was when he was relatively free and might be willing to engage in conversation. Thus, her communication requests transformed into punctual nightly check-ins. Xiao Shu connect. Qin Yan spoke into the air. Understood, Master. Xiao Shu's clear and standard electronic female voice responded. In the next moment, a pale, blue beam of light projected from the wristband, and Wen Ning's lifelike half-body holographic projection appeared before him. Simultaneously, in a delicate student villa within the Modu Jiaoda campus, Wen Ning gazed at the holographic projection of Qin Yan, who had just finished training, still clad in a form-fitting workout outfit soaked with sweat. The inadvertently exposed contours of his muscular shoulders and chest made her fair cheeks blush slightly, and her heart inexplicably raced. She instinctively averted her gaze but quickly returned her focus, maintaining a natural tone as she spoke. Qin Yan, you look like you've just finished training? Wen Ning's voice resonated through the projection, still soft and melodious, as if imbued with a peculiar charm that could soothe the heart. Over these past few days, she had not been idle. Utilizing her limited connections and resources, she had gathered some fundamental information about Qin Yan. Although the available data was limited, each piece astonished her. 3 stages of marksmanship. This was undoubtedly exceptional among his peers, enough to demonstrate his talent in martial arts. Chapter 73. The Proud Daughter of Heaven. Unyielding, a direct disciple of Xiaohua. This further confirmed her suspicions about his astonishing background and potential in the field of alchemy. Ranked 10th among first-year students at Modu Wu University. This ranking was of great significance, indicating that he was not only a genius in alchemy, but also no less capable in martial combat. While she admired the 3 stages of marksmanship, she did not feel excessively envious, for Wen Ning herself was also a remarkable talent, possessing her own pride and confidence in her martial arts training. However, the 10th ranking at Modu Wu University, it indeed stirred her heart slightly. As one of the 2 premier martial arts academies in Xiagua, Modu Wuda boasts a fiercely competitive environment akin to a hellish battleground. To stand out among thousands of talented newcomers and secure the 10th position is an impressive feat. If this prowess were to be demonstrated at Modu Jiaoda, it would likely propel one into the top 5, perhaps even the top 3. This suggests that the individual before her, Qin Yan, possesses martial potential and practical abilities that may well rival her own. However, one thing left Wen Ning perplexed. Why would someone with such remarkable talent in marksmanship and martial arts rankings choose not to apprentice under a renowned master in the field, but instead seek the tutelage of the alchemy master? Xiaohua. This seemed illogical to her. Was it a matter of personal interest, or was there a deeper significance? This question occupied her thoughts for quite some time without yielding a definitive answer. Nevertheless, these uncertainties were of little consequence for the moment. The priority lay in establishing and maintaining a favorable relationship with Qin Yan. In her view, befriending a future alchemist with a profound background and immense potential was undoubtedly a sound investment. After all, her financial situation was precarious, and Qin Yan could very well serve as a shortcut to acquiring high-quality, affordable elixirs. Across the projection, upon hearing Wen Ning's gentle voice, Qin Yan felt the mental discomfort caused by excessive consumption of elixirs ease slightly. "I just finished training," he chuckled lightly. They exchanged casual updates, and the atmosphere remained relaxed and harmonious. Suddenly, a hint of hesitation surfaced on Wen Ning's face. She gently pressed her lips together, lowering her voice further, infused with a barely perceptible nervousness, and said, "Qin Yan, there's something I think I should honestly disclose to you. After returning, I privately conducted a slight inquiry into your identity." She raised her eyes, cautiously observing Qin Yan's expression, her tone laced with apology and unease. "You won't be angry with me, will you?" Qin Yan's face revealed a momentary flicker of astonishment. An investigation into him, a sense of alertness surged within him. He could not comprehend Wen Ning's motive behind this action. Was it mere curiosity or something more? They had only met twice. However, he did not betray much emotion, merely responding in a more subdued tone. "Oh, you investigated me? Why?" Wen Ning hastily clarified, her eyes reflecting sincerity. "Please don't misunderstand. I became very curious upon learning that you were a student at Modawuda, so I couldn't help but ask a friend to gather a bit of information." She paused, her voice softening. "I understand this might be considered impolite, but I truly mean no harm. Can you forgive me?" Seeing Wen Ning's apologetic demeanor and her candid attitude, a trace of Qin Yan's displeasure dissipated. He pondered for a moment before replying, "It's all right. Since you could candidly inform me of this, it at least indicates you harbor no direct hostility towards me. I will not hold it against you." He paused, half-jokingly adding, "But I'm a bit curious. What exactly did you uncover? You didn't reveal all my secrets, did you?" Noticing that Qin Yan was not genuinely angry, Wen Ning seemed to relax, a bright smile returning to her face. With a hint of admiration in her tone, she replied, "Not at all. I merely took a sneaky look at your general situation, and you certainly surprised me. I didn't expect you to be a disciple of Master Xiaohua and the 10th freshman at Modawuda. That's truly impressive. I've heard the competition at Modawuda is incredibly fierce, and to rank 10th, your capabilities must be extraordinary." Her praises resonated with genuine warmth. Combined with her gentle and captivating demeanor, they were difficult to disregard. Qin Yan simply smiled noncommittally, refraining from further comment while secretly keeping a watchful eye on the seemingly gentle and harmless Wen Ning. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often conceal ulterior motives. A girl of striking beauty and exceptional talent approaching him so proactively, even going so far as to investigate him. Was it solely driven by curiosity and admiration? He could not help but consider whether there were other motives at play. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they concluded the communication. As Wen Ning's projection dissipated into the air, Qin Yan exhaled softly. He walked to the washroom, splashed cold water on his face, and, after a brief refreshment, lay down on his bed to rest. Meanwhile, in a villa at Modu Jiaoda, Wen Ning gazed at the fading projection of Qin Yan, the light dimming. She raised her hand to touch her slightly flushed cheek, her complexion deepening in color. Reflecting on her earlier, almost sycophantic compliments, she felt a twinge of awkwardness and embarrassment. Throughout high school, she had always been the center of attention, the envy of many, a paragon of excellence. It had always been others who sought to please and praise her. She had never been so proactive in complimenting someone else. Even at the talent-rich Modu Jiaoda, she had leveraged the initial credits provided by the school and her solid foundation to easily defeat the third-ranked student in the recent monthly examination, thereby securing the third position. Were it not for prudence, she might have even considered challenging for the top spot. That battle had once again elevated her to the status of a goddess in the eyes of countless Jiaoda students, showered with flowers, applause, and admiration. Yet, she was acutely aware that those hailing from martial arts families with deep connections often gazed at her not only with admiration, but also with a hint of subtle derision. They understood that in this era where resources reigned supreme, A genius lacking familial support and relying solely on school resources and personal effort might shine brightly for a time. But as the gap in resources widened, they could easily fade into obscurity. No, I shall not allow such a fate to befall me. Wen Ning clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly embedding into her palms. Chapter 74. The drowsy Qin Yan. She silently encouraged herself. I, Wen Ning, will seize every opportunity through my diligence and intellect to become a true powerhouse. I will not be a fleeting spark. Just then, her smart wristband on the table lit up unexpectedly, emitting a buzzing vibration. She looked down and, upon seeing the caller ID, her elegant brows furrowed tightly, her face revealing unmistakable disdain and resistance. The screen clearly displayed the name, Zhao Daoshi. She stared at the name for over 10 seconds, her expression rife with reluctance. Ultimately, she took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. Once the communication was connected, a somewhat deep voice imbued with a specific tone emanated from the wristband. For the next 6 days, Qin Yan appeared to descend into an almost obsessive state. He ignored the escalating pain and drowsiness in his mind, steadfastly continuing to consume a premium, nourishing elixir daily, attempting to force his way through the final mental barrier. The consequences of such a near-manic behavior were evident. His complexion grew paler by the day, his once bright eyes now dulled. Dark circles formed beneath his eyes, and as he walked, his steps became somewhat unsteady, exuding an air of pathological weakness. His mind was nearly perpetually shrouded in a haze of drowsiness. Enveloped in a thick shroud of fog, his thoughts became remarkably sluggish, and his reactions to the external world dulled considerably. In class, sunlight streamed through the window onto the desk, yet could not dispel the gloom and fatigue etched upon Qin Yan's brow. He forced himself to sit upright, striving to comprehend the knowledge imparted by the instructor at the podium. However, those concepts that should have been clear now felt as if they were obscured by a wall, unable to penetrate his mind. His eyelids were so heavy that they threatened to droop, sustained only by sheer willpower. Beside him, Lu Yu had already noticed his peculiar state. Observing his pallid complexion and precarious demeanor, her expressive eyes brimmed with concern. "Junior brother, are you all right? You look dreadful," Lu Yu whispered urgently. "I'm fine," Qin Yan replied weakly, his voice barely escaping his throat. He managed a strained smile, which only accentuated his pallor. He had not anticipated that the side effects of excessively consuming the Yangshan Dan would be so severe and swift. At that moment, his head felt as if it were filled with lead, incessantly pricked by needles, buzzing with discomfort. Pain and lethargy intertwined, rendering effective thought nearly impossible. His sole desire was to return to his dormitory, collapse onto his bed, and succumb to slumber. "Is this what you call fine?" Lu Yu, both anxious and frustrated, leaned closer to Qin Yan, nearly brushing her lips against his ear, speaking in a whisper intended only for him. "Junior brother, stop pretending. The teacher has informed me. Are you still taking the Yangshan Dan continuously? You need to stop. Your mental state is teetering on the brink of collapse. Continuing down this path will lead to significant problems." She had learned from their mentor, Xiao Hua, about Qin Yan's excessive consumption of the Yangshan Dan. Like Xiao Hua, she was filled with great confusion. Logically, given Qin Yan's previously demonstrated extraordinary insight and learning ability, his spiritual talent was undoubtedly exceptional. He should not have required the fundamental Yangshan Dan to enhance his capabilities. For geniuses of their caliber, the effects of a Yangshan Dan were negligible. Yet at this moment, Qin Yan's appearance was unmistakably that of someone whose spiritual essence had been compromised due to overconsumption of the Dan. This left her perplexed and deeply worried. Moreover, she had been exceedingly cautious, lowering her voice to avoid drawing the attention of other students around them. If it were to become known that Qin Yan, a disciple of Xiao Hua and ranked 10th in the monthly exam, had suffered mental impairment due to excessive use of medicinal pills, it would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule at the entire Modu Wuda. She could not allow her junior brother to be mocked. Qin Yan felt a warm breath accompanied by Lu Yu's anxious voice brushing against his ear, sending a slight tickling sensation through him. Instinctively, he lifted his head slightly, and his ear grazed the soft, warm lips of Lu Yu in a fleeting moment. However, his mind was as muddled as thick paste, heavy and aching. He had no capacity to savor this brief, intimate touch, nor did he even realize the slightly familiar nature of the encounter. Senior sister, I recognize my mistake. Qin Yan murmured, shaking his heavy head, his voice hoarse with fatigue. Rest assured, I will not take it again during this period. Junior brother, you. Lu Yu was taken aback by the unintentional touch, her cheeks flushing crimson like a ripe apple, even her ears turning pink. She instinctively pointed at Qin Yan, stammering, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Yet upon seeing his confused and frail demeanor, she swallowed her words. What is wrong with me? Qin Yan questioned, utterly bewildered, completely unaware of his earlier indiscretion. And nothing. Lu Yu quickly withdrew her hand, attempting to regain her composure, but the blush on her face was slow to fade. Just take care of yourself. Be sure to rest well. With that, Lu Yu fell silent. Soon after, the class bell rang. Lu Yu gave Qin Yan a forceful pat on the back, then seized the quiet and engrossed Xiao Wangshu beside her, nearly fleeing the classroom. Xiao Wangshu, being pulled along, cast a cool glance between Lu Yu's flushed profile and the bewildered, listless Qin Yan, a faint smile gracing her lips. It seems I have inadvertently stumbled upon an amusing spectacle. However, her cold disposition did not lend itself to excessive chatter. She simply tucked this little episode away in her mind without voicing any teasing remarks, allowing Lu Yu to lead her away. Qin Yan stared in confusion at Lu Yu's hasty departure, utterly perplexed by her sudden anger. He shook his heavy head, struggling to clarify his thoughts, but only felt increasingly dizzy. Resolving to think no more, he struggled to stand and staggered out of the classroom. Meanwhile, the other students in Class 1, particularly those ranked higher and aspiring to the top 10, keenly observed Qin Yan's recent decline and his current unsteady gait. Many of them glimmered with determination, their minds racing with possibilities. Chapter 75, finally 50 Hertz. The reason is simple. Today is August 29th. Tomorrow marks the next monthly examination. Everyone has witnessed Qin Yan's performance over the past month. His cultivation seems to have stagnated, remaining at the third stage of skin refining for a full month without any progress. Coupled with his current state of mental collapse, it appears that his rank of 10th in the class is no longer secure. A shared thought arose in many minds. This signifies that a top 10 position is about to become vacant. For them, this is an exceptional opportunity. In the corner of the classroom, the recently recovered Jin Gang glared at Qin Yan's faltering figure with eyes filled with resentment. During the last monthly exam, he had been publicly defeated by Qin Yan, suffering a shattered hand and serious injuries, languishing in bed for half a month before barely recovering. The humiliation and pain remained etched in his memory. Qin Yan, the humiliation and pain you inflicted on me, I shall make you repay doubly tomorrow. Jin Gang clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from strain. Despite being sidelined for half a month due to his injuries, he had managed, with the full support of his family's resources, to complete the 6th stage of skin refinement in the remaining time. He acknowledged that he had fallen further behind the likes of Xiao Wangshu and Sun Kong, those monstrous top-tier geniuses. Yet, when it came to confronting the presently weakened and stagnant Qin Yan, he held absolute confidence. I cannot let my family down any longer. Otherwise, my cultivation resources will be drastically reduced. A sense of urgency surged within Jin Gang. His family did not have only him as a direct descendant of talent. Internal competition was equally fierce. The reward of credits from securing 10th place did not particularly impress him, given that his family invested over 1 million Huaxia coins in him each month. However, the title of top 10 at Mo Du Wudo itself represented a certain potential and privilege. It was also one of the crucial metrics by which the family assessed the worth of its offspring. The family's rigid expectation was that he must maintain a top 10 ranking. Should he fail again and fall out of the top 10, the family would deem him to possess limited potential, thus stripping him of most of his resources in favor of other, more outstanding family members. I absolutely cannot fail in tomorrow's monthly exam. After leaving the teaching building, Qin Yan wandered toward the cafeteria in a daze. On ordinary days, the aroma of free food would waft enticingly, allowing him to indulge with great delight. Yet at this moment, the scent felt utterly bland, even provoking a slight sense of nausea. The profound discomfort of his spirit had begun to impinge upon his most fundamental physiological sensations. He forced himself to take a few bites, but soon found it impossible to swallow, ultimately setting down his utensils. Dragging his weary body, he trudged back to his estate. Upon returning to his room, Qin Yan leaned against the cold wall and slid down to the floor. Once again, he summoned his attribute panel. Spirit, 49 hertz, gazing at this number. A bitter smile involuntarily crept onto Qin Yan's lips, his heart brimming with helplessness. Remarkably, 4 spirit-nourishing pills had failed to elevate his spirit even by a single hertz. He felt an overwhelming sense of impotence. 5 days prior, his spiritual power had already reached 49 hertz. Since then, he had consumed 4 additional spirit-nourishing pills. But the results seemed to sink into oblivion. His spiritual power remained stagnant, trapped in this awkward figure. Moreover, he had reduced himself to this pitiable state. Was it truly time to concede defeat? Qin Yan was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. He calculated the days. Today marked the 14th since he began taking the pills. The warning from Mentor Xiao Hua echoed in his ears. Do not exceed 15 days of continuous usage. He was teetering on the edge of his limits. One final attempt. A strong resolve propelled him to make a decision. If this dose proved ineffective, he must cease immediately. Otherwise, his spiritual power could incur permanent damage, leading to irreparable losses. Trembling, he retrieved a spirit-nourishing pill and swallowed it with a tilt of his head. This time, he refrained from immediately diving into training to catalyze the medicinal effects. He sensed his body and spirit had reached a critical threshold. Forcing himself to train further might indeed lead to a collapse. Now was the time for a balance between work and rest, he murmured to himself. Moving toward the large bed, he flung himself into the soft embrace of the mattress. Almost instantly, he succumbed to a deep slumber. He desperately needed restorative sleep to recover from his excessive mental strain. It was unclear how long he slept. When he regained a semblance of consciousness, the night had deepened outside. Slowly, he opened his heavy eyelids, gauging the condition of his mind. The sharp, needle-like pain seemed to have diminished, albeit slightly. However, the lingering drowsiness and lethargy remained potent, as if his brain were enveloped in a thick layer of cotton. Alas, the effects of this sleep felt less pronounced than a simple conversation with Wen Ning, Qin Yan mused. Recently, he had conversed with Wen Ning multiple times and noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Each time they spoke, her voice, gentle and melodic, seemed to possess a unique cadence that could somewhat soothe his mental anguish and irritability. Though the effect was exceedingly subtle, it was undeniably present. If it weren't for his severely impaired spiritual power, he might not have noticed at all. Could it be that Wen Ning was the prodigy his teacher spoke of, possessing innate spiritual power between 90 and 100 hertz? This astonishing conjecture bubbled up within Qin Yan. According to Mentor Xiaohua, such innate talents often come with astonishing inherent abilities. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. No, if she truly were of that caliber, the effects would not be so faint. Perhaps her voice simply possessed a distinctive quality? Nevertheless, Qin Yan committed to memory the fact that Wen Ning seemed to possess a unique calming ability. In any case, this ability was indeed extraordinary and worthy of attention. It might prove unexpectedly beneficial in certain situations in the future. He could not afford to delve deeper into these thoughts. As the more he pondered, the sharper the pain in his head became. Qin Yan forced himself to halt his musings and summoned the attribute panel once more. When his gaze fell upon the spirit attribute, his weary eyes widened in disbelief at the number displayed. Spirit, 50 hertz. 50 hertz. At last, he had reached 50 hertz. An uncontrollable surge of excitement washed over him, momentarily obliterating his fatigue, nearly propelling him from the bed. The trials, the risks, even the brink of mental collapse. All his efforts seemed to bear fruit in this moment. Chapter 76, Sun Kong. I'm back in action. However, the immense emotional surge immediately triggered a backlash. Darkness enveloped him, and he nearly fainted. No, he must not become overly excited. In his current state, he couldn't even engage in normal thought, let alone absorb new knowledge. Qin Yan compelled himself to regain composure. He had initially intended to immediately expend his accumulated skill points to embark on the path of an alchemist. But at this moment, he had to suppress this impulse. He feared that in such a fragile mental state, forcibly absorbing a wealth of alchemical knowledge would lead to a complete mental breakdown. Then he considered the upcoming monthly exam. In his current condition, even standing on the arena would be a challenge, let alone engaging in combat. There was no way he could secure the 10th place this time. He was acutely aware of his limitations. Even if he were in peak condition, Having made no progress in a month, facing classmates who might have surged ahead would not guarantee victory. It was best to prioritize restoring his spirit and pursuing the alchemical path. He would forfeit this month's exam. Resolute, he addressed his intelligent wristband. Xiao Shu, please submit a leave of absence request to the academic office for the monthly exam. State that I am unwell and require rest. Received, Master. Submitting your request now. Xiao Shu's cool electronic voice responded. The request has been successfully submitted and is awaiting approval from the academic office. With that, a weight seemed to lift from Qin Yan's heart. He settled back down, closed his eyes, and ceased to dwell on alchemy or the exam. His sole focus now was to rest well. He regulated his breathing, striving to clear his mind, allowing exhaustion to draw him into a deeper slumber. Outside, the moonlight poured like water, and all was silent. A night without further incident. The following day, as the morning light bathed the campus of Mo Duwuda, Qin Yan remained deeply asleep in his estate's bedroom, entirely unaware of the growing fervor of the atmosphere in the martial arts arena. In the #1 arena, voices buzzed with excitement. The monthly exam of the new month had arrived as scheduled, and the atmosphere was more intense than the last. When Mentor Lin Jian announced from the high platform that Qin Yan, the master of the 10th arena, had forfeited his qualification for this month's challenge, an uproar and speculation erupted from the crowd. Qin Yan forfeited? It was rumored that his condition had been abysmal this month, with no progress in his cultivation. He probably knew he couldn't retain the 10th place, so he chose not to show up. What a pity. His previous victory over Jin Gang had been quite stunning. Just a fleeting moment, it seems he has run out of steam. Qin Yan's absence instantly sent ripples through the crowd, particularly as the throne of the 10th place hung vacant, becoming the focal point for many newcomers who believed in their enhanced strength and aimed to challenge the rankings. In an instant, the 10th arena became the hottest focus of the entire event, with challengers flooding in. Blades clashed, blood surged, and the sounds of shouts and weapon impacts filled the air. After a fierce and brutal melee, it was ultimately Jin Gang, who had returned from injury, that emerged victorious. With the enhanced foundation from his 6 skin tempering and a fierce desire for revenge, he carved a bloody path through his competitors. Reclaiming the 10th place he had once lost, standing on the arena, he clenched his fists, feeling the envious and wary gazes directed at him from all around. Yet within his heart, there resided not an abundance of joy, but rather a heavy sense of melancholy, as if the rightful ownership had been restored. His gaze swept towards the direction of Qin Yan Zhuangyun, a fleeting glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Qin Yan, consider yourself fortunate this time. Next time, I shall certainly trample you beneath my feet. Meanwhile, Sun Kong, who had originally ranked 4th, found himself facing a multitude of challengers. The reason was simple. During the last monthly examination, he had suffered severe injuries and had fallen into a coma. According to the rules, should anyone defeat him this time, they would be awarded double the credits for 4th place. This was undoubtedly a tremendous temptation. However, all those who dared to challenge Sun Kong ultimately returned defeated, some even suffering devastating losses. On the arena, Sun Kong had undergone a remarkable transformation compared to a month ago. His energy brimming, a faint layer of solid yellow luminescence enveloped his exposed skin, akin to being clad in a resilient rocky armor, a hallmark of his mastery in the body, tempering martial arts. Previously, he had succumbed to the effects of Lu Yuyu's perfected body tempering techniques. This past month had seen him engage in relentless training, finally achieving this formidable realm. Clang! Zhao Qingyun, ranked 5th, thrust his spear like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, producing a sharp sound as it pierced into Sun Kong's chest. However, that layer of yellow luminescence merely rippled slightly, creating a circle of undulations, effortlessly blocking the fierce strike without leaving a mark. Now it is my turn. Sun Kong grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth, and swept his long staff horizontally. With an unmatched force akin to Mount Tide descending, he delivered a heavy blow to Zhao Qingyun's waist. Tu! Zhao Qingyun was struck with such force that he was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood mid-air. He landed heavily at the edge of the arena, struggling to rise, clearly suffering from significant internal injuries. Observing Zhao Qingyun's dire state, Sun Kong could not help but feel a surge of satisfaction, as if a pent-up frustration had been expelled. Last time, I was similarly hurled away by Lu Yuyu. Now, I have become the one who crushes others. With this thought, his fervent gaze turned towards the 3rd arena. where the petite figure of Lu Yuyu, wielding a colossal hammer, stood. Now that I have tempered my skin 7 times, my body-tempering martial arts have also reached perfection, although my previous injuries delayed my progress. Could Lu Yuyu truly have advanced so dramatically in just 1 month? A strong desire to challenge her surged within Sun Kong. Should I take the plunge and seek to avenge my past humiliation? Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Kong grasped his long staff and strode confidently onto the 3rd arena. Lu Yuyu, upon seeing Sun Kong ascend her platform, initially paused in surprise, then seemed to comprehend something. A hint of playful mockery graced her lips, and without further ado, she gently set down her massive hammer. As the hammerhead connected with the arena floor, a dull thud resonated. The referee, witnessing both parties ready, promptly announced, "The match begins." Boom! Almost instantaneously, both combatants sprang into action. Sun Kong's long staff moved with the swiftness of the wind, casting a myriad of shadows as it whistled towards Lu Yuyu. Conversely, Lu Yuyu swung her disproportionately large hammer with ferocity, defiantly meeting the onslaught. Clang! 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 The sound of hammer meeting staff echoed continuously. Sun Kong's mastery of the unmoving rock technique granted him astonishing defense, allowing him to withstand Lu Yuyu's heavy strikes, while his long staff sought opportunities for counterattacks at unpredictable angles. Chapter 77, Key Class. Lu Yuyu wielded her hammer with grace, adeptly neutralizing Sun Kong's assaults with clever maneuvers. For a time, the two appeared evenly matched, captivating the audience who watched in rapt attention, exhilarated by the fierce contest. The battle raged on for approximately 15 minutes, and both fighters seemed to realize that conventional tactics would not yield a swift victory. As if in unison, they took a step back, their energies surging violently, clearly preparing to unleash their ultimate techniques. "Receive this blow, Thousand June staff," Sun Kong bellowed, as his long staff became enveloped in a faint yellow glow, transforming into a towering pillar of might that descended upon Lu Yuyu. The air quivered under the weight of this cataclysmic strike. Yet, in the face of this earth-shattering blow, Lu Yuyu's large, spirited eyes reflected no hint of panic. Instead, a glint of cunning sparkled within them. She gripped the hammer tightly, her petite form sinking slightly. Suddenly, a faint crimson glow ignited upon the hammer. 6 style of chaotic winds. With a commanding shout, she advanced rather than retreating, spinning like a top. Channeling all her strength into the colossal hammer, she boldly met the descending pillar. Bang! The collision produced an extraordinarily deep sound. The resulting shockwave sent tremors through the entire arena. In Sun Kong's incredulous gaze, the full force of his strike, aimed at what appeared to be a diminutive hammer, met with the immovable might of an ancient mountain. Under the overwhelming shockwave, his strength crumbled and shattered. Immediately thereafter, an immense force, far beyond his expectations, surged back through the staff. Thoof! Sun Kong felt as though his entire being had been shaken to its core. He could not help but spew forth a mouthful of blood as he once again traced a desperate arc through the air, crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. His long staff clattered to the ground beside him. Struggling to lift his head, he fixed his gaze on Lu Yuyu, who stood at the center of the arena. Her breath steady and her appearance remarkably composed, even her hairstyle unruffled. Filled with astonishment and resentment, he exclaimed, You have tempered your skin 8 times? Lu Yuyu planted her hammer firmly on the ground with a thud, clapped her small hands, and, with a cheerful smile, readily admitted, You guessed it. Then why? Why didn't you use your full strength to crush me right from the start? Sun Kong felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. The opponent, clearly possessing superior strength, had toyed with him for so long, it felt like mockery. Lu Yu blinked her sparkling eyes innocently, and with a pure, untainted smile, replied, There's no particular reason. I just thought it was quite enjoyable. You despicable. Sun Kong was so enraged that he nearly spat blood again. Lu Yu shrugged innocently. Just then, the referee approached to check Sun Kong's condition and announced loudly, Challenge failed. Lu Yu successfully defended her title. Sun Kong, dejected and covered in dust, descended from the arena. He felt as though all eyes were upon him, mocking his defeat, deepening his resentment towards Lu Yu. A quarter of an hour later, no one else dared to challenge, marking the official conclusion of this monthly examination. Comparing the rankings to the previous month, aside from the 10th place, which had shifted from Qin Yan to Jin Gang, the top 9 positions remained unchanged, solidifying the elite tier's dominance. Mentor Lin Jian reappeared, his gaze sweeping over the new students below, each displaying a myriad of expressions. His voice resonated throughout the venue. Excellent. I have witnessed the efforts and progress you all made over the past month. It is commendable. He then shifted his tone, announcing a significant piece of news. I will now declare 2 matters. First, starting next month, the credit rewards for the top 10 rankings will be doubled. The audience fell into a profound silence. After all, most of the students present had already recognized that, with their current abilities, entering the top 10 was beyond their reach. These resources held little relevance for them. Lin Jian continued. Second, in preparation for the critically important academic exchange competition at the end of the year, the school has decided to officially establish a key class after the next monthly examination. The members of the key class will tentatively consist of the top 30 students from the next monthly examination rankings. The school will allocate additional resources for the key class, implementing stricter training, aiming to cultivate the most elite combatants to represent our Moda Wuda and reclaim the glory that rightfully belongs to us. This news, akin to a bomb cast into deep waters, stirred a greater commotion. Has the key class been established so swiftly? Do you understand the implications? Last year, our Mo Du Wu suffered a dismal defeat to Jing Du Wu Da in the exchange competition, losing face and becoming the subject of ridicule for being a name without substance. This year, the school is determined to rectify that embarrassment. I must secure a place among the top 30 of the key class. The new students below murmured among themselves, their eyes ignited with a stronger fighting spirit. Everyone understood that entering the key class meant better guidance, superior resources, and a faster pace of growth. After announcing the news, Lin Jian ceased further commentary, his figure flickering and disappearing from the training ground. Meanwhile, everything that transpired on the training ground, along with these 2 significant announcements, remained unrelated to Qin Yan, who was still recuperating in the manor. Qin Yan slept until the sun was high in the sky, awakened only by the pangs of hunger in his belly. Struggling to rise, he found his head still heavy, yet it was a marked improvement from the near-collapse feeling of the previous day. He staggered to the cafeteria and managed to eat a little before retreating to his room to continue his endeavor of recuperation. It was not until the afternoon that Qin Yan felt a semblance of vitality returning, sufficient to engage in some simple activities. He made his way to the 3rd-floor training room, where he began to weekly practice the most fundamental gun techniques. The previous day, he had refrained from training, as both his body and spirit had reached their limits. However, today, sensing a slight improvement in his condition, he refused to be complacent. The path of martial arts is akin to rowing upstream. One either advances or regresses, perhaps due to abstaining from the use of the spirit-restoring pill today. He could indeed feel the heaviness and sharpness in his head diminishing ever so slightly. As night fell, after 4 hours of slow practice with the gun, Qin Yan was drenched in sweat, the fatigue and pain surging once more. He sat down to rest and activated his smart wristband to address the accumulated messages. Most were from his junior sister, Lu Yuyu, expressing concern for his well-being and offering assistance. Qin Yan replied to each, assuring her that he was recovering and that she need not worry. At that moment, he noticed an official notification from the school regarding the results of the monthly exam, the doubling of credits, the key class, and the inter-academy exchange competition. Chapter 78. Adding points to first-rank alchemist, doubling of credits, key class, inter-academy exchange competition. A series of new terms appeared before Qin Yan's eyes, although he did not fully grasp the specifics of the inter-academy exchange competition. He understood the significance of being so prioritized by the school that a key class was established to address it. It seemed imperative for him to enhance his strength in the coming time to strive for a commendable performance in the next monthly exam. Qin Yan made a silent resolution. After a sufficient rest, he gritted his teeth and, despite his lingering fatigue, plunged into the arduous training of the 2nd round that night. Time flowed on, and for 3 consecutive days, Qin Yan diligently maintained a rhythm of rest interspersed with low-intensity training, resolutely avoiding any further consumption of the spirit-restoring pills. He could distinctly feel the heavy fog in his mind gradually dissipating. The heaviness and sharpness continued to lessen, and his thoughts became increasingly clear. By the third evening, Qin Yan sensed that his mental state had stabilized to a relatively steady level. Although he was still far from peak condition, at least it no longer hindered his basic thinking and actions. Sitting cross-legged in the training room, he took a deep breath and opened his panel. His gaze fell upon the entry for first-rank alchemist. It was time to explore what this profession, which had cost him dearly to unlock, could truly offer. He focused his mind and began cautiously injecting the accumulated skill points, one by one, into first-rank alchemist. As the skill points flowed steadily into first-rank alchemist, the progress bar behind it began to ascend from 0 at a measured pace. The moment the progress reached 1, Qin Yan felt a light buzzing in his mind, as if a long-sealed treasure trove had been pried open. An overwhelming torrent of knowledge, techniques, and insights regarding alchemy surged forth like a flood. Various first-rank elixirs and their formulas, precise measurements of each required herb, methods of processing and order of introduction, the subtle nuances in flame control during refinement, and the delicate balance of energy when merging liquids of differing attributes, the myriad techniques and tricks for solidifying and shaping the elixirs. These insights were not mere cold words, but rather, they seemed to carry the muscle memory and soul's understanding of thousands of successful alchemy sessions, deeply imprinted in the depths of his consciousness, becoming an instinctive part of him. This process continued for an extended duration, and when Qin Yan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze had grown deeper and calmer, as if his comprehension of alchemy had ascended to an entirely new level. What a marvelous sensation, he mused softly, savoring the changes in his mind. He felt an overwhelming confidence that if tasked with refining the 10 or so first-rank elixirs that now floated in his consciousness, he could undoubtedly do so with great ease and possess an immense assurance of producing elixirs of superior quality. He meticulously cataloged the names and effects of the first-rank elixirs that appeared in his mind. Spirit-restoring pill nourishes the spirit, accelerating the enhancement of mental strength for low-tier martial artists. Healing pill rapidly heals internal and external injuries. Hydrotherapy pill gently nurtures injured areas with medicinal properties, particularly suitable for meridian damage and fire toxicity. Detoxification pill neutralizes various common toxins and low-level miasmas. Blood-boiling pill slightly stimulates blood vitality in a short time, enhancing explosive power. Side effect: temporary weakness after use. Qin Yan noted that among these elixirs, he had only previously heard of the spirit-restoring pill and the common healing pill and detoxification pill. The others, such as hydrotherapy pill and blood-boiling pill, were entirely new to him. Out of curiosity, he accessed the internal website of Mo Du Wu Da, navigating to the elixir exchange section to look up the names and prices of these elixirs. The results surprised him. Elixirs like spirit-restoring pill, 10 credits, healing pill, 5 credits, detoxification pill, 5 credits, blood-boiling pill, 8 credits, and iron bone pill, 10 credits, were all available, priced between 5 to 10 credits. However, when he searched for the hydrotherapy pill, the screen clearly displayed that it was unavailable. How curious that the school has such a robust supply of elixirs, yet lacks the hydrotherapy pill. A hint of doubt arose in Qin Yan's heart. He sighed softly, lamenting the absence of the blood vitality pill and body refining pill. His gaze returned to the panel. Having just allocated points to first-rank alchemist, he discovered that raising it by 1 consumed 2 skill points. Fortunately, it was not excessively outrageous, and he found it acceptable. He hoped that he could eventually unlock the blood vitality pill and body refining pill, as both would be beneficial to him. As the skill points rapidly dwindled, the progress bar for first-rank alchemist steadily advanced from 45 to 10. After consuming another 18 points, an even larger and more complex torrent of alchemical knowledge surged into his mind once more. This time, the number of formulas he grasped skyrocketed to dozens. A wealth of information was swiftly absorbed and digested, and his alchemical experience accumulated at a terrifying pace. Once he fully assimilated this wave of knowledge, Qin Yan felt that his understanding of first-rank elixirs had reached an exalted realm, as if he were an adept who had immersed himself in this art for many years. Just then, a particular elixir called Yin Shendan caught his special attention. Yin Shendan, a first-rank elixir, with a gentle medicinal potency. It nourishes and subtly repairs the damaged spirit. It can slightly enhance spiritual strength. Note, the enhancement effect is only effective within the first 10 doses. This elixir should be able to mend my currently impaired spiritual power, right? A surge of ecstatic joy flooded Qin Yan's heart. This was undoubtedly a concoction tailor-made for him. He eagerly logged into the school's official resource library once more, searching for Yunshindan. However, the results once again led to disappointment. The elixir was nowhere to be found. With a furrowed brow, Qin Yan realized that the issue might be more complex than anticipated. He approached the situation with a mindset of validation, systematically searching through dozens of first-grade recipes stored in his mind on the school's website. The outcome left him utterly astounded. Nearly one-third of the elixirs he had mastered were utterly absent from the school's resource library. Could it be that a significant portion of the recipes he possessed were either unknown to the school or had long been lost to the world? This thought struck Qin Yan like a bolt of lightning, causing his heart to race. Chapter 79. Successful Alchemy. If this were indeed the case, the value of the panel he possessed and the alchemical knowledge it imparted would be immeasurable. Regrettably, among the knowledge imparted this time, the most commonly used and sought-after Chishuadan and Suadidan recipes were still absent. Qin Yan felt a slight pang of regret. These two elixirs are the most frequently consumed currency among low-grade martial artists. The next day, feeling a marginal improvement in his spirit, Qin Yan departed once again from Modawuda, heading towards Baikayatang. The last time he purchased Yangshindan, his fifth senior brother, Fangda, had come to his aid and gifted it to him, so he had not spent any money. This time, he intended to acquire the materials necessary for concocting Yangshindan. He navigated the familiar path to Baikayatang and directly named several required materials for the elixir. Utilizing the privileges of his diamond card, he spent a mere 140,000 Huaxia coins to purchase a complete set of materials. Without the diamond card, he would have had to pay 200,000 Huaxia coins. Subsequently, he proceeded to the service desk, where he paid 2,000 Huaxia coins to rent a basic alchemy room for a duration of 2 hours. As a leading entity in the industry, Baikayatang's rental service for alchemy rooms is one of its primary operations, catering to alchemists without fixed furnaces while also generating substantial revenue. Accompanied by a staff member, Qin Yan arrived at an alchemy room numbered D110. Sir, you have 2 hours of usage time. Once the time is up, the beast fire beneath the furnace will extinguish automatically. If you need an extension, please handle it at the front desk in advance. We wish you success in your alchemy. The staff member offered a few brief words of encouragement before turning to leave. Qin Yan pushed open the heavy stone door and stepped into the alchemy room. The interior was simply furnished, with a standard red alchemy furnace at its center. A dark red beast fire burned at the base of the furnace, filling the air with a faint smoky aroma intermingled with various medicinal scents. He closed the stone door behind him, ensuring he would not be disturbed. Approaching the furnace, Qin Yan meticulously inspected both the furnace and its interior walls, confirming they were clean and devoid of impurities. Only then did he begin to take the purchased materials from their jade boxes, arranging them neatly on a jade platter according to the required processing methods in order. With the preparations complete, he stood before the furnace, forming an intricate hand seal before his chest. A faint pulse of qi and blood energy was summoned as he commanded. Ignite! Boom! The beast fire erupted from the furnace's opening, instantly enveloping the base with dark red flames, a scorching aura radiating outward. Qin Yan held his breath and focused, beginning to manipulate the flames, evenly heating the furnace in a process known as warming the furnace. Unlike his previous arduous experience in the Xiaohua alchemy room, where he had been drenched in sweat, this time his movements appeared fluid and natural. Although his control over the flames could not yet be described as exquisite, there was no sense of hesitation, as if he had rehearsed this countless times. This was the immense advantage brought by the knowledge imparted by the panel. Before long, the furnace was adequately preheated, emitting a low hum as the walls glowed with an even dark red hue. Qin Yan's gaze sharpened as he first retrieved a primary medicinal ingredient known as Ningxinhua. Its petals were a pale blue, emanating a soothing aura. He skillfully controlled the temperature and shape of the beast fire, alternating between gentle simmering and fierce incineration to extract the essence of the medicinal properties. The last time he had failed during the refinement of the first medicinal ingredient, and at that time, he was concocting a subpar Qingshindan. This time, however, he was crafting an authentic first-grade elixir, Yunshindan, a task of considerably greater difficulty. Yet, supported by the experience imparted by the panel, Qin Yan's actions appeared effortless. The Ningxin Hua, enveloped by the flames, had its impurities swiftly eliminated, gradually melting and condensing into a droplet of crystalline blue liquid, exuding a rich, calming essence. Suspended within the furnace. The first step was a success. Qin Yan's spirits soared, yet he did not pause for a moment. He was acutely aware that his spiritual power remained impaired. He needed to act swiftly. In a bold decision, he added the remaining auxiliary ingredients, San Yue Tong, Digan Sao, Qing Xin Lianzi, into the furnace in a specific order and interval, all at once. Should any low-grade alchemist witness this scene, their jaws would undoubtedly drop in disbelief, thinking him mad. Simultaneously refining multiple medicinal ingredients required an intimate understanding of each ingredient's properties, the necessary heat, and the precise timing for melting, along with the ability to conduct multiple threads of delicate control. The difficulty was exponentially higher than refining a single ingredient. A slight misstep would result in the complete incineration of all the materials. Qin Yan was well aware of this. He concentrated his spirit, expertly guiding the beast fire with varying temperatures and intensities, incinerating the several ingredients within the furnace. Beads of cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Alchemy was inherently taxing on the mind, and given his still recovering spirit, the simultaneous control of multiple ingredients brought waves of dizziness and sharp pain crashing over him. Gritting his teeth, he relied on the innate proficiency and formidable willpower that seemed ingrained in him, forcing himself to persevere. Under his precise guidance, the various ingredients within the furnace appeared to come alive, perfectly melting and purifying under differing temperatures, transforming into distinct, pure liquids of varying colors and attributes. Suspended within the furnace, their essences intertwining yet remaining distinct. The multiple refinements were successful. Qin Yan dared not relax for a moment. He knew the most critical step had arrived. He called out, "Merge the liquids into a pill." His hand seals shifted abruptly, casting an intricate spell. Within the furnace, the several droplets of differing attributes, some even conflicting, seemed to be deftly stirred by an invisible hand, gradually converging and rotating. Under the gentle roasting of the beast fire, they began to react wondrously, permeating and merging. The volatile medicinal energy, guided by Qin Yan's meticulous control, gradually achieved balance and stability. A faint, refreshing aroma began to waft from the gaps in the furnace, filling the entire alchemy room. As Qin Yan inhaled deeply, he felt the persistent heaviness and pain in his mind notably lessen. It was successful. The elixir was nearly complete. He focused intently on the final refinement, controlling the beast fire for the concluding touches. As the medicinal aroma reached its peak, as a faint, melodious hum resonated from the alchemical furnace, Qin Yan realized that the elixir had been successfully concocted. With deft precision, he extinguished the beastly flames. Once the temperature of the furnace had slightly abated, he eagerly approached and cautiously lifted the lid. Instantly, an even richer and more intoxicating fragrance of herbs wafted towards him. At the bottom of the furnace lay 10 round elixirs, each the size of a longan, radiating a gentle, creamy white hue. They rested quietly, each exuding a pure and soft glow. These were high-grade Yunshindan, and there were a full 10 of them. He understood from his acquired knowledge that the theoretical maximum yield from a single batch of materials was indeed 10 elixirs. Now, not only had he produced 10, but they were also of superior quality. This signified that he had maximized the value of the materials with almost no waste. Such mastery would leave many seasoned alchemists, who had dedicated years to the craft, feeling embarrassed. Ha ha ha, I have succeeded. I have truly succeeded. The overwhelming joy washed away his fatigue. Qin Yan could not help but burst into laughter, the sound echoing throughout the small alchemical chamber. After the excitement subsided, without the slightest hesitation, he eagerly placed one of the elixirs into his mouth. The Yunshindan slid down his throat, instantly transforming into a warm and mellow medicinal force that surged directly into the depths of his injured mind, quietly nurturing and repairing it. Qin Yan was aware that the effects of such a restorative elixir would require time to manifest. It could not produce immediate results. Much like the Shungshindan, it would take considerable time to reveal its significant benefits. At this moment, he had exhausted the materials for concocting more Yunshindan and could not continue the process. Should he seize the opportunity to enhance his alchemical profession further? He pondered this deeply. although he had already unlocked the first-tier alchemist profession and mastered dozens of formulas. The two foundational elixirs he desired most, Inpin Shishuadan and Suedidan, had not appeared in the previous legacy. These two elixirs were essential for the cultivation of first-tier warriors and were consumed in vast quantities. If he could concoct them himself, it would save him an immense amount of resources. He had to act. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qin Yan made up his mind. If he could independently create these two elixirs, it would mean complete liberation from his resource scarcity, achieving self-sufficiency in cultivation resources, and potentially even affluence. It was worth noting that a single high-grade Inpin Shishuadan could fetch as much as 50,000 huaxia coins. Although he was unsure of the exact material cost for producing one, based on his rough understanding of the market for medicinal herbs, the total cost of a single batch would not exceed 200,000 huaxia coins. And since he typically produced 10 elixirs per furnace, the profit margin was astonishing. 5-fold profits. An incredible windfall. With determination, Qin Yan focused his mind and once again invested his accumulated skill points into the first-tier alchemist category. He still had 48 skill points remaining. During this period, although his mental state had not been optimal, aside from the day he could no longer endure on August 29th, he had maintained a consistent regimen of basic training, thus accumulating a significant number of skill points. He had chosen not to allocate these points to advance the progress of his Jiao Zhuan Jinshinshan, for he understood that the greatest bottleneck hindering his cultivation was not the realm of martial arts, but the tangible resources for training. Without essential resources such as Jinlin Sao, Tiegu Hua, and Suedi Dan, even the highest martial technique would yield diminished returns. In contrast, investing in alchemy to resolve the resource dilemma was undoubtedly the more prudent choice. With a single thought, Qin Yan invested 20 skill points. In an instant, the progress bar for first-tier alchemist surged from 10 to 20. A torrent of vast knowledge flooded into his mind, encompassing complete recipes, techniques, and experiences for dozens of other first-tier elixirs. Qin Yan held his breath and focused, quickly organizing this newly acquired knowledge. Soon, his eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. He had found it, the complete recipe for Inpin Shishuadan. In this new legacy, he had finally uncovered the coveted method for concocting the Inpin Shishuadan. From the ratio and processing of the main and auxiliary materials to the meticulous control of each step's heat, and even the critical techniques for forming the elixir. Every detail was crystal clear, as if he had successfully concocted it countless times before. Splendid. He decided to press on. The initial success bolstered Qin Yan's confidence immensely. Without further ado, he boldly invested the remaining 28 skill points without reservation. The progress bar for first-tier alchemist soared once more, ultimately halting at 34. This time, the influx of knowledge was more profound than any previous experience, encompassing nearly 100 types of elixirs. The sheer volume of information made Qin Yan feel as though his head might burst. He spent nearly 15 minutes sifting through this ocean of knowledge, grasping its essence. At this moment, in terms of the variety of first-tier elixirs he mastered, Qin Yan had already surpassed the vast majority of low-tier alchemists in Xiagua, sufficiently positioning himself among the elite. It was worth the investment of so many skill points to elevate the progress to 34. Finally, he had unlocked the recipe for Suedi Dan. In this newly acquired legacy, he had successfully located the complete method for concocting Suedi Dan. Qin Yan's heart raced with excitement, eager to begin the crafting process. Without a word, he swiftly gathered his personal belongings from the alchemical chamber and strode out. He returned to the spacious and bright first-floor hall of the Baikayatang. He made his way directly to the medicinal herb sales area, expertly listing all the materials required for concocting Suedi Dan and Inpin Shishuadan based on the formulas in his mind. Ning Cao, Qishueshin, Tiegu Hua, Dimai Ji, Jingong Ji. The staff swiftly assembled the herbs for him. The total original price for the materials amounted to 350,000 huaxia coins. However, when Qin Yan presented his Diamond VIP card, the price was immediately slashed to 70% off, ultimately costing him 245,000 huaxia coins. Holding the bag containing the herbs that embodied his future hopes for cultivation, Qin Yan returned to the rented alchemical chamber. Yet, he did not commence the concoction immediately. The recent absorption of vast alchemical knowledge and the prior consumption of Yunshindan had left his mental and physical energy at a low ebb. necessitating recovery. He sat cross-legged on the cushion in the alchemical chamber, closing his eyes to meditate and gradually restore his weary spirit. During this time, he also renewed his rental for an additional 4 hours at the front desk, spending 4,000 huaxia coins to ensure ample time for his operations. After resting for a full 2 hours, Qin Yan felt that his depleted mental energy had somewhat recovered. His mind had also regained clarity. Perhaps the effects of the high-grade Yunshindan he had ingested were beginning to take effect, as he sensed the fog in his mind dissipating significantly, leaving his thoughts sharper and more lucid. It was time. Qin Yan opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination flashing within them. He first organized the materials for concocting Yinping Qishuadan, categorizing them methodically on the stone platform. The primary herb, Qishueshin, was plump and vibrant. The auxiliary herbs, Ningtsao and Zhugua, also displayed rich colors. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yan stood before the alchemical furnace, skillfully igniting the beast fire. Flames erupted. The dark red fire once again surged upward, enveloping the furnace evenly. With warmth emanating, he added the herbs and refined them, transforming the liquid into pills. Each intricate and exquisite step unfolded in Qin Yan's hands with the grace of flowing water. His mastery of the temperature was astonishingly precise, and his timing in merging the herbal essences was extraordinarily deft. All of this was attributed to the alchemical experience that was indelibly etched into the depths of his soul. Half an hour later, a clear, crisp humming sound emanated from the furnace. A rich aroma of medicinal essence filled the air. Qin Yan extinguished the beast fire and approached to open the lid. Inside lay 10 pills, blood-red in color, smooth and round, with a faint glow of vitality shimmering upon their surface, quietly resting at the bottom of the furnace. 10. Once again, 10 superior-grade Qi blood pills. A satisfied smile graced Qin Yan's face. This time, the alchemical process was even more effortless, and the quality of the pills remained impeccably perfect. This was a testament to the formidable nature of the alchemical legacy he had acquired. He carefully placed the 10 superior Qi blood pills into a pre-prepared jade vial. Subsequently, he returned to his meditation cushion to begin a 2-hour deep breathing exercise in preparation for the upcoming refinement of the body refining pill. After 2 hours, Qin Yan rose, brimming with vitality and confidence. He meticulously retrieved the medicinal materials for the body refining pill. These herbs were evidently more precious, with Dimai Ji emanating a purple mist and Jinggang juice containing a unique resilient power. The process of refining the body refining pill was evidently more complex than that of the Qi blood pill, with stricter requirements for temperature control. Especially when merging several herbal liquids with disparate properties, an exceptionally delicate balancing technique was required. However, all these challenges seemed like a walk in the park for Qin Yan, who possessed perfect experience. Another half hour passed, and when the distinctive fragrance of the body refining pill wafted through the air, Qin Yan knew he had succeeded once again. Opening the furnace, he retrieved 10 body refining pills, now displaying a light golden hue, vividly before his eyes. Once again, there were 10. Once again, they were of superior quality. Splendid. Today, his gains were monumental. Not only had he successfully refined the spirit-replenishing pill to restore his spirit, but he had also mastered the refinement of the 2 core foundational pills, the Qi blood pill and the body refining pill, with an astonishing success rate and quality. Furthermore, his mind was awash with the methods for refining over 100 different pills, although he had no immediate need for them. From this day forth, I shall no longer suffer the woes of resource scarcity. Gazing at the 2 heavy jade vials in his hands, Qin Yan envisioned a bright future. His experiences over the past month had been fraught with the hardships of lacking resources. For an entire month, his cultivation had stagnated, and he hadn't even completed a single skin refinement. This was partly due to his allocation of time and energy toward mastering the art of alchemy. Even if he had devoted all his skills to the 9 turns golden body spear, elevating his spear techniques to the 5th or even 6th turn, without sufficient resources like golden scale grass, iron bone flour, and body refining pills, the actual efficiency of skin refinement would remain exceedingly low, with little progress to show. It was worth noting that by the end of July's monthly examination, Lu Yuyu had already demonstrated mastery in her body refining techniques, not to mention those ranked above her. Like Xiao Wangshu and Lu Qingfeng, the 9 turns golden body spear required cultivation to the 7th turned to be considered fully accomplished. As for the top 10 prodigies in the grade, he estimated that each of their progress in body refining techniques surpassed his. After all, Qin Yan had started too late, making it a daunting task to catch up. Coupled with the intermittent lack of resources, his hopes of maintaining his 10th position were already dim. Rather than struggling arduously on the martial path, it was wiser to forge a new path and place his hopes in the realm of alchemy for a brighter future. Fortunately, he had won his gamble, and he had done so splendidly. At that moment, a subtle notification chimed from the door of the alchemical chamber, signaling that the rental time was nearing its end. Qin Yan swiftly gathered all the pills and personal belongings. After confirming that nothing was left behind, he pushed open the stone door and stepped outside. At this moment, it was close to noon, and the sun shone brightly. Having resolved his pressing concerns, Qin Yan felt as though even his breathing had become much smoother. He sought out a nearby restaurant that appeared quite appealing, ordered several exquisite dishes, and enjoyed a delightful lunch as a treat for himself. After the meal, as he prepared to take the subway back to school, the intelligent wristband on his wrist chimed with a communication alert. Qin Yan glanced down to see a communication request from Wenning. After a brief moment of contemplation, recalling her concern for him during this period, he chose to answer. Hello, Wenning. He spoke into the wristband. Meanwhile, not far from the restaurant, at a street corner, Wenning gazed at the familiar figure who had just exited the establishment. Speaking gently into her wristband, she said, Qin Yan, look behind you. With that, she took light steps towards his direction. Upon hearing her words, Qin Yan paused for a moment, instinctively turning around. Indeed, he saw Wenning weaving through the bustling crowd. Approaching him, sunlight bathed her in a soft halo. She wore a moon-white dress today, the hem gently swaying with her steps, elegantly outlining her graceful figure. Her long hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, held back by a simple jade hairpin, exuding a fresh and ethereal charm. Her features were exquisite, her skin fairer than snow. Those clear and bright eyes resembled two serene springs, exuding a natural gentleness and tranquility that could easily soothe one's inner turmoil. Her demeanor was calm and elegant, akin to a lady emerging from a classical painting, creating a unique contrast against the surrounding modern landscape. What a coincidence, you're here too. Qin Yan greeted as Wenning approached. Yes, quite a coincidence, Wenning replied, her voice still soft and melodious. I came here to purchase some alchemical pills for cultivation and, upon arriving, saw your silhouette. It felt familiar, so I decided to reach out, and unexpectedly, it was indeed you. She truly hadn't anticipated encountering Qin Yan here. Qin Yan, congratulations. Wenning carefully observed him, expressing her concern. You look much better than when we last spoke. You seem to have regained your strength. You're no longer as weak as before. It seems you've recovered quite well. During their previous communications, she had already noticed his unusually pale and frail state. At this moment, seeing him in person, although his complexion was still not particularly rosy, it was indeed a vast improvement from the sickly appearance he had previously worn. However, as she expressed her warm congratulations, a subtle hint of doubt flickered momentarily in the depths of her clear eyes. This was due to her innate sensitivity to mental states, which allowed her to keenly perceive that Qin Yan's current mental condition was still unstable. Although he appeared to have improved significantly on the surface, deep within the core of his spirit, there seemed to linger some remnants of a certain ethereal trace. This perception was extremely subtle. For an ordinary person, even a mid-grade or high-grade martial artist, it would be nearly impossible to detect without deliberate probing. But she was different. Since she began her martial training, she had discovered her exceptional sensitivity to the mental states of others. Upon entering university and learning about the classifications of genius mentalities, she had even speculated whether she was one of those rare individuals with innate mental prowess ranging from 90 to 100 hertz. After all, her martial talent was indeed remarkably outstanding. The martial arts skills had early reached the third stage. Upon entering university and acquiring the body tempering technique, she remarkably attained the pinnacle of mastery within a mere month and a half. Had it not been for this, she could not have easily secured a position among the top 3 in her grade at Mo du Jiaoda, despite the scarcity of resources. However, she also realized that those recorded as prodigious talents often displayed conspicuous external characteristics, such as dual pupils, glazed bones, or innate golden blood. features that were exceedingly distinct. In contrast, aside from her keen perception of mental prowess, she exhibited no other extraordinary traits that would justify being labeled as a prodigy. Yet, even if she were not of that legendary stature, Wen Ning remained confident that her talent undoubtedly ranked among the elite, particularly in the realm of mental acuity, where she possessed an extraordinary intuition. Could it be that Qin Yan's earlier pallor and lethargy were a consequence of consuming an excessive amount of nourishing spirit pills, leading to mental impairment? She recalled the last visit to Bai Chao Tang, where Qin Yan had purchased premium nourishing spirit pills. Coupled with the unstable mental fluctuations she sensed at that moment, this conjecture surfaced in her mind. After all, the side effects of overdosing on nourishing spirit pills aligned quite well with Qin Yan's previous behavior and her current perceptions. "Thank you for your concern. I feel much better," Qin Yan replied with a smile, wishing to avoid dwelling on his health. Naturally, he shifted the topic, asking Wen Ning, "Have you purchased your pills yet?" Upon hearing this, Wen Ning set aside her speculations, her gentle smile returning as she shook her head lightly. "Not yet. I was just about to go in to buy them when I saw you." The two stood at the street corner outside by Chao Tang, engaging in casual conversation. Through their dialogue, Qin Yan learned that Wen Ning's primary purpose for her visit was to acquire the body-tempering pills necessary for her cultivation. However, this matter held little relevance for him, as all his objectives for the day had been successfully accomplished. He expressed his intent to take his leave, eager to return to school and focus on his training. "Qin Yan, wait," Wen Ning called out urgently as he began to walk away. Qin Yan paused and turned to her, a look of inquiry in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, Wen Ning gathered her courage, her fair cheeks slightly flushed, and asked softly, "Qin Yan, could I ask you for a favor?" "What kind of favor?" Qin Yan inquired calmly. "Could you use your privileges at Bai Chao Tang to help me purchase a few body-tempering pills from within?" Wen Ning added earnestly, "Of course. I want to ask you to do it for free. I am willing to pay you 100,000 huaxia coins as compensation." After she spoke, her beautiful eyes, filled with apprehension and anticipation, fixed intently on Qin Yan's reaction. Deep down, she felt uncertain about whether he would grant her request. Upon hearing her, Qin Yan hesitated momentarily before nodding without a second thought. "All right, I agree." The prospect of effortlessly earning 100,000 huaxia coins was an opportunity he could hardly refuse. He understood that within the martial artist community, such practices of utilizing one's privileges or channels to assist others in procuring resources for a fee were quite commonplace, akin to an unspoken rule. Thus, large commercial establishments like Bai Chao Tang had already implemented preventative measures. The discounts offered to holders of high-level VIP cards, such as diamond cards, were limited. Typically, a first-grade martial artist with a diamond card could enjoy a discount capped at 5 million huaxia coins monthly, with the discount ceasing once this threshold was exceeded. As one's martial artist rank increased, so too did this limit, primarily to prevent individuals from hoarding supplies and disrupting market prices. Nonetheless, Bai Chao Tang had not entirely closed this avenue, as the monthly limit was usually ample for personal use or small-scale mutual assistance. At school, the acquaintances he made did not require such procurement services. They were all exceedingly wealthy, with Qin Yan being the least affluent among them. Therefore, when someone offered him a bargain, he readily accepted. Wen Ning's face instantly lit up with a joyful smile upon hearing his agreement. She had not anticipated Qin Yan's prompt acquiescence. Aware of the discount limitations associated with diamond cards, she felt her impression of Qin Yan elevate significantly. Qin Yan is far more generous and reliable than that Zhao Hao. She mused internally. "Shall we go in to purchase them?" Wen Ning suggested cheerfully, preparing to return to Bai Chao Tang with Qin Yan. However, Qin Yan shook his head. Wen Ning's expression shifted slightly, her heart sinking as she feared he might be having second thoughts. Just as she began to feel disheartened, Qin Yan calmly produced 2 small jade bottles from his pocket. With her discerning eye, Wen Ning immediately recognized them as a first-grade qi blood pill and a body-tempering pill, and the quality of these pills was evidently superior. Wen Ning's eyes widened in astonishment, her heart brimming with envy. These 2 bottles of pills, if appraised at market value, will be worth 1 million huaxia coins. For someone like her, who was resource-deprived, this was undeniably a substantial fortune. As her thoughts raced, Qin Yan spoke. "You don't need to go in to buy them. How many do you need? Just give me the money, and I'll hand you the pills." "A what?" Wen Ning was taken aback momentarily, and after a few seconds, she stammered, I want to buy 8 body-tempering pills. Qin Yan, quick with mental calculations, promptly stated the price. 8 superior body-tempering pills, priced at 50,000 each, totaling 400,000. After enjoying a 30% discount, the cost comes to 280,000. Adding your promised compensation of 100,000, you will need to pay me a total of 380,000 huaxia coins. His logic was clear, and his accounts meticulously laid out. After finishing, he gazed at Wen Ning, his expression clearly indicating payment in full, and the pills will be yours immediately. Wen Ning looked at Qin Yan's calm demeanor, reminiscent of a brotherly figure who meticulously calculated accounts, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation in her heart. However, she kept her thoughts to herself and promptly transferred 380,000 huaxia coins to Qin Yan via her smart wristband. A soft chime signaled the increase in his account balance, and he nodded in satisfaction, subsequently handing her the jade bottle containing the 8 superior body-tempering pills. The transaction was complete. Qin Yan, seeing the 380,000 huaxia coins deposited, felt quite content. This deal was exceedingly advantageous for him, as even if he had sold these 8 body-tempering pills directly to Bai Chaotang, he would not have received such a price. After all, Bai Chaotang typically offered lower prices when acquiring pills. As Wen Ning accepted the pills, the smile she forced onto her face appeared somewhat strained, for upon careful calculation, she realized that she had only saved 2,000 huaxia coins through this transaction. 2,000 coins were barely enough to purchase even a single ordinary body-tempering pill. This fell short of her expectation of saving a significant amount. Wen Ning, stay calm, don't rush. She silently reassured herself. This was merely the first transaction, and relationships must be built gradually. If she could get him to assist her this time, perhaps next time, once they had become better acquainted, she could ask him to help with alchemy. Yes, patience is key. One must not act too hastily. After comforting herself, Wen Ning adjusted her expression and offered Qin Yan a sincere smile. Pleasure doing business, Qin Yan. I hope we can have such delightful transactions in the future. Indeed, it has been a pleasure working with you. Qin Yan nodded, his tone genuine. He felt quite satisfied with the prospect of quickly and effortlessly earning some extra money. Subsequently, Qin Yan once again expressed his intention to take his leave, as his time had become exceedingly precious. He must devote every moment to cultivation and preparation for the impending monthly examination. Qin Yan, farewell. Wen Ning stood rooted in place, waving to bid him goodbye. As Qin Yan's figure vanished around the street corner, Wen Ning glanced at the display of her smart wristband, revealing a meager account balance of less than 100,000 huaxia coins. Unable to suppress a gentle sigh, a hint of melancholy creased her delicate brow. Alas, I am truly impoverished, she murmured softly, her voice tinged with barely perceptible fatigue and anxiety. She pondered whether she could maintain her position as third in her grade by the end of the month. The reward for being third at the prestigious Jiaoda in Modu was 50 credits, which translated into a considerable resource. Coupled with the 8 body refinement pills she had just purchased, this constituted her entire cultivation resources for the month. Yet, these resources barely sufficed to support her full-force cultivation for around half a month. This implied that, in the upcoming weeks, her rate of improvement would inevitably slow down, or even come to a standstill. In such an environment, teeming with prodigies and fierce competition, a mere half-month of stagnation could easily allow others to catch up. At that moment, her smart wristband chimed again, indicating a communication request. She glanced at the caller ID and hurriedly answered, "Hello, Manager Wang? Miss Wen Ning, when do you expect to arrive? The interview is about to commence," came a slightly stern male voice from the other end. "Just give me half an hour. I'll be there shortly," Wen Ning assured him promptly. "All right, please hurry. If you delay any further, you might miss it." "Understood. I will make haste." After ending the communication, Wen Ning dared not linger. She quickly hailed a taxi by the roadside and provided the address of a martial arts school located in a commercial district of Pudong. She was headed for an interview for the position of stance technique instructor at a renowned martial arts academy. If successful, she could secure a fixed monthly income of 100,000 huaxia coins. This would undoubtedly be a significant supplement for her, given her current financial constraints. "Alas, my situation is truly difficult," she lamented while seated in the speeding taxi, watching the bustling streets retreat swiftly outside the window. Leaning back at her seat, She rubbed her slightly aching brow, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness and bitterness as a talented commoner. While others were engrossed in their cultivation, she had to scurry about in search of resources. Meanwhile, Qin Yan successfully returned to Modawuda, heading straight to his villa. Without a moment's pause, he ascended to the dedicated training room on the third floor and immediately immersed himself in intense training. Time was of the essence. He needed to enhance his strength swiftly. After training vigorously for 2.5 hours, Qin Yan slowly set aside his weapon, concluding this phase of practice. He took a moment to steady his rapid breathing and, filled with anticipation, summoned the attribute panel in his mind to review his progress. However, upon noticing the glaring 0 next to skill points on the panel, disappointment washed over him. He calculated the time spent. 3 hours crafting 3 batches of elixirs in the morning, and then 2.5 hours of weapon training in the afternoon. This totaled 5.5 hours of training, which should have yielded skill points. It seemed that the activity of alchemy indeed did not yield skill points. Qin Yan finally confirmed this fact. Although somewhat regretful, he had to accept reality. It appeared that only through pure martial cultivation and honing martial skills could he reliably acquire skill points. He clarified his focus for the upcoming efforts. After a brief rest, he regained his composure and dove back into evening training. It was not until deep into the night that he concluded a day of cultivation. Observing the 4 skill points he had finally accumulated on the panel, Qin Yan did not hesitate. With a thought, he allocated all of them to 9 turns golden body spear. In an instant, profound insights regarding spear techniques, the synergy of vitality and blood, and the refinement of flesh surged within him. The training progress of the 9 turns golden body spear, flesh refinement section surged by 10. The next morning, Qin Yan rose early and first consumed a precious spirit-nourishing pill, feeling the medicinal power continuously nurturing his spirit. Then, he enjoyed a sumptuous, nutritious breakfast in the cafeteria before setting off to the 6th Academy to seek his mentor, Xiaohua. Upon arriving at the familiar alchemy chamber, suffused with a faint herbal aroma, he was surprised to find his junior sister, Lu Yuyu, already waiting there. This caught him slightly off guard. He had thought he had arrived early enough, only to discover that his junior sister was even more eager. "Good morning, little junior brother," Lu Yuyu exclaimed upon seeing Qin Yan, immediately rising onto her toes to wave playfully at him, whispering a greeting for fear of disturbing Xiaohua, who was deeply focused on alchemy. "Good morning, senior sister," Qin Yan replied softly as he approached her, keeping his footsteps light. The two shared a silent understanding, turning their gazes to the center of the alchemy chamber where Xiaohua was. Xiaohua wore a solemn expression, surrounded by a powerful aura. He manipulated 6 vividly lifelike fire dragons with fingers poised like a sword, weaving them gracefully through the air. Precious herbs, pulsating with immense energy, were tossed into the fire dragons. In the blink of an eye, the impurities within were incinerated to nothingness, yielding droplets of crystalline liquid, varying in color and brimming with pure medicinal potency. These liquids danced and merged as if alive, enveloped in flames. The process was infused with an indescribable beauty and mystery. Qin Yan, no longer the naive novice, could roughly assess that his master was concocting at least a 4th-grade high-tier elixir. The complexity and control required for this were far beyond what was needed for crafting a 1st-grade elixir. Simply observing was already a valuable learning experience. Beside him, Lu Yuyu was equally entranced, captivated by the spectacle, likely absorbing knowledge herself. After a while, the rich herbal fragrance in the chamber suddenly receded. The 6 fire dragons emitted a low, resonant roar as they converged into the center of the elixir furnace. Xiaohua formed a hand sign and shouted, "Condense." With a thunderous sound, the furnace lid closed, and moments later, when it reopened, 10 elixirs the size of dragons' eyes, radiating astonishing energy fluctuations, shot forth into a prepared purple jade elixir bottle. Only then did Xiaohua slowly exhale a breath of turbid air, retracting his overwhelming aura, a satisfied expression gracing his face. He turned to the 2 waiting disciples, a gentle smile illuminating his countenance. "Yuyu, Qin Yan, both of you are here. Master." The 2 hurried forward a few steps, respectfully bowing. "Little Yan, you appear to be in good spirits today," Xiaohua remarked, first focusing his gaze on Qin Yan. Scrutinizing him closely, he nodded and continued, "I heard from Yuyu that you look pale and lethargic. I was concerned that you might have overdosed on the spirit-nourishing pill, causing side effects. It seems you have recovered well. There appears to be no significant issues. Qin Yan quickly replied respectfully, "Thank you for your concern, Master. I have heeded your teachings and have not overly relied on the spirit-nourishing pill. Over the past few days, I primarily relied on rest and moderate training to gradually recover, hence my improved condition. After several days of recuperation and the continuous nourishment from the spirit-nourishing pill, while Qin Yan's complexion still appeared slightly pale compared to his peak state, it was a far cry from the appearance of someone who had just recovered from a serious illness. He now looked much more like a normal person. Xiaohua nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this, and then earnestly advised, "It's good that you understand moderation. However, you must expedite your martial arts training. Having only completed the third stage of skin tempering, you have unfortunately fallen behind many of your contemporaries who are considered top talents. Last month, your focus on solidifying your alchemical foundation understandably hindered your martial progress. However, this month, alchemy should be relegated to a secondary priority. Your paramount task is to seize every moment to enhance your martial prowess. Strive to break into the top 30 of your grade in the upcoming monthly examination, ensuring your entry into the key class. The resources and connections available there are crucial for your future development." Yes, the student understands and will certainly strive diligently, Qin Yan solemnly replied. After patiently advising Qin Yan, Xiaohua's gaze shifted to the side, landing on Lu Yuyu. Her eyes revealed unreserved admiration and a gentle smile. "Yuyu, you are quite remarkable. Your cultivation has firmly stabilized at the peak of the first grade, with abundant vitality and a solid foundation. This month, you can begin preparing to attempt breaking into the silver skin realm." Xiaohua holds Lu Yuyu's talent and progress in high regard. Unlike Qin Yan, whose talent fluctuates unpredictably, Lu Yuyu has consistently advanced with steady reliability. "Teacher, I feel an immense pressure too." Upon hearing the teacher's praise, Lu Yuyu did not exhibit much joy. Instead, she pouted, displaying a pitiable expression as she lamented, "That prodigy, Wang Shu, has already successfully broken into the silver skin realm a few days ago. If I do not intensify my efforts, I fear I may soon be unable to even glimpse her shadow. Having such a formidable best friend places considerable pressure on me each day. Who can understand the complexity of her emotions, being friends with an unparalleled prodigy? Indeed, it is quite normal for Wang Shu to break through so swiftly." Xiaohua seemed unperturbed, calmly analyzing. That child possesses exceptional talent, and with her grandfather, the dean, personally guiding her, coupled with the generous support of top-tier resources, her progress is hardly surprising. There is no need for you to excessively compare yourself to her. Simply advance at your own pace, steadily and assuredly. Grandfather the dean? Qin Yan, standing nearby, was stirred by this term. He recalled the scene on the day of the school opening when the elderly dean personally came to welcome Xiao Wang Shu at the school gate. Hearing the teacher affirm this, he comprehended the depth of Xiao Wang Shu's background. Having a grandfather of such stature undoubtedly offers resources and support that ordinary students cannot rival. However, Qin Yan suddenly remembered another detail. He recalled having glimpsed a faint silver moon-shaped mark in Wang Shu's cool eyes. At the time, he thought it was merely an illusion and had not given it further thought. Now, upon hearing Xiaohua emphasize Wang Shu's extraordinary talent once more, he vividly recalled this detail. The silver moon mark must be some inherent phenomenon, he mused inwardly. Alas, Wang Shu's background is indeed formidable. Lu Yu blinked her lively eyes and remarked. Xiaohua, upon hearing this exclamation from Lu Yu, shot her a bemused glance. Your best friend has a profound background. Does that imply that your own background is lacking? The influence of your family is certainly not insignificant. He intended to voice this thought, but caught sight of Qin Yan, who stood silently, hailing from an unremarkable lineage. Ultimately, he refrained from saying it, deciding against discouraging his little disciple at this moment. After all, among the top 10 newcomers this year, it is likely that only Qin Yan is genuinely a person of no notable family background, lacking parental support and familial resources. Reflecting on this, Xiaohua's gaze toward Qin Yan carried a subtle hint of compassion. This child has made it this far solely through his own efforts, which is no small feat. Chapter 85, Blushing Yu. Did you come here specifically due to some difficulties in your training or alchemy? Without unnecessary pleasantries, Xiaohua directly addressed the matter, her gaze warm as it settled on Lu Yuyu. Lu Yuyu hastily waved her hand, explaining, "Teacher, my training is progressing smoothly. It is just that I've recently been attempting to refine the bone-tempering pill, but something seems amiss. I cannot seem to produce a high-quality version. The best I can manage is a mid-grade one. Thus, I seek your guidance to unravel this conundrum." She paused, adding, "After all, I should soon break through to the second-grade warrior level, and it is wise to prepare some commonly used pills for that stage. The bone-tempering pill is one of the most essential medicines for second-grade warriors, primarily serving to refine and strengthen bones. Its significance for second-grade warriors is akin to that of the body-tempering pill for first-grade warriors. Lu Yuyu's talent in alchemy is likewise commendable. Her alchemical skills had reached the high tier of the second level by the time school commenced. After a period of diligent practice and accumulation, she has now achieved the peak of the second tier, equivalent to a second-grade peak alchemist. However, there exists an unwritten rule in the alchemical community. Those who have not birthed their own alchemical fire below the fourth tier are typically not regarded as true alchemists, being classified more so by the first, second, or third tiers. I see. Then Yuyu, please demonstrate the process, and I will closely observe to identify where the issue lies." Xiao Hua nodded, then turned to Qin Yan, advising, "Xiao Yan, you should attentively observe and learn from the process of refining high-tier pills, especially focusing on analyzing and resolving any issues that arise. This will greatly benefit your understanding of alchemy and enhance your skills." "Yes, teacher," Qin Yan respectfully responded. He could not help but feel that Xiao Hua was indeed an exceedingly responsible mentor, generously imparting knowledge and care in both martial and alchemical disciplines. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuyu approached the alchemical furnace, focusing intently. She meticulously inspected and arranged the various herbs required for the bone-tempering pill before beginning to ignite the beast fire. Warming the furnace, adding the herbs, and refining the medicinal liquid, every step Lu Yuyu executed with a deliberate, steady pace, demonstrating solid foundational skills. Observing from the side, Xiaohu could not help but nod in approval, her eyes reflecting admiration. However, when they reached the final step, the crucial phase of solidifying the pill, unexpected turbulence arose. The few drops of medicinal liquid, which had begun to fuse, suddenly began to wildly oscillate and churn within the furnace. They exhibited a fierce repulsion toward one another, becoming exceedingly unstable. Xiaohua's brow furrowed immediately. The next moment, a dull explosion resonated from within the furnace. The lid of the furnace was violently jolted upward by the chaotic energy that erupted. A blend of charred and medicinal aromas swiftly permeated the air. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Yan understood that this was a classic case of furnace explosion, signifying a complete failure of the alchemical process and the destruction of the herbs. Lu Yuyu's face flushed bright red, extending all the way to her ears. She felt utterly embarrassed and mortified. After all, she was a peak second-tier alchemist. Not only had she failed to produce a high-quality bone-tempering pill, but she had also caused an explosion in front of her teacher and her newly initiated junior disciple. It was simply too humiliating. No worries. Furnace explosions are a common occurrence in alchemy, nothing out of the ordinary. Xiao Hua observed the situation and gently reassured her, his tone devoid of any reproach. "Do not forget that even I, during my time in the second and even third tiers, experienced countless explosions. Each failure serves as a valuable opportunity to accumulate experience and identify problems. Do not be disheartened by this." Hearing the teacher's comforting words, the flush on Lu Yuyu's face began to fade slightly, yet her eyes still carried a hint of frustration. "The issues with your alchemical process stemmed primarily from two aspects." Xiaohua began to precisely identify the problems at hand. The tone was calm and clear. "First, during the final stage of Dan formation, you exhibited a degree of impatience. Upon witnessing the initial fusion of the medicinal liquids, you hastily attempted to cast the sealing incantation, aiming to forcibly solidify it. Little did you realize that the energies among the various medicinal liquids had yet to achieve complete equilibrium and stability. Forcing the Dan formation would inevitably result in internal conflicts among the medicinal powers, culminating in an explosion of the furnace." He paused for a moment and continued, "Second, when refining the essence of Tai Gu Jing Sui, the primary medicinal ingredient, both the timing and heat were somewhat insufficient. Tai Gu Jing Sui possesses a hard texture, and its internal impurities necessitate a more prolonged and gentle beast fire for thorough purification. In your pursuit of speed, you slightly shortened the refining time, resulting in the retention of a minuscule rigidity impurity within the essence of the medicinal liquid. This tiny impurity clashed with the other more yielding medicinal liquids during Dan formation, acting as a fuse for the unstable energy. Xiaohua's pointed observation struck at the heart of the matter, identifying two critical mistakes in Lu Yuyu's alchemical process. She suddenly found clarity, as previous vague confusions instantaneously unraveled. So that's how it is. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Lu Yuyu expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Well, it is good that you understand. You, please take a moment to rest and reflect on what I just said, Xiaohua suggested, gesturing for Lu Yuyu to take a break before turning his gaze towards Qin Yan, inquiring, Xiao Yan, do you have something to discuss today? Qin Yan stepped forward respectfully, stating, Teacher, I have come today to request the use of your Dan chamber to attempt refining Qing Xian Dan once more. He had meticulously planned to formally showcase his alchemical skills in front of his teacher, subsequently requesting the formulas for Yipin Shi Shui Dan and Shui Ti Dan. This way, he could rightfully undertake the alchemical tasks assigned by the school, earning credits without raising any unnecessary suspicions. As for the rapidity of his alchemical learning, he decided not to dwell on it. After all, mental energy could not be accurately measured before reaching 100 Hz. If questioned, he would firmly assert that he possessed extraordinary talent, declaring himself a rare genius in alchemy. Xiaohua nodded in acknowledgement without probing further. Although he internally doubted Qin Yan's chances of successfully refining Qing Xian Dan this time, given the thoroughness of his previous failure, he understood that the path of alchemy is inherently one of accumulating experience through countless failures, ultimately leading to success. Encouraging his disciple to experiment and practice was part of his teaching philosophy. He skillfully retrieved several essential medicinal materials for refining Qing Xian Dan from his storage ring and handed them to Qin Yan. Qin Yan accepted the materials and approached the still warm alchemical furnace. He closed his eyes, swiftly reviewing the refining steps and critical details for Qing Xian Dan in his mind. Although he had amassed perfect refining experiences for over 100 types of Yipin Dan, this Qing Xian Dan was beyond panel inheritance, requiring his personal mastery. Thus, he approached the task with utmost seriousness and caution, fearing any misstep. Once prepared, Qin Yan opened his eyes, his gaze turning focused and sharp. He formed hand seals and commanded, ignite. Boom! The crimson beast fire erupted in response, enveloping the base of the furnace. The ensuing scene startled Xiaohua, who initially held modest expectations. Qin Yan manipulated the beast fire with fluidity, devoid of any hesitation or awkwardness. The warming process, typically requiring meticulous care and considerable time, was completed in less than 2 minutes under his deft handling, flowing seamlessly with impeccable control over the heat. Xiaohua was filled with uncertainty. The last time Qin Yan had finished alchemy, he was drenched in sweat, appearing utterly exhausted. How could he now wield the flames with such mastery and ease? As if transformed into a different individual. Beside them, Lu Yuyu watched Qin Yan's exceptionally smooth, warming process, her mouth agape in astonishment, nearly gasping in disbelief. How can my junior brother's warming speed surpass mine? This is impossible. Lu Yuyu's inner voice screamed, feeling her understanding challenged. She had practiced countless times to achieve her current solid, yet not particularly swift pace. This was only Qin Yan's second formal attempt at alchemy. However, unbeknownst to Lu Yuyu, Qin Yan could have been even faster. He was deliberately controlling his speed, not wishing to appear too extraordinary. Once the warming was complete, Qin Yan took the first medicinal ingredient, Qing Xian Chao, and began the refining process. Lacking a perfect reference experience for Qing Xian Dan, he approached the task with earnestness and focus, his mind acutely attuned to every subtle change in the medicinal material within the flames, wary of any mistakes. Yet, in less than 5 minutes, as he beheld Qing Xian Chao melting perfectly in the fire, all impurities vanishing, coalescing into a drop of vibrant green, pure liquid. The weight of anxiety in his heart significantly lifted. Perhaps I was overthinking. This non-grade Dan truly is simple to refine. Qin Yan mused, his confidence bolstered. Without pausing, he continued to add the remaining medicinal materials to the furnace for refining. His technique remained steady, yet his speed unknowingly increased. Soon, all the remaining herbs were completely refined, transforming into droplets of pure green liquid, exuding a subtle fragrance, suspended within the furnace. Congeal. Qin Yan seized the moment, swiftly forming the Dan formation incantation and directing it into the furnace. The various medicinal liquids within appeared to be drawn together by an invisible force, rapidly converging at the center, merging and gently swirling under the embrace of the flames, gradually shrinking and solidifying. Qin Yan meticulously controlled the heat, and once the fragrance of the medicine was fully contained, he extinguished the beast fire. He approached, lifting the still-warm lid of the furnace, revealing several Dan pills exuding a refreshing aroma, quietly resting at the bottom. Qin Yan retrieved the pills, counting them with care, precisely 10. Moreover, each one displayed an even hue, imbued with Dan energy, undeniably of superior quality. Witnessing this outcome, even Qin Yan himself was momentarily taken aback. This was his first attempt at refining a Dan outside the panel inheritance, yet he had not anticipated achieving a perfect yield of 10 superior pills. Even if this was merely a batch of non-grade Dan, it was enough to elicit joy and satisfaction within him. "Teacher, I have completed the refining," Qin Yan announced, unable to suppress his smile, presenting the 10 superior Qing Xian Dan elegantly arranged on a jade plate before Xiaohua. "Xiaoyan, what is this?" Xiaohua gazed at the 10 impeccably crafted Qing Xian Dan in the jade plate, momentarily at a loss for words, his face reflecting incredulity. The disparity between this result and his expectations was staggering. Qin Yan was well aware of the source of his teacher's astonishment. He had prepared his explanation, articulating, "Teacher, to be honest, I am quite surprised myself. After the last refining failure, I consumed a few nourishing spirit Dan to replenish my mental energy. Since then, I felt my mental acuity has noticeably improved." As he spoke, he observed Xiaohua's reaction, continuing, "Although I haven't physically refined Dan in these past days, I have been repeatedly contemplating and analyzing the reasons for my previous failure, as well as every detail of the alchemical process. Strangely enough, the more I thought, the clearer my thoughts became. Many previously vague aspects seemed to have suddenly come into focus." He spread his hands, wearing an expression that conveyed a sense of bewilderment. "Therefore, today I approached you, esteemed teacher, with a mindset of experimentation. I wish to practice once more to validate my thoughts." To my astonishment, the outcome was beyond my expectations, leaving even me taken aback. This explanation, tinged with both truth and fabrication, referenced the Yangshan Dan while emphasizing personal contemplation and deduction. The remarkable advancements brought forth by the panel were attributed to an active mental state and sudden enlightenment. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua furrowed his brow, carefully contemplating Qin Yan's words. The Yangshan Dan indeed possesses the effect of nurturing the spirit. Yet, could it truly enable a novice in alchemy to undergo such a profound transformation in such a brief period? This seemed to exceed the normal efficacy of the Yangshan Dan. Although sudden enlightenment is rare, it is not impossible for a genius. After pondering for a long while, he could not devise a more plausible explanation and could only attribute it to the enigmatic talent that occasionally manifested in Qin Yan. What an impressive young man. Ultimately, all his thoughts coalesced into a single expression of awe and approval from Xiaohua. Regardless of the process, the outcome was favorable, which sufficed. The following morning, both Qin Yan and Lu Yoyo remained in Xiaohua's alchemy chamber. Xiaohua patiently guided Lu Yoyo in adjusting the intricacies of refining the Duangu Dan, while Qin Yan attentively observed and learned. During this time, Qin Yan successfully procured the formulas for the Yi Pin Chi Shue Dan and Sui Ti Dan from Xiaohua. Xiaohua showed no reluctance in sharing. Not only did he provide the formulas, but he also personally demonstrated the complete refining process for the Yi Pin Chi Shue Dan, elucidating the critical points and common pitfalls. After the demonstration, Xiaohua allowed Qin Yan to attempt it himself. This time, Qin Yan deliberately controlled his performance. During the alchemical process, he intentionally created a slight temporal discrepancy while refining a secondary medicinal ingredient. Additionally, when merging the elixirs, he subtly disrupted the balance of the concoction. Ultimately, the elixir was completed, and Qin Yan successfully produced 6 Ipin Chi Shue dots. However, these 6 pills exhibited a dull hue and slightly irregular shapes. with an almost imperceptible trace of impurities, categorizing them as the lowest quality, lower-grade pills. Nevertheless, even such results left Xiaohua and Lu Yoyo utterly astonished. To have succeeded in refining a Pindan on the very first attempt, Xiaohua gazed at those 6 pills, which, despite their lackluster appearance, were undeniably Epin Qishua dance, his eyes brimming with disbelief. The success rate was astonishingly high. Lu Yoyo's eyes widened as she looked at Qin Yan and then back at the 6 lower-grade Qishua dance, feeling her worldview significantly shaken. When I first attempted to refine a Pindan, I failed over a dozen times before managing a single success. Moreover, that attempt yielded but one, and it was the lowest quality. Lu Yoyo lamented internally, yet I was praised as a genius girl by my family's elders. But now, in comparison to my junior brother, she observed Qin Yan's calm demeanor. A profound sense of defeat and self-doubt surged within her. Could it be that I am actually a fool? Lu Yoyo could not help but question her existence. At noon, Qin Yan and Lu Yoyo had a simple lunch at the academy's dining hall. Throughout the meal, Lu Yoyo continuously fixed her large, watery eyes upon Qin Yan, her gaze a blend of inquiry and astonishment. Eventually, she could no longer contain herself and pointed her chopsticks at Qin Yan, whispering with gritted teeth, "Junior brother, you're a freak." Qin Yan, upon hearing this, could only offer a helpless smile, unable to defend himself. Should he assert, "I am not a freak, I merely possess privileges"? Clearly, that was out of the question. In the afternoon, they returned to the alchemy chamber once more. At Qin Yan's request, Xiaohua demonstrated the refining method for the Tsue Tidan again and reiterated several crucial points. After the demonstration, Qin Yan once again set about practicing. This time, he continued his strategy from the morning, intentionally creating several minor, harmless errors during the refining process. Ultimately, he succeeded once more in producing 6 Tsueti dots, still of lower-grade quality. The achievement of successfully refining a new Epin Dan on his first attempt was already enough to label him a prodigy in the realm of alchemy. Had he directly produced 10 superior-grade Dans on his first endeavor, he would undoubtedly be deemed not merely a genius, but an extraordinary anomaly. There was a possibility that certain organizations might seek to study him. Qin Yan was acutely aware that within Xiagua, and even globally, there exist clandestine organizations dedicated to researching individuals with exceptional physiques and foreign entities. Procedures such as blood extraction and bone marrow punctures might be commonplace for them. He could never afford to take such risks. As evening approached, under Xiaohua's patient and meticulous guidance, Lu Yoyo finally succeeded in refining a batch of upper-grade Duangudan. Gazing at the 3 golden-hued pills emanating a rich medicinal fragrance from the alchemical furnace, the gloom and frustration within Lu Yoyo's heart dissipated significantly, restoring her confidence and smile. "Qin Yan," Xiaohua called him over. "I have granted you access to the public alchemy chamber at the academy. From now on, should you wish to refine pills, you may go there directly without needing to seek me out each time. I have sent the relevant usage rules and precautions to your student account." He paused, glancing at Lu Yoyo beside him, and continued, "Additionally, if you encounter any confusions in alchemy, besides coming to me, you may also consult your senior sister for discussion. She possesses considerable experience in pill refinement and should be able to offer you valuable assistance." "Yes, teacher, I will remember," Qin Yan respectfully replied. "Oh, by the way," Xiaohua seemed to recall something, inquiring, "I heard that fellow Fong Da mentioned you encountered him at Cao Tong a few days ago?" "Yes, teacher." Qin Yan nodded in affirmation. "Good, that's reassuring." Xiaohua smiled, operating his smart wristband. "I have just added both of you to our lineage's teacher-student group. From now on, you can also communicate regarding any matters in that group." Upon hearing this, Qin Yan and Lu Yoyo immediately lowered their heads to check their wristbands. Indeed, a group entry notification popped up on the screen. The group name was quite grand, titled Zhongshermiao's. Clicking on the member list, there were originally 6 avatars, and with their addition, the total reached 8. As soon as they clicked to confirm their entry, a welcome message appeared. "Fifth Junior Brother Fongda. Welcome. Junior Brother and Junior Sister," followed by a cute emoji. However, apart from Fongda, the avatars of the other senior brothers and sisters remained gray, devoid of any response. As you can see, Xiaohua explained, this group consists of all your senior brothers and sisters. According to the order of entry, Yo-Yo, you rank 6th, and you, Qin Yan, rank 7th. He looked at the gray avatars, a hint of unnoticeable worry and longing in his tone. As for why only the fifth has responded, it may be that your other senior brothers and sisters are currently engaged in battle on a foreign battlefield and are temporarily unable to contact the outside world. Upon hearing the term foreign battlefield, both Qin Yan and Lu Yoyo felt a weight settle in their hearts. Since enrolling, whether in cultural courses or martial theory classes, mentors had repeatedly mentioned this location. It is the front line where humans engage in conflict with numerous hostile foreign races, a blood-soaked ground akin to a meat grinder. The enmity between both sides has persisted for countless years. In the event of defeat, they would face the tragic consequence of civilization's extinction and the obliteration of their race. Regardless of whether it is the human race or the alien tribes, neither can afford to lose this war. Each year, countless human martial artists bravely charge forth, spilling blood on the battlefield, never to return. The atmosphere in the Dan room grew heavy due to this topic. Enough of this. Xiaohu waved his hand, breaking the silence. A gentle smile returned to his face as he continued. You have only just embarked on your journey in martial arts. The alien battlefield seems too distant for you. Your current priority is to lay a solid foundation and diligently enhance your strength. When your senior brothers and sisters return from the battlefield, I will introduce you to them one by one. Understood, teacher, both replied in unison. Subsequently, Xiaohua imparted some advice regarding cultivation and alchemy before allowing them to depart. Chapter 88. Commencing the accumulation of academic credits. Much of his day had been spent guiding the two disciples, and he had some matters to attend to himself. As dusk settled and the lights began to glow, Qin Yan and Lu Yuyu walked side by side along the tree-lined path back to the Tianji accommodation area. The lights by the roadside emitted a soft glow, elongating and shortening their shadows. Throughout the journey, Lu Yuyu appeared particularly quiet, a stark contrast to her usual lively and chatty demeanor. Qin Yan understood the reason behind her silence. His performance in the Dan room today, especially successfully refining the Qingxin Dan and effortlessly producing a first-grade Dan, had undoubtedly made a significant impression on this talented young sister, broadening her horizons as well. The two walked in silence, the atmosphere tinged with a subtle awkwardness. Soon, they arrived at the area where their courtyards were located. Qin Yan's estate lay deeper within the Tianji region, while Lu Yuyu's was reached first. They paused at the entrance of her estate, vibrant with various spiritual plants. Just then, the gates swung open, revealing a figure as serene as the moon, Xiao Wangshu. She appeared to have just concluded her training, an aura of unrestrained sharpness still enveloping her. It was evident that the bond between Lu Yuyu and Xiao Wangshu was indeed quite close. Seeing Xiao Wangshu emerge from Lu Yuyu's estate further confirmed this for Qin Yan. Upon spotting Xiao Wangshu, Lu Yuyu seemed to find an opportunity to break the silence. She turned to Qin Yan and said, Junior brother, make sure to enhance your strength when you return. I'm looking forward to being in the same class with you next month, so do not fall behind. Qin Yan could detect the sincerity in her words and replied, Rest assured, senior sister. I will definitely secure a place in the advanced class. Lu Yu nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. She waved goodbye to Qin Yan and entered the estate with Xiao Wangshu, their figures gradually disappearing into the depths of the courtyard. Qin Yan turned and made his way toward his own estate. Upon returning, Qin Yan did not allow himself a moment's respite and immediately engaged in his evening training. Time was precious, and he needed to make the most of every second. Finally, before midnight, he completed 4 hours of training for the day, earning 2 skill points. Without hesitation, he focused his thoughts and allocated these 2 skill points entirely to Jiuzhuan Jin Shenchong. Instantly, the progress of the cultivation of the flesh chapter of Jiuzhuan Jin Shenchong surged by 5. Excellent. He was now ever closer to breaking through to the 5th turn. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Qin Yan's eyes. After a brief wash, he collapsed on his bed, swiftly entering a deep slumber to replenish his energy for the next day's training. The following day, as dawn broke, Qin Yan rose with renewed vigor. After routinely consuming a Yunshan Dan, he headed straight to the location of the Dan Academy in the 6th courtyard. His destination was the public alchemy area affiliated with the 6th courtyard. Guided politely by a staff member, he arrived at the entrance of the alchemy room numbered Huangzi 110. He took out his student ID card and gently swiped it in the access sensor area. Verification successful. Welcome, student Qin Yan, accompanied by a pleasant electronic prompt. The heavy stone door of the alchemy room slowly slid open. The staff member, witnessing Qin Yan swipe his card without any deduction of credits displayed on his operational screen, could not help but show a hint of uncontainable astonishment. Free usage rights, he exclaimed inwardly. At Modu Wu University, only a select few, either specially appointed professors, seasoned mentors, or extraordinary talents under special focus, could utilize the public alchemy rooms for free and without restrictions. Clearly, this seemingly youthful boy belonged to the latter category. He immediately suppressed any lingering feelings of negligence, resolving to treat this student, named Qin Yan, with utmost respect and attentiveness, ensuring there would be no offense. Unbeknownst to Qin Yan, who had not noticed the staff member's internal tumult, he stepped into the alchemy room and closed the stone door behind him, observing the room's configuration, similar to that of teacher Xiaohua's, but slightly smaller, along with the steadily burning beast fire. Qin Yan could not help but marvel anew at the generosity of Modu Wu University. The alchemy room was indeed free to use. In external establishments like Baichao Tang, 1 hour would cost a staggering 1,000 huaxia coins. This saved him a substantial amount of expenses. Other students would have to spend credits to access the alchemy room, a fact of which Qin Yan was entirely unaware. Calming his emotions, Qin Yan did not immediately commence alchemy. He first activated his smart wristband and began to sift through various tasks published by the school. The task system at Modu Wu University primarily comprises 2 categories. One is the official tasks released by the school, typically offering generous rewards but with high requirements. The other consists of personal tasks published by students or individuals, varying widely in content and reward formats. Qin Yan directly accessed the school task section and filtered for alchemy-related tasks. In an instant, a series of tasks radiating a faint glow projected into the air. Refined superior blood refining Dan. Reward: 30 credits each. Materials must be provided. Refined superior blood burst Dan. Reward: 30 credits each. Materials must be provided. Refined superior 3rd grade Qi blood Dan. Reward: 30 credits each. Materials must be provided. The array of tasks primarily involved refining 3rd grade Dan, with indeed enticing rewards. However, with Qin Yan's current status as a 1st grade alchemist, progress at 34, he was not yet equipped to tackle them. He adjusted the filters again, limiting the Dan grade to 1st grade. The task list on the screen refreshed instantly. Refined superior body refining Dan. Reward: 4 credits each. Materials must be provided. Refined superior 1st grade Qi blood Dan. Reward: 4 credits each. Materials must be provided. Refined superior hemostasis Dan. Reward: 3 credits each. Materials must be provided. Refined superior detoxification Dan. Reward: 3 credits each. Materials must be provided. Refined superior spirit nourishing Dan. Reward: 10 credits each. Materials must be provided. The Qi blood Dan and body refining Dan both exchanged for 4 credits each, while the spirit nourishing Dan was pricier at 10 credits each. Qin Yan quickly calculated. I currently possess 10 1st grade Qi blood Dan, 2 body refining Dan, and 2 spirit nourishing Dan. If I exchange all of them, it totals 68 credits. Chapter 89, Rapid Advancement. Qin Yan was pleased to find that the Resource Recovery Center at the school offered very reasonable buyback prices. How many credits are needed for the exchange, and essentially how many credits can one retrieve upon recycling? It will not be like the external commercial associations that deliberately drive down prices. He promptly operated his smart wristband and submitted an application to exchange 2 Yangshan for credits, as the pills had become of no use to him. Simultaneously, he accepted tasks for refining high-grade Suididan and high-grade Epin Shishuidan. Soon, a knock echoed outside the Dan room. A staff member clad in uniform entered, utilizing professional testing instruments to meticulously analyze the composition and quality of the 2 high-grade Yangshan submitted by Qin Yan. After confirming the pills were flawless, the staff member nodded respectfully to Qin Yan and departed with the pills. Before long, Qin Yan's smart wristband received a clear notification. Ding. Your account has received a credit transfer of 20 credits. The initial capital was secured. Without a moment's delay, Qin Yan accessed the internal resource repository of the school and spent 16 credits to purchase a complete set of materials needed for refining the Epin Shishuidan and Suididan. Typically, the price of a standard set of materials is approximately double the exchange price of a finished pill. For ordinary alchemists, Successfully refining 2 to 3 qualified pills in a single batch is considered break-even. If 4 or 5 pills are produced, it is regarded as a modest profit. However, for someone like Qin Yan, who possesses exceptional experience and can consistently yield 10 high-grade pills per batch, the profit margins become astonishing. After deducting costs, the net profit can reach up to fourfold. In contrast, a peak second-grade alchemist like Liu Yo often struggles to achieve high-grade quality when refining second-grade pills. Even if successful, the yield typically only amounts to 2 or 3 pills, barely breaking even. A failed refinement results in significant losses. Thus, many alchemists tend to opt for refining pills 1 grade lower than their own to ensure success rates and profits. Even so, the profits generally cap at 2 to 3 times. Unless one can transcend 2 grades to refine pills, the probability of producing 10 perfect pills significantly increases. Shortly thereafter, the 2 sets of herbs ordered by Qin Yan were delivered to the Dan room. He focused his mind, dispelling distractions, and commenced his morning alchemical work. Igniting the fire, warming the furnace, adding the herbs, refining, melting the liquid, and condensing the pills. The entire process had become second nature to him, as if forged through countless trials. The morning slipped away quietly in a concentrated haze of alchemy. When Qin Yan extinguished the final flame, 2 jade vials lay neatly before him. One contained 10 high-grade Epine Shishu Adan, while the other housed 10 high-grade Suedi Dan. Gazing at his laborious results, a satisfied smile blossomed on his face. He chose not to exchange all the pills. Instead, he retained 5 Chishu Adan and 3 Suedi Dan for a total of 32 credits. The remaining pills were reserved for future needs. After completing his profitable morning endeavor, Qin Yan refrained from further alchemical work. In the afternoon, he had to return to the estate to practice marksmanship to earn skill points. Upon returning to the estate, Qin Yan promptly expended 30 credits from his freshly earned credits to acquire 3 sets of materials, Jinlin Tsao and Tieguhua, needed for the Jinshin medicinal bath. When the shimmering Jinlin Tsao and the resilient Tieguhua were delivered, a long-lost sense of fulfillment surged within Qin Yan. He skillfully prepared the medicinal bath and immersed himself in a bathtub filled with appropriately heated, bubbling medicinal liquid. Instantly, waves of gentle yet potent medicinal energy permeated through his pores, invigorating every inch of his body. He could distinctly feel his physique becoming visibly stronger and more vibrant. The sensation of having resources to assist in cultivation was truly splendid. Qin Yan closed his eyes, savoring the thrill of steadily enhancing his strength. It had been far too long since he experienced the exhilarating effects of a medicinal bath. After completing the bath, seizing the optimal moment when his vitality was most active and his pores were dilated, Qin Yan swiftly ingested a Tsuedi Dan. Simultaneously, he activated the Jiuzhuan Jinshin Qiang and began systematically refining his entire physique. The immense medicinal potency, spurred by his vigorous vitality, surged like a tide, cleansing his limbs and bones, deeply integrating the residual medicinal properties from the bath into his skin. When he sensed excessive depletion of his vitality, he would consume another Epine Shishu Adan to swiftly replenish his energy, maintaining the efficiency and continuity of the refinement process. This constituted his meticulously planned, most efficient daily cultivation regimen. A Jinshin medicinal bath, supplemented by 1 Epine Shishu Adan and 1 Suedi Dan. When converted into credits, the daily expenditure on basic resources amounted to a staggering 18 credits. This did not even account for the time and effort he invested. Without a stable source of credits, such a lavish cultivation method would be utterly unsustainable. Hard work pays off. Amidst the abundant resources and his relentless efforts, Qin Yan's cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace. On the night of the 3rd day, after continuous high-intensity refinement, a rumble echoed within Qin Yan's body, as if golden light flowed beneath his skin. The 4th skin refinement was successfully completed. It was also on this day that, through persistent training and skill point allocations, the Jiuzhuan Jinshin Ju's skin refinement chapter broke through, entering the 5th transformation realm. The efficiency of skin refinement saw a significant enhancement. Feeling the surging power within his body and the visibly increased resilience of his skin, Qin Yan, while elated, maintained a clear awareness. The road ahead remained long and arduous. He checked his account and noted that, After 3 days of expenditures, his resources had dwindled considerably. Tomorrow, he would need to return to the Dan room to work and earn credits again. Moreover, the Jiuzhuan Jinshinxiang had only reached the 5th transformation, and a considerable distance remained to the 7th transformation's pinnacle. He had only completed 4 skin refinements. As far as he knew, the one who had reclaimed the 10th position, the King Kong, had completed 6 skin refinements. Other talented individuals ranked even higher would surely progress even faster. He could not afford to be complacent. Every moment must be seized. For an entire week thereafter, Qin Yan adhered strictly to his established plan. However, constrained by energy and the necessity of ensuring time for martial arts training to earn skill points, he generally refined 2 batches of pills in the morning and devoted his afternoons entirely to practicing marksmanship. If classes coincided, his schedule became even more pressing. Chapter 90. Lu Yo-Yo has an appointment. 2 batches of pills, after deducting the 16 credits for material costs, consistently yielded 20 high-grade pills. After exchanging them, he would receive 80 credits. He would retain some pills for personal use, while the remainder would be converted entirely into credits. Without hesitation, he invested all these credits into acquiring materials for the Jinshin medicinal bath. In this efficient and nearly self-sustaining cycle, over the course of a week, Qin Yan accumulated an additional 28 valuable skill points. He allocated all of them to the Jiuzhuan Jinshinxiang, ensuring that the progress for the 5th transformation exceeded the halfway mark. With such ample and sustained resource supply, his cultivation advanced with remarkable momentum. He seamlessly completed the 5th skin refinement. At this rate, with nearly 20 days remaining until the end of the month, if resources could keep up, he might even have the opportunity to challenge the 7th skin refinement. Qin Yan mused, his heart brimming with anticipation. Certainly, he was aware that the frequency of body refinement would require an exponentially greater accumulation of time and effort with each successive attempt, making the process increasingly arduous. However, a question arose in his mind. Was my rate of cultivation perhaps a bit too swift? I recall that the junior sister, at the beginning of the semester, had undergone body refinement 4 times, reaching the pinnacle of the 1st rank, essentially 8 refinements, within 2 months. On average, that equated to 2 refinements per month. Yet here I am, having completed 2 refinements in less than half a month. Lu Yu's background and resources are undoubtedly substantial, and her mastery of body refinement techniques had long since reached a consummate level. Could the fundamental reason lie within the Jiuzhuan Jin Shin Chong technique itself? Qin Yan pondered, recognizing that this was a preeminent body refinement technique, one that the principal had specialized in during his youth. Its efficiency and effectiveness in refining far exceeded those of ordinary top-tier techniques, which seemed quite reasonable. Otherwise, he could hardly fathom why the other's rate of cultivation was comparatively sluggish. Moreover, there was another matter that filled Qin Yan with delight. Throughout that week, with the daily consumption of the Yun Shan Dan, his mental strength, which had been compromised due to the excessive intake of the Yang Shan Dan, had completely returned to its original state. Not only that, under the continuous nurturing and restoration provided by the Yun Shan Dan, his mental strength had even increased by an additional 2 Hz, reaching 52 Hz. The potency of the Yun Shan Dan was indeed astonishing. It was likely one of the most elite and precious types among 1st-grade medicinal pills. Otherwise, it would be implausible for it to possess such formidable restorative and enhancing effects. Qin Yan speculated, observing the steadily rising metrics on his interface and feeling the burgeoning strength within him. Qin Yan felt a surge of confidence regarding the impending monthly examination. Consequently, in the following period, Qin Yan's daily routine was simplified to its utmost essence, forming a clear 3-point line. Attending classes in the morning to learn essential martial theory and cultural courses, hastily heading to the 6th Academy to earn credits after class, and returning to his estate in the afternoon to utilize the resources earned for training and medicinal baths to refine his body. This life, akin to that of an ascetic, though monotonous, yielded tangible improvements. On the night of September 17th, the progress of the Jiuzhuan Jin Shun Chong body refinement technique boldly broke through barriers, successfully entering the 6th transformation. The efficiency of refinement and the application of power ascended to an entirely new echelon. Subsequently, on the night of September 22nd, 5 days later, With the complete absorption of the medicinal bath and the perfect transformation of the body refinement elixir's power, Qin Yan's vital energy surged violently, and the sixth body refinement was seamlessly completed. Feeling the increasingly robust vital energy and resilient skin membrane within him, Qin Yan, amidst his joy, calmly analyzed his progress. Indeed, the difficulty of body refinement escalated with each successive attempt. Transitioning from the fifth to the sixth refinement required a full 10 days. Now, with only 8 days remaining until the monthly examination at the end of the month, completing the seventh body refinement within this short span seemed an almost insurmountable task. The seventh refinement represented a significant threshold, necessitating an accumulation of resources and time far exceeding previous attempts, not something to be achieved overnight. Nevertheless, Qin Yan remained undeterred. Accomplishing 3 successive body refinements and elevating the Jiuzhuan Jin Shun Chang to the sixth transformation within less than a month was already a remarkable feat, far surpassing his initial expectations. With this in mind, he summoned the interface to review the changes he had undergone during this period. Qing Tian Ichi Zhuang, Level 5 complete. Rank, late first grade martial artist, body refinement. 6 times, vital energy, 160 calories, mental strength, 52 Hz, martial technique, Jiuzhuan Jin Xinchang body refinement technique, 6 transformation, 34. Spear technique, Level 3, 32. Alchemical arts, first grade alchemist, 34. Second grade alchemist, requires 70 Hz of mental strength to unlock, skill points, 0, remarks, diligence yields rewards. As his gaze swept across the clear data displayed on the interface, a smile involuntarily crept upon Qin Yan's lips. Compared to the resource-deprived, mentally impaired, and stagnant self he had been at the beginning of the month, his current progress was nothing short of revolutionary. His vital energy had increased by 30 calories. He had completed 3 body refinements, and both his spear technique and alchemical skills had made significant strides, accumulating a respectable fortune in the process. This sense of growing stronger through his own efforts filled him with profound fulfillment and joy. Contentedly shutting the interface, Qin Yan succumbed to sleep, filled with beautiful dreams of the future. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, and Qin Yan awoke on time, feeling invigorated. After a brief wash, he set out for the student cafeteria. This morning, he had a rendezvous with junior sister Lu Yuyu. Upon arriving on the second floor of the cafeteria, he found the atmosphere more refined than that of the first floor, with meals imbued with greater vital energy. Of course, the prices were higher as well. Qin Yan quickly spotted Lu Yuyu at a window side table, her chin resting on her hand, gazing out the window, seemingly lost in thought. He approached the food counter and skillfully ordered 2 servings of a standard nutritious breakfast composed of restorative beast meat, spirit grain porridge, and refreshing side dishes, deducting 2 credits from his account. A month prior, he would have felt a twinge of regret over that expenditure, but now, thanks to the stable income from alchemy over this period, he had amassed several hundred credits in his account. This expenditure was but a trivial drop in the bucket. He carried his tray and sat opposite Lu Yuyu, pushing one of the servings toward her. Lu Yu snapped back to reality upon seeing Qin Yan, her face instantly lighting up with a smile. Without hesitation, she picked up her chopsticks and began to indulge. Lu Yuyu's pace of eating was not slow. Her cheeks were stuffed with food, resembling a cute little hamster. The two enjoyed their breakfast in peaceful silence. After finishing, Lu Yuyu set down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and turned her gaze toward Qin Yan, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness and awkwardness, a stark contrast to her usual carefree demeanor. This change stemmed from recent events. Ever since teacher Xiao Hua suggested that Qin Yan seek guidance from junior sister Lu whenever he encountered difficulties in alchemy, Lu Yuyu had secretly nurtured a desire to experience the role of a mentor, eager to showcase her sisterly grace and expertise before her junior. She had even prepared some key points for explanation, patiently awaiting Qin Yan's initiative to seek her counsel. However, days passed with no sign of him reaching out, leaving her feeling a bit disheartened and slightly displeased, sensing a challenge to her authority as a senior sister. Thus, in her straightforward manner, she decided to take the initiative. Under the pretext of helping her junior improve his alchemical skills for a quicker overall enhancement, she contacted Qin Yan and invited him to the alchemy room, intending to personally guide him in crafting first-grade medicinal pills. As it turned out, in the alchemy room, Qin Yan demonstrated a teaching session before her eyes, skillfully producing the most basic first-grade Qi blood pill. Lu Yu watched in awe as he executed the entire alchemical process with remarkable finesse and fluidity. In the end, when he opened the furnace, he retrieved 8 perfectly round and richly colored high-quality first-grade Qi blood pills. Lu Yu was left utterly stunned. Even with her prowess as a peak second-grade alchemist, she knew she could not achieve such a high success rate and perfect quality in crafting that first-grade Qi blood pill. This event soon reached teacher Xiao Hua's ears, who, skeptical yet intrigued, personally attended to witness Qin Yan's demonstration once more. As a result, Qin Yan once again demonstrated remarkable stability in his performance. In front of his mentor, he successfully concocted 8 premium-grade Qi blood pills anew. Mentor Xiao Hua stood there, momentarily stunned, before regaining his composure after a considerable pause. His gaze towards Qin Yan brimmed with admiration, and he finally clapped a hand on his shoulder, exclaiming, "This young lad is indeed a prodigy in alchemy." Subsequently, Mentor Xiao Hua turned to the still-dazed Lu Yu, speaking earnestly, "Yu, it seems that in the realm of crafting Qi blood pills, Qin Yan possesses a unique talent. When you have some free time, you should engage with him more for mutual learning and improvement." Thus, it led to the scene of her inviting Qin Yan for breakfast today, followed by their joint visit to the dancer. However, the subtle shift in their roles left her feeling somewhat disoriented, resulting in a slightly awkward demeanor. "Junior brother, shall we head to the dancer?" Lu Yu cleared her throat, striving to maintain a semblance of normalcy in her tone. Observing his senior sister's forced calmness, mingled with a hint of endearing awkwardness, Qin Yan found it somewhat amusing. Yet, he maintained a demeanor of respect, nodding gently, of course, senior sister. The two soon arrived at the familiar communal dancer. After securing the door, Qin Yan decided to reveal a portion of his prowess without reservation this time, aiming to better guide his senior sister while further solidifying his reputation as an alchemical genius. He chose materials for crafting the Qi blood pills once again, standing before the Dan furnace with unwavering focus, igniting the fire, warming the furnace, adding the herbs, refining, merging the liquids, and solidifying the pills. The entire process in his hands had reached an almost artistic level. His movements were precise and fluid, with an exquisite mastery over the heat, as if he were not controlling a violent beast fire, but conducting a symphonic masterpiece. In less than half an hour, the pills were complete, and a rich aroma of Qi blood pills wafted through the air. 10 premium-grade Qi blood pills were retrieved by Qin Yan. Nearly 20 days had passed. Was achieving 10 pills too much to ask? It was neither astonishing nor filled with doubts, solidifying his title as an alchemical prodigy. Lu Yu gazed at the 10 pills in Qin Yan's hand, her lips slightly parted, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. She felt as though she had been struck by a powerful blow. Sigh, another prodigy, she mused internally. The pressure from having Xiao Wangshu beside her was already overwhelming. And now she had an equally terrifying junior brother with unparalleled alchemical talent. It made her feel less like a genius herself. "Senior sister, don't zone out." Qin Yan's gentle voice interrupted her thoughts. "Next, I will teach you how to craft the Qi blood pills with greater efficiency and superior quality." Lu Yu quickly gathered her wits, forcing herself into a learning mindset. In the realm of alchemy, Qin Yan certainly had the qualifications to guide her. He was confident that, in terms of understanding the Qi blood pills, even those masters would not grasp it as profoundly as he did. Thus began Qin Yan's meticulous teaching. He explained the optimal heat for warming the furnace, the precise timing for adding each herb, the subtle adjustments to the flame during refining, and the techniques for guiding the merging of different liquids. Every step was elucidated in an accessible manner, targeting the core of the process. As Lu Yu listened, her astonishment grew, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. She discovered that Qin Yan's grasp of the Qi blood pills was alarmingly profound. Many details she had previously understood only superficially became clear with his guidance, illuminating her understanding. She even felt as if Qin Yan's instruction surpassed that of her family elders, who had immersed themselves in alchemy for decades. What transpired next confirmed that her sensation was not merely an illusion. Under Qin Yan's patient and detailed guidance over the subsequent 2 days, Lu Yu abandoned some of her previous habits and diligently followed his methods. On the 3rd day, as she cautiously opened the Dan furnace. The sight before her was almost beyond belief. 10 uniformly colored premium-grade Qi blood pills lay quietly at the bottom. Lu Yuyu had also achieved the remarkable feat of crafting 10 perfect pills, although they were merely first-grade pills. Reaching the theoretical maximum yield and flawless quality undoubtedly marked a significant breakthrough and affirmation of her alchemical skills. I really did it, Lu Yuyu exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she held the 10 pills, her gaze towards Qin Yan filled with admiration. In that moment, she completely believed that Qin Yan's talent and understanding of alchemy far exceeded her expectations. Chapter 92. The monthly assessment resumes. After the exhilaration and joy, when she looked again at Qin Yan, who was diligently organizing the herbs with focused intent, an image suddenly flashed in her mind. A moment from the classroom not long ago, when Qin Yan's ear had brushed past her lips. Instantly, a more intense heat surged to her cheeks. Lu Yuyu felt her face burning, her heartbeat quickening involuntarily. Senior sister, don't lose focus. We're about to start the next furnace. Qin Yan seemed to sense her distraction and turned to remind her. Huh? Oh, all right, junior brother, Lu Yuyu exclaimed, as if a cat whose tail had been stepped on, hurriedly returning her gaze. She forced herself to concentrate on the Dan furnace before her. However, the fluttering sensation within her remained, like ripples spreading across a lake, difficult to quell. After successfully guiding Lu Yuyu in crafting a furnace of 10 perfect Qi blood pills, Qin Yan refrained from continuing his role as a mentor in the following days. Excessive display was counterproductive. His astounding success rate and profound understanding in crafting Qi blood pills had already left a lasting impression on his mentor and senior sister. Any further revelations would be counterintuitive. Moreover, with the monthly assessment approaching, he needed to maximize his time to enhance his strength. Thus, Qin Yan's life returned to its monotonous yet fulfilling rhythm. During the day, he consistently generated income in the alchemy room, while at night, he trained vigorously in the estate's training chamber. He poured his earned skill points and resources generously into the cultivation of the Jiuzhuan Jin Shingun and the Jin Shin medicinal bath. The cycle continued, undistracted. Time flew swiftly in his focused training. Before long, the eve of the monthly assessment arrived on September 29th. After hours of refining his spear techniques, Qin Yan gradually concluded his session. He felt the surging qi and blood within him and the resilient skin membrane, gently exhaling a breath of warm, stale air. Indeed, he had yet to break through to the 7th skin refinement. He carefully assessed his condition, clearly recognizing that he still had a considerable distance to cover before overcoming the barrier of the 7th refinement. However, with my current 6th refinement, achieving a qi and blood level of 160, combined with the proficiency in mid-level spear techniques, what tier would I be in my grade? Qin Yan silently evaluated in his mind. Reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of regret. What a pity it is. If only I had a few more days. The Jiuzhuan Jin Shingun could break through to the 7th transformation, reaching a realm of great success. At that point, the true power of this top-tier body-refining martial art would begin to manifest, and my combat strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. He glanced at the panel. The progress of the Jiuzhuan Jin Shingun in the flesh refinement chapter had already reached 81 at the 6th transformation, just a step away from the 7th transformation. Yet, with a monthly assessment set for tomorrow, time was of the essence. On the morning of September 30th, the training grounds were bustling with activity, the atmosphere electric. The 3rd monthly assessment of the new semester was upon them, once again presided over personally by Lin Jian. The rules of the monthly examination remain unchanged from the previous 2 instances, consisting of 2 stages, the selection competition and the arena contest. Due to his absence in the last examination, Qin Yan's ranking has automatically dropped from 10th to 11th. This indicates that if he wishes to reclaim his position within the top 10, he must initiate a challenge during the arena contest stage. At the edge of the training ground, Qin Yan is engaging in warm-up exercises, preparing his body. At this moment, Lu Yuyu approaches him, her lively eyes scrutinizing him closely, before revealing an expression of surprise. Junior brother, you have undergone 6 rounds of skin tempering. Qin Yan is taken aback, feeling somewhat astonished. Among martial artists of the same realm, it is typically challenging to accurately gauge another's number of skin tempering rounds without an active display of vitality. How did senior sister discern this? Noticing the evident puzzlement on Qin Yan's face, Lu Yuyu playfully winks and explains, "It was Wang Shu who informed me." Upon hearing this, Qin Yan's gaze involuntarily shifts to the side, where the serene and coldly elegant Xiao Wang Shu stands quietly. At this moment, the top student appears to be gazing calmly towards the arena, seemingly oblivious to the conversation between the senior and junior. Qin Yan muses inwardly that this cool girl seems to be losing her cool demeanor. He cannot help but marvel once more at her terrifying talent. Her ability to see through his realm indicates that her cultivation level has surpassed his own. In other words, the freshman top student, Xiao Wangshu, has now stepped into the second rank of bone tempering. In just 3 short months since enrollment, she has broken through to the second rank. Such a speed of cultivation can only be described as astonishingly formidable. Compared to these genuine prodigies, he, who relies on points and resources for advancement, indeed finds himself at a disadvantage in terms of pure martial progress. However, he does not feel disheartened. Rather, his fighting spirit is kindled. He has a premonition that once he breaks through to the second rank himself, the number of skill points he can acquire daily will likely increase. At that time, his rate of improvement will undoubtedly accelerate once more. He believes that one day, his talent will shine brightly, rivaling the sun and the moon. Though his thoughts are many, mere moments pass in reality. Qin Yan collects his thoughts and nods at Lu Yuyu, candidly admitting, "Indeed, with ample resources to support me, alongside recent breakthroughs in martial techniques, my skin tempering speed has indeed increased significantly." Lu Yuyu's eyes gleam with understanding at his words, and she feels delighted for her junior brother's progress. The two engage in light conversation regarding training and alchemy, creating a relaxed and harmonious atmosphere. Shortly thereafter, the sound of Director Lin Jian's steady and penetrating voice fills the arena, announcing the official commencement of the monthly examination. Qin Yan concludes his conversation with Lu Yuyu and begins to observe the performances of the students on the arena, assessing their changes over the past month. In the initial phase, the arena is filled with the sounds of erupting vitality and clashing weapons. However, the challengers are mostly students ranked between 50 and 100. The intensity of their vitality typically ranges from 120 to 130 calories, with none of their martial skills achieving the third stage. After watching several matches, Qin Yan shakes his head slightly, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Such levels of competition hold little reference value for him at this point. They can only be considered as mere appetizers before the main event. He is well aware that the true highlights lie ahead. After all, the top 30 students in this monthly examination will qualify for entry into the elite class. This signifies better teaching resources, superior support, and a more intense competitive atmosphere. For this opportunity, those formidable and deeply concealed students will undoubtedly hold nothing back. Chapter 93. The Formidable Cold Foam. As anticipated, once the skirmishes among the lower-ranked students gradually subside, the atmosphere in the training ground becomes tense. More robust students with piercing gazes begin to ascend the stage to challenge. These students have generally achieved 5 or even 6 rounds of skin tempering, with their vitality levels rising to 140 and 150 calories. The power and intricacy of their martial techniques far surpass those of the earlier contestants. During this period, Qin Yan also faces a challenge. The challenger, previously ranked 14th, seems to believe that Qin Yan's absence from the last monthly examination has stunted his progress and seeks to take his place. Qin Yan ascends the arena calmly. In response to the opponent's long-prepared, aggressive strike, he raises his hand lightly, delivering a straightforward yet forceful thrust. With a crisp sound, the challenger feels an irresistible force emanating from the spear, causing his weapon to fly from his grasp. The challenger is knocked back, landing on the arena floor, his face etched with shock and confusion. The battle concludes almost instantaneously. Qin Yan emerges victorious. The referee promptly announces the result. Qin Yan stands at ease, gracefully descending from the arena. Though brief, this encounter creates quite a stir. Many spectators, who initially harbored doubts about Qin Yan, believing he might struggle to keep pace with resources, now gasp in astonishment, abandoning any thoughts of challenging him. 6 rounds of skin tempering. His vitality level is undoubtedly that of 6 rounds. Moreover, his spear technique seems even more terrifying than before. How did he achieve such progress in 2 months? From 3 rounds to 6? Under the same realm, Intermediate third-stage spear techniques are virtually invincible. Who would dare to provoke him? In an instant, no one dares to challenge Qin Yan lightly. He has declared his return with absolute strength. Meanwhile, below the arena, Jin Gang's expression darkens upon witnessing Qin Yan's display of 6 rounds of skin tempering and his swift defeat of the former 14th-ranked student. A heavy sense of dread fills him. His complexion turns ashen. Although he has relied on family resources and personal effort to complete his 7th round of skin tempering within this month, placing his vitality slightly above Qin Yan's. His most critical shortcoming remains. His martial skills have yet to advance to the 3rd stage. He is acutely aware that with the minor disparity in vitality levels, Qin Yan's mastery of intermediate 3rd-stage spear techniques grants him a decisive advantage in practical combat. Should Qin Yan challenge him, defeat is inevitable. He might even suffer severe injuries, lying in recovery for another half-month, wasting precious training time. The mere thought of such consequences fills Jin Gang with anxiety and resentment. Soon, the selection phase concludes, leading into the more intense and exhilarating arena contest. The champions of the 10 arenas have been determined, and they will accept challenges from all students below. Without hesitation, Qin Yan's gaze locks onto the familiar figure on the 10th arena, the bald Jin Gang. The reason is simple: familiarity breeds ease. Of course, that is just a jest. The true reason is that Jin Gang had been heavily injured by him and required half a month for recovery. His progress in strength lags behind the consistently advancing talents of the top 9. In facing the top 9, Qin Yan lacks absolute confidence. However, against Jin Gang, his chances of victory are significantly higher. Qin Yan ascends the 10th arena steadily, confronting the grim-faced Jin Gang. Jin Gang gazes at Qin Yan standing across from him, sensing the concentrated vitality and subtly emanating intent of the spear from his opponent. His expression turns grim to the utmost degree. His lips move as if to utter something, but ultimately, no words escape his mouth. The arena contest begins as the referee announces Qin Yan's challenge against Jin Gang. As the referee's voice fades, Jin Gang takes a deep breath, his vitality surging as he seems poised to unleash a fierce attack. The audience below holds their breath, anticipating yet another fierce battle. However, the next moment, Jin Gang exclaims, "I concede." Jin Gang nearly clenched his teeth, forcing out those 3 words from his throat. His voice was laden with immense humiliation and reluctance. Yet ultimately, reason triumphed over impulse. Rather than suffer public defeat or endure further injury, it was wiser to conserve his strength and seek another opportunity. Having spoken, he did not cast a glance at Qin Yan, lowering his head and stumbling quickly down the arena, his silhouette exuding a sense of disarray. This scene rendered the entire martial arts arena momentarily silent, only to be followed by a surge of murmurs. He conceded? Jin Gang actually conceded outright? He had completed the 7 rounds of skin tempering, with vitality surpassing that of Qin Yan by a slim margin. How could this be? Do you not understand? Jin Gang's martial techniques were evidently not at the 3rd tier. Otherwise, how could he willingly accept defeat? It appears he has been psychologically scarred from the previous encounter. Qin Yan stood on the stage, momentarily taken aback. He genuinely did not anticipate that Jin Gang would choose to surrender without a fight. On the 10th arena, Qin Yan emerged victorious, replacing Jin Gang as the new 10th placeholder. The referee's voice shattered the brief silence. Qin Yan shook his head, dismissing thoughts of Jin Gang. He had successfully reclaimed the 10th position, yet this was merely the beginning. His gaze shifted towards the other arenas, where fierce clashes were ongoing. The battles on the other stages were far more intense than his unchallenged victory over Jin Gang. Naturally, the top 3 arenas remained untouched. Xiao Wangshu, Lu Qingfeng, and Lu Yuyu stood as insurmountable mountains, firmly dominating their respective platforms, their imposing presence instilling a lack of courage to challenge them. True combat primarily erupted between the 4th and 9th ranks. Qin Yan meticulously observed these confrontations, his expression gradually turning grave. He realized that among these elite students, several had successfully mastered the 3rd tier of martial arts. Although they might only be at the initial stage of the 3rd tier, their formidable vitality and body-tempering realm combined to unleash astonishing combat power. What drew his attention further was that, aside from Sun Kong, the 6th-ranked Lung Feng had also achieved mastery in body-tempering martial techniques. Lung Feng was also a master of the spear, leaving a deep impression on Qin Yan. At this moment, on the fourth arena, Lung Feng was engaged in a fierce battle with Sun Kong. Lung Feng wielded his spear like a dragon, the tip shimmering with a pale, silver energy that pulsated unpredictably. Each thrust produced a piercing shriek that sliced through the air, his spear technique both fierce and precise. His skin was faintly covered by an incredibly thin, yet remarkably resilient silver membrane, evidently indicating that he had cultivated a certain body-tempering martial technique to mastery. Under his relentless assault, Sun Kong appeared quite beleaguered. Although he wielded his long staff with an impenetrable defense, each collision with Lung Feng's spear sent shockwaves through his body, causing his blood to surge and his arms to numb. After a series of intense clashes, Sun Kong could no longer endure, being swept back by a powerful horizontal strike from Lung Feng, leaving deep imprints on the arena floor with each retreat. His grip on the staff had already caused his palms to crack, blood oozing profusely. Conversely, Lung Feng, though slightly winded, evidently still possessed considerable strength, his gaze sharp. The spear pointed menacingly at Sun Kong, clearly prepared to deliver the final blow. Sun Kong, observing the overwhelming aura of Lung Feng and feeling the near exhaustion in his arms and the turmoil in his blood, revealed a hint of bitterness on his face. He understood that if he continued, defeat was inevitable, and he might sustain serious injuries. I concede. Sun Kong spoke helplessly, his voice hoarse. The unfortunate Sun Kong, who had once been a spirited third in his class at the start of the term, had fallen to fourth after being defeated by Lu Yuyu. Now, having been forcefully overtaken by the originally sixth-ranked Lung Feng, his discontent was palpable. Lung Feng's resurgence had become the greatest dark horse in this month's examination. No one had anticipated that this typically low-profile, spear-wielding youth would silently attain mastery in body-tempering martial techniques and triumph over Sun Kong, rising into the top 5. Qin Yan observed all of this with growing urgency in his heart. This magical capital martial arts university truly harbored hidden talents, and one could not afford to be the slightest bit lax. Just as everyone was buzzing about Lung Feng's formidable comeback on the third arena, Lu Yu suddenly emitted a sharp and spirited cry, instantly capturing the attention of the entire audience. Lu Qingfeng. Lu Yu brandished a dark gold giant hammer with one hand, striding resolutely towards the second arena. Her lively eyes burned with fierce determination. The students watching from below erupted in excitement. Here it comes, the third-ranked challenger against the second. A true pinnacle showdown. Lu Yu was finally making her move against Lu Qingfeng. This promised to be a spectacle. Both had mastered body-tempering martial techniques. It was uncertain who would prevail. Undoubtedly, this was the most anticipated battle of the day. All eyes were fervently fixed on the second arena, brimming with anticipation. Qin Yan also focused intently on the stage, for this would be an excellent opportunity to observe the prowess of these top talents. On the second arena, Lu Qingfeng regarded the approaching Lu Yuyu with no hint of surprise, though his expression grew more solemn. Both being top geniuses, they were well acquainted with one another, requiring no superfluous words. As Lu Yuyu took her position opposite him, gripping the hammer tightly, her vitality began to surge steadily. The referee, seeing both parties ready, announced loudly, "Second arena, Lu Yuyu challenges Lu Qingfeng. The match begins." With a resounding boom, almost immediately after the referee's words fell, Lu Yuyu charged forth. Her petite frame unleashed a terrifying power that belied her size, propelling her forward like a whirlwind. The giant hammer in her hand sliced through the air with a howling sound as she unleashed her signature technique, the chaotic wind hammer method. The first strike was heavy and forceful. The second strike, using momentum to enhance power, was even faster and fiercer. The third strike increased in might, each blow quicker and more powerful than the last. Akin to a torrential storm or crashing waves, they surged relentlessly towards Lu Qingfeng. The hammer's wind caused the banners at the edge of the arena to flutter violently. Faced with this formidable assault capable of shattering mountains, Lu Qingfeng maintained a tranquil demeanor, not daring to slacken for even a moment. He understood the ferocity of Lu Yuyu's hammer techniques. Should she fully accumulate her momentum, the power would increase exponentially. He let out a low growl, his vitality surging like a river. Gripping his broad, heavy sword, he raised it with sudden force. The sword emitted a low, resonant hum. At its tip, a highly condensed silver sword energy shimmering with metallic luster coalesced into form. With his strike, he exerted all his strength. It was indeed also a third-tier martial technique. Breaking the army slash. Lu Qingfeng gripped the sword with both hands, advancing rather than retreating. The heavy sword charging forth with unyielding momentum, bravely meeting the colossal hammer, descending like a mountain. Clang! The giant hammer and heavy sword collided violently, producing a deafening sound of metal clashing. A tempest of energy erupted, radiating from their positions. Both were strength-based warriors wielding heavy weapons, and every clash felt akin to titanic beasts in combat. The grand spectacle was filled with pure aesthetic beauty of power. Hammer shadows loomed like mountains. Sword light cascaded like waterfalls, wildly intertwining and colliding on the arena, unleashing a continuous series of thunderous roars. In that moment, the two fought evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. The ferocious exchange of power left the audience below exhilarated, their blood surging with excitement. As the battle intensified, they unleashed a variety of exquisite techniques, showcasing their profound understanding of martial arts in vivid detail. The fierce battle raged on, and suddenly, Lu Yuyu let out a clear shout. Her aura surged like a volcano, erupting. A layer of solid crimson light enveloped her body in an instant. This was the hallmark of her mastery in body-tempering martial arts. However, this was not the end. Beneath the red glow, her exposed skin, such as her neck and arms, began to emanate a deeper, more restrained sheen, reminiscent of flowing mercury, as her vital energy surged to its peak. Yinpi Jing. My heavens! Lu Yu has actually entered the Yinpi Jing realm. The audience erupted in a tidal wave of gasps. Countless eyes widened in disbelief at this scene. Yinpi Jing. This is a legendary realm achievable only by first-tier martial artists, a symbol of breaking conventional limits. Such a feat is unattainable without an extraordinary combination of talent, resources, and perseverance. Even in the talent-rich environment of Moda Wuda, no more than a handful of new students each year could reach this realm. This signifies that Lu Yuyu's foundation, potential, and future ceiling have ascended to an entirely new echelon. No wonder you dare to challenge me. You have quietly stepped into the Yinpi Jing realm. Lu Qingfeng felt the more refined and heavier aura emanating from Lu Yuyu. His expression grew serious as he spoke in a low voice. Yet, he did not show any fear. Instead, his fighting spirits surged. But do you think you're the only one who has reached this level? Before his voice faded, a low rumble echoed from within Lu Qingfeng's body. The silver sword energy around him suddenly condensed. Soon after, the skin on his arm, neck, and face, where he held his sword, also began to radiate a tough and subtle silver sheen. He too had broken through. Once again, the audience gasped in astonishment. In this duel, two prodigies of the Yinpi Jing realm had emerged. Chapter 95. The end of the monthly examination. This scene was truly awe-inspiring. The two ceased their words, their gazes clashing, their fighting spirits ignited. In the next moment, they collided fiercely once again. Boom! 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 The battle instantly escalated to a fever pitch. After their ascent to the Yinpi Jing realm, both their strength, speed, and defense experienced a qualitative leap. The clash between the heavy hammer and the great sword became even more terrifying, with silver and red auras flashing and colliding wildly on the platform. Qin Yan stood on the 10th arena, his expression grave as he observed this fierce contest. The intensity of their vital energy was astonishing. It was likely nearing 250 calories. He calculated silently in his mind. A typical first-tier martial artist at the peak of body tempering, having undergone 8 cycles, would possess vital energy around 180 calories. However, upon breaking into the Yinpi Jing realm, certain limits of the body would be shattered, resulting in a significant surge. Generally, an increase of around 20 calories could be expected, reaching 200 calories. Yet, Lu Yuyu and Lu Qingfeng had both mastered 3 segments of martial arts techniques, enabling them to unleash a force of 120 calories. Thus, their maximum vital energy output astonishingly reached around 240 calories. In contrast, Qin Yan himself, currently at 6 cycles of body tempering, had 160 calories of vital energy. Coupled with his mid-tier gun techniques, his maximum output was 192 calories. Compared to those two on the arena, he lagged nearly 50 calories behind. This was a considerable chasm. It seemed evident that my current strength pales in comparison to the top-tier prodigies like my junior sister. Qin Yan felt a chill. If the gap were around 10 calories, he might have been able to compensate with the unique properties of a 9 turns golden body gun, dual gun energy, or certain lethal moves. However, a nearly 50-calorie disparity could not be easily bridged by mere technique or explosive power. This was a crushing superiority in raw strength. On the arena, the battle had entered its final decisive phase. The 8th style of chaotic wind. Lu Yuyu unleashed the chaotic wind hammer technique to its utmost, her form merging with the heavy hammer as she struck down at Lu Qingfeng with the terrifying might of collapsing mountains. This was her strongest strike to date. Facing this earth-shattering blow, Lu Qingfeng roared in defiance. The silver sword energy on his great sword surged dramatically, meeting the attack head-on without any embellishment. The power split Peach Mountain. He shouted fiercely, wielding his heavy sword against the onslaught. Boom! The incredibly solid surface of the Qingang Rock Arena cracked inch by inch from the point of their collision, spreading like a web. Lu Yuyu and Lu Qingfeng remained locked in combat, their heavy hammer and great sword pressing against each other. Yet in the next moment, both bodies trembled violently. Staggering back, they each took 3 steps backward. Each step left deep impressions on the cracked arena as they barely steadied themselves. Their breaths became rapid, their chests heaving violently, and the arms holding their weapons trembled slightly. The silver sheen surrounding them receded like a tide. Clearly, this final, all-out strike had exhausted both, pushing them to their limits. In this battle, both had showcased their full capabilities, their strengths evenly matched, ultimately resulting in a draw. According to the arena rules, since the challenger failed to defeat the defender, the challenge was deemed unsuccessful. The referee took a deep breath and announced loudly, "The challenge is concluded. Lu Qingfeng has successfully defended his position, maintaining second place." Lu Yu gazed at the outcome, a hint of disappointment evident on her delicate face. Pouting slightly, she cast a reluctant glance at Lu Qingfeng. Nevertheless, adhering to the rules, she hoisted the now heavy hammer and turned to return to her third arena. Watching Lu Yuyu depart, Lu Qingfeng's tense body relaxed slightly. That was close. I almost lost. It seems I must work even harder. I cannot afford to relinquish this second place. A strong sense of crisis surged within him. Meanwhile, battles on other arenas gradually came to a close, and the new rankings were essentially determined. Lin Jian's figure reappeared silently in the central arena. He scanned the diverse expressions of the new students below him. His voice rang clearly throughout the training ground. Excellent. The monthly examination has come to a successful conclusion. The corresponding ranking rewards and credits will be directly deposited into your personal accounts shortly. Please check them. He paused briefly, then continued. Starting tomorrow, the top 30 students from this monthly examination will officially enter the key class and receive focused training from school. Details regarding the key class arrangements, teaching locations, mentor information, and other relevant materials will also be sent to your personal terminals. Please read them carefully. His gaze swept over those who did not make it into the top 30, his tone encouraging. Of course, the others need not feel disheartened. The monthly examination will be held every month, and the competitive mechanism remains in effect. As long as you strive to improve in the next monthly examination, anyone who can defeat a member of the key class will immediately replace them and enter the key class. Opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared and dare to challenge. With that, Lin Jian's figure vanished once more like a wraith. Qin Yan descended slowly from the 10th arena. He no longer cared much about the credits awarded for reclaiming 10th place. After this period of efficient alchemical refinement, the credits accumulated in his personal account had reached an astonishing 596 points. Additionally, he had 6 bottles of first-tier vital energy pills and 6 bottles of body tempering pills. Each bottle contained 10 pills, each valued at 4 credits. The total worth of these stockpiled pills amounted to a staggering 480 credits. If it weren't for his recent frequent visits to the second-floor canteen for better meals, which had consumed a fair amount, his credit reserves would have been even greater. Qin Yan felt a sense of credit inflation. Previously, he had struggled due to a lack of resources, unable to progress. Now, resources abound to the point of causing a slight worry about how to spend them efficiently. He let out a gentle sigh. This sensation is indeed a a sweet dilemma. Of course, he was acutely aware that his situation was nearly irreplicable. A typical third-tier alchemist could not hope to refine first-tier elixirs with the same consistency he exhibited, achieving a remarkable success rate of producing 10 top-grade pills each time. Moreover, a third-tier alchemist typically ranks at least as a second-tier martial artist, and the resources consumed for their own cultivation are astronomical. Thus, while an ordinary alchemist might be considered wealthy, none could reach his extravagant level of seemingly limitless resources. As he pondered his future resource allocation, Qin Yan habitually made his way towards the alchemy room of the 6th Academy. The monthly assessment occupied a portion of the morning, and he could not afford to waste the remaining time. Chapter 96. The grand gesture of the demon. Another morning of focused alchemy yielded 2 successful batches of pills, bringing him a steady income of credits. After enjoying a sumptuous and nutritious lunch on the 2nd floor of the dining hall, he returned to his villa estate. In the afternoon, he had his unwavering marksmanship training awaiting him. The special class would not commence until the following day, so he had to make the most of every moment today to further enhance his abilities. The next day, October 1st, as the morning sunlight bathed the campus of Wuda in Mo-Du, a new month began, marking the commencement of the intensive training for the special class. The teaching location for the special class remained in the 1st Academy, primarily because it is the strongest and most deeply rooted institution among the 6 academies in Mo-Du. It boasts the finest teaching facilities and the most exceptional faculty, with considerable influence. When Qin Yan stepped into the special class classroom, he found that several students had already arrived early, sitting in small groups and conversing in hushed tones. The atmosphere carried a weightier sense of seriousness and ambition compared to ordinary classes. Qin Yan scanned the room and chose a seat in the front row near the center, allowing him a clear view of the podium without being overly conspicuous. Before long, the classroom gradually filled to capacity. Lu Yu energetically entered, immediately spotting Qin Yan, and naturally took a seat beside him. Shortly thereafter, the composed Xiao Wangshu sat down beside Lu Yu. "Good morning, little junior," Lu Yu greeted cheerily, seemingly having recovered from the disappointment of yesterday's challenge. "Good morning, little senior sister, classmate Xiao," Qin Yan responded with a smile, also nodding slightly at Xiao Wangshu as a form of acknowledgement. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, a steady figure entered the classroom. The previously noisy atmosphere fell silent as the instructor, Lin Jian, took the stage. He scanned the 30 youthful and vibrant faces before him with a hawk-like gaze. Once confirming that all were present, he began to speak, his voice steady and powerful. "Students, I trust you understand that the school has invested substantial resources in establishing this special class. The core objective is to prepare for the critically important national exchange competition at the year's end." He paused for emphasis, stating, "The exchange competition requires 5 official members and 5 reserve members. These 10 individuals will represent the strongest combat capabilities of our first-year cohort at Wuda, fighting for the honor of our school. Thus, from today until the end of November, your paramount task is to spare no effort in enhancing your own strength. Those who rank in the top 10 of the class 2 months from now will automatically qualify to represent us in the exchange competition." Lin Jian succinctly articulated the significance and goals of the special class. He then casually waved his right hand, and a flash of light emanated from a rustic ring he wore on his finger. A thick stack of papers materialized in his hand, storage rings. Qin Yan recognized them immediately. With a graceful flourish, Lin Jian sent the stack of papers soaring smoothly toward every corner of the classroom, landing precisely on each student's desk. This exquisite control over power left many students, including Qin Yan, quietly astonished, granting them a more intuitive understanding of Lin Jian's prowess. The school placed great importance on the cultivation of this special class. Lin Jian's voice drew everyone's attention back. "The list of resources you now hold outlines the rare materials specially allocated for you by the school. These are either hot-selling items that are immediately snatched up at the regular exchange center or scarce resources that appear only infrequently. Now, they're available for you to exchange with priority." Upon hearing this, Qin Yan immediately lowered his gaze to the list in his hand. The list was designed with clarity, containing a limited number of resource items. Yet, each detailed description sent a thrill through him. Qingxin tea. Origin: ancient spirit tea trees over 100 years old, located at the edge of the elven forest. Effect: when brewed and consumed, it allows the drinker's mind to enter a state of absolute clarity for 5 hours, significantly enhancing cognitive speed, concentration, and logical deduction abilities, especially suitable for comprehending complex and obscure martial techniques. Exchange price: 50 credits. Jin Shan Yusue. Introduction: formed from jadeite mined from deep within the earth, enriched by the essence of the earth's energy. It contains pure metal energy. Effect: when used in conjunction with a specific medicinal bath, it greatly accelerates the process of body tempering, enhancing the toughness of the skin and providing significant assistance in breaking through to the silver skin realm. Exchange price: 80 credits. Huxiang Duangu Dan. Introduction: a top-tier second-grade pill crafted primarily from the blood of the wild elephant and the essence of the fierce tiger, along with various rare, spiritual materials. Effect: effectively tempers bones, increases bone density and strength. It significantly accelerates the bone tempering process for second-tier martial artists, with potent medicinal properties that can only be consumed by those with sufficient vitality. Exchange price: 120 credits. The resources listed were few in variety, yet each one was a masterpiece, directly addressing the core needs of first and second-tier martial artists in their cultivation. Their value far surpassed what ordinary credits could measure. Seated beside Qin Yan, Lu Yu gazed at the items on the list, her large eyes sparkling with intrigue, clearly drawn to these resources. Meanwhile, Xiao Wangshu maintained her usual composed demeanor. These resources represented the first benefit bestowed upon the students of the special class by the school. Lin Jian's voice resonated once more, stating that most of the resources on the list had been meticulously selected, being the most suitable for enhancing your strength at this stage. The school's objective was simple. They hoped you would seize this opportunity to achieve rapid improvement. He shifted the topic slightly, continuing, in addition, there are some hidden benefits. For instance, you may spend credits to book sessions with senior instructors from the academy, who will provide one-on-one guidance on your body tempering techniques or combat skills. Furthermore, certain special training areas in the school will also be open to you free of charge for a limited time. At this point, Lin Jian's gaze seemed to linger momentarily on Qin Yan. To him, Qin Yan's talent and marksmanship was exceptionally outstanding, and if he were to receive meticulous guidance from a master of the art, there was a possibility he could elevate his skills to the 4th tier before the exchange competition. Chapter 97: The Secret Realm Tower. Mechanism Alley. If that were to happen, he might indeed become one of the 5 official team members. The teacher, at this moment, was interrupted by Lu Qingfeng, who ranked 2nd, raising his hand to speak. He inquired whether these rare resources could be exchanged for huaxia coins, as his credits were indeed limited. However, if the resources could be purchased with huaxia coins, even at prices several times higher than the credit exchange, he could manage it. His question resonated deeply with many students present, who came from affluent families that could potentially provide substantial huaxia coin support. Yet the credits from Modu Wuda, especially for redeeming these scarce resources, often held little market value. Only Qin Yan maintained a tranquil demeanor, his heart unperturbed. He was currently a major player with over 600 credits and had no concerns in this regard. No, Lin Jian replied succinctly, shattering the illusions of some. The school's resources are only available for credit exchange. This policy ensures fairness and encourages all students to earn resources through task completion and ranking improvement, rather than relying solely on their family background. A faint sigh of disappointment rippled through the room. However, Lin Jian quickly shifted the narrative, offering a solution. During the intensive training period for the key class, the school would arrange a series of exclusive phase tasks for you. Although the difficulty of these tasks may be high, the corresponding rewards and credits will be substantial. As long as you possess the capability to complete them, the speed at which you acquire credits will far exceed that of ordinary students. After outlining some precautions, Lin Jian exited the classroom. Immediately after, a new mentor entered. This mentor appeared elderly, with graying hair meticulously combed. His face bore the marks of time, etched with fine wrinkles, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity and depth, as if they could penetrate one's soul. Most strikingly, his left sleeve hung empty, naturally drooping. Nevertheless, he stood tall like a pine tree, his steps steady, exuding an aura of calm born from the trials of battle. He approached the center of the podium, displaying a warm smile and casting a gentle gaze over the audience. Hello, everyone. My name is Fang Yan, and I will be your homeroom teacher for this key class during the coming period. His voice carried the raspy quality typical of the elderly, yet was remarkably clear. If you encounter any difficulties in your training or have questions in your life that require assistance, feel free to come to my office anytime. After a brief self-introduction, Qin Yan wasted no time and directly addressed the core issue. The purpose of forming the key class is clear: to secure honor from Modu Wuda at the exchange competition by the end of the year. What is essential for achieving excellent results? It is powerful strength. He scanned the room and posed a question. Which of you can articulate what constitutes great strength? A robust student immediately raised his hand and responded, Teacher Fong, I believe that a high level of realm and martial skills naturally equate to great strength. Indeed, this student has grasped the essential elements. Qin Yan acknowledged with a nod, but then shifted his focus. However, there's another crucial point that you, and perhaps many here, may be overlooking. Observing the puzzled and contemplative expressions on the students' faces, he continued without delay. That is practical combat experience. Have you all forgotten the freshman competition at the beginning of the term? Many of you had considerable paper strength. Yet why did you seem so clumsy under the hands of the experienced Yuan warriors, often suffering losses? I have watched the battles of the vast majority of you. Frankly, your combat experience is almost non-existent. The top few were able to defeat their opponents largely due to their absolute advantage in realm. Qin Yan's unvarnished words struck like a hammer upon the hearts of many students. Even Qin Yan fell into silence, reflecting on his battle with the Yuan warrior. At that time, his realm was indeed inferior to that of his opponent. However, bolstered by his mastery of the three-tiered spear techniques, his combat power had already exceeded the novice standard. His victory was essentially due to skill rather than practical experience. Recognizing the atmosphere had reached the right intensity, Qin Yan continued, Thus, recognizing your flaws is essential to determining your direction. The school has designed a detailed and systematic training plan for your key class. I will now explain the training content and objectives for the first phase. Firstly, the regular cultural and foundational theoretical classes will continue as usual. This is an academic requirement for your first year and must not be delayed due to the intensive training. Secondly, the most critical aspect of the first phase of training is that starting today, the school's secret tower and mechanism alley will be open to all key class students free of charge, with no limits on the number of visits. Detailed information regarding the functions of the secret tower and mechanism alley will be sent to your personal terminal shortly, so I will not elaborate further. Your primary task and goal for the first phase is to push your potential as far as possible in these two locations. In the secret tower, strive to reach higher levels. In mechanism alley, endeavor to endure for longer periods. Every progress you make will be recorded, serving as an important reference for the phased assessments. Qin Yan further elaborated on the discipline requirements, safety protocols, and general standards for the assessments. Once he confirmed that the students understood, he exited the classroom. As soon as the mentor left, the atmosphere in the classroom became more lively. Many students immediately lowered their heads to operate their smart wristbands, eager to check the information they had just received. Qin Yan also opened the dedicated page on the school's official website, carefully reading the detailed descriptions of Mechanism Alley and the Secret Tower. Mechanism Alley, a special training passage with a complex and variable internal structure. The passage is filled with various ancient and intricate traps, including but not limited to ground spikes, pendulums, hidden arrows, fog, and areas of fluctuating gravity. Its primary function is to rigorously train a martial artist's agility, neural response speed, adaptability to the environment, and ability to react in emergencies. Is the focus mainly on training speed and reflexes? Qin Yan pondered. For martial artists at their current low tier, mobility largely relies on the instantaneous burst of physical vitality. The differences in speed among them typically are not substantial. Chapter 98. Exaggerated Rewards. Everyone's energy is primarily directed toward enhancing their strength, leaving no time to waste on speed. Moreover, achieving a significant increase in speed requires considerable time investment. For these prodigies, the cost-effectiveness is low. The return on investment does not compare favorably with directly improving realms and techniques. The school's arrangement likely aims not to mold them into speed-focused martial artists, but rather to rapidly enhance their practical adaptability through this high-intensity training, compensating for their minor shortcomings. Qin Yan quickly reached a clear conclusion. He then turned his attention to the introduction of the Secret Tower. Secret Tower, a mysterious ancient tower unearthed from the ruins of an ancient civilization. The tower consists of 99 levels, each forming its own space, filled with enigmatic wonders. Within each level, there exist combat puppets formed from concentrated energy of varying strengths. Defeating the guardian puppets is necessary to access the next level. Level strength reference. Levels 1 to 10. Energy puppets correspond to first-tier martial artists. Levels 11 to 20. Energy puppets correspond to second-tier martial artists. Levels 21 to 30. Energy puppets correspond to third-tier martial artists. Levels 91 to 99. Energy puppets correspond to ninth-tier martial artists. Main functions. To provide an experience that closely resembles the life and death combat, honing martial skills in practical applications, and accumulating combat experience against various styles of opponents. It sharpens one's will and tests overall combat strength. This secret realm tower carries an air of mystery. Qin Yan murmured softly, his eyes filled with awe and curiosity. According to this description, if one can conquer beyond the 90th floor, they will face energy puppets possessing the strength of 9th-grade martial artists. What kind of powerful entity must possess this tower? The fact that Mo Du Wu can acquire and control such an ancient tower speaks volumes of its profound heritage. Goodness, is this secret realm tower a divine weapon? Lu Yu exclaimed in a hushed tone after reading the detailed introduction. It can create its own space, simulating 99 layers of combat environments of varying difficulties, with energy puppets of corresponding strength guarding each layer. This tower transcends the confines of ordinary architecture, resembling a legendary martial divine weapon. Wang Shu, do you know more insider information about this secret realm tower? Lu Yu, bursting with curiosity, immediately leaned closer to Xiao Wang Shu, gently nudging her with her arm. Her large eyes blinked in eager anticipation of knowledge. Qin Yan nearby also perked up at her words. As the beloved granddaughter of the second Yanzhong, Xiao Wang Shu likely had access to secrets unknown to ordinary students. Under the gaze of the two, Xiao Wang Shu maintained her composed demeanor, her cool features betraying little emotion. After a brief moment of contemplation, she spoke. I do not possess extensive knowledge regarding the origins and levels of this tower. I have merely heard my grandfather mention that this secret realm tower was discovered by the previous principal of Mo Du Wu in the ruins of an ancient sect known as Wuxing Zone. It is said to have stood in the center of the ruins, impervious to the passage of countless ages. Most intriguingly, since it was brought back to Mo Du, countless powerful individuals have attempted to subdue it, yet none have succeeded in fully mastering it. After delivering this concise account, she fell silent once more, resuming her reserved demeanor. That asset? Lu Yu clearly found the brief response unsatisfactory. Yes, that asset, Xiao Wang Shu affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan discerned a critical piece of information from her succinct description. This tower is extraordinary. Even the top-tier powerhouses of Mo Du Wu have been unable to tame it. Its origins and levels likely exceed common understanding. This realization ignited a fervent curiosity and desire for exploration within Qin Yan regarding the enigmatic tower. After class, I must experience firsthand the wonders of this secret realm tower. He then opened the recently received class, October training plan, detail notification. His gaze first landed on the reward explanation for the Mechanism Alley. Mechanism Alley training rewards, first-time achievement rewards. Persist for 10 minutes, reward 10 credits. Persist for 20 minutes. Reward 20 credits. Persist for 30 minutes. Reward 30 credits. Persist for 100 minutes. Reward 100 credits. Note: the above rewards are one-time achievement rewards and cannot be claimed repeatedly. Qin Yan gazed at the reward list on the screen, once again astonished by the generosity of Mo Du Wu. This is practically free points. Not only do they provide a venue to hone our weaknesses, but they also offer such substantial credits. He calculated roughly that if someone could persist for 100 minutes in one go, the accumulated credits would reach an astonishing 450 credits. This wealth, even for someone as affluent as he is today, would require nearly 10 days of arduous alchemy to accumulate after deducting personal expenses. Next, his gaze shifted downwards to the Secret Realm Tower Challenge Rewards. Secret Realm Tower Challenge Rewards. Clear the first layer, reward 20 credits. clear the second layer. Reward 40 credits. Clear the third layer. Reward 60 credits. Clear the 10th layer. Reward 200 credits. Note: rewards accumulate layer by layer, with no upper limit. Rewards are issued upon first clearance of each layer. Additional rewards. End of month credit comprehensive ranking. First place. Reward 500 credits. Second place. Reward 450 credits. Third place. Reward 400 credits. 10th place. Reward 50 credits. After reviewing this dazzling array of reward measures, Qin Yan felt that MODA is truly going all out for the upcoming end-of-year exchange competition. Such a massive influx of credits would undoubtedly accelerate any student's cultivation speed. The other students in the classroom, having thoroughly read the training plan and reward details, couldn't help but express their suppressed excitement and murmur among themselves. Initially, some had worried that the benefits for the elite class were excellent, but the credits might not suffice to support rapid cultivation. Now, it seems such concerns were entirely unwarranted. As long as they possess sufficient strength and determination to meet these training objectives, the credits earned would allow them to exchange for those coveted rare resources on the list. Chapter 99. The Mysterious Area. Wonderful. With these credits, I might be able to attempt breaking through to the completed realm of my Panshur Gong. The rewards from the Mechanism Alley are too enticing. I must study them thoroughly. How far can I go in the Secret Realm Tower? The atmosphere in the classroom became fervent. Everyone was eager to test their mettle. Soon after, the cultural course instructor entered the classroom. The students barely managed to suppress their excitement and threw themselves into the theoretical lessons. They understood that a solid theoretical foundation is also an indispensable part of formidable strength. After 2 hours of class, the bell rang. Wang Shu, little junior, let us go. Let us go. Let us check out the Secret Realm Tower now. Lu Yu nearly leaped from her seat, her face brimming with impatient excitement. I can't wait to see how marvelous this tower truly is. Qin Yan nodded in agreement, equally filled with anticipation. Though Xiao Wang Shu said nothing, she also nodded gently, her cool gaze revealing a hint of curiosity. She recalled her grandfather mentioning that even with his 8th-tier Grandmaster cultivation, he had never managed to conquer the 81st level of this Secret Realm Tower in his time. This piqued her interest in the tower, and she longed to experience its wonders firsthand. The three of them followed the navigation on their smart wristbands, making their way toward the Secret Realm Tower located in the southern district of Mo Duwuda. Not only they, but more than half of the students in the class made the same choice. Everyone wanted to personally experience this enigmatic Secret Realm Tower, while also striving to obtain the first generous credit reward. The area where the Secret Realm Tower is situated was far more heavily guarded than they had anticipated. After passing through multiple identity verification laser scans and undergoing strict checks and registrations by the guards at the entrance, they finally gained entry to this special area designated as a school stronghold. The security procedures here are really strict.